Chapter 1, You Must Kill Ning-yi. Class, tomorrow is the school's Unified Awakening Day. After your talents awaken, you will officially embark on the path of martial arts. Before that, there are a few key points I must emphasize. At the lectern, the bald middle-aged teacher spoke with impassioned fervor. First, after awakening your talent, never reveal it carelessly whether it's strong or weak. Now, there are still followers of the alien worship cult lurking behind human lines. Innate talent is your greatest asset on the martial path, even your closest confidants must not be told of it. Secondly, after awakening, you have 6 months left until the college entrance exams. These 180+ days are crucial for you all. I hope everyone treats this period with the utmost seriousness. I'll speak to your families and try to secure more chi blood medicine and blood provisions for you. Your task is to focus entirely on strengthening yourselves and strive for outstanding exam results. Finally, humanity is gradually gaining the upper hand in our war against the myriad races. With your generation reinforcing our ranks, I firmly believe we'll eventually drive these alien invaders from our homeland. May your martial paths flourish, and may you contribute to humanity's victory over the myriad races. The students below the stage clenched their fists in unison. After over a decade of strenuous study, learning martial arts and knowledge about the myriad races, today was the day they had awaited. Yet I found myself dazedly lost in thought, unaffected by the teacher's inspiring words. My desk mate nudged me lightly with his elbow and said, "Moo, you're not yourself today, you've been spacing out this whole time." I snapped out of my daze, looked at him and asked after a pause, "Tell me, will the human race perish?" My desk mate burst out laughing as if he'd heard the most ridiculous joke. "Brother Moo, did you sleep yourself stupid or what? 50 years ago, the 7 sages of humanity slaughtered all the divine kings of the 10 great god clans. We've been gaining the upper hand in battles against the myriad races. If anyone's facing extinction, it's them. How could humanity possibly perish?" Indeed, 10,000 years ago when the myriad races invaded Blue Star, our ancestors discovered secret techniques that allowed humans to awaken talents and step into martial arts just like those races, plunging the world into the high martial era. Thus began the endless warfare between humanity and the myriad races. For millennia, humanity has produced countless powerful figures, from being utterly defenseless initially, to later being able to contend on equal footing, and finally to the 7 sages slaying the divine king 50 years ago. Mankind has gradually gained the upper hand. How could we possibly perish? Yet I know this is no joke. Yesterday I obtained a bizarre diary. The first line I saw upon opening it sent chills down my spine. My name is Sumu. By the time you read these words, humanity will have already perished. At first I thought it was someone's prank, but as I kept reading, that notion was completely overturned. Me from 10 years ago. You probably think this is a prank upon reading these words. Don't rush to judgment. I'll prove I'm your future self with 3 things. At this point in time, you should still be on the verge of awakening your talent during my 3rd year of high school. The first thing, you had a secret crush on your neighbor's older sister Gu Yanxi, but unfortunately she got accepted into Longjing Martial Arts University in her 1st year of high school. Her whole family moved to the 9th security zone, leaving your unrequited love to fade away unresolved. Reading this, I was already half convinced. No one else knew about this, not even Gu Yanxi herself. The second thing, the deepest regret of your life was when you were little and went to watch TV at the old neighbor's house. That afternoon, your parents searched everywhere for you, even calling your name as they passed that room. Thinking they were dragging you back home, you turned off the TV and pretended no one was there. Only later did you learn that your grandfather had suddenly fallen gravely ill that afternoon. His dying wish was to see you one last time. You never watched TV again after that. Reading this, I nearly dropped the diary. This is my deepest regret. Grandfather cherished me the most. When I was a chubby child swimming in the river, he'd watch from the bank, proudly telling others I was his grandson. I never got to see grandfather one last time. My heart still aches whenever I think about it. Since then, I've stopped watching TV altogether. I buried the pain deep inside, never daring or willing to bring it up, yet my future self knew every detail without fail. The third matter. Honestly, it's a bit embarrassing to say out loud, but once I mention it, you'll have no more doubts, right, Sumu? The so-called rising 8th saint of humanity, the yet-to-awaken peerless genius, the future guardian deity of mankind. To be honest, if I'd read this 3rd entry first, I wouldn't even have needed to see the first 2 to know this diary was left by my future self. Confirming it was left by my future self means one thing: humanity will face extinction in the future. And beneath the 3rd entry in the diary, my future self had written one sentence in blood-red letters: "You must kill Ning-yi." Chapter 2, You Absolutely Must Die by Chin Bin's Hand. I'm home. The moment I entered, I threw my backpack onto the sofa. Dad was shirtless and dripping with sweat as he hauled the electric fan out of my room, pointing its head toward the dining table. "Welcome back, Moo," he said. "Go wash your hands and eat. Your mom made braised pork with black-haired pig meat today. I wanted to wait until after your talent awakened tomorrow, to help boost your vitality, but your mom insisted you try it first." Mom Lu Yufan set the reheated leftovers on the table and said, I just wanted to try it out. This is my first time cooking with meat from one of the others. Not sure if it'll suit your tastes. My brother Suyang, already seated at the table, called to me, "Bro, if you don't come eat now, I'll finish it all." Mom shot him a glare. "Yanger, just have a taste. This meat is specially bought for your brother. He's got 6 months left until the college entrance exams and needs to replenish his energy. You can have more later. I'll buy regular pork next time and make you a big plate of it." Suyang swallowed his saliva pitifully and nodded obediently. "I understand, Mom." I sat down at the dining table, but my mind was restless, still preoccupied with thoughts about the diary. According to its contents, my future self had set conditions in the diary. Some entries would only appear at specific times or once I was strong enough to handle them. I could roughly guess why my future self did this. Knowing certain outcomes about some people or events in advance would alter my mindset when facing them. Learning too soon might even invite unnecessary trouble. Just like the name Ningyi mentioned in that note left by my future self, only the name was given, with no other information. I suspect my future self wanted to tell me that this person called Ningyi is extremely important, but with my current abilities and circumstances, even if I encountered him, I might not be able to kill him. So information about him will probably have to wait until a certain time in the future, or until I've reached a certain level of strength. But why did my future self use crimson red font to leave that message? Based on my understanding of myself, it's likely that person is simply too important. Even though my future self knew it was improbable, he couldn't help using this method to make my present self remember him, clutching at the faint hope that Ningyi might be eliminated earlier. Though I'm intensely curious about Ningyi, right now I'm more eager to know what comes next in the diary. The diary states that the next page's contents will appear 12 hours before my talent awakens, which would be tonight at midnight. More, what's wrong? Why aren't you eating? Did Mom make something you don't like? Lu Yufan noticed my unusual silence and placed a piece of braised pork in my bowl. Tasting the flavor left on her chopsticks, she murmured to herself, "I simmered it for over an hour, should be well marinated by now." Then she turned to Su Yang, whose face was smeared with sauce, and asked, "Yanger, is the braised pork flavorful enough for you?" Su Yang hastily nodded, "This black pig's meat tastes 10,000 times better than regular pork." Lu Yufan smiled contentedly. "Don't exaggerate so much. You can have one more piece, then no more, the rest is for your brother." Su Yang nodded and said, "Got it, Mom. I can't wait to grow up. By the time I'm close to the college entrance exams, I'll get to eat delicious food every day too." Su Dashin burst into laughter. "You little foodie, this is nothing. If you get into a top-tier martial arts university in the future, the food there is even better. I heard their canteens use exotic beast meat from battlefields for cooking daily, and every student at a top-tier martial arts university even gets a monthly blood meat subsidy." Su Yang's eyes sparkled. "Really? So when Big Bro gets into a top-tier martial arts university, he can take me to campus to eat all those delicious things?" Lu Yufan shot him a glance, "Always counting on your brother. Your brother won't even have enough for himself by then." Su Yang grinned mischievously. "I'll just have a taste, not too much." Infected by the warm atmosphere around the dinner table, I shook my head and temporarily set aside thoughts about the diary. After all, new content wouldn't appear until after midnight. Worrying about it now would just cause unnecessary stress. Taking a big bite of braised pork, I said, "I'm fine, Mom. This pork is really delicious." "Dad, Mom, you should try some too." Su Dashin and Lu Yufan exchanged glances before saying, "Alright, you and Yanger should eat up. You're both still growing, while we old folks might not be able to handle such rich food." Su Yang interjected, "Bro, I can eat it. My constitution won't be overwhelmed by such nourishing food." I gave him a sideways glance, placed a piece of braised pork in his bowl, and said with a laugh, "You're always ready to eat? Make sure you eat and hit the books. I'll quiz you on human history tonight when you've got some free time." Ha! At my words, Su Yang, who had been chewing on the pork, suddenly found the meat in his bowl much less appetizing. The dinner table was filled with laughter and chatter, but a trace of worry lingered in my heart. "Dad, Mom, Xiaoyang, I won't let anything happen to you all. Humanity will not fall." The night grew deeper as I returned to my tiny room of less than 10 square meters. This was my haven of absolute freedom. Lying on the bed, I closed the basics of martial arts and glanced at the alarm clock. The hour hand had already reached 11:59. Seeing that the time was almost right, I rolled off the bed, fetched the leather-bound diary from beneath it, and went to the desk. I switched on the desk lamp as the clock struck midnight. Impatiently, I opened the diary. The previous page still glared with mankind's annihilation and those crimson words. I tried turning to the next page. What had been impossible to flip earlier now opened with effortless ease. The first sentence sent a shock through my heart. "After your talent awakens, you must immediately die by Chen Bin's hands." Quite the shocking statement, isn't it? But I'm not joking with you. Listen carefully as I explain. At noon tomorrow, your talents will begin awakening, and you'll awaken an unprecedented EX rank ability. Reading this, I was stunned. EX rank talent? I've studied talent classifications before, and the highest tier was only SSS rank. The future version of me in the diary seemed aware of my confusion and explained, so-called EX rank talents are those that surpass SSS rank talents. Humanity has never had an EX rank talent appear before. Even among the myriad races, those possessing EX rank talents are exceedingly rare. Each one is heavily protected. That's why the highest talent level known to humans is SSS rank. EX rank talents are extraordinarily powerful. Every individual who possesses one will, barring accidents, inevitably become an absolute powerhouse. Yet until humanity's extinction, not a single additional EX rank talent holder emerged. I'm humanity's sole possessor of an EX rank talent? My breathing grew rapid. However, your EX rank talent has repeatedly been called the most useless EX rank talent, because your EX rank ability is posthumous replication. Posthumous replication, as the name suggests, means that after your death, you can replicate the talent of the person who killed you. But think about it, once you're dead, even if you copy their ability, what use is it? Pretty useless, right? My heart instantly went cold. But I quickly composed myself, since my future self said this, surely it wasn't just to mock me. Previously, I was told I must die at Chen Bin's hands. Could it be related to him? Chen Bin is the rich kid in our class. His grades aren't great, but his family has money and bought him plenty of supplements even before his talent awakened. He's always showing off in class. Someone like me, born ordinary yet more talented than him, exists in an entirely different world from his. He looks down on me, and I can't be bothered with him either. I continued reading the diary. As someone smart, you've probably guessed it by now. Yes, the key lies with Chen Bin. Chen Bin will awaken an SSS tier talent tomorrow. Death rewind for 12 hours. Death rewind for 12 hours allows the user to return to a point 12 hours prior after dying. This ability is ridiculously overpowered. If not for some limitations, it could even rank among the weakest EX tier talents. Now imagine what would happen when your post-mortem duplication meets death rewind for 12 hours? Death and duplication plus rewinding time 12 hours upon death. My head felt like it was exploding. My innate ability is to replicate the talents of whoever kills me after death. Combined with rewinding time 12 hours upon death, this means every time I die, I can copy one of their abilities and return to 12 hours earlier. In theory, I can infinitely duplicate talents. I saw my future self write in the diary. You must have realized it by now. That's right, infinite talent duplication. Once you obtain Chen Bin's ability, your utterly useless EX rank talent will instantly transform into the most powerful EX rank ability. Without a doubt. And this is just the first step. My blood instantly surged with excitement. If what my future self said was true, I was about to become legendary. But then, my future self added, the first step is to ensure you absolutely must die by Chen Bin's hand. It can only be by his hand. If you die by anyone else's, then you will truly be dead. This felt like a bucket of cold water dumped over my head. Indeed, even if I could replicate talents by dying, what good would it do if I perished by someone else's hand? Moreover, the thought of willingly marching to my death left me uneasy, even though I knew the stakes and the outcome. I irritably closed the diary, then opened it again after some thought. If what my future self said was true, that I awakened posthumous replication while Chen Bin awakened death rewinding by 12 hours, then it'd be worth taking the risk. What's there to fear about dying? I took a deep breath and continued reading the diary. My future self continued, well, I suppose you still need some time to adjust your mindset, but I know myself, if all this is real, I wouldn't mind taking risks, so I believe you can do it too. After completing the first step, everything is far from over. What I'm about to tell you next is equally important. Then, the future version of himself began introducing Chen Bin's circumstances. Chen Bin was the son of Chen Tianhe from the Baihe city's Chen family. At 18, he awakened an SSS grade talent allowing him to rewind time by 12 hours. With his family's support, he was admitted to Dragon Capital Martial Arts University and repeatedly entered the myriad races battlefield. With the boost from his talent, he rapidly accumulated military merits on the myriad races battlefield, becoming a third-realm martial artist within 7 years. In the year 10,129 of the martial calendar, he reached the fourth realm and was hailed as one of the human race's 9 stars alongside 8 other elite talents of his generation. That same year in July, he killed the other 8 individuals, stole the human race's strategic deployment plans for the eastern war zone of the myriad race's battlefield, and defected from the human race. In the 10,130th year of the martial era, as the vanguard commander leading the assault against humanity, he broke through the eastern war zone of the battlefield of all races with an army of 100,000 allied races. Reading these accounts, my fists gradually clenched. I had originally thought Chen Bin was just a spoiled rich kid, someone I held no major grudge against, never imagining he would become a traitor to humanity in the future. I desperately wanted to know why he would betray our kind. My future self seemed to anticipate this question, saying, **, you must be wondering why he turned against humanity, right? **. I asked him that same question once. Do you know how he answered me? **. He said that after encountering a certain individual on the battlefield of myriad races, he realized that with such beings existing among them, humanity could never achieve victory. Rather than inevitably following humankind to defeat, it was better to abandon the sinking ship early and join the winning side. Strange, isn't it? Just what kind of person could make someone with the talent of death rewinding, someone who should have experienced countless deaths, become so terrified that they'd betray humanity? I have some idea, but I can't tell you now. One thing's certain though, if anyone in humanity can defeat that person, it would definitely be you. Finally, my future self said, after all this talk, we should return to the main point. If you've successfully completed the first step, then immediately begin working on the second step as I instructed. Kill Chen Bin before he awakens his talent. Unknowingly, the day for awakening talents arrived. The entire senior year gathered on the school sports field, lining up before the temporary talent awakening machines. My class was assigned to the third testing area, and many of my classmates were visibly excited. My deskmate Li Shandong leaned closer and asked, "The talent awakening is about to begin. Aren't you excited, Mu?" I replied, not exactly excited, but a little nervous. I took a deep breath and glanced behind me, spotting Chen Bin with his dyed blonde hair, soaking up the flattery from those around him with a smug expression. He didn't seem to notice me watching. At this moment, the person in charge of the talent awakening device at the front loudly announced, "We will now begin awakening talents. Everyone line up according to your student numbers. When your name is called, come forward to awaken your talent. After awakening, do not linger in the square. You may proceed directly to the school's training hall for martial arts practice or to the school library to find suitable body refinement techniques and breathing methods." The students began lining up. Suddenly, I stepped out of the line and quickly moved to the front, saying to Fong Ling, "Excuse me, classmate Fong Ling, my phone ran out of battery. Would you mind lending me your phone to send a text message to my family? I left something at home and need to ask them to bring it for me." Fong Ling was momentarily startled before hurriedly taking out her phone and handing it to me. I took the phone, smiled at her, and quickly walked away. A few nearby girls started gossiping, causing Fong Ling's fair cheeks to blush slightly. After a moment, I returned the phone to Fong Ling and rejoined the line. About half an hour later, it was finally my turn. The talent awakener was a completely black metal sphere. I stepped inside, placed my hand on the device as instructed, and began awakening my talent. A sharp sound rang in my ears, followed by a message appearing in my mind, EX grade talent, posthumous replication, upon death, you can replicate the target's talent. As your strength grows, the scope of replication will expand. This talent matched exactly what my future self had described in the diary. Not only that, but as my power increased, I'd be able to replicate more than just talents. But for now, it's still a completely useless EX grade talent. The voice of the equipment supervisor next to me snapped me out of my daze, and I nodded before quickly stepping out of the talent awakening device. Instead of heading to the training hall or library, I went to a secluded grove on campus. After waiting for over 10 minutes, Chen Bin appeared, shouting, "Lingling, I'm here. Where are you? What did you want to tell me?" This guy had awakened an almost immortal SSS grade talent and, fresh after awakening, already thought the campus goddess had asked him out. Truly riding high on his luck. "My name is Su Mu. Today, I ran into Chen Bin, that bastard who acts like heaven's gift to mankind. So full of himself he probably thinks even the air smells sweeter around him." When he saw me appear, he exclaimed in disbelief, "Su Mu, what are you doing here? Where's Lingling?" I didn't answer his question but countered directly, "If I'm not mistaken, the ability you awakened is rewinding death by 12 hours, isn't it?" His expression was utterly priceless. How did you know?" he blurted out in astonishment. After receiving his affirmative reply, my anxiously hanging heart finally settled down. Although I had confirmed the diary was left by my future self, this matter of walking to my death required utmost caution. Now that both my talent and his talent have been confirmed, the plan shouldn't deviate from course. Locking eyes with him, I said, "Not only do I know you awakened an SSS grade talent, but I also know you transferred to our school because you murdered a classmate during a manic episode at your previous institution. Did you think you could escape the martial law's judgment with your family's influence? Impossible." His eyes were bloodshot as he grabbed me by the collar. I continued, "You can't escape. I'll expose your actions and your talent. Soon, everyone will despise you." I provoked him further, "You're nothing but a coward running away. Without your family, you're worthless. Fong Ling will never love you." Finally, he couldn't hold back and roared, "I'll kill you." The next moment, the knife plunged into my body, again and again. The excruciating pain twisted my face into a grimace. As my consciousness gradually faded, I couldn't help but mutter, "This frenzy incense really lasts a long time." Then everything went completely black. The frenzied aroma is incredibly sweet-smelling. When ordinary people inhale it, their attack power increases, while those with manic disorders become frenzied and lose their rationality. Priced at 3,000 per milliliter, I spent over a decade's worth of New Year's money savings on it. Fortunately, the effects were worth it. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself in a pitch-black void. At its center, a golden orb flew toward me and merged into my body. Instantly, new information flooded my mind. I had replicated Chen Bin's SSS tier talent, Death Rewind, 12 hours. Rewinding to 12 hours before my death, I felt the side effects of using this ability. The mental exhaustion left me drowsy, and I still faintly recalled the excruciating pain from the moment I died. I pulled the diary out from under my bed and flipped it open to read the words my future self had left for me. He instructed me to kill Chen Bin before he awakened his talent, even prepping me mentally by labeling Chen a traitor who would doom humanity in the future. Killing him, he said, was to protect both our race and my family. He also mentioned that eliminating Chen Bin behind human lines wouldn't be easy, but I could leverage other people's power. I finished reading the diary quickly, sweat beading on my forehead from mental exhaustion, but now wasn't the time for sleep. I took out white paper, folded it into a heart shape, then retrieved black clothes, a face mask, and a baseball cap from under my bed before climbing out the window. Arriving at exit 2 of the nearby subway station, I slipped the heart-shaped paper beneath the metal door of a newspaper kiosk, knocked a few times, and departed. About half an hour later, the metal door of the newsstand opened and took the paper. I returned to my room, threw my clothes and other items into the river, and finally let out a sigh of relief. If nothing goes wrong, I probably won't see Chen Bin tomorrow. I used the secret contact method of the cult of alien worship, a group of human traitors who seek to side with the alien races. They often stir up trouble behind human lines, which is why our teacher warned us not to reveal our talents. Humanity has tried to purge these cult of alien worship members active behind the lines, but since they are human themselves, they're extremely difficult to detect. Some have even been lurking for over a decade or two, blending in perfectly with ordinary people, making their eradication incredibly challenging. I lay in bed with mixed feelings. This was my first time killing someone, albeit through someone else's hands. Even though my target was a future traitor to humanity, that strange sensation in my heart just wouldn't go away. I think this must be the reason why my future self didn't reveal too much in the diary. I shook my head with a bitter smile, forcing myself to focus on the contents of the diary to avoid overthinking. According to what was written, the next page would only unlock after I awaken my talent again during the day today. If nothing unexpected happens, I should awaken 2 talents this time. With these thoughts in mind, I drifted into a deep sleep. Your awakening is about to happen, Moo. Aren't you excited? Excited? Nothing to be excited about. I yawned. Still the same old conversation. The school playground was packed with senior high students, all lined up waiting for their talent awakening. Oddly enough, Chen Bin with his dyed blonde hair was nowhere to be seen today. As we waited for our talents to awaken, the homeroom teacher hastily answered a phone call and hurried off the playground. A moment later, he returned with a grave expression. All students from Class 5, return to the classroom after your awakening. I have something important to announce. Seeing the homeroom teacher's solemn expression, the students of Class 5 began murmuring in confusion. Li Xiangdong curiously leaned over and asked me, Bro Mu, what do you think old man's going to announce? Judging by his expression, it doesn't seem like good news. I shook my head, no idea. Probably something related to talent's awakening? I naturally knew it was 80% related to Chen Bin, but I couldn't say that aloud. Soon it was my turn for awakening. Stepping again into the black spherical talent awakening machine, I felt as if an entire lifetime had passed. I placed my hand on the device, and the next moment, 2 pieces of information appeared in my mind. EX tier talent, posthumous replication, SSS tier talent, rewind death by 12 hours. It worked. I let out a sigh of relief and stepped out of the talent awakening device before the operator could even call me. After waiting for Li Xiangdong outside, we headed toward Class 5 together. By the time we arrived at the classroom, many were already seated, everyone discussing why the homeroom teacher had summoned us back. Do you think the teacher might be planning to teach us some special body refining techniques or breathing methods? The body refining techniques and breathing methods in the school library are all the most basic ones. It'd be great if the teacher could give us some private tutoring. Don't get your hopes up. Since the teacher chose to stay and teach at a high school in the human rear guard, their own strength probably only reaches the 7th or 8th level of warrior apprentice. They wouldn't have any good body refining techniques or breathing methods to share. I'm just fantasizing a little. On the path of martial arts, apart from talent, the most crucial factors affecting our strength are just a few: body refining techniques, breathing methods, and martial arts. We can't learn martial arts yet since we're not official warriors, so body refining techniques and breathing methods are the only things we can strive for now. If you really want better body refining techniques and breathing methods, you'd better have your family spend some money to buy them from the market. It's just around 100 or 200,000, but they're at least a tier higher than what the school provides. We're getting off track, aren't we? Weren't we discussing old class monitor? I actually have a discovery. What do you mean? Didn't you notice Chen Bin was absent during today's talent awakening? As the conversation continued, the homeroom teacher entered the classroom, and silence instantly fell. With a solemn expression, he scanned the room to confirm no one was missing before speaking. Classmates, I need to share some tragic news. Just moments ago, I received news that our classmate Chen Bin was attacked by the heterodox cult in the early hours this morning and tragically passed away. As soon as the homeroom teacher finished speaking, the students began whispering among themselves, mostly shocked expressions among the boys, while the girls couldn't help but feel sorrowful. The teacher had anticipated this and waited a moment before saying, "All right, everyone, settle down. We all deeply regret what happened to Chen Bin, but regrets are just regrets. The past is beyond reach, but the future still holds lessons. I must warn you all, while remaining vigilant against the myriad races, you must also beware of traitors and collaborators within humanity. Only by protecting yourselves can you contribute to humanity's cause, and only then will you avoid bringing sorrow to your family and friends. Above all, improve your strength as quickly as possible. Only with sufficient power can those hidden vermin lurking in the shadows fail to harm you. After returning today, those with means should have their families purchase suitable body refining techniques and breathing methods. Those without can practice from the school library's collection. Also, prepare sufficient blood provisions. Everyone, work hard to improve your strength. For these 6 months, the school will do its best to assist you. Each person will receive a monthly subsidy of 1,000 yuan, which can meet the basic requirements for blood nourishment. The school has also established scholarship programs. Progress tests for cultivation will be conducted monthly, with corresponding awards. First place scholarships of 30,000 yuan, second place scholarships of 20,000 yuan, and third place scholarships of 10,000 yuan. Additionally, there is a one-time special scholarship of 100,000 yuan for exceptionally outstanding students. Remember, everyone, safety advice can only reduce potential dangers. What truly helps you is your own strength. Alright, that's all for now. One final reminder, the first vital energy test will take place tomorrow. Don't be late. With that, the homeroom teacher swiftly left the classroom. The moment he was gone, the room erupted in chaos. Chen Bin is dead. Though he hadn't been well liked in class, with only a few close friends, he was still a classmate we'd seen every day. Meeting his end at the hands of the heterodox cult inevitably cast a pall over everyone. I felt the same. Even though I'd used the heterodox cult to eliminate him, knowing full well he would become humanity's future traitor, I was just a high school senior. Only days ago, my biggest dream had been getting into a good university, buying my family a bigger house, and giving them a better life. Now, I bore the crushing responsibility of thwarting humanity's downfall and had personally orchestrated a classmate's death through the cult. No one can understand the inner struggle, but I have no regrets. I know why my future self wanted me to kill him. Chen Bin is humanity's future traitor, and more importantly, like me, he possesses death rewinding. If I don't kill him, once he betrays humanity and discovers my existence, he might rewind to 12 hours before manifesting his ability, then I'd be the one to die. Only by eliminating him before his awakening and cutting short his timeline can I remove this threat for good. So, Chen Bin must die. Chen Bin's death was like tossing a stone into water, ripples forming briefly, then stillness returning as if nothing happened. I'm more concerned about the contents on the next page of the diary right now. Mugu, wanna hit the internet cafe? Hee hee, now that we've finally awakened our talents, let's unwind a bit. No, I'm in a hurry to get home. I'm heading off now. Chapter 7, Gaining Another Talent. The Book of Wisdom. The familiar aroma of meat hits me as soon as I step through the door. Lu Yufan seems to have timed Su Mu's return perfectly. The meat stew had been simmering since early on. He greedily took a deep breath. Su Mu didn't linger any longer. Instead, he quickly returned to his room. Pulling out the diary from beneath his bed, he lay down and began reading. As he had expected, after he successfully awakened 2 talents, the next page of the diary became turnable again. To Su Mu's slight surprise, on the next page of the diary, there was a small indentation, inside which lay a black insect the size of a fingernail. Without paying much attention to the black insect, Su Mu looked at the writing in the diary. Congratulations, my past self from 10 years ago. When you read these words, it means you've successfully completed all the previous plans. By now, you should possess 2 talents and have no more lingering worries. Believe me, what follows will be the rise of your martial path. From now on, there's only one most important thing for you. Prepare with complete focus for the college entrance exam 6 months later. You absolutely must, get admitted to Longjing Martial Arts University. Seeing yet another must appear in the text. Su Mu had already grown somewhat accustomed to it. He continued reading downward. Right now, what he wanted to know even more was what the hell this insect was. By now, you must have seen the insect I placed on this page. You should be grateful for this insect's uniqueness. If not for its special properties, I wouldn't have been able to slip it into this diary. This insect is none other than the wisdom worm. Your experience is still too limited to understand what the wisdom worm is, so let me give you a brief introduction. The wisdom wormkin is an incredibly miraculous race among all species. In their lineage, only one exists per generation, and each one awakens the same SSS rank talent, the Book of Wisdom, and the inheritance method of their lineage relies precisely on this identical SSS rank talent, the Book of Wisdom. Each generation's Book of Wisdom awakened by the intelligent insect race contains the accumulated memories of all previous generations' Books of Wisdom. Possessing a single intelligent insect equates to inheriting the untold years of memories preserved by their entire lineage. One could say the myriad race's ability to analyze and discern humanity's awakened talents ultimately stems from the intelligent insect race's assistance. Their Book of Wisdom encompasses nearly all talents ever awakened by both the myriad races and humanity throughout countless years. This very intelligent insect was obtained by humanity at the cost of innumerable fallen elites. After all this explanation, I believe you've surmised my implication. Exactly, I sent it here specifically for you to obtain the Wisdom Book of the Enlightened Insectoid. Originally, the enlightened insectoids possess no offensive capabilities. However, after acquiring this particular one, I nurtured it for quite some time. Now, whenever it bites someone, it releases a slow-acting venom. Without treatment, the bitten person will die within 12 hours. Besides this, I've also made some modifications and restrictions to its Wisdom Book ability, embedding certain information that can only be accessed once specific power levels are reached, while erasing all memories related to the battles between humans and the myriad races over the next decade. Some things must remain unknown to be changed. I believe you'll appreciate my modifications. Oh, by the way, once you obtain the Wisdom Book, you can kill this enlightened insect. Its corpse can be used to brew potions or other means to enhance your strength. The next time you open this diary should be after you're admitted to Longjing Martial Arts University. After reading the words in the diary, Sumu clenched the insect in his hand. From the outside appearance, this intelligent worm looked no different from an ordinary insect. According to the diary's account, Sumu directly pinched the intelligent worm and pressed its massive frontal mandibles against his own skin. It seemed to be the result of training. The wisdom worm immediately bit down on Sumu's skin. A tingling numbness spread from the wound. After finishing its bite, Sumu then placed the intelligent worm inside a transparent container. All that remained was to wait quietly for 12 hours. When Sumu opened his eyes again, he felt nothing but excruciating pain in his head. In his hand, he still held the wisdom worm that had just bitten him. Meanwhile, in his mind, a new piece of information effortlessly emerged. SSS grade talent. The Book of Wisdom? Book of Wisdom possesses the abilities of identification and analysis, storage and retrieval, optimization and simplification. It can store all memories within the Book of Wisdom and pass them down to the next generation through bloodline power. It was right after this information appeared. A mechanical voice suddenly echoed in Sumu's mind. Ding, the Super AI Deep Blue is at your service. What the hell? Hearing that mechanical voice, Sumu frowned. Then it suddenly occurred to him what his future self had written in the diary, that he had modified the Book of Wisdom in some way, claiming he would definitely like the modifications. Could this be the modification he meant? What abilities do you have? Deep Blue was born from the SSS grade talent, the Book of Wisdom. It possesses both the accumulated memories of the intelligent Zerg race over countless years and vast amounts of human data stored later. It will assist you in better utilizing the Book of Wisdom. Allow me to briefly explain my abilities next. 1. Identification Analysis. Deep Blue contains a database encompassing nearly all records of myriad races and humanity. It can assist you in identifying the talents of both races, categorizing the myriad races, and recognizing various natural treasures, weapons, and items. You may regard Deep Blue as an almost omniscient compendium of all things. 2. Optimization and simplification. With the extensive database at Deep Blue's disposal and the innate capabilities of the Book of Wisdom talent, Deep Blue can assist you in refining your movements during cultivation. It continuously optimizes your training methods, combat techniques, and fighting styles by analyzing your evolving physical data across different stages of growth. 3. Interface display. This feature was added later. As Deep Blue is a postnatally modified Super AI brain, it can display your physical data in the simplest digitized form, notify you about talent replication progress, and assist you in better cultivation, etc. After hearing Deep Blue's introduction, Sumu's jaw had practically dropped to the floor. Wasn't this Deep Blue exactly the kind of golden finger system he'd read about in novels? Did my future self actually turn the talent of the Book of Wisdom into a goddamn system? While stunned, Sumu grew increasingly curious about his future self. What kind of role did his future self play in that future? What extraordinary abilities did he possess? Not only did he obtain the Wisdom Worm, but he could also modify its innate talents. But no matter what, as my future self had said, I really love this transformation of his. Chapter 8, Myriad Races Body Tempering Art. Inatol Fetal Breathing Technique. Name, Sumu. Chi blood value, 0.72. The average among ordinary humans before cultivation is 0.6. Body tempering technique, none. Breathing method, none. Martial arts, none. Talents, EX grade, posthumous replication, SSS grade, death rewind 12 hours, Book of Wisdom. A faint blue interface materialized before Sumu's eyes. This was a character panel generated for him by Deep Blue based on his physical data. Of course, Deep Blue's capabilities extend far beyond just this. Deep Blue, find me the most suitable body tempering techniques and breathing methods. Ding. Initiating search process for you. Ding. Multiple data matches found. Now filtering selections based on your physical condition and awakened talents. Ding. Scanning in progress. Ding. Scan completed successfully. After analysis, the most suitable body refinement manuals for you at present are Myriad Race's Body Refinement Technique and Primordial Embryonic Breathing Method. Myriad Race's Body Refinement Technique, created by a human powerhouse, the supreme body refinement art was derived through enlightenment of the cultivation methods of countless races. Depending on individual circumstances, practitioners can choose to emulate different races from the myriad species during various stages of cultivation, thereby achieving the effect of synthesizing the strengths of all races to surpass them all. Innate embryonic breathing technique, created by a powerful being from the myriad races, this supreme breathing method is based on the most primal, natural state of all living things. With each inhalation, all meridians contract. With each exhalation, all meridians expand. Through the cycle of breath, all meridians become unobstructed, allowing qi and blood to flow freely. This leads to the harmony of heaven and man, embodying the natural way of the Tao. Long-term practice not only enhances comprehension but, when combined with body tempering and combat techniques, can significantly elevate one's martial arts realm. According to Deep Blue's analysis of your physical data, before stepping into the realm of a first-level martial artist, you should first cultivate the chapters of the Primordial Beast Body Refinement Art, the Great Ape Clan, the Golden Rock Clan, and the Diamond Ox Clan. A massive amount of information unfolded before Sumu's eyes. According to the information provided by Deep Blue, the Myriad Race's body refining technique and primordial fetal breathing method it provided were among the most supreme existences in body refinement and breathing techniques. Moreover, they were the most suitable body refining technique and breathing method for Sumu's current physical condition. This was the formidable aspect of the Book of Wisdom after being modified by his future self. Possessing a certain level of intelligence and combined with its vast information repository, if utilized properly, it could provide immense assistance to Sumu's martial path. After resting for a while, Sumu carefully collected the corpse of the wisdom worm. During the previous rewind, he had already killed the wisdom worm. After all, it was an alien species. If left alive and discovered by the 10,000 races, it would only bring unnecessary trouble. Moreover, its corpse could later be used to concoct some potions to boost his chi and blood energy. Luckily, this intellect insect's entire life's capability lay in its innate talents. Had it been otherwise, Sumu, who hadn't even officially begun cultivating yet, wouldn't have known whether he could kill it. But this was surely something his future self had already anticipated. After carefully storing both the intellect insect's corpse and the diary, Sumu began cultivating the Inital fetal breathing technique and the Myriad Race's body tempering art. The Inital fetal breathing technique was manageable, though Sumu spent some time on it. With Deep Blue's guidance, he eventually mastered this powerful breathing method. Upon his very first attempt using the Inital fetal breathing technique, Sumu immediately felt his mind clear, as if everything around him had suddenly sharpened into focus. The cultivation of the 10,000 races body refinement art isn't this straightforward. This 10,000 races body refinement art isn't merely a technique created by mimicking a single race among the 10,000, nor is it a mishmash incorporating aspects from all races indiscriminately. Rather, it's the kind of technique where at different stages, depending on each individual's unique circumstances, one learns and incorporates the strengths of various races among the 10,000. Sumu is still just an ordinary person who has barely set foot on the martial path. According to Deep Blue's recommendation, before reaching the first-tier warrior level, the most suitable cultivation techniques for his physical condition are the body refinement arts from the myriad races, specifically those of the Great Ape Clan, the Golden Rock Clan, and the Ironhide Bull Clan. Among myriad races, the Great Ape Clan stands at the forefront when it comes to pure strength, especially during the pre-first-tier warrior phase. The Golden Rock Clan, on the other hand, is renowned across the races for its unmatched speed. As for the Ironhide Bull Clan, its greatest attribute lies in the innate physique of its newborns, considered peerless even among the myriad races. Combining the strengths of three races is bound to forge an exceptionally solid foundation for Sumu's training before reaching the first realm of martial arts. However, cultivating this technique proves extraordinarily difficult in practice. Just mastering the chapter on the giant ape tribe alone had Sumu grimacing in pain during training. After completing one cycle of practice for all three chapters from the myriad race's body refinement art, Sumu was already lying on the ground, panting heavily, unable to even maintain the operation of his innate fetal breathing technique. Collapsed exhaustedly on the ground as he recovered his strength. Suddenly, his younger brother Su Yang's voice came from outside. "Brother, come out for dinner." "Oh, coming." Perhaps it was because it was his first time practicing cultivation. At that moment, Sumu felt an intense hunger surging from every part of his body. He struggled to climb up from the ground. He grabbed the towel beside him and wiped away his sweat. Given his current condition, attempting a second round of cultivation was probably impractical. All he wanted now was to grab a bite to eat and then enjoy a good long sleep. He arrived at the dining table. Looking at the steaming hot food, Sumu could no longer restrain himself and transformed into a ravenous ghost, devouring the entire basin of black-haired pork meat before him at an astonishing speed. His terrifying eating pace left Su Dashan and the others wide-eyed in shock. "Brother, you. Su Yang's small face was plastered with astonishment. Meanwhile, after polishing off most of the food on the table, Sumu himself was shocked by his own appetite. After all, he had rewound time this round specifically to reclaim the wisdom worm's innate abilities. During his previous timeline's meal, he'd eaten less than a tenth of what he'd consumed now. Back then, his mother Lu Yufan had sighed about misjudging portions on her first attempt and making too much. But now, because of practicing the myriad race's body refining technique and the Inatal breathing technique, Sumu's appetite has surged more than tenfold compared to before. Even more terrifyingly, despite consuming so much, Sumu still feels ravenous. Gurgle, gurgle. The sound from his stomach made Sumu blush with embarrassment. Su Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. "Bro, don't tell me you're still hungry after all that?" Su Dashan suddenly realized something and quickly turned to Lu Yufan at his side. "Mother, is there any more black-haired pork left? Hurry, make some more for Muir." The more he eats, the greater his vital energy is growing. There's still a little left, though not much. I'm not sure if it'll be enough for Muir. Lu Yufan immediately put down her chopsticks and stood up, heading towards the kitchen. "I'll go buy it." Su Dashan hastily grabbed his old wallet. "Where's the passbook? I'll swing by the bank to withdraw some money on the way." Watching his parents busying themselves, Sumu felt a surge of warmth flood his heart. He clenched his fists, silently vowing to train harder. He would definitely work hard to give his parents in Shaoyang a better life. We must prevent the extinction of the human race. Chapter 9, Surging Vital Qi. The Martyrs Cemetery. Name, Sumu. Vital Qi value, 4.13, ungraded martial apprentice. Body refining technique, Myriad Races Body Refinement, Giant Ape Clan Chapter, Golden Rock Clan Chapter, Diamond Ox Clan Chapter. Breathing technique, innate fetal breathing method. Martial skills, none. Talents, EX grade, posthumous replication, SSS grade, death rewind 12 hours, Book of Wisdom. 4.13. After just one session of practicing the Myriad Races body tempering technique, Sumu's Qi and blood value skyrocketed from the original 0.72 straight to 4.13, an increase of over 3 whole points. Although the significant boost might be attributed to it being his first practice session, it still sufficiently demonstrates the immense power of this Myriad Races body tempering technique. Phew, Mu, did you train yesterday? I did my first session last night, and it completely wiped me out. Deskmate Li Shandong excitedly leaned in close to Sumu and whispered. Sumu nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Indeed, the exhaustion from yesterday still felt fresh in his mind. Coupled with the recent time reset, the dual fatigue of both mind and body had driven him straight to bed right after dinner last night. I could barely recover some strength when I got up this morning. To be honest, while I still felt mentally fatigued, my body seemed to brim with inexhaustible energy. Like Li Shangdong, most of my classmates were excitedly sharing their first cultivation experiences from yesterday. Amid the chatter, our balding homeroom teacher finally walked into the classroom. Classmates. He glanced around at his classmates, as if confirming how many were present. After confirming that no students were missing from the class, homeroom teacher Zhang Helia nodded slightly. Before taking you to your first test, I need to bring you to another place first. Everyone prepare yourselves, the school bus is already waiting at the gate. Zhang Helia's words piqued the curiosity of all the classmates present. Under Zhang Helia's lead, Class 5 students formed 2 lines and arrived at the school gate. Several school buses were already parked at the gate, with students from other senior year classes queuing up to board. The students from Class 5 quickly filed into the school buses as well. Sumu chose a seat near the window. Gazing at the gradually receding buildings outside the window, Sumu recalled the words he'd heard before falling asleep last night. He wasn't sure whether it was due to enhanced senses after practicing the Myriad Races body refinement art and the Inatal embryonic breathing technique. Though lying in his own room, Sumu could still clearly hear his parents' conversation in the living room. Honey, black-haired pork is so expensive nowadays, 150 yuan a pound. Given Moore's appetite, he'd easily go through 4 or 5,000 yuan worth in a single day. What a hearty appetite. It shows how much Moore's vitality has improved. As long as my son can make something of himself, I'd be willing to sell everything we have and even beg on the streets to support him. How much money is left at home? Altogether, there's still about 50,000 yuan left. Don't worry about the money. Tomorrow, take out 30,000 and buy more 2 doses of blood toning powder. Spend the rest on nourishing food. This period is crucial for more. Even if we have to tighten our belts, we can't let our child suffer. I'll go tomorrow and see if there are any handicraft workshops. Money was tight. Sumu frowned slightly. The impoverished pursue literature while the wealthy practice martial arts. This saying had never been just empty words. For martial artists, the early-stage enhancement of blood and qi largely relies on consuming blood-rich foods and qi-boosting medicines. Never mind the others. Take Sumu himself as an example. Had he regularly consumed sufficient blood-rich foods and qi-boosting medicines? Then during yesterday's cultivation of the 10,000 races body tempering technique and Inatol fetal breathing method, directly gaining 10 points of qi blood value would have made it entirely possible to directly step into the first level of martial apprentice. I need to find a way to make money. Sumu narrowed his eyes slightly, lost in thought. The school bus soon arrived at their destination. After getting off the bus, the students finally realized where their teacher had brought them today, the Human Martyrs Memorial Cemetery located in their third safety zone. There are a total of 197 safety zones in the human rear areas, with 56 of them belonging to Great Xia. Within Great Xia's territory, every safety zone has established its own Human Martyrs Memorial Cemetery. This is done so that people in every safety zone can learn about the heroic deeds of these martyrs who sacrificed themselves for humanity. The Martyrs Memorial Park is an open-air mountainside. The mountainside is terraced, with each level housing countless tombstones of martyrs. Each gravestone is carved with the heroic deeds of these human martyrs. Before some tombstones, family members of the fallen burn incense and place flowers, mourning their departed loved ones. Everyone, take this seriously. This was the homeroom teacher's first words after all the classmates got off the school bus. Not just him, almost every homeroom teacher warned their entire class to maintain solemnity after all the students disembarked from the buses. But basically, everyone understood what kind of place this was. So every person wisely put away their smiles and followed solemnly at the rear of the group. Today, I brought you here so you can see clearly, the reason we can study peacefully in the rear of the human domain is because of these heroes who sacrificed themselves courageously on the battleground of 10,000 clans. Zhang Helia gazed solemnly at the students below. And in the near future, some among you may very well appear here too. This is the destiny of every person who treads the path of martial arts, as well as the highest honor. I hope each of you understands the meaning of embarking on the path of martial arts. In peaceful times, I wouldn't demand anything from you. Pursuing martial arts could be for fitness, for strength. But in this era, the only goal for every human stepping onto this path is to fight against the myriad races, to protect the people behind you. Because behind you are your families, your friends. At this point, Zhang Heiliu paused, looking somewhat moved as his gaze swept across the sea of tombstones covering the mountainside. After guiding your class, I too will return to the battlefield against the myriad races. I hope one day, you youngsters might have the chance to bring me some flowers and burn a few bundles of spirit money. Alright, I won't say much more. This morning's activity is to properly commemorate the deeds of these martyrs. Gather at the school bus by 11 a.m. for lunch, after which your first Qi blood value test will officially begin. Now, you're free to explore. Oh, one last reminder, don't forget where you are. This isn't school, nor is it your playground for fooling around. If I catch anyone showing disrespect toward these martyrs, don't blame me for being harsh. With that, Zhang Heiliu waved his hand dismissively. The students quickly scattered in all directions. Li Xiangdong promptly made his way to Su Mu's side at this moment, sighing with emotion. Brother Mu, did you hear that just now? Old Ban said he plans to return to the myriad races battlefield after finishing our class. Ah, Old Ban is really. Wouldn't it be better to just stay safely in the rear as a teacher? He's already been to the myriad races battlefield once before, he clearly doesn't have to go again. With his strength, going back now would be like throwing his life away, wouldn't it? Although everyone usually had all kinds of complaints about Old Ban, now that they heard he intended to return to the battlefield, they couldn't help feeling a mix of melancholy and regret. Naturally, Li Xiangdong was no exception. Su Mu glanced at him. Although he didn't approve of the old class leader's actions either, he could understand them. It's precisely because of people like the old class leader that humanity can stand against the myriad races, Su Mu said. Hearing Su Mu's words, Li Xiangdong also sighed, then suddenly thought of something and said, Muji, do you think there's any chance we might run into old classmate on the battlefield? Who knows, maybe my rank will even be higher than his by then. If that really happens, he might have to rely on me for protection. Su Mu shrugged upon hearing this. You really have quite the imagination. Alright, don't forget the purpose of this trip. I'll go take a look over there. He patted Li Xiangdong on the shoulder. Su Mu began reading the epitaphs recounting the deeds of these martyrs. Gu Chanwei, soldier of the 7th Squad, Western Theater, battlefield of 10,000 races, martyr. In the year 10,073 of the martial era, the Black Winghawk clan launched a surprise attack on Base 33 of the Western Theater. Gu Changwei was the first to detect the assault. After fiercely resisting for nearly 3 minutes, he self-detonated to relay the warning of the enemy attack. Fang Hao, captain of the 5th Squad in the Western Theater of the Myriad Races battlefield, martyr. In the 10,087th year of martial Dao calendar, he and his squad encountered the Nether Mountain Cat tribe. After 3 days and nights of bloody combat, they were ultimately captured. To prevent the enemy from extracting intelligence through him, even with only his right hand capable of movement, he reached into his abdominal wound, endured excruciating pain to tear out his own intestines, and died a hero's death. Li Heading, Western Theater of the Myriad Races battlefield. Sumu felt his scalp tingling as he read through the deeds of each martyr. Around him, the anguished wails of bereaved family members occasionally pierced the air. He had barely taken 2 steps when a wave of heat suddenly surged toward him. It was the fiery glow from burning paper money, blown onto his face by the wind. He retreated a couple of steps. Staring at the flames that seemed poised to lunge forward, he felt no trace of fear. Instead, I suddenly recalled something my teacher once said in class. When the wind takes form, it's the reluctance of departed souls to leave. Would these martyrs also be reluctant to depart? Sumu clenched his fist. Chapter 10, The Nightwalker, the Fugitive Cultist. Everyone line up according to student numbers. Next, we'll begin testing Qi blood levels. After lunch at noon, the homeroom teacher led Class 5 students to the school's Qi blood testing training hall. The same tests were being conducted for all senior year classes. Each class had a machine for measuring vital energy levels set up in front of them. Yesterday, you all presumably completed your first session of body refining techniques and breathing exercises. However, this is merely your first step into martial arts. Over the next 6 months, you must strive to elevate your vital energy levels as much as possible. Based on last year's admission standards, a vital energy level above 20 points equivalent to the second tier of martial apprentice is required to reach the undergraduate cutoff and enter a Tier 2 martial arts university. A Qi blood value above 40 is required to meet the minimum admission score for a first-tier martial arts university. A Qi blood value above 70 is required to meet the minimum admission score for top-tier martial arts universities. So don't slack off. You still have a long way to go. Jiang Heliu briefly explained last year's admission scores to them. Listening to the scores being called out in increments of tens, varied expressions flashed across each classmate's face. And it was right around this time. The students at the front had already begun testing their Qi blood values. Sumu's student number placed him somewhere in the middle of the lineup. While waiting for the blood energy test, Sumu wasn't sitting idle. His gaze settled on each classmate in front of him one by one. Whenever a classmate caught his attention, a pale blue character interface would materialize beside them. Name, Wang Jun. Blood energy value, 0.63. The average for ordinary humans before cultivation is 0.6. Physical training, popular body tempering technique. Breathing technique, common breathing method. Combat skills, none. Talent, to be analyzed. Name, Yi Wei Kang. Vitality value, 0.73. The average for ordinary humans before cultivation is 0.6. Body refining technique, black boar body refining technique. Breathing technique, white bird breathing technique. Martial skills, none. Talents, pending analysis. Name, Ding Ziyang. Vitality value, 0.63. The average for ordinary humans before cultivation is 0.6. Physique training technique, common physique training. Breathing method, common breathing method. Martial arts, none. Talent, to be analyzed. After being analyzed and evaluated by Deep Blue, an individual's physical data transformed into a character interface displayed before Sumu. Attributes like vitality levels and the practiced body forging techniques or breathing methods could all be deduced from daily behaviors and breathing patterns. For those with exceptional abilities, they wouldn't even need instruments to measure vitality, just a glance would reveal a person's vitality values in cultivated body forging breathing techniques. Enhanced by his future self's modifications and grounded in the wisdom tomes encyclopedic knowledge spanning humanity in myriad races, accomplishing this came effortlessly to Deep Blue. However, innate abilities are different in this regard. For most people who have awakened abilities, as long as they don't use them, ordinary individuals can hardly discern what their abilities are. To analyze a person's ability, one must have extensive behavioral data about them as reference or directly witness them using it. Only then can one accurately determine what someone's ability is. Likewise, when the myriad races used the wisdom worm to analyze human abilities, they did so by gathering abundant data from human battles. Although Deep Blue had been modified, it was ultimately derived from the wisdom book talent of the intelligent insect race, so it couldn't escape this fundamental law. However, given enough time, Deep Blue could analyze almost any talent possessed by a human or any member of the myriad races. Moreover, in a certain sense, Sumu's Deep Blue was capable of analyzing more talents than even the current intelligent insect race's wisdom book could decipher among the myriad races. Because Sumu's mindworm comes from 10 years in the future. 10 years is neither long nor short as timeframes go. At the very least, anything that the Zerg mind species from the 10,000 races could analyze, Sumu's Deep Blue could also analyze. But what Deep Blue could analyze, that Zerg mind species might not necessarily be able to decipher. Scanning the classmates present one by one. The analytical capabilities of Deep Blue filled first-time user Sumu with a sense of novelty. He took endless delight in observing the physical data readings of classmates moving about the testing facility. From what he could currently observe, those with Chi blood values exceeding 0.8 seemed extremely rare, with the highest being only 0.91, their class bell fumbling. Compared to his own staggering Chi blood value of 4.13, it was truly like comparing heaven and earth. But this was perfectly normal. The high school Sumu attended was just an ordinary one in Security District 3. Not quite top tier, true geniuses are naturally few and far between. If we're talking about elite high schools, there might be geniuses with vitality values exceeding 1. Though one wonders how would old class react if he knew my vitality value was actually 4.13. Lost in thought, the training hall's door was suddenly kicked open with a bang. The loud noise startled all the students inside who were testing their blood energy values. In the next instant, then, over 20 people clad in night patrol uniforms swiftly surrounded the entire training hall. The night patrol were law enforcement officers working in human-controlled territories, primarily responsible for dealing with heretical cults like the worshippers of the other lingering behind human lines, as well as rogue martial artists whose pursuit of martial arts twisted them into violent criminals. Yet what would Nightwalkers be doing inside a training facility? Sumu frowned slightly as the Nightwalker unexpectedly appeared in the training hall, a vague sense of unease creeping into his heart. Everyone stay calm. A ponytailed woman dressed in Nightwalker clothing entered the training hall. With fair skin and delicate features, the ponytailed woman seemed to carry her own spotlight the moment she appeared. Her long, slender legs instantly drew the gazes of many male students. Sumu also took a careful look at the ponytailed woman before him. In the next moment, the character panel of the ponytailed woman appeared before his eyes. Name, unknown. Vitality value, 35,482.57, mid-stage third realm martial artist. Body refinement technique, profounding body refinement art. Breathing technique, celestial in water breath method. Talent, pending analysis. Over 30,000 vitality points. A mid-level third-rank martial artist. This was the strongest person Sumu had ever seen in his entire life. Originally, Sumu had only casually used his Deep Blue scan on this ponytailed woman out of curiosity, simply because she was strikingly beautiful. Unexpectedly, it was the ponytailed woman's strength that shocked him the most. Brother Mu, this Nightwalker sister is so beautiful. If only I could bring her home as my wife. Li Xiangdong somehow ended up beside Sumu without anyone noticing in sight in admiration. Sumu glanced at him and said, if you marry her and have a fight, she could literally beat the shit out of you. Li Xiangdong immediately felt a chill down his spine upon hearing this. Seriously, Brother Mu? Don't scare me like that. This Nightwalker lady doesn't seem like the violent type at all. Sumu shook his head. Whether she was violent or not remained unclear, but one thing was certain, she was undeniably powerful. Right at that moment, the ponytailed woman finally spoke up. Classmates, I apologize for the interruption. I'm Xiaoru, captain of the Nightwalker 1st Squad from the 3rd Security Zone. We suspect that a severely wounded fugitive from the heretic cult has infiltrated your group. We kindly ask for your cooperation in the apprehension. Chapter 11, Death Strikes Again. A-level talent. Xiaoru's words sent waves of unease through everyone in the training ground. The heretic cult. Not a single person in the human rear areas was unaware of the meaning behind these 3 words. They were the parasites of humanity, the venomous snakes lurking in the shadows of mankind's fortifications. Yet for newcomers like them, those who had just stepped onto the martial path not long ago, the heresy cult remained an insurmountable chasm they simply couldn't cross. She seemed to notice the emotions of everyone present. Xiaoru reassured them, don't worry, everyone, we will do our best to keep you safe. Now, please leave the training hall in an orderly fashion, one after another. Form a neat line and don't panic, so the heretics don't get any openings. At that moment, teachers from over a dozen classes stepped forward one after another. Everyone, line up just like we've practiced in class. Don't be afraid, the Night Walkers will protect us. For the first 18 years before their talents awakened, everyone had naturally undergone safety training courses on how to evacuate and escape when encountering followers of the heretic worship sect. So upon hearing their teacher's instructions, the remaining students quickly sprang into action. They lined up in an orderly fashion, preparing to leave the training facility. Sumu's group of classmates also followed behind their homeroom teacher, Zhang Heliu. One by one, they underwent inspection by the night patrol before leaving the training hall. Muji, this is my first time experiencing something like this. Why do I feel kinda excited? Li Xiangdong followed closely behind Sumu, seemingly unable to stay still. He'd always been a chatterbox, so much so that many classmates found him annoying. Only Sumu was willing to listen to his chatter without getting annoyed, occasionally even responding to him. Thus, throughout all 3 years of high school, he had stuck to Sumu like glue. Although Sumu was reluctant to admit it, he couldn't deny that Li Xiangdong had become his closest friend during those 3 years. You really have no fear of death. The followers of the heretic cult are ruthless, they won't make exceptions for jokes. Li Xiangdong grinned slyly. What's there to fear? With Sister Nightwalker and the others around, once I gain enough power, I'll wipe out all these human traitors from the cult of the other. Sumu smiled and said, so it seems your future goal isn't to charge the front lines, but to return behind humanity's defenses and join the Nightwalkers, huh? I haven't decided yet. Mu, what do you think? Li Xiangdong turned to Sumu. Sumu said, as for me, naturally I'll head to the front lines. As long as the myriad races remain unvanquished for even a single day, the cult of obeisance can never be completely eradicated. Only by going to the front lines can we find the fundamental solution. Only by resolving the threat of the myriad races can our human race truly achieve lasting peace. Li Xiangdong's eyes also lit up at these words. Brother Mu, you're absolutely right. Then I'm going to the front line too. As they were talking, the line was about to reach Sumu. At that very moment, Xia Ru's expression suddenly changed drastically nearby. Watch out! As Xia Ru's warning cry still hung in the air, Sumu instantly felt something warm and wet splash across his face. Li Xiangdong, who had just been whispering in his ear, suddenly coughed up a mouthful of bright red blood. In Sumu's line of sight, a black blade's tip pierced through Li Xiangdong's chest from behind. His grinning face turned deathly pale in an instant. Mu Ji. Behind Li Xiangdong's back, a thin, scarred middle-aged man was grinning maliciously. You probably won't make it to the front lines anymore. He yanked the black battle blade out of Li Xiangdong's chest. Then he shot Sumu a cold glance. Without hesitation, he ignored Sumu and swiftly grabbed Fongling, who stood nearby. He pressed his battle blade against Fongling's snow-white neck. Ah! The sudden turn of events. The surrounding students immediately screamed in shock. They quickly retreated from the direction of the scar-faced middle-aged man. The scar-faced man paid no attention to the fleeing students. Instead, his gaze remained fixed on Xia Ru, who was charging toward him not far away, wielding a silver battle blade. If he hadn't grabbed Fongling just now, Xia Ru's battle blade would likely have already cleaved into him. Li Fong, let her go. Xia Ru's gaze swiftly swept over Li Xiangdong, who was gradually losing vitality on the ground before turning an icy stare toward the scar-faced middle-aged man. TSK, Captain Xia, do you think I'm stupid? If I let her go, won't I be the one who dies? The scar-faced middle-aged man looked somewhat pale, yet somewhat smug as he gazed at Fongling in front of him. She's quite the promising seedling, isn't she, Captain Xia? I observed for a while earlier, this little girl's initial Qi blood value test actually reached 0.91. With talent like this, even in the top high schools of the third safe zone, she'd be considered pretty good, right? Given time, she'd probably become at least a third realm, maybe even a fourth realm martial artist. Isn't it a shame for someone like that to die by my hand? My worthless life in exchange for such talent seems like a fair trade, don't you think? Xia Ru responded coldly, let her go, and I'll allow you to leave. I always liked smart people like Captain Xia. The scar-faced middle-aged man laughed heartily. At the very moment the scar-faced man and Xia Ru were locked in confrontation. Nearby, Sumu had already fallen to his knees before Li Xiangdong's corpse. Who could have imagined that someone who just a second ago was saying I'm going to the front lines too, a living, breathing person, could in the next second become a gradually cooling corpse? Mu Ji, what's up with you today? You seem off, spacing out the whole time. We're about to awaken our talents soon, Mu Ji. Aren't you excited? Mu Ji, wanna hit the internet cafe? Hee, now that we've awakened our talents, let's unwind a bit. Phew, brother Mu, did you cultivate yesterday? I tried cultivating for the first time last night, it nearly killed me. Brother Mu. Scenes from the past flashed before Sumu's eyes like a revolving lantern. Don't worry, you won't die. Sumu took a long, deep breath. Then he stood up. His gaze fell upon the scar-faced middle-aged man not far away. At this moment, the scar-faced man was slowly walking toward the training hall's entrance. He held Fongling in his grasp. Fongling, who was being held captive by him, had long paled from terror. Her lips had lost all color, her eyes brimming with helplessness and fear. At that very moment, Sumu quickly dashed towards the direction of the scar-faced middle-aged man. The scar-faced man had all his attention focused entirely on Xia Ru. He never expected a student to suddenly charge straight at him. By the time Sumu reached him, he barely managed to react. Just as Sumu was about to collide with him, a flash of ruthlessness crossed the scarred middle-aged man's face. You damn brat, you're asking for death. The combat blade in his hand swung viciously towards Sumu's throat. Blood splattered directly onto Fongling's pretty face. Sumu, his throat slit, didn't stop but instead crashed into the scar-faced middle-aged man, tackling him to the ground. Just before his consciousness faded, he fatally saw a flash of white light. The scarred middle-aged man clutched his throat as he slowly collapsed. Sumu! Student! Sumu felt his life force rapidly draining away. Before me, everything gradually darkened. Ding! You have been killed by Li Feng, a disciple of the heretic sect. Replication successful. Congratulations on obtaining A-rank talent, Face Changer. Chapter 12, Rewind 12 hours. Rescue mission. A-rank talent, Face Changer. Shapeshifting, alter one's appearance, figure, aura, and blood vitality fluctuations. As this stream of information flooded his mind, Sumu abruptly sat up from the bed. Ha! 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 Died again. Sumu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. I picked up the alarm clock to check the time. The time has now rewound to 12 hours before the physical strength test. At this moment, Sumu didn't even go to visit the Martyrs Memorial Park. How can I stop that guy and save Old Li? Sumu frowned slightly. He had always remembered one sentence from the diary. Some things can only be changed by remaining unknown. These were the words left to him by his future self. They were spoken while explaining why memories concerning the decade-long war between humans and myriad races had been erased from the Book of Wisdom. Yet simultaneously, these words conveyed one more message to Sumu. Sometimes, the more you know, the harder it becomes to change the future's outcome. The reason for this is that the more you know, the more changes you make, and the greater the butterfly effect becomes. In the end, it might even render certain outcomes impossible to alter. And now, this is precisely the problem Sumu must face. If he wanted to alter the outcome where Li Shangdong would die 12 hours later at the hands of that cult of the strange follower, Li Feng, then he absolutely couldn't make too many changes either. If his alterations led to that cult of the strange follower not only killing Li Shangdong but also more of his classmates, it would be more loss than gain. How should I go about changing this? Sumu sank into deep contemplation. Everyone line up according to your student numbers. Next, we'll begin testing Qi blood levels. Inside the training hall, homeroom teacher Jiang Heliu began explaining last year's admission cutoff scores to Class 5 students again. Having heard it once before, Sumu paid no attention to Jiang Heliu this time. Instead, he began secretly observing the people around him. Deep Blue, can you locate where that member of the heretic cult is? For almost 12 hours, apart from taking some time to make preparations, Sumu had largely followed the original course of events. And from the current perspective, everything seemed to be unfolding exactly the same as last time. The order in which everyone tested their Qi blood values, the measured Qi blood values, and the trajectories of people moving around. Everything, under Sumu's deliberate control, remained essentially identical to the last time. And upon hearing Sumu's internal inquiry, Deep Blue immediately provided an answer. Understood, Master. I can analyze others' expressions and behaviors to identify which classmate is the hidden heretic. The heretic is positioned 3 places ahead of you. Using an A-level talent called face changing, he has assumed the appearance of your classmate Zhang Jun and infiltrated the group. Last time, Sumu thought the Nightwalker's presence made it unnecessary to worry about this heretic. But Li Shangdong's death made him realize that relying solely on the Nightwalker's protection was far from enough to keep himself safe. The strength of the heathen worshippers far surpassed that of these newcomers who had just stepped into martial arts. A casual strike from them could easily prove deadly to such novices. Deep Blue, can you alert me the moment that heathen worshipper makes a move? Certainly, Master. Receiving Deep Blue's affirmative response, Sumu heaved a sigh of relief. In that case, his plan should proceed without a hitch. Everyone, quiet. The same scene, the same words, the same ponytailed woman. Soon enough, the students in the training hall began lining up for inspection just like last time, then exited the venue one by one. Brother Mu, it's my first time experiencing something like this, why do I feel kinda excited? As expected, Li Shangdong repeated the same words he'd said during the previous cycle. Hearing this, Sumu couldn't help but shake his head in resignation. Thinking to himself, still excited? Without me, you'd be finished in a moment. But aloud he said, Old Li, let's swap places. Ha, Brother Mu, everyone's dying to get checked and leave early. Why would you want to switch with me? Li Shangdong was lined up behind Sumu and couldn't help feeling curious at such a request. Cut the crap. Sumu abruptly yanked Li Shangdong in front of him. Then he continued along the thread of what Li Shangdong had just been saying. You really aren't afraid of dying. The believers of the cult of the different are ruthless, this is no joke. Li Shangdong grinned just like last time. What's there to fear? With Sister Nightwalker and the others around. Once I get stronger, I swear I'll wipe out all those human traitors from the Church of the Otherworldly. Sumu remarked, so it seems your future goal isn't heading to the frontline battlefield, but returning to the human rear to join the Nightwalkers? Haven't decided yet, Mu. What about you? Li Shangdong turned to Sumu. Sumu replied, me? Naturally, I'm going to the front line. As long as the 10,000 races remain undefeated for even a day, the Church of the Otherworldly can never be completely eradicated. Only by going to the front line can we find a permanent solution, and only by eliminating the 10,000 races can humanity achieve true peace. Li Shangdong's eyes lit up at these words. Brother Mu's right. I'm joining the front line too. The moment Li Shangdong finished speaking, Su Mu's mind echoed with Deep Blue's urgent voice. Master, dive forward now, he's about to strike. Hearing Shinlan's words, Su Mu didn't hesitate for a second before grabbing Li Shangdong and lunging forward. At the same moment, Xia Ru's voice suddenly rang in his ears. Watch out! A faint pain prickled at his back. Su Mu could feel the cultist's battle blade slicing across his back, but that was all there was to it. He and Li Shangdong threw themselves to the ground together. The instant he hit the ground, Su Mu swiftly rolled onto his side. The scar-faced man looked at Su Mu with disbelief as he escaped from his grasp. He glared fiercely at Su Mu. The scar-faced man didn't launch a second attack. Instead, he swiftly retreated and grabbed Fongling, who was standing nearby. At this moment, Xia Ru had already stepped forward, battle blade in hand, shielding Su Mu and the others. Li Feng, let her go. Xia Ru stared fixedly at the scar-faced middle-aged man who held Fongling captive. TSK, Captain Xia, do you take me for a fool? If I let her go, I'll be the one who dies, won't I? The same words spilled from the scarred middle-aged man's lips. Fongling in his arms was now so frightened she was on the verge of tears, her delicate face turning deathly pale. At that very moment, Su Mu finally spoke up. Uncle, let's make a deal, exchange me for that girl in your arms. How about it? He slowly stood up, his voice ringing with peculiar clarity across the vast training hall. Chapter 13, The Death of Li Feng. Xia Ru's shock. Su Mu's words stunned not only the scar-faced middle-aged man and the Fongling in his arms, but even Xia Ru turned to look at him with surprise. Su Mu spoke unhurriedly. Old man, the only reason you're holding her hostage is because she currently has the highest recorded chi blood value. She's the most valuable. Captain Xia would be most likely to compromise for her. And if worst comes to worst and you can't escape, killing someone with such excellent potential would still be worth your while, wouldn't it? Seeing Su Mu articulate his exact thoughts without error, the scarred middle-aged man was somewhat surprised but sneered nonetheless. So what if you know? In that case, swapping me for that girl in your grasp would be the better choice. Given your current physical state, you can only hold one person hostage, so shouldn't you take the one with the greatest value? Speaking as he moved under the watchful gazes of the scarred middle-aged man and Xia Ru, Su Mu quickly approached the vitality testing device. He grabbed a disposable blood collection needle from beside it, drew a drop of his own blood, and dripped it into the testing instrument. The next moment, the vitality testing device emitted a mechanical voice. Su Mu even intentionally turned up the volume to ensure the sound could be heard throughout the entire training hall. Vitality value, 4.13. The moment this figure appeared, the entire training hall instantly fell silent. 4.13. What does that mean? All the classmates present had only awakened their talents and stepped onto the martial path just yesterday. Most initial values range between 0.6 and 0.8. After the first cultivation session, everyone experiences extraordinary improvement. However, most of these improvements typically range between 0.1 to 0.3. Those who can achieve an improvement of 0.91 are considered outstanding among their peers. Even in top-tier high schools, the majority only improve between 0.4 to 0.8. Those who can increase their chi blood value by even 1 point are considered rare top-tier geniuses even in elite high schools. But, 4.13. What kind of concept is this? Even among top-tier high schools, no, even when viewed across the entire human race, he could absolutely be called a peerless genius of the highest caliber. If Su Mu continued to improve at this rate, it was almost a certainty that he would become one of humanity's supreme powerhouses in the future. Hey, old man, wouldn't holding me hostage be far more valuable than that girl in your hands? Su Mu's words snapped everyone out of their stunned daze. Stop right there, student. Xia Ru was the first to react. As the captain of the Nightwalker squad, someone like Su Mu, a true prodigy, was undoubtedly someone they had to protect at all costs. If a genius like Su Mu were to die at the hands of the heretic worshippers, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous loss for the human race. Xia Ru's reaction immediately ignited excitement in the scar-faced middle-aged man. He had initially worried that holding Fongling hostage might not be enough to force Xia Ru to spare him. But if he were to threaten the young man before him instead, then no matter how unwilling Xia Ru might be, she would likely compromise for the sake of a peerless genius of the human race. Come here, and I'll let her go. The scarred middle-aged man stared at Su Mu. I'm warning you, kid, don't try anything funny, or I can't guarantee this girl's safety. Don't worry, as long as you keep your end of the deal, I won't pull any tricks either. Su Mu spoke as he slowly walked toward the scar-faced middle-aged man. When only a few steps remained between them, the scar-faced middle-aged man suddenly pushed Fongling aside. He then grabbed Sumu's hand and pulled him into his arms, placing the combat blade directly against Sumu's neck. Yet, it might have just been an illusion. But during that brief instant of contact, his legs seemed to go weak for a moment. You brat! The road to heaven you refuse to take, yet you charge through hell's unopened gates. Now that you're in my grasp, there's no escape. Seeing he'd actually managed to take Sumu hostage, the scar-faced middle-aged man couldn't suppress a grin. He smugly looked towards Xiaoru in the distance. Captain Xia, I trust one don't need to remind you what to do next? Xiaoru stared intently at the scarred middle-aged man. Li Feng, calm down. You just want to leave, don't you? How about this, if you let him go, I'll personally arrange for someone to escort you to the Myriad Race's battlefield so you can flee to their territory. Deal? Humph. Save it. From now on, everything will be done according to my orders. With Sumu now firmly in his grasp like a prized possession, the scarred man spoke with much greater boldness. But right at this moment, he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness and blurry vision before his eyes. As for Sumu, who was being held by him, Deep Blue's voice also echoed in his mind. Master, the paralyzing incense has taken effect. Hearing Deep Blue's words, Sumu abruptly shoved aside the scar-faced middle-aged man's combat blade. Then he shouted, Captain Xia, now! Though truthfully, Sumu's warning hadn't even been necessary. Xiaoru, who had been closely watching the scarred middle-aged man, the instant she saw Sumu push aside the battle blade in the scarred man's hand, she had already darted forward, appearing right in front of the scarred middle-aged man. Thud! The white combat blade in her hand sliced through the air with a chilling gleam. The next instant, the scar-faced middle-aged man clutched his throat and collapsed powerlessly to the ground. At this moment, Sumu also slumped to the ground as if utterly drained of strength. Don't be fooled by his seemingly fearless bravery earlier, but each step of motion was meticulously designed between him and Deep Blue. Thus during execution, absolute concentration was imperative. Now, having completed everything, the taut string in Sumu's mind suddenly slackened, leaving him naturally drained of strength. Facing the followers of the heretic cult for the first time, Sumu felt quite nervous. Even though he could restart everything if he died again, each reset would drain his mental energy. This current attempt was undoubtedly in his best possible state compared to future iterations. If he had to restart a few more times, Sumu wasn't sure he'd have enough mental strength left to carefully execute his step-by-step plan. Just as Sumu was taking a break, a pair of long legs clad in Nightstalker uniform pants appeared before Sumu's eyes. Hey, are you alright? It was none other than Xiaoru, who had just slain that aberrant-worshipping demon Li Feng. Xiaoru crouched slightly, attempting to pull Sumu up from the ground. Then she seemed to catch a whiff of something peculiar. A strange glint flashed in her eyes as she looked at Sumu. This is skeletal relaxation incense? No wonder you managed to deflect his battle blade earlier. Chapter 14, The Civic Courage Award. Sumu. Just as Sumu was being pulled up from the ground by Xiaoru, classmates nearby quickly gathered around. Seeing this, Xiaoru smiled gently at Sumu. We'll talk more later. For now, you should rest a bit. With that, she turned to the Night Rovers and commanded, take this guy's corpse back with you. Meanwhile, Sumu found himself surrounded by a swarm of classmates, pressed so tightly by the crowd he could barely breathe. Fongling noticed Sumu's discomfort and quickly intervened, shouting, everyone, back off a little. Sumu needs to rest now. At Fongling's call, several teachers promptly stepped in to restore order among the students. Mu Ge. From today onward, if you say east, I'd never head west. If it weren't for you, I'd probably be a goner by now. Li Xiangdong had unknowingly sidled up to them as well. He said with lingering fear. Had it not been for Sumu switching places with him and promptly tackling him to the ground, there was no way he could have dodged that attack from the cult of the abnormal preacher. Just thinking about that scenario made Li Xiangdong feel a lingering fear. In a way, Sumu had practically saved his life. At this thought, Li Xiangdong's gaze toward Sumu grew increasingly fervent. Feeling the increasingly inappropriate intensity of Li Xiangdong's gaze, Sumu punched him on the shoulder and said with a laugh, cut the flattery, just treat me to a good meal tomorrow. Seeing Li Xiangdong standing here alive and well, Sumu breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Sumu, thank you. If it weren't for you just now, I wouldn't know what to do. The speaker was Fongling. Her complexion had improved considerably by now, and though her hair was somewhat disheveled, she no longer looked as terrified as before. She glanced cautiously at Sumu, and upon noticing that he was actually looking back at her, she hurriedly lowered her head. Sumu, is the wound on your back alright? She said with concern, should I help bandage your wound? But Sumu waved his hand dismissively and replied, it's nothing, just minor injuries. For someone who practices martial arts, such small wounds mean little. More importantly, are you alright? You weren't too frightened, were you? Hearing Sumu's words brimming with concern, Fongling quickly shook her head. I'm fine, thank you. I'll definitely remember your kindness. No need to stand on ceremony, we're classmates after all, Sumu replied with an indifferent smile. Then something occurred to him. He hurried to look for Xiaoru's location. Through the training hall's entrance, he noticed Xia Ru outside talking with a group of school administrators about something. I've got something to attend to, we'll talk later, okay? After saying this to Li Xiangdong and Fong Ling, Sumu hurriedly ran towards Xia Ru's direction. Xia Ru had been discussing follow-up plans for the incident with the school administrators. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Sumu running toward her. She then said, "Specific details will be reported to the higher-ups later. Please wait patiently for further notice. Rest assured, this shouldn't cause too significant an impact on your school. Let's end our conversation here for now." With that, she bid farewell to the school administrators and walked toward Sumu. "What's the matter, Sumu?" Xia Ru asked, looking at the young man who wasn't much younger than herself. It was hard to imagine that an 18-year-old novice in martial arts could be so courageous and resourceful. Were it not for him, the operation to capture that follower of the heretic sect might not have resulted in 0 casualties. "It's like this, Captain Xia. I noticed that the heterodox cult follower just now had transformed to look exactly like our classmate Zhang Jun." Hearing Sumu's words, Xia Ru smiled, giving Sumu an appreciative look. "It's rare for someone to be so observant and catch such a detail. Don't worry, my team already found Zhang Jun unconscious in the restroom." "Unconscious?" Sumu let out a relieved sigh but then grew puzzled, about to ask something else. Xia Ru seemed to notice his confusion and said, "You're wondering why those ruthless cult of the otherworld devotees only knocked your classmate unconscious, aren't you?" She pointed in a certain direction. Sumu followed her gesture and saw several night watchers dressed in black leading several large black dogs sniffing around. "Those are corpse-sniffing hounds bred by us night watchers. They can detect the scent of corpses within a certain range, even if the body has been dead for less than half a minute." Xia Ru explained. That heresy sect follower clearly knew this, which is why they didn't kill your classmate. The reason they attacked you in the training facility earlier was because they knew escape was impossible, so they were just fighting desperately as a cornered beast. When we hunt heresy sect followers or violent criminals, we bring corpse-sniffing dogs precisely for this consideration. As long as they want to escape successfully, they dare not casually kill ordinary civilians, otherwise they'd immediately be detected by our hounds and their location exposed. Xia Ru's explanation made Sumu suddenly understand everything. Hearing that his classmates were unharmed, he finally let out a sigh of relief. "This way, my current reload truly achieved perfection. The only one who died was that cultist from the heretic worship sect." Watching Sumu breathe a sigh of relief, Xia Ru suddenly narrowed her eyes as if remembering something. "Speaking of which, Sumu, I have a few questions myself. Would you mind answering them for me?" "Please ask, Captain Xia," Sumu replied. "I'm curious why an ordinary high school student like you would carry paralyzing incense with you. If I recall correctly, that stuff costs around 30,000. Judging by your clothes, your family doesn't seem particularly wealthy. Why would you spend money on something as useless for cultivation as paralyzing incense?" Xia Ru's question caught Sumu slightly off guard. Fortunately, when formulating this plan earlier, he had already anticipated this exact scenario. Sumu replied, "Well, Captain Xia, as you know, my family isn't well off. The cheapest blood-replenishing powder on the market costs 5,000 per dose. Comparatively, raw medicinal herbs are much cheaper. Since I'm about to begin cultivation, I thought I'd try buying some ingredients to prepare my own blood-enhancing medicines. Though somewhat embarrassingly, while failing to concoct the vital energy medicine, I accidentally created something resembling a muscle-relaxing incense. Originally, I planned to take it to the market after school to see if it could fetch some money. Who'd have thought I'd run into this situation and ended up using it?" Sumu's explanation was half-truth, half-lie. This muscle-relaxing incense was indeed concocted from herbs he purchased himself, though the formula was a simplified version given to him by Shenlong. As for the rest, naturally it was preparations he'd made after rewinding time, all for the plan just executed. His explanation didn't raise any suspicion from Xia Ru. She looked at Sumu with some surprise. "Who would have thought, Sumu, that you possess not only such remarkable talent in martial arts but also such aptitude for pharmaceutical research?" Xia Ru added, "However, it's best not to casually consume self-prepared cheap blood medicines. That said, regarding this capture of the heretic cult followers, you've contributed extraordinarily. I'll report to the higher-ups and strive to get you a commendation for bravery." Chapter 15, Generous Reward. Bravery Award? Captain Xia, may I ask how much the reward is? Sumu's eyes lit up. He had been worrying about how to earn money to help with household expenses and ease his parents' burdens. Xia Ru laughed at Sumu's reaction. "Generally speaking, there are different levels for bravery awards. Given your situation, I'll see if I can apply for a second-class one for you, which would likely amount to around 150,000 yuan. 150,000. That was even more than his family's annual income. Then I'll have to trouble you, Captain Xia," Sumu said. Xia Ru waved her hand. "It's all part of my duty. Don't call me Captain Xia so formally. If you don't mind, since I'm probably a few years older than you, just call me Sister Ru." With your talent, getting into a top-tier martial arts university in Great Xia shouldn't be difficult. When summer internship season comes around, you might consider joining the Nightwalkers in our 3rd security district. I'll personally mentor you then. Sensing Xia Ru's goodwill, Sumu nodded in agreement. I'll definitely give it serious consideration when the time comes. Xia Ru also nodded in satisfaction. She quite liked this courageous, resourceful, and delicate-looking boy, not in a romantic sense, but more like an elder sister's affection for a younger brother. By the way, she continued, you mentioned earlier that you purchased some pharmaceuticals and concocted a muscle-relaxing anesthetic-like potion. I think you might have a knack for pharmacological research. You should consider joining the Great Xia Researcher Guild. The guild has a dedicated forum where you can upload formulas for potions you've personally concocted and studied. If your upload is approved, you can earn monetary rewards. Plus, if others download or reference your formula later, you'll receive corresponding royalties. Don't worry about leaks, Great Xia enforces strict regulations in this area. Uploading potion formulas? Sumu fell into deep thought. He really hadn't considered this point before. This was only natural. Just a few days ago, he was merely an ordinary high school student. His biggest dream back then was just to get into a martial arts university and provide his family with a better life. Naturally, he'd never given much thought to making money before either. Right, besides potion formulas, the researcher forum also has people uploading body tempering techniques, breathing methods, and some martial arts skills. Some are newly created, so they're sold much cheaper than market prices. With your talent, you'd best practice higher quality body tempering techniques and breathing methods. People can upload body tempering techniques and breathing methods too? Sumu's eyes gradually brightened. It seems sometimes the problem wasn't lacking money-making methods, but rather having his thinking temporarily constrained by preconceived notions. I got it, Rujia. Xiaoru also nodded. If there's nothing else, I'll head back first. Wishing you great success in the college entrance exams. Thank you, Rujia. Watching Xiaoru walk away, Sumu also returned to the training hall. The bloodstains inside the training hall had already been cleaned up. The remaining students who hadn't been tested also returned to the training hall. They waited for the vitality testing equipment to be calibrated before proceeding with the vitality value assessments. As soon as Sumu entered the training facility, he felt countless eyes turning toward him. Sumu's here. No surprise, he's definitely going to be our high school's top performer this year. No doubt about it. 4.13. My God, if I hadn't been there for his talent awakening yesterday, I'd think he'd been cultivating for ages. Sumu is seriously amazing. Not only is he ridiculously talented, but he's also brave and quick-witted. Just now, I was absolutely terrified, but he actually stepped forward to trade places with that girl. That takes serious guts. Yeah, talk about a heroic rescue. That was seriously awesome just now. But that squad leader's sister from the Nightwalkers was so cool too. She took down that heretic cult member in an instant. I didn't even see her move. Her strength must be at least second realm martial artist level, right? And she doesn't look much older than us. When I graduate, I want to join the Nightwalkers too and eradicate all those parasites lurking behind our human race. Ignoring the surrounding chatter, Sumu walked straight back to his class's formation. Just joined the team. Zhang Heliu immediately waved at him. Sumu, come with me. Nodding, Sumu quickly followed behind Zhang Heliu. Under the guidance of Zhang Heliu, Sumu arrived at the principal's office. Principal, I've brought Sumu over. Zhang Heliu knocked on the door. The next moment, the door swung open, revealing a white-haired old man standing at the entrance, smiling warmly. Classmate Sumu, you finally arrived. Professor Jiang, you may carry on with your tasks. I'd like to speak with classmate Sumu privately. At these words, Zhang Heliu responded, Principal, I'll take my leave then. He gave Sumu's shoulder a light pat before turning to depart. Sumu stepped into the office. The principal motioned for Sumu to sit on the couch beside him. I never expected our high school would produce a genius like you, Sumu. Clearly, the news of Sumu's blood chi value test result of 4.13 had already spread rapidly to the principal's office. Hearing the principal bring up this matter confirmed his suspicions. Sumu had been mentally prepared for this. With a smile toward the principal, he said, It's all thanks to the school's guidance. Ha 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 ha. The principal laughed heartily before continuing, though the school hasn't contributed much in this regard. We called you here today to officially commend your actions. I've already heard about what happened at the training facility. Student Sumu, you've done exceptionally well. For someone who's just stepped into martial arts, you showed remarkable courage and wisdom in rescuing your classmates from those Bastion cult scum without fear of danger. This is truly commendable and worthy of emulation by other students. I've decided to feature your deeds on the front page of our school bulletin board, so all sophomores and freshmen can learn from their exemplary senior. Additionally, regarding your actions, the school has decided to award you the Act of Bravery Commendation. While it may not compare to the Nightwalkers' version of this award, theirs will likely take some time to process, and the monetary reward will also experience delays in disbursement. The principal said, "Our school's award for bravery can have its prize money issued to you immediately." Hearing the principal's words, Sumu's eyes lit up before he somewhat sheepishly asked, "Principal, how much is the award for bravery prize money?" The principal replied, 50,000 yuan. In addition, student Sumu, given your exceptional talent, I've discussed with several school administrators and we've decided to award you a one-time special scholarship, so combined together, the total comes to 150,000 yuan. The principal smiled warmly at Sumu. "I hope you, Sumu, will make good use of this money to diligently improve your abilities and prepare for the college entrance exams 6 months from now. It'd be best if you could get into Dragon Capital Martial Arts University, bring some glory to our high school." At this moment, Sumu was still basking in the joy of having just received a substantial sum of money. 150,000. He had already been overjoyed when he first heard about the Righteous Act reward from the Nightwalkers. Who would have thought the school would also reward him with 150,000 yuan? Combined, that makes a full 300,000 yuan. Just think how much blood food and medicinal ingredients for vitality potions that could buy. "Thank you, principal." Sumu stood up to express his gratitude. "I promise not to let the school down." "Ha ha ha ha, keep up the good work. Try to win the first-class scholarship again in the next Chi blood test." Chapter 16, The Researchers Guild. Phew. Thinking about the 150,000 yuan in his school bag, Sumu felt his footsteps lighten considerably. The school's cash award was different from the Good Samaritan Prize for Nightwalkers. The Nightwalkers Good Samaritan Award required Xiaoru to report it through bureaucratic channels before approval and disbursement, but the school scholarship simply involved pulling out 15 stacks of daxia currency and unceremoniously slapping them before Sumu. 15,000 daxia dollars, bringing this home would surely shock his family beyond belief. Yet Sumu didn't head straight home after school. Instead, he went to a nearby herbal medicine shop to purchase some medicinal ingredients. Deep Blue's database contained vast quantities of pharmaceutical formulas. Sumu still had the corpse of a wisdom worm in his possession, which, when combined with some medicinal herbs, could be used to concoct vitality-enhancing drugs. If the results were satisfactory, Sumu even felt that in the future, he wouldn't need to purchase those vitality drugs available on the market. He could simply buy the herbs himself and follow the formulas provided by Deep Blue to concoct them. Not only would the cost be significantly lower, but the effects would likely far surpass those of commercially available vitality drugs. The purchase of medicinal herbs cost him approximately 30,000 yuan. This is just the medicinal herbs. If Sumu were to buy pre-prepared blood-enhancing supplements matching these herbs, his 150,000 yuan probably wouldn't be adequate. After carefully packing the herbs into his school bag, Sumu hurried back home. Every time he returned home, he would be greeted by the rich aroma of cooked meat. "Dad, Mom, I'm home." Upon getting home, Sumu first went to his room to stash the medicinal herbs, then wrapped the remaining 120,000 yuan in a black plastic bag. "You're back, more. Your dad won't be home until evening, he told us to eat first." Lu Yufan, wearing an apron, emerged from the kitchen carrying a large bowl of meat. "Hurry up and come eat, more, Yanger." After finishing, Yanger washes the dishes. "I need to rush to the factory for the night shift." Soon, the whole family gathered around the dining table. Before the meal began, Sumu handed Lu Yufan a plastic bag containing 120,000 great Xia dollars. "Mom, this is for you." Seeing the black plastic bag Sumu handed over, Lu Yufan was initially curious. "What is it? So mysterious?" Su Yang, standing nearby, also peeked over. "Bro, is it something delicious? You only think about eating." Lu Yufan laughed as she opened the black plastic bag, but the moment she saw its contents, her expression instantly turned to shock. This much money? Where on earth did you get all this money, Moore?" Lu Yufan looked at Sumu with growing alarm. "Moore, don't scare me like this, you haven't done anything foolish, have you?" "Oh my god, brother, where did you get all this cash?" Sumu gave Lu Yufan a reassuring look. "Don't worry, Mom. This is the scholarship the school gave me." He said, "I took the Qi and blood test today, guess how high my reading was, Mom?" "How much?" Hearing that this money was a scholarship the school had awarded to Sumu, Lu Yufan finally breathed a sigh of relief. 4.13. Sumu said. 4.13. Lu Yufan was stunned for a moment before an expression of shock and joy suddenly appeared on her face. "Moore, you're not lying to your mother, are you?" 4.13. Your first Qi blood value test result. You just awakened yesterday. Sumu felt a mixture of pride and joy upon seeing Lu Yufan's expression. Wasn't all his hard work precisely for earning his family's recognition? "Big bro, is 4.13 really that high? The school gave you so much scholarship money?" Su Yang, who had just entered middle school, didn't fully grasp the concept of Qi blood value yet. Of course, part of this was also because this rascal hadn't been studying properly at school. "You should have studied harder when you had the chance." Lu Yufan naturally understood the significance of this 4.13 score. Sumu patted Su Yang's head and explained, before awakening, an ordinary person's blood energy value typically ranges from 0.6 to 0.8. After initial cultivation, the increase generally falls between 0.1 to 0.3. Even in our third security zone's top high schools, the improvement usually doesn't exceed 0.4 to 0.8. Your big brother here gained nearly 3 points, so tell me, isn't that impressive? As Su Yang listened to Su Mu's explanation, his eyes grew brighter with excitement. Brother, you're amazing. It's alright. Sumu patted Su Yang's head again. Mom, there was originally 150,000 in there. I spent 30,000 on some chi blood supplements, and the rest is for you and Dad to keep. You two don't have to work so hard anymore. I'll figure out how to make money. Good. Lu Yufan carefully tied the black plastic bag containing 120,000 dasha dollars tightly, then took out a box from the cabinet and placed it inside before continuing. My son has grown up. But, this is a crucial period for you. Don't worry about making money. Your dad and I will handle it. Just focus on your cultivation. If you want to eat anything or need money for chi blood supplements, just tell me. Sumu knew that right now, convincing his parents to take a break and not rush to earn money was unlikely. So he didn't press further, simply saying, alright, Mom. You and Dad shouldn't overwork yourselves either. Also, don't randomly buy chi blood supplements for me. Some might not suit me. When I need them, I'll buy them myself. Rather than spending money on ready-made chi blood supplements, Sumu figured it was better to buy raw medicinal herbs and prepare them himself using Deep Blue's formulas. The formulas in the Deep Blue database are a full decade more advanced than current ones and even include data from the myriad races. There's truly an abundance of formulations available. Upon hearing Su Mu's words, Lu Yufan nodded in agreement. She had originally planned to stop by the market after work to buy 2 packs of blood replenishing powder, but now that Su Mu had mentioned this, she decided to leave the money for him instead, letting him purchase the vitality-enhancing medicine according to his own needs. Now don't you dare skimp on this. If you need to buy vitality medicine, tell Mom or just take the money yourself. You know where it's kept. Just let me know afterward, but never hesitate to spend it. You only get one shot at the college entrance exams. If you miss this chance, regret won't bring it back. Got it, Mom? Do I look like someone who doesn't know what's important? Besides, didn't I just spend 30,000 on energy-boosting medicine? Don't worry. Su Mu's words made Lu Yufan nod in agreement. Alright, hurry up and eat before the food gets cold. The atmosphere around the dinner table visibly lightened thanks to the news about Su Mu's scholarship. After finishing the meal, Su Mu returned to his room. The first thing he did upon returning was to check the diary under his bed. It wasn't that he feared someone else might have read it. The future me had said that only he could open this diary. He was mainly touching it out of habit, feeling it, handling it. If not for this diary, he would probably still be an ordinary high school student right now, wouldn't he? After lying on the bed for a while, Sumu suddenly sat up. It suddenly occurred to him, the researcher guild that Xiaoru mentioned during the day. Chapter 17, Level 9 Researcher. The arrival of the Supreme Secret Guard. Without much hesitation, Sumu quickly scrambled to his feet and walked to his desk. His family had bought him a computer specifically for convenience, allowing him to routinely look up martial arts materials and similar resources. Although Sumu's family wasn't wealthy, his parents had always given both him and Su Yang the best they could afford within their means. Arriving at his computer desk and turning on the PC, Sumu immediately began searching for information about the Researchers Guild. He had heard about the Researchers Guild before, but since it hadn't seemed relevant to him at the time, the information had gone in one ear and out the other. Now, after searching extensively about the Researchers Guild, Sumu finally gained a general understanding of this organization. The Researcher Guild is an organization officially affiliated with the entire human race. However, different countries oversee the branches of the Researcher Guild within their respective territories. The Researcher Guild covers a broad scope of research, from identifying the weaknesses of myriad races to developing body tempering techniques, breathing methods, martial arts, and chi blood medicines for cultivation, all of which are achievements of the Researcher Guild. Anyone who steps onto the path of martial arts can join the Researcher Guild. After joining the Researcher Guild, you can log into the Researcher Forum. On the Researcher Forum, some researchers of myriad races will publish their findings on the weaknesses of certain races, while some potion researchers will share their latest formulas for blood energy medicines or other pharmaceutical products. It's not just those whose main profession is research, many warriors also frequent the forum, sharing the body refining techniques, breathing methods, and martial skills they've discovered or comprehended. In Great Xia, whether it's medicine formulas, body refining techniques, breathing methods, or martial skills, they are all strictly protected by the Great Xia Martial Alliance. Medicine formulas are somewhat more lenient as long as you don't use them for profit or mass private sales. Simply mixing some blood energy medicines for personal use won't incur legal penalties under Great Xia's laws. However, body refining techniques, breathing methods, and martial skills, these are all registered with serial numbers by the Great Xia Martial Alliance. For every copy sold, the profits are divided between the creators and other channels. Therefore, if the practitioner and the purchaser are not the same person, they will face severe penalties under Great Xia law. As for the body refining techniques, breathing methods, and martial skills posted on the researcher forum, since most are newly created and their exact effects are not yet fully understood, techniques of the same level are priced much lower than market rates. With a bit of luck, one might even stumble upon an excellent body refining technique or breathing method at an extremely low price. Following the guide found online, Sumu quickly signed up to join the Researcher Association online. Not long after registering with the Researcher Association, the association sent a forum account to his email. After logging into the account, Sumu chose the username Savior for himself, then began browsing through the forum. The entire researcher forum was divided into several sections. The races section primarily discusses the weaknesses, habits, and scripts of various races. A significant portion of its users are warriors stationed on the front lines of the interracial battlefields. The potions section mainly shares various potion formulas and related knowledge. The martial arts section focuses on sharing created body refining techniques, breathing methods, and combat skills. However, this section holds little value for Sumu, as his interracial body refining technique and Inital breathing method are already the most suitable body refining and breathing techniques for him at this stage. Moreover, one of these techniques originates from the race's side, while the other won't be invented until several years later. Thus, Sumu doesn't have to worry about facing legal sanctions under Great Xia's laws. This kind of risk had already been automatically avoided back when Deep Blue was searching for him. It must be said that his future self had indeed considered this aspect quite thoroughly. Sumu focused his attention primarily on the myriad races section and the potion section. Having just joined the Researchers Guild, he was still a level 0 researcher at the moment. As he uploaded more posts and had more answers adopted on the researcher forum, his researcher rank would continue to rise. What if I used Deep Blue to answer as many questions as possible in the myriad races section, then published a large number of potion formulas and martial techniques in the pharmacy and martial arts sections? What would happen? This sudden thought popped into Sumu's mind. Right now, his mental energy had fully recovered, enough to sustain his death rewinding ability. If this method proves feasible, he might just strike it rich overnight and never have to worry about insufficient cultivation funds again. Even if something goes wrong, Sumu can always choose to commit suicide and reset the timeline. The ability to revert upon death grants Sumu unlimited possibilities for trial and error. No time like the present, he decided to act immediately. Sumu immediately began using the Savior account to answer questions in the 10,000 races section of the researcher forum, while also publishing various potion formulas, body tempering breathing techniques, and martial skills. In less than 10 minutes, Sumu had already become a level 1 researcher. As his researcher rank increased, so did the privileges Sumu enjoyed. Another 10 minutes later, Sumu became a level 2 researcher. 15 minutes later, Sumu was promoted to a level 3 researcher. After another 20 minutes had passed, Sumu advanced to level 4 researcher. 25 minutes, level 5 researcher. 30 minutes, level 6 researcher. 35 minutes, level 7 researcher. 40 minutes, level 8 researcher. 45 minutes, level 9 researcher. In less than 4 hours, Sumu soared from a beginner level 0 researcher to become the highest ranked level 9 researcher on the forum. His personal account now held over 10 billion daxia coins. All these earnings came from answering forum posts and uploading potion formulas and body refinement techniques. And this was achieved in just a few short hours. If time had been extended, he might have earned even more than this every single day. At the same time, the entire researcher forum was in an uproar. Savior Big Shot has reached level 4. Savior Big Shot has reached level 5. Oh my god, did I just witness the birth of a legend? I just went out for a meal, and when I came back, Savior Almighty has already reached 9th tier. There are only a handful of 9th tier researchers in the entire human race, right? Where did this powerhouse come from? Could it be an alt account of one of the existing 9th tier researchers? What nonsense are you dreaming about? Do you think researcher ranks are so easily upgraded? Even for a 9th tier researcher, it's impossible to elevate someone from 0 to 9th tier in just 4 hours. Those potion formulas, body refining techniques, and breathing methods, they all have to be original, never before published creations to earn researcher points and rank up. Who exactly is this Savior Almighty? Could this truly be the Messiah of mankind descending upon us? And now, outside Sumu's home, urgent knocking suddenly erupted at the door. Who's there? At this time, both Father Su and Mother Su had already returned home. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Father Su Dashan emerged from his room. Dashan, wearing a sweat-stained undershirt and bleary-eyed, asked, "Who's there?" When the front door swung open, several armored figures stood waiting outside. "Is this Researcher Su's residence? We are the Supreme Secret Guards of the Researchers Guild. We've been ordered to escort Researcher Su and his family to Dragon City at the center of the Night Safety Zone." Chapter 18, To Dragon City. Enemy Attack. Our Researcher Su? You must have the wrong person? Clearly just awakened from sleep, Su Dashan's mind was still foggy. The man clad in black battle armor exchanged glances with his teammate before responding. "You must be Mr. Su Dashan, Researcher Su's father?" I am." Su Dashan instantly snapped to alertness upon hearing his name called from the other side. Just then, Sumu heard the commotion outside. Stepping out of his room, he saw the armored man standing at the entrance. The armored man spotted Sumu as well. His face immediately lit up with joy. "Researcher Su, I'm the High Secret Guard from the Researchers Guild, ordered to escort you and your family to the central Dragon City of the Night Safe Zone." Researcher Su? Su Dashan now seemed to vaguely understand this so-called High Secret Guard appeared to be referring to his son, Sumu, as Researcher Su. "Were you calling me?" Sumu seemed to begin grasping the situation. It appeared to be about the incident he'd caused on the Researchers Forum. The armored man nodded. "Researcher Su, there's no time to delay. Please take your family and come with us to the Ninth Safe Zone immediately. To be blunt, given your status, neither you nor your family are safe in the third safe zone." Alright then. Sumu nodded, suppressing the excitement in his heart. Originally, he simply wanted to experiment with what consequences would arise from rapidly ascending to a ninth-level researcher on the academic forum. But now, it seems he may have played too big. After all, Sumu was just an ordinary high school senior of 18, who had yet to cross the threshold into society. Seeing such a formidable display, his heart swelled with both excitement and curiosity. The highest-ranking secret guards of the Researcher Guild, just the name alone sounded incredibly powerful. Sumu immediately summoned Dark Blue to scan the information of the armored men before him. Name, unknown. Chi blood value, 143.92 million, early stage realm 7 martial artist. For convenience, large numerical values will be expressed in this manner. Body refinement technique, true dragon body refinement. Breathing technique, dragon's breath art. Talent, pending analysis. Name, unknown. Chi and blood value, 8,752,000, late stage 6th realm martial artist. Body forging technique, true dragon body forging. Breathing method, dragon's breath formula. Talent, to be analyzed. Name, unknown. Chi and blood value, 86,430,000, late stage 6th realm martial artist. Body refining technique, true dragon body refining art. Breathing technique, dragon's breath mantra. Talent, pending analysis. Looking at the vitality values of those armored men, Sumu's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, 100 million. 7th realm martial artists. That was a 7th realm martial artist, a powerhouse Sumu wouldn't even have the privilege of meeting under normal circumstances. And now, someone like that was actually addressing him respectfully as Researcher Su? It was likely that even Sumu himself wasn't fully aware of his current worth. Given what he had demonstrated on the Research Society's forum, he was undoubtedly a key figure who could propel the advancement of the entire human race. Not only was he thoroughly versed in the weaknesses of countless races, but he also possessed a vast trove of potion formulas, body tempering techniques, breathing methods, and martial arts skills. Thus, after Sumu demonstrated his rapid ascent from a rank 0 researcher to rank 9 on the Researcher Forum, he immediately caught the attention of the Researcher Guild headquarters. This prompted them to hastily dispatch the highest-ranking secret guard in the vicinity to escort Sumu and his family to the 9th safe zone. Among the 56 safe zones in Dacia, the 9th, 19th, 29th, 39th, and 49th are the 5 most crucial, located respectively in the east, west, south, north, and center of Dacia. Among them, the 9th safe zone is akin to the capital of Dacia. At the heart of the 9th safe zone lies Dragon City, where the most vital figures for the entire human race and their families reside. Sumu's actions on the Researcher Forum had evidently garnered unparalleled attention from the higher-ups. This is why they were receiving such treatment. Soon, while still utterly confused, Sumu, along with his parents and the still drowsy Su Yang, were escorted into a vehicle by the armored men. The vehicle was an armored car constructed entirely from special metal, likely the finest transport these elite covert operatives could procure within Safety Zone 3. Sumu and the armored man in charge sat in one car, while Sumu's family members and the remaining armored men rode in the vehicle ahead. The two vehicles sped swiftly down the road. Why the sudden decision to take me and my family to Central Dragon City? Here's the situation, Researcher Su. According to our intelligence, given your current level of importance, staying in Safety Zone 3 poses unacceptable security risks. The armored man replied, actually, it's not just third safe zone. All safe zones across humanity are unsafe these days. For some reason, the cult of the other has become increasingly active in every safe zone recently. In earlier years, many prodigies who had just awakened their talents were assassinated by cultists before they could even embark on their martial paths. Right now, the safest place in Great Xia might only be Central Dragon City. Midway through his explanation, the armored man suddenly paused. Researcher Su, given your clearance level, I shouldn't hide this from you. From what I know, there are issues within humanity itself. His words left Sumu momentarily stunned. He had never contemplated such matters before. Before obtaining that diary, he had even shared Li Shangdong's belief that humanity could never perish. But now, listening to the armored man's words, the current state of humanity appeared far less optimistic. While foreign wars with alien races rage on, now our own human race is plagued by internal problems. With troubles both within and without, it seems humanity's extinction within 10 years isn't an impossibility. The vehicle had been moving for about 5 or 6 hours. Sumu had nearly dozed off inside the car, when suddenly he was jolted awake by a tremendous noise from outside. Boom! Hearing this sound, the armored man's expression changed slightly. Enemy attack! At the very moment the armored man's voice fell, ahead of their two vehicles, suddenly a towering blaze erupted, as if something had exploded. Damn human traitors! The armored man cursed under his breath. With one forceful kick, the armored vehicle's special metal door crumpled like fragile paper under the man's strength. Researcher Su, I'll escort you to a safe location nearby first. With those words, he grabbed Sumu and, with just a light push off the seat, leaped out of the speeding armored vehicle. In the armored man's grip, Sumu was carried like a helpless chick held against his chest. The instant he leapt from the armored vehicle, the carriage they just occupied was cleaved clean through by a sword chi that descended from the heavens. The entire ground was instantly split into two halves by that terrifying sword energy. In Sumu's field of vision, the vehicle carrying his family had also fallen within the attack range of that devastating sword chi. Sumu's head buzzed with a deafening roar. Chapter 19, Ding, you have been killed by a human traitor. A 9th-level researcher at such a young age must have awakened some extraordinary talent, right? Just as Sumu remained drowned in the sorrow of his family's passing, a figure stood suspended in midair. His gaze swept coldly and arrogantly over the armored man and Sumu below. No wonder those trash below went so far as to request my personal intervention. At the sight of that hovering figure, the armored man's pupils contracted slightly. An 8th-grade martial artist. There's actually a heretic like you hidden behind human defenses. The figure in midair smirked disdainfully. Heretic? Don't compare me with those trash. Trash? The armored man frowned slightly. He pulled Sumu behind him in protection. His battle armor began to retract steadily, eventually shrinking into a wristband. He pressed the wristband against Sumu's arm. Transfer authorization. As his words fell, the wristband immediately clamped onto Sumu's arm. Researcher Su, this S-class battle armor can withstand attacks from 7th stage martial artists and significantly enhances speed and strength. Since we're close to the 7th safety zone, I've already alerted nearby night walkers. Run in that direction, you should encounter them soon. I'll hold this guy off here. The armored man pressed a button on Sumu's wristband. The next instant, the wristband transformed into battle armor, enveloping Sumu's entire body. The figure above also overheard the exchange between the armored man and Sumu. He seemed to sneer with disdain. A mere 7th-tier martial artist who gave you the courage to block an 8th-tier warrior like me? Ignoring the remark, the armored man forcefully pushed Sumu forward. Run! His gaze turned toward the figure in the sky. Then he pulled a syringe from his chest and jabbed it fiercely into his own arm. Watching the armored man produce the syringe, the figure in the sky showed surprise. The life-severing needle? It grants immense power, but death comes within 10 minutes. Is it worth fighting so desperately for these damned humans? The armored man didn't answer him, veins bulging grotesquely across his face, clearly enduring unbearable agony. Yet paradoxically, his spiritual presence kept growing stronger by the moment. How intriguing, late-stage 7th realm mastery. These soul-severing needles truly live up to their reputation. The figure in the sky sighed in admiration. Humph. He glared intently at the silhouette above. You coward hiding your face. Dared to proclaim your name? Your grandfather here never slays nameless curs. Attempting to pry out my identity? The hovering figure replied impassively. If I've gone to such lengths to conceal my features, do you truly believe I'd carelessly reveal myself? As the two were speaking, Sumu was also staring fixedly at the figure in the sky. Though the pain of witnessing his family die before his eyes was nearly unbearable to accept. But Sumu was someone who could reload from death, so he quickly recovered from this grief. His only thought now is to uncover the identity of this bastard human traitor before he dies. Sadly, just as that figure had said, his entire being was shrouded in darkness. Even his movements became indistinct, let alone his form and features. Even Deep Blue couldn't analyze his vital energy levels or any other data. Coward! The armored man's eyes were bloodshot now, his gaze seemingly fixated solely on that figure in the sky. That figure watched the armored man below with amusement. "You're quite a respectable fellow, I must say, but that's all there is to it." With a cold snort, the armored man flipped his hand, and a black spear materialized in his grip. He grasped the spear, slightly bending his knee, and in the next moment, his entire body shot forth like an arrow from a bow, flying toward the figure in the sky. The figure in the sky seemed to have noticed that Sumu hadn't left, and thus had the leisure to engage in battle with the armored man before him. Bang! Clang! Spear and longsword clashed together. It was hard to imagine that the armored man's seemingly powerful strike was effortlessly intercepted by the figure before him. The battle between the two in midair was so fast that only streaks of gray and black light could be seen continuously clashing. Below, Sumu watched with utter astonishment in his heart. From his perspective, though the details of their combat were indiscernible, yet one could clearly see that within the space where the two were fighting, space itself would occasionally tear apart and shatter, only to instantly mend again. One could well imagine how immense the power unleashed during their battle must have been. "Run, researcher Su! Run!" During the battle, the armored man finally noticed Sumu still standing in place. His heart instantly tightened with urgency. Seizing this opening, the shadowy figure decisively thrust his sword through the armored man's abdomen. Blood instantly gushed from the armored man's mouth as the blade pierced his stomach. His aura instantly weakened. "In the end, you're still not strong enough. If you want to fight me, send he foam over." His gaze fell upon Sumu below. "Now, it's time to end this." His long sword swept towards Sumu's direction. A sharp sword energy fiercely rushed towards Sumu. Just as that sword energy was about to strike Sumu, the armored man, disregarding his own injuries, swiftly transformed into a black streak of light and shielded Sumu. Put! The armored man, already severely wounded, collapsed to the ground after taking this blow. Even after falling, he desperately tried to crawl towards Sumu's direction. "Run! Get out of here!" Gritting his teeth, Sumu stared at the armored man on the ground. "I'm sorry," he said with some guilt. If he hadn't wanted to test what it would be like to be promoted to a level 9 researcher, the armored man probably wouldn't have suffered this undeserved calamity. But everything would eventually return to normal. "Run? Do you think he can actually escape?" The figure in the sky seemed to greatly enjoy this game of cat and mouse. The overwhelming power disparity made him completely unconcerned about Sumu escaping under his watch. And in truth, Sumu had never even considered running away. His gaze remained firmly fixed on that figure hovering in the sky. "I will kill you, I swear it." Hearing Sumu's words, the figure in the sky seemed to have heard the most ridiculous joke imaginable. "Kill me? What right do you have to kill me?" After laughing for a while, he finally seemed to have had enough. "Alright, those useless humans should be arriving soon. I hope they won't be too upset when they see your corpses." "Ha ha 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 ha." He laughed heartily. The long sword in hand transformed into a streak of white light. The piercing sword chi descended from the sky like a radiant beam, splitting the entire ground in two. Even in his S-grade battle armor, Sumu couldn't withstand this strike. "Researcher Su." Through the haze, Sumu vaguely glimpsed the armored man angrily pounding the ground not far away. Before Sumu's eyes, darkness steadily encroached. The voice of Deep Blue echoed in his ears once more. "Ding! You have been killed by a human traitor. Replication successful. Congratulations on obtaining the SSS tier talent, Sword Heart Illumination." Chapter 20, SSS tier talent, Sword Heart Illumination. Huff! Sumu stared in terror at the computer screen displaying the Researcher Guild's joining interface. The death rewinded 12 hours, precisely returning to the moment he had just chosen to join the Researchers Guild. Those 12 hours of experience felt like a dream to him. Yet, it was an incredibly real dream. Witnessing his family being annihilated under that sword energy, the indescribable agony in his heart nearly suffocated him. Fortunately, he's back now. Back to when everything had just begun. Sumu looked at the interface but didn't rush to choose to join the Researchers Guild. Instead, he was recalling what had happened during those 12 hours. If he failed to learn from the experiences of these 12 hours, then his death this time would have been utterly in vain. The first thing to note is this researcher forum. Within about 4 hours, Sumu climbed from a level 0 researcher all the way to level 9. Shortly after reaching level 9, the highest-ranking secret guard of the Researcher Guild came for him. This proves that the Researcher Guild likely has full transparency over researcher records. Gradual progression might not raise eyebrows, but someone like Sumu, who leveled up at an unprecedented speed, was bound to attract extreme scrutiny. Being under surveillance would have been one thing, but based on his final experiences before death, there's clearly a rot within the human faction. An almost invincible figure flashed through his mind, dominating the skies. The armored man, whom he had considered the strongest warrior he'd ever seen, was being toyed with like a mouse before that presence. An 8th realm martial artist. This was a realm Sumu had never dared to imagine reaching before. but just a few hours ago, he had witnessed such an existence with his own eyes. More importantly, Sumu could clearly sense that the 8th realm martial artist hadn't even used his full strength. How terrifying would it be if he truly unleashed his full power? And such a person not only resided within humanity's rear lines, but judging from his actions to conceal his identity, he's most likely a high-ranking member of the human faction. The thought that someone from the myriad alien races had infiltrated the upper echelons of humanity sent a chill down Sumu's spine. This meant he absolutely couldn't risk exposing his book of wisdom until he had gained sufficient strength. Truthfully, he wasn't afraid for himself. If they came to kill him, he could simply reset the timeline and even replicate his enemy's talents. What truly worried him were his family members. Moreover, simply being killed won't contribute to preventing humanity's downfall 10 years later. To avert humanity's annihilation a decade from now, Sumu must not only possess formidable strength but also carefully strategize to weed out the traitors within human society. What an incredibly daunting task. Already mentally drained, Sumu leaned back in his chair with a throbbing headache. Fortunately, there are still 10 years left. With posthumous duplication, 12-hour death rewinds, the Book of Wisdom, and a decade's time, Sumu refuses to believe he can't alter the fate of humankind. Having reached this realization, Sumu straightened his posture. He took out a notebook from the drawer and flipped to the first page, jotting down some characteristics of that figure. A master of swordplay. The voice didn't sound aged, more like a young man's, though it's impossible to determine if it had been altered by special methods. This clue can only serve as reference. Talent is SSS grade, Sword Heart's clarity. Writing about that figure's talent. Only then did Sumu remember he seemed to have just copied that figure's talent moments ago. He hurriedly called upon Deep Blue, pulling up the introduction for Sword Heart Illumination. SSS grade talent, Sword Heart Illumination. Sword Heart Illumination possesses unparalleled talent in sword arts. All sword techniques can be mastered to perfection in an extremely short time. Sword cultivation speed increases 100-fold, comprehension of sword principles enhances 100-fold, and the power of sword techniques wielded increases 100-fold. The lengthy introduction made Sumu's head spin. He had guessed the figure's talent must be extraordinary, but he never expected it to be this formidable. Even among SSS-ranked talents, this Sword Heart Transparency is undoubtedly among the very best. If the ability to rewind death by 12 hours is considered the pinnacle of support-type SSS-ranked talents, then Sword Heart Transparency is nothing short of the absolute peak for combat-type SSS-ranked talents. Possessing this SSS-ranked talent, Sumu couldn't even begin to imagine what heights he could reach if he dedicated himself to sword cultivation. Like that guy? Sumu's mind conjured up the image of that nearly invincible figure. Then he shook his head. No, he'd become even stronger than him. He looked at the description of that figure in the notebook, slightly raised an eyebrow. It seems you've actually done some good, after all. Closed the notebook and placed it back in the drawer. Sumu turned his gaze back to the computer screen before him. Although rapid leveling in a short period is generally inadvisable, at least inadvisable given his current lack of strength. But one thing is certain, posting threads and answering questions can indeed generate substantial profits. If used properly, Sumu no longer needed to worry about the funding for his early-stage cultivation. He immediately got down to business. Sumu swiftly chose to join the Researchers Guild. Soon enough, just like before, his inbox promptly received the account credentials sent by the Academy Guild. After logging in with his account, Sumu still chose the name Savior for himself. A level 0 researcher. It shouldn't be too difficult to reach level 1 within a few days, right? Sumu began searching for suitable posts on the researcher forum. Based on his previous experience, he roughly understood that most posts in the extraterrestrial species section required exposing their weaknesses, which needed time to verify, but offered substantial upgrade points and a large one-time monetary reward. The potion and martial arts sections, meanwhile, were for publishing potion formulas, body refinement techniques, breathing methods, and combat skills related to martial cultivation. Once posted, specialized personnel would verify them within an extremely short time and provide a basic evaluation. The upgrade points were slightly less, and earnings mainly depended on download counts. These were long-term passive income streams, where you'd receive revenue whenever someone downloaded your uploaded content. Sumu tended to favor posting content in the pharmaceutical and martial arts sections, as this approach allowed him to level up at a more measured pace while also aligning well with his current identity. After all, being stationed in the relatively safe rear of the human territories, claiming to have discovered some prescriptions, body refining techniques, or breathing methods wasn't entirely implausible. But asserting knowledge of various alien races' weaknesses despite never having been to the front lines would simply strain credulity. Having made his decision, Sumu swiftly commanded Deep Blue to select one medicinal formula and one body refining technique. The medicinal formula was named Bone Strengthening Muscle Nourishing Powder. The ingredients were relatively simple: yet its effect in replenishing qi and blood was exceptionally potent. This formula wouldn't appear among humanity until 3 years later. The body refining technique chosen was the Iron Ox body refinement art. This body refining technique was adapted from the physical training methods of the barbarian ox tribe among the myriad races. Though it can't compare to the top-tier body refining techniques, it can still be considered upper-medium grade. I wonder how much benefit these two can bring me. After releasing the potion formula and body refining technique, Sumu took out the 30,000 yuan worth of medicinal herbs he had purchased. Next, he would begin preparing the qi blood medicine and commit himself to diligent cultivation. I will kill you, I swear it. He slammed the herbs heavily onto the table. Sumu suddenly blurted out this sentence. Chapter 21, First Realm Martial Artist. Danfeng Pharmaceuticals. The life energy tonic Sumu wanted to prepare was precisely the bone-strengthening muscle-nourishing powder he had posted about on the researcher forum. Generally speaking, the most common blood-enriching tonic on the market is blood-replenishing powder. The cost of the raw materials amounts to approximately 3,000 yuan. However, the bone-strengthening muscle-nourishing powder that Sumu intends to prepare boasts blood-replenishing effects roughly 3 times more potent than ordinary blood-replenishing powder. Moreover, the raw materials required cost only 1,000 yuan. With his 30,000 yuan, Sumu purchased enough ingredients to prepare a full 30 batches of the bone-strengthening muscle-nourishing powder. Moreover, Sumu had the corpse of a wisdom worm in his possession. Although wisdom worms weren't particularly formidable, their qi and blood levels far surpassed those of ordinary first-realm aliens. Using it to concoct this bone-strengthening muscle-nourishing powder would be more than sufficient. Sumu swiftly began preparing the medicinal ingredients according to the bone-strengthening muscle-nourishing powder formula provided by Deep Blue. It took about an hour or so. Only then were all the medicinal ingredients finally used up. Due to lack of preparation experience, out of the 30 sets of materials for the muscle bone strengthening powder, only 28 portions were successfully concocted. 2 batches failed during preparation, turning into completely ineffective waste. Looking at the 28 small bottles before him, a sense of accomplishment welled up inside. These 28 doses of bone-strengthening muscle-nourishing powder should last me a full month, right? After setting aside 1 small bottle, Sumu carefully stored the remaining 27 bottles away. Then he fetched a 1-liter bottle from the kitchen again. The ratio should be about 1 to 10. As Zhongguyan Ji powder was steeped in the bottle, an intense herbal aroma immediately wafted into his nostrils. Time to begin cultivation. Sumu sat cross-legged on the ground. He began taking the bone-strengthening muscle-nourishing powder to cultivate. With just 1 mouthful of the bone-strengthening muscle-nourishing powder swallowed, it took merely a moment. Before long, he felt a potent medicinal energy spreading through his limbs and entire body. Feeling this power, a look of joy crossed Sumu's face. Without hesitation, he began practicing the myriad race's body refining technique. The Great Strength Ape Clan Chapter. Golden Rock Tribe Arc. Mighty Ox Tribe Arc. One movement after another was executed through Sumu's body. In the room, only Sumu's occasional heavy panting could faintly be heard. A month's time slipped away quietly. In the room, Sumu picked up a nearby towel and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Before him, a light blue interface quietly materialized. Name, Sumu. Vitality value, 101.75. First Realm Martial Artist Early Stage. Body Refinement Art, Myriad Races Body Refinement Art, Colossal Ape Clan Chapter, Golden Rock Clan Chapter, Diamond Bull Clan Chapter. Breathing Technique, Inatol Embryonic Breathing. Martial Skills, None. Abilities, EX Rank, Posthumous Replication, SSS Rank. 12-Hour Death Rewind, Book of Wisdom, Sword Heart Clarity, a rank, Facade Shift. Finally, I've stepped into the first realm as a martial artist. A gleam of joy surfaced on Sumu's face. For this entire month, he would train with the muscle-reinforcing bone-toning powder whenever he had spare time. The results were naturally gratifying. With the help of the muscle-reinforcing bone-toning powder, his vital energy value had already reached 99 by the 20th day of cultivation. The remaining 10 days were spent breaking through that final point. Fortunately, perseverance paid off. During today's training session, the power he had accumulated for so long finally pierced through that last thin membrane. Breaking through to the first realm warrior marks the true beginning of one's martial path. Not only could he officially start practicing martial techniques, but according to Deep Blue's explanation, he could also begin cultivating the visualization method. The visualization method is a technique for enhancing spiritual power. Originally, only certain races among the myriad races specializing in spiritual attacks possessed this visualization method. Among the human race, not a single individual managed to discover an visualization technique suitable for human cultivation until humanity's extinction 10 years later. This primarily occurred because visualization techniques are methods for tempering spiritual power. Compared to physical bodies, spiritual power is far more fragile. A significant portion of humanity's cultivation methods were adapted from the techniques of myriad alien races through modifications. Among the myriad races, those who cultivate visualization techniques possess inherently formidable spiritual power, allowing them to practice such methods without fear of being overwhelmed by the energy or having their minds explode from excess force. But humans are different. The visualization techniques of the myriad races are simply too potent for mankind. It's like asking a snake to swallow an elephant whole. The slightest misstep could cause them to burst apart from within. To cultivate the visualization method, humans either needed to awaken a talent that could greatly enhance their mental power or gamble on that 1 in 10,000 chance of success through repeated attempts. But Sumu was different. On one hand, Sumu had experienced multiple death restorations. Though each death eroded some of his mental power, it had invisibly tempered his spirit, making his mental strength far superior to ordinary humans. On the other hand, Sumu possessed the ability to revert upon death. While others might die from mental backlash after a single failed attempt, he could try again. But Sumu had unlimited chances to try and fail. However, Sumu wasn't ready to train immediately, he had to wait 12 hours. Otherwise, if he were to revert back, it'd be 12 hours prior, meaning he'd have to break through from martial apprentice 9th layer to first realm martial artist all over again. After resting a while, Sumu expertly logged into his researcher forum account. During this past month, he published several more body tempering techniques and breathing methods. Nowadays, his researcher account has already reached level 1. Meanwhile, his bank account holds nearly 600,000 Daxia yuan. This bank account was originally opened when he needed to receive the Nightwalker bonus payments. Of the nearly 600,000 Daxia dollars, 150,000 was the Act of Bravery award issued by the Nightwalkers, while the remaining 450,000 came from Sumu's earnings on the researcher forum. For wealthy families, this amount might not seem like much, but for an ordinary household like Sumu's, it was undoubtedly a substantial sum. Sumu's hope was to accumulate several million. Then, he could buy his family a new home. Their family home was only about 50 to 60 square meters in total. His parents shared a room with his younger brother Suyang, while he had his own tiny bedroom of less than 10 square meters for studying and exercising. On ordinary days when everyone gathered together, even turning around could feel slightly inconvenient. If they could move to a bigger place, the whole family would live more comfortably, and his brother Suyang wouldn't have to keep complaining about their father Sudashan's loud snoring keeping him awake every night. Lost in thought, Sumu suddenly noticed an extra message in his researcher backend. Dear Savior Researcher, I am the patent licensing negotiator from Danfeng Pharmaceutical Company, and I'd like to discuss potential collaboration with you. Chapter 22 Licensing Fees. Divine Demon Meditation Technique. Danfeng Pharmaceutical Company? Sumu's eyebrows lifted slightly. He had heard of this pharmaceutical company's name before. Many renowned blood-enriching medicines originated from this very company. Judging solely by the Qi blood medicine sector, Danfeng Pharmaceutical Company was undoubtedly the industry leader in drug preparation. Hello, Sumu sent a reply. He had assumed the other party wouldn't respond so quickly. But to Sumu's surprise, the reply came the instant his message was sent. Greetings, Savior Researcher. Finally got hold of you. I'm Gu Qian, the pharmaceutical license negotiator from Danfeng Pharmaceutical Company. Hello. Here's the situation, Savior. Our Danfeng Pharmaceutical is very interested in the medicinal formula for your bone-reinforcing muscle-nourishing powder that you've released. Would you be interested in licensing out the formula? We can offer you a substantial licensing fee. Rest assured, Danfeng Pharmaceuticals' offers are always the highest in the market. As a leading company in the pharmaceutical preparation industry, they certainly have the confidence to make such claims. How much are you willing to offer? The price range we can offer is roughly between 4 to 5 million. For specifics, we can discuss in detail. Since you're the creator of this pharmaceutical formula, you presumably understand its properties better than we do. This way, we can provide you with a more accurate quote based on the medicine's characteristics. What do you think? Sure, let's arrange a time and place to discuss further. Perfect. When would be convenient for you? Whenever you're available. Sumu pondered for a moment. It was already quite late today, and he still had to wait 12 hours before practicing his visualization technique. Tomorrow, the school would be conducting its monthly tests, and he also needed to speak with the homeroom teacher about some matters. Probably wouldn't have much time then either. The day after tomorrow, however, he'd have some free time between his cultivation sessions. He had a fixed schedule for his cultivation practice every day, and basically handled all other trivial matters only during his spare time between sessions. So when arranging matters, it was necessary to ensure they wouldn't interfere with his cultivation time. How about the day after tomorrow? As for the location, let's choose the Orchid Pavilion Cafe on 7th Avenue. Understood, I won't disturb you further then. Closing the chat window, Sumu let out a long sigh. A flicker of excitement stirred within him. He had considered how much money he might earn if he licensed out his potion formula. But when the other party actually offered between 4 to 5 million, his heart couldn't help but skip a beat. You still haven't seen much of the world. Sumu shook his head helplessly. It's not really his fault. At his age, coming from his modest background, seeing even 100,000 yuan in daily life would be difficult. When he finally got his hands on billions, darn it, he didn't even have time to experience the allure of wealth before dying. Now this few million, though nothing compared to the previous billions, is at least something that can actually be obtained and used. With these few million, he could truly afford to buy his family a slightly bigger house. Thank you, Deep Blue. Sumu sighed gratefully. A deep blue, mechanical voice echoed in his mind. It is my honor to serve you. 12 hours passed quickly. At this moment, Sumu sat cross-legged on the ground. He was ready to begin practicing the visualization method. The benefits of practicing visualization are numerous. As a martial artist, possessing powerful mental strength significantly enhances both cultivation and combat effectiveness, since superior mental abilities mean your reaction speed and observational skills will far surpass your opponents. Moreover, mental strength itself can be wielded as an offensive technique. Among the myriad races, some specialize in attacking with mental energy alone, known to humanity as psychic minders. Humans have always been at a disadvantage when facing such enemies. Many would deliberately consume rare spiritual herbs and the flesh of otherworldly beings specialized in mental cultivation to boost their psychic power during training. Yet these enhancement methods are decidedly inferior compared to visualization techniques. As for Sumu personally, cultivating visualization techniques brings another supreme advantage. That is what enables him to perform consecutive rewinds. Given his current mental strength, he can rewind twice at most consecutively. After 2 rewinds, he would feel utterly exhausted. Forcing a third attempt might push him to the brink of collapse. Mental collapse is different from a mental explosion. It means all your consciousness and memories disappear, leaving you in a state of utter madness and idiocy. That's why Sumu had always strived to enhance his mental strength as much as possible. Strengthening his mental power meant he could perform continuous rewinds without interruption. That is to say, he could go back even further in time. For example, he can currently rewind twice, allowing him to return up to 24 hours, essentially one day into the past. However, the mental energy consumed requires 2 days or even longer to fully recover. Thus, this mental limitation inherently restricts the maximum duration Sumu can rewind time. And if Sumu's mental power increases to the point where rewinding time causes negligible strain on his psyche, then Sumu could truly return to any point in time. By that stage, he believes his Death Rewind 12 Hours ability could be renamed Infinite Rewind, reaching the level of an EX grade talent. However, that path is destined to be long and arduous. He shook his head. No longer overthinking it, Sumu began attempting the visualization method that Deep Blue had found for him. The visualization method Deep Blue had sourced for him was called the Divine Demon Visualization Method. It is a visualization method adapted and created by Deep Blue based on the meditation practices of 2 naturally gifted psychic master clans among the 10,000 races. The divine aspect refers to the Skywing Celestial clan. The core characteristic of their visualization method is order. The spiritual energy cultivated through it is sacred and stable. Although its offensive power isn't particularly strong, it possesses exceptional recovery capabilities. The demonic aspect refers to the Netherhell Demon Clan. The primary characteristic of their visualization method is chaos. The spiritual energy cultivated through it boasts terrifyingly violent offensive power, along with certain corrosive properties. After Deep Blue's adaptation, the Divine Demonic Visualization method primarily involves simultaneously cultivating spiritual energy from these 2 distinct practices, thereby continuously grinding down and rebuilding one's own spiritual power. Using the spiritual power of the Purgatory Demon Clan to continually erode one's own mental energy, then relying on the spiritual power of the Celestial Wing God Clan to constantly rebuild it. Through this cycle of erosion and reconstruction, one strengthens their mental energy step by step, ultimately achieving a spiritual force that perfectly combines both attributes unwavering and immensely powerful. The cultivation process of this Divine Demon Visualization method closely resembles Sumu's inherent ability of Death Rewind. It could be said that this Divine Demon Visualization method is the most suitable cultivation technique for Sumu. However, the difficulty of cultivation is extraordinarily great. Sumu not only had to continuously experiment to find the 1 in 10,000 path that could cultivate the spiritual power of the Celestial Winged Divine Clan, but also had to discover the equally rare path to cultivate the spiritual power of the Infernal Demon Clan. Finally, amid the repeated destruction and reconstruction of these 2 types of spiritual power, he had to test a cultivation method whose probability of success might not even reach 1 in 10,000. Let the cultivation begin. Bang! Alright, just 12 more hours to wait. Chapter 23, Monthly Exam. Even after using both available save-scumming attempts, Sumu still failed to successfully cultivate the God-Demon Visualization technique. He hadn't even achieved the first step of cultivating the spiritual power of the Celestial Feather Divine Clan. However, this outcome was something Sumu had already anticipated. With each repeated cycle, his spiritual power gradually increased, and he believed his cultivation success rate would rise correspondingly. Both physical and mental exhaustion made Sumu decide to halt his cultivation for the time being. Instead, he simply collapsed onto the bed and fell asleep. By the time Sumu woke up, it was already the next day. Today was the school's monthly awakening test. Since everyone's awakened talents differed, with variations in body refining techniques and breathing methods, after talent awakening the school would have students continue cultivation independently. If any issues arose during cultivation, they could choose to seek guidance either at school or nearby martial arts academies. He only returns to school once a month for the Qi and blood level test. If there is a significant improvement in the Qi and blood value compared to the previous month's test results on this day, then he can receive the first-class scholarship from the school. The first-class scholarship is 30,000 yuan. For Sumu at the moment, 30,000 isn't a huge sum, but it's enough to buy quite a few Qi-boosting medicinal herbs. It just so happened that the muscle-nourishing and bone-strengthening powder he prepared last month was nearly depleted. This money would conveniently cover purchasing new medicinal ingredients at the market, though this time he needed to buy some exotic corpses too, which would likely cost considerably more than last time. Beyond this, Sumu also planned to discuss with his homeroom teacher about getting the school to write him a letter of recommendation. When Sumu arrived at school, it was already around 9 in the morning. With the improvement in strength, his 5 senses had also been enhanced. Thus, even from a distance, Sumu could hear many of his classmates discussing their cultivation progress. How much have you improved over the past month? My Qi blood value has now reached 2.35, barely qualifying as an untrained martial apprentice. At this rate, getting into a third-tier martial arts university in 5 months shouldn't be a problem. It's a pity my family isn't well off and can't provide me with many Qi blood supplements, otherwise, I might have improved even more. My family bought me over 30 blood replenishing pills. Now my vitality has reached 9.36, just an average improvement, nothing special. Wow, a 9.36? Damn, you're really something. At this rate, you might actually get into a top-tier martial arts university. A wave of envy swept through the classmates. That's nothing compared to Fong Ling. Do you know how much her vitality value has increased? I heard her family not only prepared body refining techniques and breathing methods for her, but also bought top-grade vitality supplements. The effects are nearly double what we get from our common blood replenishment powder. When I asked Fong Ling yesterday, she said her vitality value has reached 15.86. She's officially broken through to the first level of martial apprentice. At this rate, she won't have any problems getting into a top-tier martial arts university during the college entrance exams 5 months from now. First stage martial apprentice, that already meets the admission standards for third-tier martial arts universities. How bitterly ironic, what's merely the starting point for others is an endpoint I have to strive for over several months. Sure enough, some are born in Rome while others are born to be beasts of burden. As for Fong Ling, I'm not surprised. With her privileged family background, rapid progress is nothing extraordinary. What truly piques my curiosity is what level Sumu's vital energy has reached now. The moment Sumu's name was mentioned, the surrounding classmates immediately fell silent. Exactly. Sumu. None of them naturally included Sumu in their comparisons, simply because, in their minds, Sumu was undoubtedly destined to be the top scorer of their entire grade. I reckon his Qi blood value must be at least over 20 points. After all, Fong Ling has already reached 15-something. Too low, too low. For Sumu to achieve over 4 points in his first Qi blood cultivation session, 3 to 4 times higher than Fong Ling, if his Qi blood value doesn't reach 50 or 60, no, 40 or 50 at least, I'd say it's a waste of his talent. Don't forget, Sumu's family isn't as wealthy as Fong Ling's. Without sufficient Qi blood medicines and nourishing blood foods, even with exceptional talent, his progress will probably be limited, right? Imagine if Sumu's Qi blood improvement ends up lower than Fong Ling's, wouldn't that be a bit laughable? You guys are truly bored. What does it matter to you how much Sumu improves his Qi blood value? Some classmates weren't optimistic about Sumu, even taking a certain schadenfreude in hoping his Qi blood value wouldn't improve much. Li Xiangdong, seated at his desk, interjected with displeasure. Instead of focusing on your own cultivation progress, you spend every day fixated on Sumu. What right do any of you have to comment on him? Setting everything else aside, have you forgotten what happened just a month ago? Without Sumu, Fong Ling might not have survived that encounter with the heretic. Which of you has half of Sumu's courage? A bunch of cowards sitting around discussing him. Since when do you butt into our conversations, Li Xiangdong? Yeah, Sumu hasn't even risen to prominence yet, and you're already licking his boots? What the hell are you talking about? Li Xiangdong lunged at the classmate who had spoken upon hearing those words. However, his vitality was clearly no match for the other students, and soon enough, the tables turned as he was pinned beneath him, just as the classmate raised his fist to strike Li Xiangdong in the face. In the next instant, his fist was caught mid-air by an unseen hand. The classmate looked up. Suddenly, Sumu had appeared right in front of him without warning. Sumu! At the sight of Sumu, the classmate's eyelid twitched violently. The next moment, before he could even react, he was yanked off Li Xiangdong by Sumu. Brother Mu. Seeing it was Sumu, Li Xiangdong's face lit up with joy. Sumu extended his hand towards Li Xiangdong. You alright? I'm fine, Brother Mu. The classmate whom Sumu had just yanked aside and thrown to the ground didn't dare act recklessly in front of him now, hastily dusting off his pants before scurrying back to his seat. The surrounding classmates all cast fearful glances at Sumu before quickly returning to their seats, afraid he might have overheard what they just said. Noticing his classmates' reactions, Li Xiangdong couldn't help but smirk with satisfaction. What kind of courage is it to gossip behind someone's back? If you've got what it takes, say it to Sumu's face. With a chuckle, he turned to Sumu. Don't you think so, Brother Mu? Sumu waved his hand dismissively. We're all classmates, no need to ruin the harmony over trivial matters. More importantly, after a month apart, your vitality index is still this low. At a glance, Sumu could immediately tell that Li Xiangdong's vitality index barely reached 4.24. This progress, while enough to enter university, would likely make it difficult to enroll in a reputable martial arts college. Wait for me in the classroom after the physical strength test results. Sumu felt he could lend Li Xiangdong a helping hand. Chapter 24, The Test, 101.75. Ah, sure. Li Xiangdong didn't think too much about it, just nodded in agreement. Sumu arrived not too late. When he got there, less than half of the class had shown up. However, perhaps because Sumu was present, those classmates didn't continue discussing him anymore. Sumu truly didn't care about this point. Perhaps it was because his experiences and the things he knew had long diverged from those of his classmates. Thus, the things he cared about had also become fundamentally different from theirs. From the day he obtained the diary, Sumu had already known that he was destined to walk a path unlike anyone else's. Just as Sumu and Li Xiangdong were chatting idly, Fang Ling had arrived in the classroom at some point without them noticing. Upon entering, Fang Ling's gaze swept around the room before finally settling on Sumu. Her eyes instantly lit up. However, Sumu naturally didn't notice her reaction. Even if he had noticed, he probably wouldn't have cared. Shortly after Fang Ling arrived in the classroom, their homeroom teacher Zhang Helia finally appeared. It seems all of you have made significant progress this month. Zhang Liuhe walked briskly into the classroom with a cheerful smile. He quickly scanned the room to confirm all the students were present before continuing. Is everyone ready? Ready. Good. Now line up in 2 rows according to your student numbers and prepare to head to the training hall. At Zhang Liuhe's command, the students began filing out of the classroom one by one. Sumu was just about to walk out of the classroom. Suddenly, he felt something poke him. Turning his head, he saw it was Fang Ling. Classmate Sumu. This is for you. She handed Sumu a small pink fabric pouch. Sumu furrowed his brows curiously. What's this? This is a gift from my parents to thank you. Yes, a token of gratitude for saving me. It's just a small gesture, please don't refuse it. To emphasize her point, Fang Ling nodded earnestly. I've been meaning to thank you for a long time, but why didn't you reply to any of my QQ messages? I was afraid of disturbing you at your home unannounced, so I waited until today to give this to you. Fang Ling's tone carried a hint of melancholy as she spoke these words. Sumu responded with an awkward smile. I haven't logged into QQ in ages, sorry about that. We're classmates, no need to be so formal. Oh, is that so? Fang Ling's expression visibly brightened. As long as you weren't ignoring me on purpose. So what contact method do you usually use? Would it be okay to give me your phone number? Then write this down, 175 ****7356. Sumu didn't refuse. Fang Ling carefully noted down the number Sumu gave her on a small piece of paper. She nodded vigorously, then abruptly shoved the pink cloth bag into Sumu's hands. Seeming afraid he might refuse it, she quickly retreated to the classroom door before calling out as she left, I'll be going now. Sumu looked at the cloth bundle in his hand, shaking his head with a wry smile. He opened the bundle and saw some chi blood supplements inside, along with a data disk that seemed to contain body refinement techniques and breathing methods. All these items together were worth at least 100 or 200,000. These things, they're far too valuable. Sumu didn't know whether he should take it or not. He had never been good at handling such situations. Pushing the cloth bundle into his desk drawer and blocking it with his school bag, Sumu then hurried out of the classroom. Soon, he arrived at the training hall. The scene was quite similar to last time. However, unlike last time when everyone was excited and eager, this time some faces showed enthusiasm while others bore expressions of disappointment. After all, most people would occasionally visit nearby martial arts schools to test their chi blood levels during ordinary times. They generally had a clear understanding of their own conditions, so they naturally knew whether they'd made progress over the past month or remained stagnant. Sumu was toward the end of the line. Among those tested earlier, Fang Ling had the highest score. Her vitality level reached 15.91, clearly surpassing the previously rumored 15.86 mark. This vitality value far outstripped anyone else in their class. Even Jiang Lu was somewhat surprised. After all, given this rate of improvement, 5 months later, getting into a top-tier martial arts university wouldn't be out of the question. After testing a few more people, at last, it was Su Mu's turn. When Su Mu's name was called, the entire training hall seemed to fall silent all at once. That name had been etched into everyone's memory ever since the heretic worshipping incident a month ago. Not only was Su Mu courageous and strategic, risking his own life to rescue a female classmate from the hands of pagan worshippers, a truly heroic feat. But what captured everyone's attention even more was his terrifying initial blood vitality test score of 4.13. Everyone wanted to see how far things had progressed since that day 1 month ago, April 13th. Hey, what do you think Su Mu's chi blood value has increased by after a month? I'd say at least 40 or 50 points. Take Li Ming from our class, his initial chi blood value was just 0.8, and now it's already over 12. Su Mu started at 4.13, so if he hasn't hit 40 or 50 by now, that wouldn't make sense, would it? Who knows? But judging by the way he breathes and the aura he gives off, I bet his chi blood value has gone up quite a bit. Do you think he might have awakened a martial arts talent? That would explain why he's improving so fast. Hard to say, but chances are that's the case. So envious. The talent I awakened is just trash. Ugh. Go, Su Mu. Some girls were cheering on the sidelines. Give it your all, Mu Ji. That was Li Shangdong's voice. To drown out the girls' cheers, the idiot somehow managed to get his hands on a microphone. Zhang Heliu immediately shot him a fierce glare. Apart from these students, even the teachers had temporarily paused their work. He approached class 5. Old Zhang, what do you think Su Mu from your class will score on this chi blood test? Could it be around 60 or 70? 60 or 70? That'd be ridiculous. Wouldn't he reach first realm martial artist in just 5 months? I remember last year's national college entrance exam champion barely made it to first realm martial artist. What do you know? The college entrance exam champion means nothing. The truly talented ones get recruited early through the genius training camp before the exam. Those who take the entrance exam are just the ones who didn't get early admission, they're not real geniuses. But honestly, if Su Mu from class 5 really hits 60 or 70 this time, he might actually have a shot at getting into the genius training camp. Alright, quit your wild guesses and just watch quietly. Zhang Helia cut off the teacher's conversation. She stared nervously at Su Mu, who had already stepped in front of the chi blood testing device. In the next moment, the previously silent training hall echoed with a number that left everyone in disbelief. 101.75. Chapter 25, another prize. The Genius Training Camp. 101.75. Everyone was questioning whether they had misheard. Several teachers responsible for the chi blood testing equipment simultaneously gathered around the device to check whether there was any malfunction. No problem. After a brief inspection, the teachers unanimously reached a conclusion. If everything was functioning properly, so in other words, then Su Mu had achieved this within just 1 month. His chi and blood value skyrocketed from 4.13 all the way to 101.75. He had become a first-tier martial artist. When this conclusion was reached, everyone's eyes were filled with intense shock. They had imagined that Su Mu's rate of improvement in chi and blood value might be terrifying. But never in my wildest dreams did I expect it to be this terrifying. 90-something points increased in just 1 month. At this rate, what level will Su Mu's strength reach in 5 months? Even Zhang Heliu, Su Mu's homeroom teacher, couldn't conceal his excitement and astonishment at this moment. He couldn't fathom how such an unrivaled genius could appear in his own class. As for Su Mu's classmates, they were now utterly speechless. Some had previously speculated that perhaps due to family circumstances, Su Mu wouldn't be able to increase his chi blood values much. But now, Su Mu's performance was undoubtedly delivering a resounding slap to their faces. First level martial artist. Even if just at the early stage of the first level. But don't forget, last year's national college entrance exam champion was merely at the early stage of being a first level martial artist. First realm martial artist early stage. For many, this is a height they'll never reach in their lifetime. The path of martial arts cultivates vital energy and blood. As one ages, if you fail to reach certain milestones within specific age thresholds, then his vitality would begin to decline. Some people might spend their entire lives stuck at the 9th level of martial apprentice, becoming a first-rank martial artist being their lifelong aspiration. Just like at Su Mu's high school, where most teachers are only at the 8th or 9th level of martial apprentice. Yet Su Mu, who just awakened his talent and began martial training a month ago, has already reached heights they couldn't attain in 10 or even several decades. Bro Mu, you're legendary. Li Xiangdong was also beside him, shouting excitedly into the microphone. For once, Zhang Helia didn't bother with him. After a long pause, he too blurted out, ing legendary. Su Mu is awesome. Instantly, the training hall erupted with waves of cheers. When you're just slightly better than others, they might feel a hint of jealousy. But when you reach heights they can't even dream of, those same people will turn to admiration because they realize you've transcended their level. They may even take pride in having known you, in having attended the same high school as someone like you. Such is human nature. Sumu also felt somewhat uncomfortable with such a scene for the moment. When he stepped down from the blood energy testing device, his classmates kept casting admiring glances at him. Bro Mu, you're insanely awesome. Consider me clinging to your thigh from now on. Li Xiangdong moved closer to Sumu with a flattering grin. Sumu gave him a disgusted look. Knock it off, not my type. Fanling had somehow made her way to Sumu and Li Xiangdong's side. She gazed at Sumu with admiration. Classmate Sumu, you're incredible. Could I ask you about cultivation problems in the future? Of course, we're classmates, no need for formalities. By the way, Fanling, about that gift you gave me. Sumu hadn't even finished speaking when Fanling seemed to already know what he wanted to say. She quickly cut him off. Student Sumu, this is just a token of my feelings. If you refuse, I'll be really sad. Besides, the things inside aren't particularly valuable. If you genuinely don't like them, just throw them away. After all, they're yours now, you can do whatever you want with them. Fanling had already put it that way. Sumu found it hard to keep refusing. Fanling then continued, by the way, Student Sumu, I think we can consider each other friends now, right? Don't call me Student Fanling anymore, it feels too distant. Just call me Fanling, or Lingling. Sumu nodded upon hearing this. Alright then, I'll call you Fanling from now on. You can just call me Sumu too. When Sumu chose to address her as Fanling, a flicker of disappointment crossed her face, but she quickly replaced it with a smile. Okay, she replied. They chatted for a while longer. Then Fanling turned and walked away. As Fanling walked away, Li Xiangdong immediately put on a gossipy expression. TSK, Brother Mu, you've got quite the allure. Looks like ever since your heroic rescue last time, Class Beauty Fong has. Sumu glared at him. Stop talking nonsense. He immediately shook his head. Of course, he understood perfectly well what Fanling meant. But on one hand, he currently had no thoughts about Fanling, and on the other, with humanity facing extinction, how could he afford to dwell on romantic notions? As Sumu pondered how to explain his upcoming errand to the homeroom teacher, Jiang Lu didn't know when she had already arrived by his side. Teacher, Sumu, very impressive. Li Xiangdong, you should learn from Sumu too. If you have any questions about cultivation during daily training, you can ask Sumu for advice. I truly never expected that one of my students has already surpassed me in martial arts. Jiang Lu looked at Sumu, unable to suppress the smile on her face. Teacher, you flatter me too much. Sumu felt somewhat embarrassed. If not for that diary, he'd still be just an ordinary high schooler. Do you have time now? If you're free, come with me. The principal wants to have a word with you about something. The principal wants to see me about something? Sumu raised an eyebrow. He nodded. Okay. He followed Jiang Heliu back to the principal's office where they had been a month prior. Upon entering the office, Sumu immediately noticed 3 freshly brewed cups of tea on the table. Come in, Sumu. Professor Jiang, you should stay too, after all, this involves one of your students. The principal gestured for Sumu and Jiang Heliu to take seats on the sofa. Compared to their last meeting, it was clear the principal's attitude toward Sumu had grown noticeably warmer. Congratulations, Sumu. Reaching first realm martial artist status in under a month, even the so-called geniuses of the 9th safe zone would struggle to match that pace. This time, we called you here, Student Sumu, mainly for a few matters. First, after discussing with the school administration, given your cultivation speed, you are fully qualified to receive 6 months worth of first-class scholarships, totaling 180,000. We've decided to advance this scholarship to you directly. Additionally, you won't need to attend the subsequent 5 months physical energy tests. Well, thank you very much then. Sumu didn't refuse. Although 180,000 might not seem like a huge amount to him now, as a child from an ordinary family, he certainly wouldn't consider it a small sum. Now, the other matter. The principal glanced at Jiang Heliu, then looked at Sumu. I wonder if Teacher Jiang has ever mentioned this to you before. He paused. The Genius Training Camp. Chapter 26, Recommendation Letter. Alien Hunting Ground. The Genius Training Camp? Sumu remembered hearing about this in class once, but back then he knew his own capabilities, and understood that anything related to genius was basically unrelated to someone like him, so he never bothered to learn more about it at the time. I've heard about it, but don't know much. Jiang Heliu beside them began to explain at this point. The Genius Training Camp is a top-tier training program established by several of Daxia's premier martial arts universities, authorized by the Daxia Martial Alliance. Those who perform exceptionally well in the camp can bypass the college entrance exam, gaining direct early admission to Daxia's top martial arts universities. Additionally, they receive full scholarships along with various preferential benefits. The principal added from the side, the scholarships at those elite martial arts universities are nothing like our school's modest offerings. Rumor has it the highest can even reach 10 million. 10 million? Sumu was somewhat surprised. The principal nodded. This is just the most ordinary reward from the genius training camp. What one can learn there is beyond the imagination of ordinary people like us. To put it plainly, since the establishment of the genius training camp, every student who achieved outstanding results and survived has without exception become a renowned figure among humankind. Of course, entering the genius training camp also requires you to prepare yourself mentally for one thing. Jiang Lu looked at Sumu. The genius training camp has an extremely high elimination rate compared to regular college entrance exams. Legend has it that the strictest session saw a staggering 3/4 of the camp members eliminated. There's even a small chance of death since participants may encounter alien races, though the odds aren't high, roughly one unlucky case every dozen sessions or so. This training camp involves encounters with alien races? Sumu's eyes lit up with interest. Jiang Lu nodded. Not only can you interact with them, but the alien races you'll encounter in the genius training camp are those from the myriad races battlefield. He specially emphasized for Sumu's understanding, the alien races from the myriad races battlefield are different from those you normally deal with at the Martial Academy's hunting grounds. After all, the hunting grounds are close to the human rear, and the alien races there are periodically culled by designated martial academies. They have little combat experience against humans, whether in terms of combat power or racial traits. They're at the absolute bottom among the myriad races. But what you'll face in the genius training camp are true veterans of the myriad races battlefield. Whether it's their combat strength or their understanding of humans, they far surpass those from the hunting grounds. Some of these alien races even naturally awaken A-grade or even S-grade talents. Their power exceeds anything you could imagine. The principal chimed in at this point. So, Sumu, our school currently has one available spot to recommend for the genius training camp. However, as teacher Jiang has already explained to you, the attrition rate and dangers of the training camp are quite high. We hope you'll carefully consider whether to participate and which top martial arts university's genius training camp to choose. Here's the arrangement. Both teacher Jiang and I will be at school this week. Once you've made your decision, come find either of us directly, and we'll help you fill out the application and submit it. Sumu's face lit up with excitement as he responded without hesitation. No need to consider further, Principal, I'll participate. As for which university, I want to join the Dragon Capital Martial Arts University's Genius Training Camp. There's no need to decide so quickly, Sumu. The Genius Training Camp involves going to the battlefield of the 10,000 races. It'd be best if you discussed it with your family first before making your decision. Teacher Jiang added, moreover, the Dragon Capital Martial Arts University you've chosen has the highest attrition rate among all the genius training camps. Are you sure you don't want to think it over more carefully? Sumu didn't deliberate any further. He actually welcomed dying multiple times. It'd give him more opportunities to grind for talents or something. The higher the difficulty meant the greater likelihood of death, which perfectly suited his appetite. Besides, the Dragon Capital Martial Arts University wasn't just required by the diary, it was also where Gu Yanqi studied. Though he told himself not to dwell on romantic notions for now, Sumu couldn't help but feel a faint thrill at the thought of attending the same university as Gu Yanqi. Right now, Gu Yanqi should still be in her junior year. Principal Jiang, Teacher Jiang, I've made up my mind. I'll join the elite training camp at Longjing Martial Arts University. Please submit my application. Hearing Sumu's resolute decision, the principal and Zhang Helia stopped trying to persuade Sumu. Their eyes met briefly. Soon, the principal walked over to a side table and pulled out a form from the drawer. Fill out this form and sign it. We'll submit it for you afterward. The training camp for prodigies begins in a month. Use this time to cultivate diligently. Given you've already reached the first realm as a martial artist, you can now formally train in combat techniques. The top floor of the school library houses select manuals. You may borrow them whenever needed. Finally, as the school principal, I sincerely hope you can achieve excellent results in the genius training camp. Sumu quickly filled out the form, then handed it to the principal. I'll definitely work hard, Principal. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. The principal took the form and smiled. This is what you deserve. Who knows, our school might produce someone truly remarkable in the future. Be careful and stay safe, Zhang Heiliu advised from the side. I will, Teacher Jiang. Sumu nodded. Then he thought of something. By the way, Principal, there's something I'd like to ask the school for help with. Go ahead. If it's within my power to assist, I'll do everything I can to help you. Sumu said, here's the thing, Principal. As you know, I've now become a first-level martial artist, so it's time for me to formally start practicing martial techniques. But I feel that simply sparring with people at the martial arts school isn't very effective for improvement. So, I'd like to go to the alien hunting grounds. The alien hunting grounds was an area located at the border between the human rear and the battlefield of the myriad races. Inside were numerous alien races, some originally dwelling there, others deliberately captured and bred within. None among these alien races were particularly powerful beings. Their primary purpose was to train humans whose strength was insufficient for the battlefield of 10,000 races but who still sought to gain combat experience against diverse species. The alien hunting grounds were divided into multiple zones, each managed primarily by martial arts schools from the human rearguard. The martial arts schools in charge of these areas can profit by hunting alien races to obtain materials and blood nourishment from their bodies, or by renting out slots to human warriors from the rear areas, allowing them to gain experience and improve through training. To prevent the alien races in the hunting grounds from exceeding control, the martial arts hall would regularly carry out extermination activities against them. To qualify for the martial arts hall slot to enter the otherworld hunting grounds, one prerequisite is having achieved first realm warrior status for at least 3 months. However, this requirement has negotiable flexibility. Exceptionally talented students from certain academies can bypass the 3-month stipulation if they obtain a letter of recommendation from their institution. This was precisely the assistance Sumu sought from his school. Sumu quickly explained the matter to the principal. Without much consideration, the principal nodded in agreement. No problem. This will actually help you prepare for the genius training camp. And with a martial arts school's protection, you shouldn't face too much danger in the alien hunting grounds. I'll write you a recommendation letter right away. As for which martial arts school, do you have a preference? Blazing Fire Martial School. Sumu finished his homework early. Chapter 27 Study time is now. Blazing Fire Martial Arts Academy controlled the largest territory in the alien hunting grounds within the 3rd safety zone. Naturally, it was also the most dangerous among all martial arts academies. But what Sumu fears least is danger. Okay. The principal quickly got everything sorted for himself. After bidding farewell to the principal, Sumu left the office with the school's reward of 180,000 yuan. After leaving, Sumu returned to the classroom. The classroom was empty except for Li Shangdong still foolishly waiting for Sumu. Muji, you finally came. Li Shangdong grinned as he approached Sumu. Muji, I've got everything ready, a double VIP room at Blue Sky Internet Cafe. Tonight we're pulling an all-nighter to celebrate you breaking through First Realm Warrior. My treat. Sumu shot him a glare. You actually thought I came to invite you gaming? Wasn't it? Li Shangdong's smile froze on his face. Sumu lightly punched him and said, stop pulling all-nighters, it depletes your vital energy. College entrance exams are in 5 months, aren't you even slightly worried? Hearing Sumu's words, Li Shangdong also said with a worried face, of course I'm anxious, but there's really nothing I can do. The talent I awakened is just a common E-rank one, and my family isn't well off either. Getting into any third-tier martial arts university would already be something I'd need to work hard for a long time to achieve. Sumu gave him an understanding pat on the shoulder, before adding, wait a second. He pulled a notebook out of his backpack. He began scribbling rapidly on the paper. Approximately half an hour passed. Only then did Sumu close the notebook, before promptly handing it to Li Shangdong. Brother Mu, what's this? Inside are a body tempering technique, a breathing method, and a medicinal formula. The body tempering and breathing techniques should be far superior to what you're currently practicing. As for the medicinal formula, it's called bone strengthening muscle nourishing powder. Its effect on boosting vitality is 3 times that of blood replenishing powder, yet it only costs 1,000 yuan to prepare. The body tempering technique and breathing method Sumu selected for Li Shangdong couldn't compare to Sumu's myriad race's body tempering technique and Inital breath regulation method, but they were still considered first-rate techniques in their categories. The reason he didn't include the myriad race's body tempering technique and Inital breath regulation method was, it wasn't that Sumu was being stingy. It's just that both the myriad race's body refinement technique and the Inital breathing method were extremely difficult to cultivate. Never mind the ever-changing myriad race's body refinement technique across cultivation stages, even the Inital breathing method alone would likely take Li Shangdong at least half a year to grasp and practice, given his innate aptitude. The only reason Sumu could cultivate these 2 techniques was because Deep Blue had specifically selected them for him in the first place. Moreover, during his training, Deep Blue constantly corrected his movements and adjusted his breathing rhythm for him. The body forging technique and breathing method Sumu selected for Li Shangdong were far less demanding. Coupled with the bone strengthening and muscle nourishing powder Sumu provided him, reaching the 3rd realm as a martial artist wouldn't be a problem at all. Li Shangdong, having just received the notebook from Sumu, was still wondering what Sumu had written for him. Upon hearing Sumu's words, he was so startled he nearly dropped the notebook in his hands. Mugu, this is way too valuable. Li Shangdong was holding the notebook now as if it were a hot potato. Where did you get these body refinement techniques and breathing methods from? Don't tell me you're secretly passing them on to me. Brother Mu, violating martial law is no joking matter, this is serious business. Sumu helplessly shoved the notebook into his arms. Relax, these body forging techniques and breathing methods have never appeared on the market before. Just consider them as my creation. As for the potion formulas, feel free to use them, they're originally my work anyway. As long as you're the only one using them without profiting from it, there won't be any issues. But it's far too valuable, Brother Mu, I can't accept it. Li Xiangdong wrinkled his face, looking as if he might cry from gratitude. Cut it out and just take it already, Sumu said. You keep it and put it to good use. Train hard. If you don't get into a Tier 1 martial arts university 5 months from now, you'll owe me. Brother Mu, you're like a real brother to me. Li Xiangdong threw his arms around Sumu in a hug. Sumu promptly pushed him away. After organizing everything, Sumu decided to take Fongling's gifts back for use. Since the body tempering technique and breathing method were useless to him, he planned to have his mother sell them at the market later. Presumably they hadn't been bound to any learner yet. Returning home after dinner, Sumu didn't immediately start practicing the body tempering technique. Instead, he went to his room and took out a notebook. Race, Crimson Fong Rabbit Tribe. Vitality value, 10 to 55. Martial Apprentice Tier 1 to Tier 5. Talent, First Grade C, Cunning Rabbits 3 Burrows, Agile Ears. Grade D, Enhanced Olfactory. Habitat, lives underground in Forest Number 1 of the Western Theater, battlefield of 10,000 clans. Weakness, eyes. Damage inflicted to the eyes will instantly incapacitate a crimson-toothed rabbit. Race, Cloud Mice Clan. Blood Chi value, 25 to 80, Martial Novice Level 2 to Martial Novice Level 8. Talents, Primary B rank, Frenzied Rodent Fangs. C rank, Instant Acceleration. Habits, inhabits Sector 3 Forest of the Eastern Warzone in the Myriad Races battleground. Weakness, ears. The ears of the Cloud Mouse clan are generally highly sensitive. Using sonic-based martial techniques can produce remarkable results. One after another, statistics on the blood chi strength range, innate talents, habits, and weaknesses of various races were carefully recorded by Sumu in his notebook. Afterward, he began memorizing the contents of his notebook. Even though he already had Deep Blue as his all-purpose encyclopedia. But for Sumu, only what was mastered within his own mind truly belonged to him. Who knew what would happen if this talent were to disappear one day? It would be far better to seize this opportunity and study hard. Besides, even if the talent didn't vanish, during actual combat there wouldn't be time to listen to all the information about the myriad races or explanations about talents one by one. Only by truly internalizing knowledge can one wield it more effectively in battle. This also proved to be an excellent method Sumu discovered for utilizing death rewinds. After a death rewind, his physical enhancements would revert to their state 12 hours prior. Therefore, practicing body refinement techniques when certain of an impending rewind was clearly unwise. But memories remained untouched. Sumu's knowledge acquired before the previous rewind would not disappear. If he made good use of this time to learn about the myriad races and talents from Deep Blue, Sumu could gain a full 24 extra hours of learning each day compared to others. Moreover, as his mental power increased, this bonus time would continue to grow. Given enough time, who knows, through Sumu's relentless studying, he might one day become a walking, talking version of Deep Blue himself. Next comes learning innate talents. After 12 hours of study, I'll begin practicing the visualization method. Sumu let out a long exhale. He had utilized nearly every available moment possible. Chapter 28, Martial Technique Training. He conducted 2 more sessions of cultivating the Divine Devil visualization technique. Still no success. Sumu wasn't discouraged. Mastering visualization techniques isn't something achieved overnight. To successfully cultivate the Divine Demon visualization technique, both mental strength and luck are indispensable. Having decided not to reset the timeline again, Sumu packed his things and left home for the nearby Blazing Flame Martial Arts Academy. After stepping into the first realm as a martial artist, in addition to daily training in body refinement techniques and breathing methods, mastering martial skills had also become an inevitable priority. The cultivation techniques and breathing exercises don't require much movement, so they can be practiced at home. However, for practicing martial skills, it's more appropriate to visit a nearby martial arts school since there are no suitable weapons or space at home. Moreover, Sumu already holds a recommendation letter from his school, making it convenient for him to visit the Blazing Fire Martial Arts School to apply for a permit to enter the exotic beast hunting grounds. Upon arriving at Blazing Fire Martial Arts School, Sumu obtained a membership card and was then guided by the staff to undergo the assessment for becoming a first-level martial artist. This recognition of martial artist rank can be conducted at either the branch offices of the Martial Alliance in Great Xia or at martial arts schools officially recognized by the Martial Alliance. However, martial arts schools can only certify practitioners below the 4th realm. For higher ranks, one must go to a Martial Alliance branch office. After checking his chi blood value and completing the verification process, the staff member issued Sumu a metal badge engraved with the numeral 1. On the back of the badge were inscribed the 4 characters Great Xia Martial Alliance. With this badge, Sumu was now officially recognized by Great Xia as a first-level martial artist. After obtaining the badge, Sumu applied for a hunting ground pass to the alien territory from the Blazing Fire Martial Arts Hall staff. Thanks to the recommendation letter, the pass was issued without much delay. Only after completing all these formalities did Sumu rent a training chamber at the martial arts hall. Entering the training room, Sumu first began a new round of physical cultivation practice. The breathing technique required no modifications. However, the myriad races body refinement technique that Sumu practiced demanded more advanced chapters. According to Deep Blue's explanation, after each major breakthrough in cultivation realm, practitioners would train different chapters of the myriad races body refinement technique based on their unique physical data, to enable cultivators to possess the most supreme foundation and state at every realm. Upon reaching the first realm martial artist level, Sumu only needed to cultivate 2 new chapters, the Earth Bear Clan chapter and the Cloud Stripe Tiger Clan chapter. The Earth Bear Clan is renowned for their strength and defense, possessing physique that is considered peerless among first-realm martial artists. The Cloud Stripe Tiger Clan, on the other hand, is famed for their combination of strength and speed, with a physique that likewise ranks among the top of all races in the first-realm martial artist stage. In truth, the truly formidable beings among the myriad races are the divine clans, demon clans, immortal clans, and ancient bloodlines. However, and this may come as some embarrassment, these particular races have never experienced the first realm martial artist stage at all. Some are perhaps born as 5th realm or even 6th realm martial artists. For this very reason, at Sumu's current stage, he was incapable of practicing the body tempering techniques described in the chapters they represented. After selecting the body refinement technique, Sumu quickly began practicing in tandem with the breathing method. Drop after drop of sweat fell onto the training room floor. He had no idea how much time had passed. Only then did Sumu finally collapse onto the ground. Although it had one fewer chapter than the myriad race's body refining art practice during the martial disciple stage. However, the difficulty of cultivation had instead increased significantly. Originally, Sumu had thought that given his current physical condition, he could at least manage to practice it 7 or 8 times. Yet by the 3rd repetition, he had already collapsed and couldn't stand up anymore. After resting for a while, Sumu finally stood up again. Bearing the exhaustion in his body, he began practicing martial arts. As for the choice of martial techniques, Shenlong had already prepared them for Sumu. The martial arts techniques selected by Deep Blue were the most suitable for Sumu at his current stage and also the best he could possibly train in. There were 3 martial arts techniques in total. Offensive martial art technique, Gale Swordplay. Gale Swordplay was created by a swordsman who would later call himself the Gale Sword 3 years from now. With this technique, he remained virtually undefeated among warriors below the 3rd realm. The swordplay was fierce and lightning fast, each strike carrying a sharp whistling wind. With every successive swing, the sword grew faster and the accompanying wind grew stronger, like a raging storm. Movement technique, Inch-Step Sword Stride. Inch-Step Sword Stride is a movement-based martial skill created 5 years later by a human swordsman, allowing consecutive micro-movements at extremely close quarters during combat. Another soundwave-based technique, Layered Wave Sword Resonance. Layered Wave Sword Resonance is a sonic martial skill created 3 years later by a human swordsman, which strategically controls blade vibrations during clashes to generate sword resonances that attack enemies. These 3 combat techniques were selected based on Sumu's unique characteristics. Possessing the SSS grade talent Sword Heart Illumination, cultivating sword-related combat techniques is undoubtedly his optimal choice. When combined, Gale Sword Art and Inch-Step Sword Stance deliver blistering speed and formidable attack power, becoming a nightmare that no enemy can withstand. In martial arts, nothing is invincible except absolute speed. As for Cascade Sword Resonance, besides dealing additional damage in regular combat, it proves particularly effective against certain alien races vulnerable to sonic wave techniques. He selected 3 martial arts techniques. Sumu quickly began his cultivation practice. In the training room, the occasional swooshing sound of a long sword cutting through the air could be heard. After a short while, he surveyed the thoroughly wrecked training room. Sumu collapsed onto the floor. This level of damage to the training room fell within normal wear and tear, as the rental fees Sumu had paid up front already covered such expenses. Fortunately, thanks to his SSS grade talent of Sword Heart Clarity, he thoroughly mastered all 3 sword-based martial techniques in just a matter of hours. Next is to apply them in actual combat. However, it's already quite late today. It's not suitable to visit the alien hunting grounds now. I'll wait until tomorrow to test the martial techniques there. After packing up his things, Sumu went straight home. The moment Sumu stepped into his home, the aroma of the meal wafted straight into his nose. Brother! Seeing Sumu return, the happiest was Su Yang. Ever since Sumu awakened his talents and stepped onto the martial path, family meals were scheduled strictly around Sumu's availability. Without Sumu present, no one at home could touch their chopsticks. Every day after school, Su Yang would stare at the dishes, waiting painfully for Sumu to come home. Looking at Su Yang's longing expression, practically drooling with anticipation, Sumu could only smile helplessly. He then patted Su Yang's head. Let's eat. Chapter 29, The Hunting Grounds of the Other Kind. Fong-tooth rats and mottled serpents. Let me give you one last reminder, even if it's the alien hunting grounds, it's not entirely safe. If you encounter trouble you can't handle, activate the distress signal through your wristband immediately. Dying on the alien hunting grounds is hardly a glorious way to go. Additionally, we'll be taking a 30% commission on all aliens harvested from the hunting grounds. Early in the morning, Sumu took the special vehicle arranged by the Flame Marshal Jim and arrived at their designated area within the alien hunting grounds. He had scheduled his meeting with Gu Qian from Danfeng Pharmaceuticals for the afternoon. The daytime offered the perfect opportunity to hone his skills at the alien battlefield. After the supervisor in charge briefly outlined the precautions for the alien hunting grounds, he led Sumu and the others into the designated hunting zone. The wristbands have GPS tracking. If you leave the designated area of the Blazing Fire Martial Arts School, an alarm will be triggered. I trust you're all familiar with the rules. Within our jurisdiction, we provide certain safety guarantees, and our school will respond immediately to any danger encountered. However, if you venture outside our designated zone, don't blame us for being unable to take responsibility if danger arises. After delivering his speech, the manager distributed wristbands to everyone before allowing them to enter the alien hunting grounds on their own. The alien hunting grounds under the Blazing Fire Martial Arts School's jurisdiction consisted of an expansive forest. More than 10 people entered the hunting grounds together on this expedition. Most people had already formed small groups of 2 or 3. Only Sumu was alone. Kid, you're quite young to already be a martial artist. Your awakened talents and potential must be decent, right? Though the alien species in this hunting ground aren't as formidable as those in the myriad races battlefield, some are still quite powerful. In the area controlled by Blazing Fire Martial Hall, there are even aliens with mental-type abilities. Exploring this hunting ground alone isn't very safe. Why not join our team temporarily? We can watch out for each other. Wouldn't that be better? It seemed the beard-stubbled uncle from one team spoke up, noticing Sumu was alone. Sumu shook his head and said, "Thank you for your kindness, uncle, but I'd like to try going solo first." Naturally, he was well aware this area housed alien creatures with psychic-type abilities, precisely why he'd chosen the sector under the Blaze Dojo's jurisdiction. What he sought was to march toward death. If we joined the group, it would be too safe, which actually wouldn't be good. Seeing Sumu refuse, the bearded man gave an awkward laugh, but didn't seem to mind. Instead, the big-breasted woman next to him seemed displeased and said sarcastically, "See, brother, I told you not to be too kind. You're willing, but they don't appreciate it. Though it's just as well, saves us from dragging along dead weight." When she said the words dead weight, she deliberately emphasized her tone. Sumu, who was standing nearby, could only smile wryly at the remark. Given his personality, he wouldn't bother with such comments. The bearded man shot a fierce glare at the busty woman. But this action only made the buxom woman even more displeased. She pouted and turned her head to look away. Sumu ignored the situation with the buxom woman. Instead, he quickly dashed toward the depths of the forest. His objective for this trip was twofold. First, to hone his combat skills by fighting the alien races within the otherworld hunting grounds. Secondly, he wanted to see if there were any suitable talents worth acquiring, particularly psychic-type talents. However, since psychic talents were inherently rare, Sumu didn't hold out much hope anyway. After entering the forest, a gentle breeze rustled through the leaves, producing a soft whispering sound. The air carried a faint earthy fragrance. What surprised Sumu was that while practicing the Inatol fetal breathing technique, it actually ran smoother than usual. It even stimulated vitality throughout his body. Indeed, the energy concentration in human territory's air can't compare to the myriad race's battlefield. Just being near this hunting ground bordering the warzone already brings such improvement, the effects would surely be greater on the battlefield proper. After brief consideration, Sumu grasped the underlying principles. 10,000 years ago, during the invasion of the myriad races, they seized the most energy-abundant region on Blue Star. Though humanity later reclaimed some of these lands and established their rear bases, the reclaimed territories paled in energy richness compared to those still held by the myriad races. Sumu swiftly weaved through the forest. Drawing from his own experience and Deep Blue's hints, he soon discovered traces of alien creatures. These marks, they must be from Fong rats. Sumu looked at the trails left by the creature's movement on the ground and made his judgment. In the next moment, an introduction interface for the fanged rats rapidly appeared before his eyes. Race, Fanged Rat Clan. Chi blood value, 100 to 200, early First Realm Warrior. Ability, Part 1 Grade A, biting through rock and metal. Habitat, living in the hunting grounds of other races. Weakness, eyes. Sumu quickly scanned through the abilities of the Fong-tooth rat. After discovering he possessed no particular talents suited for himself, he immediately darted toward the Fong rats. Soon enough, he found traces of the Fong rats. The Fong-toothed rat still seemed to be fighting another alien creature. Sumu instantly recognized the other creature as a member of the Spotted Serpent clan. The strength of the Spotted Serpent clan was roughly on par with that of the Fong-Toothed Rat clan. As for their innate abilities, none caught Sumu's interest. Watching the two battling alien creatures, Sumu directly employed the close-quarters sword step, arriving beside the two aliens. In the next moment, the Gale sword art surged toward the two aliens like a violent storm, although Sumu had only just entered the first realm of martial arts. But the hurricane sword technique he cultivated was itself an immensely powerful martial skill. Moreover, Sumu possessed sword heart clarity, which enhanced sword-based martial techniques with a 100-fold increase in power. Against two alien tribesmen at the early first realm stage, they couldn't even withstand a single strike from Sumu's hurricane sword technique. With my current strength, I probably wouldn't face much difficulty even against alien tribesmen at the late first realm stage, would I? Looking at the two corpses of alien creatures before him, Sumu gained a basic understanding of his current combat strength. It must be said, the heart of the sword illuminated talent was truly formidable. Any martial technique remotely related to swordsmanship, he could master it completely in an extremely short time while also unleashing 100 times its normal power. No wonder that figure from back then had been so arrogantly aloof, dismissing the entire heretic sect's disciples as mere trash with a single mocking remark. With his strength reaching the 8th realm of martial arts, combined with his sword heart enlightenment talent, his combat prowess must have reached an utterly terrifying level now, no? Sumu tossed the two alien corpses aside. Since he'd be rewinding time anyway, keeping them now would be pointless. Give me enough time, and I will surpass him for sure. Sumu's figure swiftly disappeared into the forest. At the same time, somewhere else in the forest. Brother, are we going to die here? Chapter 30, Ding. You have been killed by a red-tailed fox. Thwick. With a single slash, he severed the head of an alien creature. Sumu tossed the corpse aside. By now, no less than dozens of these alien beings had fallen by his hand. After numerous battles, Sumu had indeed begun to sense a different kind of experience. This experience was something utterly absent during routine martial arts practice alone. How strange, why is there such an overwhelming scent of blood? He quickened his pace through the woodland. Sumu suddenly caught a whiff of an intensely thick scent of blood. He frowned slightly. He quickly ran toward the source of the blood smell. After running for about a few minutes, the scene before his eyes, it made his scalp tingle instantly. Not far away, a dense cluster of red-tailed foxes huddled together. The ground was littered with severed limbs. There seemed to be blood splattered on the nearby trees. How could this happen? Sumu gave a quick appraisal. There must be at least 100 red-tailed foxes in front of him. But, this shouldn't be happening. For group-dwelling alien species like the red-tailed foxes, once their numbers exceed 100, they become a significant threat to ordinary martial artists. The Blaze Martial Arts Academy would never allow red-tailed foxes to develop to this extent. Yet why have the red-tailed foxes before him grown to such numbers? What disturbed Sumu even more was, limb fragments littered the ground. It appears they hadn't been dead for long. Theoretically, when any martial artist in the alien hunting grounds encounters an insurmountable danger, pressing the distress button on their wristband will immediately generate a protective barrier around them and simultaneously send a distress signal to the Blazing Fist Dojo. And personnel from the Blazing Fist Dojo would arrive at the location of the distress call within 5 minutes. Yet now, these mutilated corpses strewn across the ground were clearly conveying one message to Sumu. They didn't even get the chance to press the distress button. At that very moment, a voice suddenly interrupted Sumu's train of thought. Hurry, run. Sumu turned to look in the direction of that voice. The voice came from someone he recognized. It was the voluptuous woman standing beside the bearded man who had invited him when he first entered the forest. Now, the woman was covered in blood. A large chunk of flesh had been torn from her right shoulder. Her entire body was a mangled mess of blood and wounds. If not for her unmistakable figure, Sumu might not have recognized her at first glance. Behind that buxom woman, several red-tailed foxes were lunging toward her. She clearly had no chance of escape. The reason she made noise was probably because she noticed Sumu's arrival and mustered her last ounce of strength to warn him. Damn brat! Stop spacing out! Run! Run! Get as far away as possible. Press the emergency button immediately once you're clear. Run! The buxom woman recognized Sumu. Then she raised her voice even louder, screaming towards Sumu's direction. In the next instant, before she could finish, the crimson-tailed fox pounced on her from behind. TCH! A red fox's sharp teeth suddenly tore off a large chunk of flesh from her body. At the sight of this, a flash of anger crossed Sumu's face. Damn these alien creatures! With a flick of his long sword, the next moment, he charged straight toward the buxom woman. Tempest Blade Technique. Sword chi erupted like a violent storm, raining down upon the crimson-tailed foxes. Thwick! Thwick! The overwhelming force annihilated the foxes in an instant. Sumu looked toward the busty woman. The busty woman seemed to still be clinging to her last breath at this moment. She raised her head and saw that Sumu had actually saved her from the jaws of those red-tailed foxes. A flicker of surprise flashed through her eyes, but it was soon replaced by urgency. Run! They've got psychic abilities. After uttering those words, the buxom woman finally seemed unable to bear the pain any longer and closed her eyes. Upon hearing the voluptuous woman's words, Sumu, he too froze momentarily. Mental type talent? Wasn't his very presence in this alien hunting ground controlled by Blazing Fire Martial Arts Academy precisely for the chance of encountering an extraterrestrial with psychic abilities? And right at this moment, behind the pack of red-tailed foxes, a sharp sound suddenly rang out. Upon hearing that piercing voice, Sumu suddenly felt as if a heavy hammer had struck his mind. The next moment, his vision blurred with dizziness. In that brief moment of disorientation, several red-tailed foxes had already launched their attack toward him. Fortunately, it seemed that because Sumu had experienced several death loops, his mental strength was significantly stronger than an average person's. The dizziness didn't last long. Just as a few red-tailed foxes were about to pounce on him, Sumu flung out his long sword, swiftly thrusting it through the air several times. Several red-tailed foxes were instantly annihilated by Sumu. Then, Sumu activated his close-quarters sword steps, darting through the crowd of red-tailed foxes in mere flashes. Whirlwind Sword Art. Cascade Sword Song. Amidst the flashing swordlight, crimson blood flowed like a small river across the ground. Sumu fought his way toward the screeching figure. Along the path, red-tailed foxes charged at Sumu one after another. Yet within the impenetrable storm of Sumu's gale sword techniques, every fox that rushed forward could only become another victim beneath his blade. Soon, Sumu arrived at the center of the scarlet-tailed fox pack. Not far away, a scarlet-tailed fox noticeably larger than the others, with two tails trailing behind it, was gnawing on a corpse. Upon seeing the corpse, Sumu's pupils contracted sharply. The corpse was none other than the bearded man who had invited him earlier. The bearded man was now completely, utterly dead. Half of his face had been devoured by that red-tailed fox, exposing blood-streaked white bone. Witnessing this scene, Sumu couldn't help but feel an inexplicable wave of nausea and revulsion. He looked toward the two-tailed crimson fox. The red-tailed fox seemed to have noticed Sumu as well. Its pitch-black eyes flickered with a trace of human-like bewilderment. But the next moment, it began snarling ferociously at Sumu. With that snarl came, the surrounding red-tailed foxes swiftly surged toward his direction. Sumu's vision was also filled with information about this red-tailed fox. Race, Scarlet-tailed Fox Clan. Chi and blood value, 795, late-stage first-realm martial artist. Talent, rank A, mental allurement. Habits, inhabits the alien hunting grounds. Weakness, neck. Since it's a specific individual, its vitality stats and innate talents have already been determined. As the crimson-tailed foxes lunged at him from all sides, Sumu remained utterly fearless. After repelling the surrounding red-tailed foxes with the gale sword technique, he charged straight toward the two-tailed crimson fox. Seeing Sumu actually charging toward it, the crimson-tailed fox was also furious. It let out a piercing scream. Sumu suddenly felt a wave of dizziness blur his vision. And the next moment, the crimson-tailed fox also pounced onto Sumu. Seeing that it was the one attacking him, Sumu didn't resist anymore. Instead, he directly reached out and tightly grasped the red-tailed fox, refusing to let it go. The captured red-tailed fox grew even more furious and began frantically biting Sumu. Sumu only felt an intense pain shooting through his neck. Before his eyes, darkness gradually swallowed everything. Ding! You have been killed by a red-tailed fox. Replication successful. Congratulations on obtaining the A-grade talent, Mind Bewitchment. Chapter 31, Successfully Cultivating the Divine Demon Contemplation Technique. Talent skyrockets. A-rank talent, Mental Enticement. Mind manipulation, temporarily controls certain actions of the target through sound waves, gaze, or other means. The duration of control depends on the user's mental strength. Ha! Sumu abruptly sat up from the bed. In his mind, the tragic corpses of the bearded man and the buxom woman seemed still vividly etched before his eyes. To be honest, it was also the first time Musu had personally witnessed such a bloody and terrifying scene of an alien race devouring humans. After calming himself down somewhat, only then did Musu begin examining his current character panel. Name, Musu. Vitality value, 101.75, early stage first realm warrior. Spiritual power, 11.52, average for ordinary humans without cultivation or awakened spiritual talents is 0.5. Body tempering art, myriad races body tempering art, Earth Bear Tribe Scroll, Pattern Cloud Tiger Tribe Scroll. Breathing technique, Inatal fetal breathing method. Visualization technique, Divine Demon visualization. Martial arts, Gale Sword Art, footwork of the close sword, Surging Sword Chant. Talents, EX rank, Posthumous Replication, SSS rank. Death Rewind 12 hours, Book of Wisdom, Sword Heart Transparency, a rank, Disguise, Mental Bewitchment. It seemed that after replicating the mental type talent of that crimson-tailed fox, his spiritual power had reached a considerable level. So this time, on Sumu's character panel, Deep Blue specifically added a measurement for his mental energy value. Looking at his current mental energy value on the character panel, a trace of joy appeared on Sumu's face. The average mental energy value for ordinary humans is roughly around 0.5. Previously, due to several time reversals, his spiritual power had at most lingered around 1. But now, upon awakening an A-grade mental type talent, his spiritual energy had surged dramatically to 11.52. With spiritual power at this level, perhaps it was time to attempt cultivating the divine demon contemplation technique again? Without hesitation, Sumu immediately began practicing the divine demon contemplation technique. To his surprise, as he had anticipated, this time, the cultivation of the divine and demonic visualization method went surprisingly smoothly. In just half an hour, he successfully developed the spiritual energy of the Celestial Wing Clan, and shortly after, he mastered the spiritual energy of the Infernal Demon Clan in an even shorter time. After the refinement of psionic energies from 2 races was completed, Sumu began continuously using these 2 types of psionic energy to systematically destroy and reconstruct his own mental power. The mere erosion of a fragment of his psionic energy drew an involuntary grunt of pain from Sumu. This spiritual agony proved far more excruciating than any physical suffering could ever be. It felt like holding a knife, slowly carving away fragments of your soul. About several hours later, Sumu's face had turned utterly pale. By the time he opened his eyes again, his eyes were brimming with unconcealable exhaustion, and the results were quite gratifying. It was merely a single session of divine demon visualization cultivation, yet Sumu's spiritual power had skyrocketed from its original state of 11.52 to 31.85. It increased by a full 20 points or so. Indeed, the improvement of spiritual power is much faster than the enhancement of physical energy. Regarding this point, Sumu had long drawn some preliminary conclusions from the information provided by Deep Blue. The cultivation methods for spiritual power and physical energy are completely different. The cultivation of chi and blood values primarily involves continuously refining and channeling energy into the body, then using this absorbed energy to progressively strengthen the physique and enhance one's vital chi. In a sense, cultivating chi and blood means constantly leveraging external forces to elevate oneself. Body tempering techniques and breathing methods are merely mediums to assist in refining these external energies. The cultivation of mental power, however, operates on entirely different principles. It does not rely on external forces, or rather, it does not primarily depend on external power. Looking at all the visualization techniques of the myriad races, they fundamentally stem from one's own mental energy, envisioning something to refine and strengthen that mental power. Thus, the cultivation of mental energy places high demands on one's innate mental strength. This is also why mental-type talents can enhance one's mental energy, because the power of talents originates from within oneself. At the moment of awakening, to ensure the smooth application of your talent, your mental energy is elevated with the aid of that very talent. Similarly, due to the unique cultivation method of psychic energy, as long as one can endure the pain and continuously refine their mental strength, the growth rate of psychic energy will be multiple times faster than that of physical vitality. At this rate, it wouldn't be surprising if my spiritual power surpasses my physical energy within a month. Realizing this, Sumu's heart swelled with joy. This was undoubtedly good news for Sumu. After all, there are times when certain seasoned experts can still deduce chi blood levels through certain methods, but when it comes to spiritual power, unless you encounter someone with special talents, ordinary people generally can't perceive the strength of your spiritual energy as long as you don't use it. This meant Sumu would possess an extremely powerful hidden ace up his sleeve. At the critical moment, using psychic power to attack others can deliver an utterly unexpected and fatal blow. Sumu, who had successfully cultivated the divine demon visualization technique, felt a surge of joy in his heart. However, this was not yet the time to let his guard down. After the mental power enhancement, Sumu still needed to test approximately how many times he could now rewind time. When Sumu opened his eyes once more, he silently sat up from the bed. After his mental energy had increased, with the help of those foreign races in the alien hunting grounds, he successfully archived 7 more times. A total of 7 talents were duplicated, and through these 7 rollbacks, Sumu also roughly figured out the number of times he could roll back. With the improvement of his psychic energy, Sumu could now estimate that his number of rewinds had roughly exceeded 50 times. Moreover, he found that as the number of consecutive rewinds increased, the psychic energy required seemed to grow progressively larger. Given Sumu's current condition, it would still be effortless for him to continue rewinding. However, he decided not to continue rewinding time. On one hand, he had nearly reached the limit of rewinds he could attempt. On the other hand, within the territory controlled by the Blazing Fire Martial School, he had already copied all the alien talents that caught his interest. There was no need to rewind any further. Sumu's thoughts stirred. His character panel once again appeared before his eyes. Name, Sumu. Vitality, 101.75. First Realm Martial Artist, Early Stage. Spiritual Power, 41.52, Martial Disciple, 4th tier. Body Refinement Art, Myriad Races Body Refinement Art, Earth Bear Clan Chapter, Pattern Cloud Tiger Clan Chapter. Breathing Technique, Primordial Womb Breathing. Visualization Technique, Divine Demon Visualization. Martial Arts, Tempest Sword Art, Inch Step Sword Stance, Wave Stacking Sword Chant. Talents, EX Rank, Posthumous Replication, SSS Rank, Death Rewind, 12 Hours, Book of Wisdom, Sword Heart's Clarity, A Rank, Facade Shift, Mental Bewitchment, True Sight, Healing Light, Enhanced Senses, Crimson Flame Bloodline, B Rank, Mental Fortification, Wood Manipulation, Wind Manipulation. The panel closed. A cold gleam flashed in Sumu's eyes. That crimson-tailed fox, it's time we settled our score. Chapter 32 The Desperate Bearded Uncle. Kid, judging by your young age, you've already become a martial artist. Your awakened talents and potential must be quite impressive, right? Although the alien species in this hunting ground can't compare to those on the battlefield of 10,000 races, some still pack quite a punch. Over in the Blaze Martial Hall sector, there are even aliens with psychic-type abilities. It's really not safe for you to explore this hunting ground alone. Why not temporarily join our team? We could watch each other's backs and whatnot. Upon reaching the entrance of the alien hunting ground, the bearded uncle made another attempt to recruit Sumu. Looking at the kindly bearded man, who could have thought that soon after, this very bearded man would become prey to that twin-tailed red fox? Holding fast to what the diary had mentioned, some things must remain unknown to be changed. Sumu still chose to decline the bearded man's kind offer. This time, although his main goal was to slay the two-tailed red-tailed fox, but the bearded man was quite decent, and the big-breasted woman by his side, though sharp-tongued, wasn't a bad person either. If possible, Sumu still wanted to save these two people from the jaws of those red-tailed foxes. Bro, I told you not to go around playing the Good Samaritan, didn't I? You're willing, but they don't appreciate it. Well, this is just as good, saves us from dragging along deadweight. The big-breasted woman still wore that same sarcastic expression. Hearing the same words again, Sumu could only shake his head helplessly, just like last time. After parting ways with the bearded uncle and the buxom woman, Sumu didn't follow his previous route. Instead, while examining the talents he'd gained through 7 resets, he slowly slaughtered the alien creatures as he moved towards the direction where, during his last reset, the bearded uncle and the buxom woman had met their tragic ends. Sumu obtained 7 talents in 7 replays. Among the 7 talents, 3 are B rank and 4 are A rank. Among B-grade talents, Wind Manipulation and Wood Manipulation are relatively common elemental-type abilities. When utilized skillfully in combat, they can significantly enhance one's fighting capability. Moreover, when executing martial techniques, one can choose techniques that align with this elemental talent, often unleashing formidable power. There is another talent that also belongs to the spiritual category. The acquisition of this talent brought Sumu unexpected delight. At the time, Sumu merely attempted to use mass psychic persuasion on a group of aliens, testing the potency of his mental influence. Unexpectedly, among the bewitched alien creatures, one speckled snake remained completely unaffected by his manipulation. According to its behavior and combined with the judgment of the Book of Wisdom, Sumu finally concluded that its innate talent was none other than mental fortification. Without hesitation, he compelled the speckled snake to surrender its innate ability. Apart from these 3 B-grade talents, 4 A-grade talents were Sumu's greatest gain from this journey. The first was the Eye of True Sight, capable of discerning talents not exceeding A-grade. Previously, the Book of Wisdom in Sumu's mind still required him to observe others' behaviors to judge their talents. But now, as long as the opponent's talent tier is below S-grade, Sumu can directly perceive their talent through the Eye of True Sight. Even without deciphering the talent, it could indicate that the opponent's talent is at least S-rank, so there's no need for excessive hesitation. Death comes when it must. It can be said that this Eye of True Sight has greatly improved Sumu's future efficiency in replicating talents, while also allowing him to anticipate his enemy's moves. In actual combat, it will prove to be quite useful. The second A-grade talent was the Light of Healing. This ability was utterly useless to Sumu personally. For Sumu, who possessed the innate abilities of posthumous replication and death rewinding, he wouldn't even consider replicating defensive talents or practicing defensive martial techniques. His sole purpose was to die faster when the time came. The reason he replicated this healing light ability was primarily to conveniently heal others when needed. After all, Sumu couldn't possibly rewind time every single time someone died or got injured. In the future battles against myriad races, injuries and deaths are inevitable. A healing talent would undoubtedly help Sumu resolve numerous problems. The third A-grade talent is Hypersensory. Hypersensory can be activated and deactivated at will, enhancing Sumu's combat prowess during battles. During ordinary times, it can also be used for reconnaissance and similar tasks. The final S-rank talent is the Crimson Flame Bloodline. This Crimson Flame bloodline can boost the power of fire-based martial techniques by 50%. It also allows weapons and any part of the body to be coated with inextinguishable crimson flames upon striking an opponent. Ordinary water or sand can't extinguish these flames, only special countermeasures work. These talents rank among the strongest in the territory overseen by the Blaze Martial Arts Academy. Sumu didn't indiscriminately copy talents either. After all, having too many talents might prevent him from fully mastering any individual one's potential. The talents he chose were based partly on his own ideas, but he also took some advice from Deep Blue. While Sumu slowly moved toward the location where the bearded man had died during the last rewind. Meanwhile, bro, are we gonna die here? The bearded man and the buxom woman stood back to back at this moment. Surrounding them was a circle of red-tailed foxes eyeing them voraciously. At the very center of these red-tailed foxes stood one with two tails. Beneath the fox's paws lay two wristbands. The bearded man gritted his teeth as he stared at the bracelet beneath the paws of the twin-tailed crimson fox. They had originally come to this alien hunting ground to hunt, thinking about killing more alien corpses to earn money. When he saw the crimson-tailed fox, he was quite pleased, because the fox's fur could fetch a good price. But as they chased after that crimson-tailed fox, they unexpectedly found themselves surrounded by a whole pack of them. After realizing they had been encircled, the two had initially prepared to press the emergency button on their wristbands. But right at that moment, a piercing sound rang out. After that sound pierced through, they momentarily fell into a dazed trance. It was only when several red-tailed foxes attacked them that they snapped out of that state. Yet upon regaining their senses, they discovered to their horror that their wristbands had been tossed to the feet of that two-tailed red-tailed fox. Now, even if they wanted to press the distress button, it was impossible. Facing the densely packed crimson-tailed foxes with strength ranging from early first-realm martial artist to late first-realm martial artist, the bearded uncle felt his scalp go numb. His own strength was only at the late first-realm martial artist level. Dealing with a few crimson-tailed foxes would be manageable, but such a large pack? Not to mention he still had to protect his younger sister standing behind him. Could it be that we're really going to die here today? A fleeting look of despair flashed across the bearded man's face. Gao Jing, I'll cover your breakout later, seized the chance to escape. Chapter 33, The Death of the Twin-Tailed Crimson Fox. Bro! Hearing the bearded man say this, the buxom woman suddenly felt her nose sting with emotion. If you encounter anyone, tell them to run immediately and press the distress button right away, the bearded man instructed. That beast must have awakened a spiritual-type talent, relying on this very ability to lead so many crimson-tailed foxes to survive the blazing fire Marshal Hall's purge. If we let these crimson-tailed foxes continue to proliferate, they might eventually pose a threat to humanity's rear bases. We must find a way to get this information out. Hearing the bearded man's words, the buxom woman also seemed to realize what consequences would arise if these crimson-tailed foxes were allowed to grow unchecked. She wiped away her tears. I understand, big brother. Get ready! The bearded man shouted loudly. But at this very moment, they suddenly heard the distant cry of a sword. They turned to look in the direction of the sword's cry. Not far away, behind those red-tailed foxes, it was as if a fierce tiger had plunged into a flock of sheep. The heads of crimson-tailed foxes soared into the sky. Brother, what happened over there? The bearded man's eyes flashed with a red light, and in the next instant, his face registered shock. That's a person. Just as the two were discussing, the encirclement formed by the red-tailed foxes had actually been breached at one point. At this moment, the bearded man and the buxom woman beside him finally got a clear look at the newcomer's appearance. Sumu stood clad in the ordinary combat armor issued by Blazing Fire Dojo, gripping a long sword whose blade had been notched from relentless strikes. The bloodstained armor gleamed under sunlight as though scorched by flames. Just like that, like a war god descended from the heavens, Sumu appeared before the bearded man and the buxom woman. Young master. The bearded man recognized Sumu at once as the lone young man he'd encountered at the entrance. The buxom woman beside him clearly recognized Sumu too. Seeing Sumu charging forward with such overwhelming force, her jaw dropped in astonishment at the unbelievable scene before her. Are you all right? Sumu glanced at the two men. Though they bore some superficial wounds, both were fundamentally unharmed. And nothing. The bearded man still hadn't recovered from his shock. Sumu paid him no further attention. After confirming that neither of them was in danger, Sumu turned his gaze toward the double-tailed crimson fox protected by several ordinary red-tailed foxes nearby. Found you. Upon noticing the double-tailed crimson fox, a cold gleam flashed in Sumu's eyes. The next instant, his figure flashed forward. Close quarters sword step. In mere moments, Sumu had already darted to a spot not far from that double-tailed crimson-tailed fox. The two-tailed crimson fox visibly panicked when it saw the murderous Sumu charging straight toward it. A flash of evident alarm passed through its eyes. It let out a piercing shriek. Sumu could distinctly sense the faint ripple of psychic energy carried within that scream. Clearly, this was the attack method of this two-tailed red fox. Previously, Sumu might have been briefly dazed by such an attack, but now, Sumu not only possessed the same mental bewitchment talent as this two-tailed red fox, but also had a mental enhancement talent. He had even cultivated the divine demon visualization technique. His spiritual power had already reached the 4th level of warrior apprentice. The attacks of the twin-tailed crimson fox were nothing more than tickles to him. Such petty tricks, how dare you show off before an expert? Sumu sneered coldly. He flicked a finger against the long sword in his hand. Clang! A airy ripple spread out from the long sword like waves, sweeping toward the twin-tailed crimson fox and the surrounding foxes. Ding! Ding! The continuous echoes of sword hymns resembled layered ocean waves, one after another in endless succession. This was also a great method Sumu discovered for utilizing mental manipulation. Mental manipulation is essentially leveraging one's innate talents to spread powerful psychic energy outward, thereby briefly controlling the target. Sumu's layered sword resonance, with its wave-like, overlapping sword hums, could perfectly maximize the diffusion of his psychic energy. The surrounding crimson-tailed foxes didn't even have time to react. Sumu had already appeared before them. Frenzied wind sword technique. Like autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves, several crimson-tailed foxes hadn't even regained consciousness from Sumu's mental bewitchment, had already turned into a shattered pile of dismembered remains. So did that twin-tailed crimson fox. Just as Sumu charged before it, it let out a terrified shriek. The next instant, Sumu's longsword plunged mercilessly between its brows. Put! The long sword, carrying the momentum of a raging storm, pierced almost effortlessly through the forehead of the twin-tailed crimson fox. One moment the twin-tailed crimson fox was alive and vibrant, the next, the light in its eyes gradually dimmed. The twin-tailed crimson fox was dead, and at the very moment the two-tailed crimson-tailed fox died, the surrounding crimson-tailed foxes seemed to lose their backbone all at once. The encirclement that had surrounded Sumu and his two companions abruptly scattered. Sumu casually dispatched several more crimson-tailed foxes. He finally came face to face with the bearded man and the buxom woman. In your current condition, it's probably not suitable for you to stay here any longer. Let me get you out. Looking at the two individuals now standing alive before him, Sumu felt a certain sense of accomplishment in his heart. He wasn't the self-sacrificing saint type who would save others at his own expense, but if he had the capability to rescue his fellow humans from aliens or evildoers, he was certainly willing to do so. Is this convenient? The bearded man eyed Sumu with disbelief. He simply couldn't believe that a youth who looked barely 20 years old could possess such terrifying power. That two-tailed red-tailed fox had at least the strength of a late-stage first-realm cultivator. Yet all those surrounding red-tailed foxes were completely helpless before this young man, like clay chickens and straw dogs. They were shattered in a single strike. Just how formidable exactly was this young man's power? Or perhaps, what kind of formidable talent had awakened within him? The bearded man didn't press further. In human society, one's innate abilities were typically considered private matters. Some high schoolers who just awakened their talents were even instructed by teachers to keep them secret from everyone, even their closest relatives. Naturally, the bearded man knew better than to pry. He simply gazed at Sumu with gratitude. Young man, we truly owe you our lives this time. Had it not been for you, my sister and I would have perished here. You're our savior. As he spoke, he pulled the buxom woman beside him forward. Gao Jing, come thank our rescuer properly. The buxom woman's face flushed with embarrassment as she faced Sumu. She recalled how she'd previously called him a useless burden. Yet now it appeared she was the real burden. Being proven completely wrong in such a short time burned her face with shame, making her unable to meet Sumu's gaze. He struggled for a long time before finally managing to utter a sentence. Thank you. Sumu simply smiled nonchalantly. We're all fellow humans. I believe anyone would lend a hand if they encountered such a situation. Who would have thought there'd be a red-tailed fox awakened with psychic abilities secretly gathering so many of its kind here? But thankfully, you're both unharmed. Let's go. I was just about to head back anyway, so I'll see you home. Your wristbands seem to be malfunctioning. It wouldn't be safe to stay here any longer. Chapter 34, Tiger Blood Elixir. Selling the formula. Under Sumu's guidance, the siblings managed to return safely to the entrance. Along the way, Sumu had learned their names and some basic information about them. The burly, bearded man was named Gao Shan, a veteran who had returned from serving on the battlefields across the realms. He made a living by hunting exotic creatures in the foreign hunting grounds, trading their corpses for money. The woman with ample curves was named Gao Jing. Having just graduated from the martial arts academy, she intended to return to the third secure zone and join the Night Walkers' ranks. However, she hadn't yet met their recruitment standards, so for now, she could only accompany Gao Shan to hunt foreign creatures in the otherworld hunting grounds for money. Brother Sumu, I can't thank you enough this time. From now on, if there's ever anything you need from me, Gao Shan, just say the word, even if it means climbing mountains of swords or wading through seas of fire, I'll be there for you. Gao Shan patted his chest and declared. Beside him, Gao Jing remained uncharacteristically quiet for once. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, Gao Shan rummaged through his clothes before finally producing a small box from his breast pocket. Young brother Sumu, I don't have anything particularly valuable on me right now, but here's this tiger blood elixir I obtained at an auction not too long ago. Please don't think poorly of it. Without waiting for Sumu's agreement, he straightforwardly stuffed the tiger blood elixir into Sumu's bosom. Elder brother Gao, this is far too precious. Sumu attempted to decline. He was aware that this tiger blood elixir was refined from the vital essence of a mystic beast known as the striped tiger. Its effect in replenishing vitality is more than 10 times that of blood replenishing powder. Even among vitality medicines, it's considered quite precious. A single pill costs 100,000 yuan. Judging by the clothing of siblings Gao Shan and Gao Jing, they don't appear particularly wealthy. This 100,000 yuan tiger blood pill is probably the most valuable item Gao Shan possesses, so much so that he keeps it close to his body. Just as Sumu was about to vehemently refuse, Gao Shan interjected, priceless my ass. Could it possibly be more valuable than my sisters and my lives? Little brother Sumu, you saved us too. Compared to our debt to you, this is nothing. If you don't take it, my sister and I won't be able to live with ourselves. Gao Jing also nodded in agreement from the side. Please, just take it. Seeing this, Sumu stopped declining. However, there's something I must clarify first. Since I'm taking this tiger blood elixir, I won't be taking any share from the money we get from selling those red-tailed fox corpses later. Sumu felt Gao Shan was quite decent and didn't want to take too much advantage of the sibling pair. If you disagree with this arrangement, brother Gao, then I genuinely can't accept this elixir. The bodies of those red-tailed foxes, along with the two-tailed one, would fetch around 70 to 80,000 after deducting miscellaneous fees. This sum meant little to Sumu at the moment, but for Gao Shan and his sister, it was undoubtedly a fortune. Gao Shan's eyes flickered with gratitude at Sumu's gesture. He was about to say more, but Sumu simply waved him off. He hurried away. When did our third security sector produce such an outstanding genius? Watching Sumu's figure retreat into the distance, Gao Shan couldn't help but sigh. He's only 18 years old, and he awakened his talent less than 2 months ago. 18? Are you serious, bro? But entering the alien hunting grounds requires at least a first-realm martial artist. He awakened less than 2 months ago and already has the strength of a first-realm martial artist. There's no mistake. You know my talent allows me to perceive details others can't see. I'm certain Sumu is exactly 18 years old, having just awakened his talent. The time since he stepped into martial arts absolutely doesn't exceed 2 months. This is utterly monstrous. Not only that, but he possesses strength far surpassing late-stage first-realm martial artists. Such talent is truly terrifying. Gao Jing, we must take this secret to our graves. If the heretic worshippers behind human lines discovered someone like him, they'd eliminate him without hesitation. But if he enters a martial arts university, I'm afraid no one will be able to suppress his growth ever again. Gao Jing's eyes were filled with shock. What was I doing when I was 18? Probably still struggling to break through to the first level of martial apprenticeship, right? We're both human beings, so why is the gap this vast? For some reason, Gao Jing suddenly remembered how she had once called him a burden. She couldn't help but blush with shame. Who's actually the deadweight here? Meanwhile, on Sumu's side, after placing the tiger blood pill into his backpack, he hurried back home. After changing his clothes, he rushed towards the previously agreed meeting location with Gu Qian, the licensing negotiator from Danfeng Pharmaceutical. By the time Sumu arrived at the designated meeting spot, Gu Qian had arrived long ago. To Sumu's surprise, Gu Qian didn't appear much older than Sumu. With her hair tied in a ponytail, she looked youthful and vivacious. When Gu Qian saw Sumu, she was clearly quite surprised as well. You are the savior, sir? After watching Sumu take his seat, Gu Qian couldn't help but ask. Sumu nodded. Is it that surprising? Gu Qian didn't deny it. Indeed, I never expected that the person capable of creating a formula like the bone-nourishing muscle-toning powder would be such a young, high school student. I usually like to study various formulas on my own. On this point, Sumu gave a vague response. Let's begin discussing the details formally. Sumu wasted no time with pleasantries and immediately began explaining the various effects of the bone-strengthening muscle-nourishing powder to Gu Qian. Based on your description and the test results from our company, we can offer you approximately 4.5 million yuan as our company's representative. Does this seem satisfactory to you? If it does, we can proceed with signing the contract immediately, though we'll need you, savior, to take down the formula from the forum soon afterward. 4.5 million yuan? Miss Gu, what if I were to express interest in establishing long-term collaboration with your company instead? Sumu had long been prepared for this negotiation. I have another formula superior to the muscle bone strengthening elixir, and this prescription hasn't been published on the researcher forum. In other words, your company could purchase the publishing rights to this formula and even claim it was independently developed by your firm. Whether it's elevating your company's researcher rating or boosting your reputation, it would undoubtedly have significant impact. As he spoke, Sumu placed a sheet of paper before Gu Qian. I hope your company avoids any unwise actions. Though I haven't officially published this formula, rough drafts remain stored in the forum's draft box. Seeing the paper Sumu handed over, Gu Qian froze for a moment, then said, Mr. Savior, would it be alright if I photograph this formula to send to our company's professionals for verification? Be my guest. Sumu nodded. Then he folded his arms and looked out the window. If nothing went wrong, with this formula plus the bone-strengthening muscle-nourishing powder recipe, this time he might directly achieve financial freedom. Chapter 35, A Fortune, Buying a Villa. Soon, Gu Qian received a reply from their company's appraisal team. The contents of the reply clearly surprised her greatly, so much so that it wasn't until she had sat down that her expression gradually returned to normal. Mr. Savior, our company's professionals have completed the appraisal. Your medicine formula has extraordinarily high value. Gu Qian bit her lower lip and said, I never expected a high school student like you to be capable of formulating such a high-value medicinal formula. How about this, if you're willing to sell the full rights of this formula to our company, we can raise the price for your bone-strengthening muscle-nourishing powder to 5 million. This is merely the licensing price for the vital bone and muscle tonic formula, and it won't affect the acquisition price of your new formula. You can rest assured about that. As you've mentioned, we also hope to establish a long-term collaboration with you. Sumu nodded. This price was about the same as what he had discussed with Shunlan. As for the acquisition price of your new drug formula, we can certainly continue negotiations. May I ask, Savior, what conditions do you have in mind? Gu Qian's attitude towards Sumu had changed significantly from the beginning. At first, she might have simply thought he was an ordinary high school student who happened to stumble upon a chemical formula. But now, according to the feedback from the company's professional team, the value of Sumu's second chemical formula far exceeded that of the first one. I have a few conditions. First, I can sell you the formula for the potion, but the price will be 20 million plus 40% of the profits. Hearing Sumu's words, Gu Qian slightly furrowed her brows, but he didn't interrupt, waiting for Sumu to continue. Sumu gave Gu Qian an appreciative glance. He continued, second, as an exchange, I will provide you with one pharmacy formula annually that is no less valuable than the one just mentioned. However, the profit share for each new formula remains unchanged, though the purchase price would need to be negotiated separately. Third, I wish to have a special channel to purchase medicinal ingredients from your company at prices no less than 50% below market rates. Hearing Sumu's stated conditions, Gu Qian hesitated for a moment. Then she replied truthfully, to be frank with you, Savior, the price is indeed somewhat high. According to your conditions, the maximum we can offer is 15 million, plus 30% of the profits, and this is already considering your potential future cooperation with us. Should you fail to provide us with additional pharmaceutical formulas of comparable value to this one in the future, we reserve the right to cancel your subsequent profit share. As for the other two conditions, we have no issues with those on our side. Hearing Gu Qian's reply, Sumu nodded. These conditions of his were all proposed based on some information he had learned through Deep Blue. As for the price, he intentionally set it slightly higher than his actual expectation, which was 10 million plus 20% profit. But unexpectedly, Danfeng Pharmaceutical Company offered a price even higher than his original estimation. Alright, let's sign the contract. Without much hesitation, Sumu immediately settled on it. On Gu Qian's side, there was clearly no intention of refusal either. She swiftly produced 4 copies of the contract from her bag, made some revisions, and then handed them to Sumu. 2 of them are contracts for purchasing the licensing rights to the bone-strengthening and muscle-nourishing elixir formula. The other 2 relate to the purchase contract for this new elixir formula. By the way, Mr. Savior, since you're selling us all the rights exclusively, we may need to sign an additional confidentiality agreement. As you mentioned earlier, our company might occasionally need to publicly declare that this was developed in-house. Gu Qian then produced 2 copies of the confidentiality agreement from her bag. This was actually something Sumu was quite happy to see. If such a pharmaceutical formula were continuously developed and released by an individual, it would inevitably attract attention from certain interested parties. Before acquiring sufficient strength, Sumu had no intention of exposing himself so quickly to their scrutiny. But if it were released by a company, the implications would be entirely different. No problem. Sumu quickly signed both the contract and the non-disclosure agreement. Then, cheers to our successful cooperation. Gu Qian stood up and extended her hand to Sumu. Only then did she have time to carefully examine the young man before her. He didn't appear very old, with refined features and a composed demeanor. It was hard to imagine that a youth who looked like a high school student could casually produce two remarkably impressive potion formulas, and by all indications, these weren't even his entire stockpile. He still had several potion formulas in his hand, none inferior to the one he had just shown. To achieve such accomplishments at such a young age was truly extraordinary. Thinking of her own good-for-nothing younger brother and then looking at the young man before her, Gu Qian felt an urge to immediately rush home and give her worthless brother a good beating. Pleasure working with you. Sumu nodded at Gu Qian. Then, he turned and left. Shortly after he left, a payment notification from Danfeng Pharmaceutical Company appeared on his phone. After deducting some transaction fees, Sumu ended up with about 18 million in total. 18 million. Sumu's parents probably hadn't seen such an enormous amount of money in their entire lives, and there would be ongoing profit shares on top of that. By then, earning tens of millions a year would be utterly effortless for Sumu, and Sumu could shift his focus away from money-making for a long time to come. Even after buying a property with 18 million, there'd still be plenty left. At this thought, Sumu didn't head straight home. Instead, he walked directly to a nearby real estate sales office. A short while later, Sumu emerged from the sales office. A faint smile of satisfaction appeared on his face. Just now, he spent 15 million to buy a large villa in the central area of the third safety zone. Next, he had already moved the whole family into the villa. Back home. Brother, you're finally back. Every time he returned home, Su Yang was always the most excited one. Meanwhile, Sumu's parents had begun bustling about in the kitchen. Mom, Dad, hold on with the chores, I have a few announcements to make. Hearing Sumu's words, Lu Yufan and Su Dashan finally came out of the kitchen. What's wrong, son? Are you short on money? I'll go get some for you. Upon hearing that Sumu had something to say, Lu Yufan's first thought was that her son had run out of money. Sumu responded with a mix of amusement and exasperation. No, Mom, both of you, come here first. I need to talk to you about something. After his parents and Su Yang had all settled in properly, only then did Sumu speak up. Mom, Dad, I bought a villa in the central district of Safe Zone 3. Chapter 36, Family. What? The moment Sumu spoke, stunned expressions of disbelief appeared on the faces of all three family members. Sumu watched their reactions. An inexplicable sense of accomplishment welled up inside him. He pulled the property deed and purchase contract from his backpack and handed them to the three of them. The three immediately began passing them around to examine. 15 million. Son, where did you get so much money? Su Dashan's eyes widened. Son, we may be poor, but we mustn't do certain things. Lu Yufan rolled her eyes at Su Dashan. How could you think like that about your own son? Son, our son could never do anything bad. But son, tell us how you got this 15 million, otherwise your dad and I won't feel at ease. Sumu said, Dad, Mom, don't worry. This 15 million I earned it by selling a prescription. Afraid they might not believe him, Sumu specifically took out the contract from his bag. Only after seeing the contract did the three of them finally believe Sumu's words. Bro, you're amazing. Does this mean we can live in a big villa in the future? Su Yang didn't understand these things, but he knew he might get his own spacious room someday. Sumu smiled and patted the boy's head, saying, Of course, and not just you. There are plenty of rooms in that big villa, you can have a large room all to yourself. Later, I'll even set up a gaming room for you. But the condition is, you have to improve your grades first. Upon hearing this, Su Yang was so thrilled he nearly leaped into the air. Bro, I love you to death. I swear I'll study hard. Seeing this, Lu Yufan teased, You always spoil your little brother. My little brother, if I don't spoil him, who will? Besides, this kid seems like he could make something of himself if he puts in some effort. Sumu smiled and said, Also, Mom and Dad, I'll transfer some money to you later. You don't need to work so hard anymore, just stay home and enjoy yourselves. Looking after Su Yang is enough. Won't that be too hard on you? Su Dashan said. Lu Yufan also looked at Sumu with heartfelt concern. More, you're really going through too much for us. Mom, Dad, what are you talking about? I'm not working hard at all. Honestly, the money comes pretty easily, just selling a few potion formulas here and there. As for you two, please stop doing those backbreaking jobs. I'm just saying, if you happen to get injured, the medical bills would cost more than what you earn from working. Wouldn't it be better to just stay home and enjoy life? Sumu paused, then added, Besides, I've already become a first-level martial artist. From now on, your only job is to focus on raising Su Yang properly. Su's parents were still reeling from the shock of Sumu buying a luxury villa, but his words suddenly made their hearts skip a beat. More, what did you just say? Su Dashan looked at Sumu with disbelief. Lu Yufan also turned to Sumu, as if wanting to confirm that answer from his mouth once more. Sumu could only repeat, The second thing I wanted to say is this, I told you, I've already stepped into First Realm Martial Artist. First Realm Martial Artist. Mr. and Mrs. Su could no longer remain seated upon hearing this. The earlier surprise of the luxury villa had merely pleased them, showing that Sumu had grown up and could now contribute to the family. But now, Sumu claimed he had stepped into the first realm of martial arts. To them, this was the real shock. What could bring parents more excitement and joy than seeing their children achieve greatness? Wonderful, absolutely wonderful. It's as if our Su family ancestors' graves are emitting auspicious smoke. Su Dashan paced back and forth in exhilaration. Lu Yufan, standing nearby, wasn't quite as visibly agitated as Su Dashan, but he was equally thrilled. Great, just great, wonderful. Bro, you're amazing. Though Su Yan wasn't particularly worldly, he understood the significance of a first-rank martial artist. In his mind, first-level martial artists were incredibly impressive figures. Now, his older brother had actually become one. He had already imagined how he'd brag about it to his group of friends at school. Mom, Dad, there's one more thing. Next month, I might participate in the Dragon Capital Martial Arts University's Genius Training Camp. If I can achieve outstanding results there, I won't need to take the college entrance exam. I could be directly admitted to Dragon Capital Martial Arts University. Dragon Capital Martial Arts University. The Genius Training Camp. Direct admission. Each word left Su Dashan and Lu Yufan momentarily stunned. All they could do was mutter good over and over again. After a moment, Lu Yufan finally reacted and asked with some concern, is this Genius Training Camp dangerous? Sumu smiled upon hearing this and said, don't worry, Mom. All the participants in the Genius Training Camp are geniuses from various safe zones. Naturally, they'll take good care of everyone, there won't be any danger. At worst, I'll just come back and retake the college entrance exams. It won't delay anything. Hearing Sumu's words, his parents exchanged a glance and finally relaxed. Seeing that they didn't suspect anything, Sumu also let out a sigh of relief. Actually, this wasn't a complete lie. Sure, the Genius Training Camp had a certain mortality rate, but for someone like him who basically couldn't die, the danger level was practically zero. Alright, Dad, Mom, after we finish eating, let's pack up our things and get ready to move to the new home. I've already booked a moving company. Okay. The family began eating happily together. Chapter 37, heading to the ninth safety zone. A month drifted silently by. In the underground training room of a villa, droplets of sweat dripped onto the floor. Sumu stood on the ground in an extremely bizarre stance. After a moment, he collapsed weakly onto the ground. Before his eyes, a pale blue interface gradually materialized. Name, Sumu. Vitality value, 295.75. First stage martial artist early phase. Spiritual power, 365.58. First stage martial artist mid phase. After 1 month of cultivation, Sumu's vitality value had skyrocketed to 295.75, not far from reaching the mid-stage of the first realm martial artist. What surprised him even more was his mental energy, which had now reached 365.58. With such mental strength, it's entirely sufficient to support him rewinding time several hundred times consecutively. This means he could even repeatedly rewind all the way back to before awakening his abilities now. Whether it's because the number of rewinds has increased remains unknown. Presently, Sumu's perception of death has grown increasingly numb. Life and death seem to pale before him. Beyond the improvements in chi blood levels and mental strength, Sumu also made significant progress in martial techniques. The most notable advancement was in his mastery of the Tempest sword art. During this past month, Sumu not only mastered the Gale sword technique completely but also grasped a trace of the Gale sword intent. The Gale sword technique infused with this Gale sword intent now possessed several times its original power. Now, even when facing second realm martial artists, Sumu could hold his own in battle. He lay on the ground for a brief moment afterwards. Sumu stood up. He didn't head back to the first floor hall. Instead, he went to a lounge adjacent to the training room. After fumbling around inside the lounge, he pressed a particular tile. A door suddenly opened on one wall of the lounge. After walking through the door, inside was a secret chamber dozens of square meters in size. At the very center of the chamber stood a safe. Sumu entered the password to open the safe. Inside the safe lay Sumu's diary. I wonder if I'll be able to turn to the next page after securing the recommended admission spot at Longjing Martial Arts University? Sumu still hadn't figured out how his future self had placed restrictions on this diary. But since the future version of myself can even alter innate talents, imposing restrictions shouldn't be too difficult either. The conditions for unlocking the next page given in the diary had indeed piqued Sumu's curiosity greatly. Currently, the unanswered questions he could derive from the diary mainly concerned Ning Yi, who was mentioned on the first page. And then there was that member of the 10,000 races who caused Chen Bin to betray humanity. What were the true identities of these two individuals, and what impact would they have on humanity's impending downfall? This was something Sumu had been pondering. Given his personality, the answers to these questions were undoubtedly written in the back of his diary. Unfortunately, he needed to get into Longjing Martial Arts University to unlock the next page's restrictions. What exactly awaited on that next page? Sumu didn't know. but based on his speculation, it probably had something to do with Longjing Martial Arts University. He shook his head. Sumu placed the diary back into the safe, although no one else could open the diary except him. Still, keeping it hidden in a secure place was better. After leaving the secret room in the lounge, Sumu returned to the first-floor hall. It was just dinner time. The whole family had gathered in the living room waiting for Sumu to join them for dinner. "Brother, you finally came out." Seeing Sumu appear, Su Yang was the happiest of all. Quickly turned off the TV. Lu Yufan and Su Dashan both began bustling about in the kitchen. Ever since the whole family moved into this large villa, Lu Yufan and Su Dashan indeed enjoyed a peaceful fortnight at Su Mu's request. However, they soon began to find this tranquility monotonous again. Lu Yufan adjusted better, spending her days grocery shopping and chatting with the elderly folks at the market. But for Su Dashan, this quiet life proved rather agonizing, probably because he had nothing better to do all day. Sumu couldn't stand watching this any longer, so he asked Gu Qian to arrange an easy job for Su Dashan. Given his current cooperative relationship with Danfeng Pharmaceutical Company, this was honestly the simplest thing to accomplish. At the dining table, Sumu voraciously ate chunks of various alien meats. Since coming into wealth, their household had lacked no supply of alien flesh and blood. Even Su Yang had noticeably plumped up from their newfound abundance. "Dad, Mom, I'll be taking the high-speed train to the 9th safety zone tomorrow to participate in the Genius training camp. Be careful on your journey, Muir." Su Fu and Su Mu were clearly still uneasy about Su Mu's safety. Su Mu, however, waved his hand dismissively. "Don't worry, who knows, by the time I come back, I might already be a freshman at Dragon Capital Martial Arts University. Brother, if you get into Dragon Capital Martial Arts University, you gotta take me to your school cafeteria for some good eats." Su Yang waved his chopsticks excitedly. Sumu said, alright, you just wait at home for my good news." Dinner was over quickly. When the first ray of sunlight spilled across the land, Sumu was already aboard the high-speed train bound for the 9th safe zone. Sumu bought a second-class seat. Perhaps because he came from an ordinary family background, even though he now had money, Sumu knew when to spend and when to save in certain situations. After placing his luggage on the overhead rack, Sumu closed his eyes and began practicing the divine demon contemplation technique and the Inatal breath technique. But he hadn't been practicing for long, when a rather loud voice came from beside him. "Little girl, are you also heading to the 9th safe zone for cram school?" "What a coincidence, my son and I are going there for cram school too." That cram school my son attends is run by a group of top students from Qingwan Martial Arts University. It's extremely hard to get into. Not only does it cost 300,000 a month, but they also have strict requirements for participants. Thankfully, my boy made us proud. His chi blood value reached martial apprentice level 3, and the cram school director took a liking to him immediately. They even gave us a discount. "Which cram school are you attending, little girl? Once we arrive at the 9th safe zone, you could hang out with my son. He's a bit shy, so I'll introduce you two later. How about that?" Sumu opened his eyes and looked over. Beside him sat a beautiful girl in a floral dress. Beside the beautiful girl sat a middle-aged woman who looked to be in her 40s or 50s. The beautiful girl could only offer an awkward smile in response to the auntie's remarks, then gave a perfunctory reply. It was obvious that both the auntie's son and the beautiful girl were heading to District 9's tutoring class. It's a common occurrence just before the college entrance examinations, especially in places like the 9th safety zone, where top-tier martial arts universities are concentrated. It's common for students from these elite martial universities or first-rate martial colleges to run tutoring classes during their free time. By tutoring some students preparing for the college entrance exams, he earned a bit of living expenses. The path of martial arts was particularly expensive. Not everyone could casually produce priceless medicinal formulas like Sumu. The school turned a blind eye to such activities, as these tutoring sessions did impart valuable experience and sometimes even helped the school recruit promising students in advance. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement for the school, the students, and those attending the tutoring classes. There were only advantages and no drawbacks. However, the quality of cram schools organized by students varies from school to school. Qingwan Martial Arts University is considered one of the top martial arts universities in Great Xia, albeit at the lower end of the rankings. Nevertheless, as a premier martial arts institution, the tutoring classes organized by its students naturally surpass those run by students from ordinary martial arts universities. No wonder this middle-aged woman couldn't resist showing off. As if sensing Su Mu's gaze, the beautiful girl glanced in Su Mu's direction. Her eyes happened to meet Su Mu's gaze. He could see the helplessness in her eyes. Su Mu shrugged helplessly. The girl playfully wrinkled her nose at him. Su Mu's awakening seemed to have caught the auntie's attention. "Young man, are you also heading to the 9th safe zone?" Chapter 38 Dragon Capital Martial Arts University Genius Training Camp. "Ha!" When the aunt suddenly shifted the topic toward him, Su Mu was visibly taken aback. This time it was the beautiful girl beside him who covered her mouth with a light chuckle. "Oh, yeah, Sumu gave an awkward smile. What a coincidence. The auntie's eyes practically gleamed. Hey there, young man, where are you headed? You're not going to a cram school too, are you? What kind of cram school are you enrolled in? The barrage of questions from the auntie made Sumu pinch the bridge of his nose in mild exasperation. I suddenly regretted not booking a business class seat. I'm not going to a cram school, I'm attending a genius training camp. At the mention of genius training camp, the middle-aged woman's face twisted in confusion. The beautiful girl beside him looked somewhat surprised instead. What on earth is this genius training camp? The middle-aged woman asked puzzledly. How come I've never heard of it before? It's normal that Auntie hasn't heard of it. Some information remains inaccessible until you reach certain social circles. Probably just some cram school type of place. Sumu explained helplessly. I was worried this auntie might keep chattering on with her questions. Fortunately, her phone suddenly rang right then. Son, stay in the business class cabin and don't move, Mom's coming to find you right now. It was probably a call from her son. The auntie immediately stood up and started moving toward the front carriages. Seeing the aunt leave, Sumu finally let out a sigh of relief. At that moment, the beautiful girl beside him spoke up. The genius training camp is nothing like a remedial class. Sumu sighed at her words. The more we explain, the more trouble it'll cause. Don't let that aunt start prying again later. Ha ha ha. The beautiful girl covered her mouth with a delicate laugh. That makes sense. She extended a fair, slender hand towards Sumu. I never expected to meet a genius attending the elite training camp. Hello, my name is Zhao Meng, from Huangting High School in the 3rd Security Zone. Hello, I'm Sumu, also from the 3rd Security Zone, Bailon High School. Huangting High School was quite renowned in the 3rd Security Zone. Those who could afford to attend it were either exceptionally talented or came from extremely wealthy families. Sumu's neighbor sister Gu Yanqi attends Huangting High School. After introducing themselves, the two briefly chatted some more. Then the conversation didn't continue further. Sumu immediately closed his eyes and began cultivating the divine demon visualization method and the Inatol embryonic breathing technique. About an hour or so had passed. The high-speed train finally arrived at the station. Fortunately, during the remaining time, the auntie seemed fully occupied tending to her son. He never returned to his seat. Only when the train was nearing the station did he return with a young man about Sumu's age to collect his luggage from the seat. The young man appeared somewhat listless, following behind the auntie with evident reluctance on his face. However, this reluctance instantly vanished when he spotted Zhao Meng standing beside Sumu. Young lady, young man, this is my son Wu Peng. Quite the fine young man, isn't he? How about you youngsters exchange contact details? Later when we're all in the 9th safe zone, we can look out for each other. The auntie behaved with familiar ease as she walked out of the high-speed train station alongside Sumu and his companion. Sumu and Zhao Meng exchanged helpless glances. No need to trouble yourselves. The 9th safe zone is so vast, we might not even bump into each other. Sumu declined the offer. Zhao Meng by his side quickly chimed in. Exactly. Oh, that's alright. No problem if we don't bump into each other. Let's just consider it making a new friend. Who knows, after my Peng Peng gets admitted to Qingwan Martial Arts University, he might even be able to lend you folks a hand someday. The middle-aged woman completely missed the polite refusal in Sumu's words and continued. By the way, where are you headed? The staff at our cram school will be driving us over. If it's convenient, I can have them give you a ride later too. No need for the trouble, I've already arranged for someone to pick me up. Sumu waved his hand dismissively. To be honest, for Sumu, a high school student on his first trip far from home, dealing with such an overly enthusiastic auntie was truly overwhelming. Zhao Meng beside him clearly shared the same feeling. The group walked all the way to the exit. Under the persistent nagging of his mother, Wu Peng finally managed to reluctantly obtain Zhao Meng's contact information and as an afterthought, added Sumu's details with visible displeasure. At the exit of the station, the sharp-eyed auntie spotted a tall young man holding a sign for Qingwan Martial Arts University's Blue Sky Cram School at a glance. Hey, that's the person coming to pick us up. The middle-aged woman's face lit up with excitement. He immediately looked at Sumu and Zhao Meng. The people picking you up haven't arrived yet, have they? How about I have them drop you off on the way? Don't stand on ceremony. She dragged Wu Peng and ran over to the tall male student. Not knowing what was said, the tall boy also began walking towards Sumu and the other person. The tall boy had initially maintained a stern expression, but upon noticing Zhao Meng standing beside Sumu, he froze for a moment before quickly replacing it with a smile. Hello, I heard you're also here for the cram school? May I ask which university's program it is? If it's on the way, I can give you a ride. Thanks, but no need to trouble yourself. I already sent a message, the car picking me up should arrive soon. She seemed to notice the tall male student speaking to her. Zhao Menghui responded with an apologetic smile. It's no trouble at all. Who knows, our tutoring centers might even be right next to each other. The tall boy chuckled. Just then, the auntie had somehow reappeared with her son in tow. Don't be shy, young lady. Instructor Lu is a really good person, the auntie said with a laugh. Instructor Lu, these youngsters are just too reserved. They're both here for tutoring programs in Safety Zone 9, the girls attending something called the Hidden Dragon program. The auntie began to recall. Nearby, Instructor Lu's expression subtly changed upon hearing the auntie mention the Qianlong tutoring class, and he looked at Zhao with a different gaze. The Qianlong tutoring class? That's a tutoring class organized by students of Dragon Capital Martial Arts University, Instructor Lu said. Dragon Capital Martial Arts University. Both the auntie and her son Wu Peng were visibly startled. You must understand, even among the top martial arts universities, there exists a hierarchy. Qingwan Martial Arts University, for instance, belongs to the third tier among top martial arts universities, ranking at the very bottom within that elite category. And Longjing Martial Arts University is the absolute pinnacle among elite martial arts institutions. They're not even in the same league as Qingwan Martial Arts University. I had no idea you were from the Dragon Capital Martial Arts University's Hidden Dragon Cram School. They say that place is extraordinary. Every year they spend a fortune to invite top talents from elite training camps as instructors. Instructor Lu marveled. Genius training camp? Upon hearing this, the middle-aged woman seemed to recall something. Her son Wu Peng beside her wore a puzzled expression. What's this genius training camp all about? Instructor Lu glanced at Wu Peng and explained, the Genius Training Camp is an elite program organized by top martial arts universities. Only the most talented individuals from various security zones qualify to participate. Outstanding performers who excel in the camp earn the title of honored cadet and gain direct admission to top-tier martial arts universities without entrance exams. Even our Qingwan Martial Arts University lacks the qualifications to host such a prestigious training camp. The former chief instructor of our prep course, Senior Chen Hao, nearly made it into the Genius Training Camp at Dragon Capital Martial Arts University back in the day. A shame, he fell just short. As he spoke, Instructor Lu suddenly pointed toward a specific direction. Look, over there, that's Dragon Capital Martial Arts University's dedicated welcome team for Genius Training Camp cadets. They even provide special vehicles and personal escorts for them. As they were speaking, the gaze of the suited man being pointed at by Instructor Lu shifted toward them. Then, he actually began striding directly in their direction. Seeing the group approach, Instructor Lu's expression instantly changed. Crap, we've offended them. Cold sweat immediately broke out on Instructor Lu's forehead. The suited men were practically upon them now. Instructor Lu quickly stepped forward with an apologetic look. Sorry, I didn't mean to. But before he could finish speaking, the man in the suit brushed past him. Under the astonished gazes of Instructor Lu, Wu Peng, and his mother, the suited men walked straight up to Su Mu. Student Su Mu, we've finally waited for you. Please come with us, we'll escort you to the camp. Chapter 39, Guyanshi. Watching Su Mu's figure gradually recede into the distance, the remaining drill instructors, including Instructor Lu, stood rooted in place as if buffeted by chaotic winds. Even Zhao Meng showed a hint of surprise on her face. She knew Su Mu had come to participate in the Genius Training Camp, but she never expected that Su Mu would be attending the Dragon Capital Martial Arts University's Genius Training Camp. Make no mistake, even among genius training programs, there are varying levels of difficulty. As the top institution among elite martial arts universities, the difficulty of Longjing Martial Arts University's Genius Training Camp is far beyond what ordinary genius training camps could compare to. Su Mu choosing such a genius training camp either shows he doesn't know his own limitations, being young and impulsive, or it shows he has considerable confidence in himself. Regardless, the mere fact that he can participate in the Genius Training Camp is enough to prove Su Mu's exceptional talent. If Su Mu could also achieve outstanding results in the elite training camp of Dragon Capital Martial Arts University, then in the future, he might truly become an existence they would look up to. I never expected this young man to be so remarkable. The middle-aged woman's face showed a trace of disappointment. She had originally thought her own son was sufficiently outstanding, but compared to that young man just now, the difference was simply too vast. His own son still had to go through great pains to enroll in Qingwan Martial Arts University's preparatory classes. He's already enrolled in the elite training camp at Dragon Capital Martial Arts University. The aunt suddenly remembered how she'd been bragging on the bus about how exceptional her son was. Now the memory burned her cheeks with shame. Wu Peng beside her felt much the same. He'd been basking in the smug satisfaction of hearing his mother boast about him in front of the pretty girl. He'd never even paid the slightest attention to Su Mu standing nearby. But never in his wildest dreams could he have imagined. Not only was that beauty attending a cram school that was better and harder to get into than his own, the Hidden Dragon Cram School, even that utterly ordinary-looking boy was enrolled in the Genius Training Camp, which was leagues ahead of his own program. In that moment, he felt like nothing but a complete clown. He watched Su Mu's retreating figure with some indignation. Even attending the Genius Training Camp doesn't guarantee early admission. Maybe he's just going there to make up the numbers. His words reached Instructor Lu's ears. As he stared at Su Mu's disappearing silhouette, his face burned slightly with embarrassment. Never expected that ordinary-looking kid I didn't even glance at would actually be a member of the genius training camp. He recalled how he just frightened himself into rushing over to apologize to the Peking Dragon Martial Arts University's shuttle personnel, suddenly feeling rather embarrassed. To salvage some semblance of dignity, he followed Wu Peng's lead and added, "True enough, only a handful among those joining the genius training camp each year earn the distinction of outstanding cadet. Most are just there to make up the numbers, with a small minority." Instructor Lu paused before saying, "And a small portion of them are going there to die." Hearing Instructor Lu's words, Wu Peng was momentarily stunned. People actually die in this elite training camp? Of course, those from the genius training camp will face the alien races on the battlefield of 10,000 clans. You should know that even for elite martial arts universities like ours, confronting those extraterrestrial beings on the battlefield is usually reserved for sophomores. You've never seen the alien races of the battlefield of 10,000 clans, you can't imagine how terrifying they truly are. He seemed to recall something unpleasant, his expression darkening. The aliens on the battlefield of myriad races are completely on a different level from those in the alien hunting grounds. He looked at Wu Peng and his mother, his gaze intentionally or unintentionally straying to Zhao Meng beside them, puffed out his chest, and said, "Don't think it's any good for an ordinary person to join the genius training camp either. The genius training camp is full of prodigies, and even then, there's a certain mortality rate. If an ordinary person goes in, it's basically a death sentence." Upon hearing Instructor Lu's words, the auntie's face instantly flooded with relief. "Thank goodness you weren't chosen for that genius training camp, Peng Peng. Otherwise, if something were to happen, what would I do?" Beside them, Zhao Meng, who had been listening to the conversation between Instructor Lu and Wu Peng's mother, slightly furrowed her brows. She could naturally detect the sourness in Instructor Lu's words. However, she had to admit that what Instructor Lu said was indeed the truth. For ordinary people, the mortality rate at the genius training camp is indeed terrifyingly high. She gazed in the direction Su Mu had disappeared. Murmuring with a hint of melancholy, she whispered, "I hope you can stay safe." Lost in thought, a sweet fragrance wafted into everyone's nostrils. Meng Meng. A figure appeared before Zhao Meng before anyone noticed. Wu Peng and the others all turned their gaze toward the source of the voice. At that sight, it wasn't just Instructor Lu and Wu Peng, the two men, who froze in place. Even the middle-aged woman couldn't help but stand rooted to the spot. The woman before me wore a pair of sunglasses. She had a petite oval face with fair skin, and her thin lips were as vividly red as rose petals. With a faint smile, she revealed 2 rows of perfectly straight teeth. The upper body was clad in a black leather jacket over a white tank top, paired with light blue jeans below. Her striking temperament and scorching hot figure set her apart. If Zhao Meng could still be described as a delicate white flower in bud, then the woman before him was already a fully bloomed, vibrant rose. Sister Yanxi. Upon seeing the woman, Zhao Meng's face beamed with a smile. "Sorry, there was some business at school that delayed me a bit. Are these your friends?" The woman looked at Wu Peng and the others. "We met on the bus, you could say we're fellow travelers?" Zhao Meng said. "Hello." The woman gave them a slight nod. At this moment, Instructor Lu seemed to suddenly recognize the woman's identity, his face filled with disbelief as he looked at her uncertainly. "Why do your goddess Gu?" Gu Yanxi gave Instructor Lu a surprised glance before smiling. "That's just nonsense people spread. And you are?" Oh, I'm a sophomore at Qingwan Martial Arts University. My name is Lu Dali." "Goddess Gu, it's normal that you don't know me. I only saw you once during the Intercollegiate Alliance tournament when you defeated our school's senior Chenhao with just one move. It was truly amazing." Instructor Lu lowered his posture to an extremely deferential level, fawning as he spoke. Gu Yanxi gave a faint smile at his words. It's just that Chenhao went easy on me because I'm a girl." She turned to Zhao Meng. "If there's nothing else, shall we head off now?" Sure. Instructor Lu nodded repeatedly. Gu Yanxi also nodded at him before promptly leaving with Zhao Meng. Nearby, Wu Peng remained staring blankly at Gu Yanxi's retreating figure. He had thought Zhao Meng was the most beautiful girl he'd ever seen, but upon laying eyes on Gu Yanxi, he realized how utterly mistaken he'd been. Instructor Lu beside him shook his head at his dazed expression and said, "Stop staring. She's not for you anyway." Goddess Gu is practically the dream girl of nearly every male student in our top martial arts universities. During last year's intercollegiate tournament, her elegance simply outshone all others. The line of her suitors could probably circle the entire night safety zone. Instructor Lu watched Gu Yanxi's receding figure. He couldn't help sighing. I wonder what kind of man could ever be worthy of Goddess Gu. Chapter 40, The Genius Training Camp. Yanxi sis, I can't thank you enough. If it weren't for you, I probably wouldn't have made it into the Hidden Dragon class. Sitting in the car, Zhao Meng turned excitedly towards Gu Yanxi beside her. Gu Yanxi smiled faintly. Nonsense, Meng. You got in on your own merits. All I did was help connect you with Senior Xiaolong from the Hidden Dragon class. Percent. It's a pity I'll be going to the Myriad Races battlefield soon. Otherwise, you wouldn't need to enroll in that remedial class. I could personally train you for a few months. Hearing Gu Yanqi's words, Zhao Meng worriedly said, Sister Yanqi, are the alien races on the Myriad Races battlefield really terrifying? You must be careful. Well, actually they're not that bad, Gu Yanqi chuckled. Students from our Dragon Capital Martial Arts University are considered elites even on the Myriad Races battlefield. The higher-ups won't deliberately assign you missions you can't handle. She paused, then added, besides, if one day we could die in battle on the 10,000 Races battlefield, wouldn't that be the best possible end for warriors like us? Zhao Meng lowered her head, but I don't want anything to happen to you, Sister Yanqi. Hearing this, Gu Yanqi patted Zhao Meng's head and said, don't worry, your cousin is incredibly strong. Aha! Zhao Meng nodded vigorously. Sister Yanqi is the most amazing in my heart. By the way, Sister Yanqi, let me tell you something. On the high-speed train here, I met this guy who came to participate in the Genius Training Camp at Dragon Capital Martial Arts University. Just before you arrived, he was taken away by a group of people in suits from the university. Sister Yanqi, what level do you need to reach to participate in the Genius Training Camp at Dragon Capital Martial Arts University? Hearing Zhao Meng's question, Gu Yanqi replied, the Genius Training Camp. The guy you met on the train must be quite impressive. To enter the training camp, you first need to rank at least in the top 3 at your high school. If it's a slightly lesser-known school, you might even need to be the top student. Only then would you qualify for a spot in the training camp. After securing the spot, you then have to choose which university's training camp to apply for. Once you make your choice, your information goes into that university's database, and they'll evaluate whether you meet their standards. That guy you mentioned must be a true genius. In recent years, the requirements for our university's training camp have gotten stricter and stricter. To pass the assessment and enter our camp, you'd need at least a 7th level martial apprentice. Martial apprentice 7th layer? Zhao Meng's small mouth slightly parted. Is that for real? The requirement is way too high. We've only awakened our talents about 2 months ago, right? How can someone already be at the 7th layer of martial apprentice? Gu Yanqi nodded. Never underestimate others. In 2 months' time, there'll be plenty who reach the 7th level of martial apprentice. And as far as I know, one student from your same cohort has already stepped into the first realm of martial warrior. A first realm martial artist. Zhao Meng was so shocked she could barely articulate words. He then lowered his head somewhat dejectedly. Yanqi Jia, I feel like I might not be worthy of Dragon Capital Martial Arts University. Gu Yanqi comforted her, saying, silly girl, that kind of monstrous genius is someone most people can't compete with. Besides, those types are usually aiming for the elite member spots in the Genius Training Camp. They're not even on the same playing field as you. Don't worry too much about it. Meng, you've got to believe in yourself. With your talent, as long as you put in the effort over the next 4 months, getting into Dragon Capital Martial Arts University shouldn't be too difficult at all. I will definitely do my best. Zhao Meng clenched her small fist determinedly. Meanwhile, on Sumu's side, with the special car service, Sumu quickly arrived at the location of the training camp. The training camp was located within Longjing Martial Arts University. On the way there, Sumu could see statues of the 7 human sage warriors erected by Longjing Martial Arts University. There were also numerous tombstones honoring martyrs of the human race and more. Longjing Martial Arts University could be considered the largest martial arts university in all of Great Xia. The Great Xia dynasty poured vast resources into the top martial arts universities, and among these prestigious institutions, Dragon Capital Martial Arts University naturally received the largest share of allocated resources. Finally arriving at the destination of this journey, Sumu also stepped down from the dedicated vehicle. Led by the man in the suit, Sumu arrived at a sealed fortress. From the outside, the fortress resembled a giant helmet, its exterior encased in a semicircular metal barrier. Standing directly before the gates was one of the 7 human sages, Dragon Sage Zhou Aolong, who also served as the honorary president of Longjing Martial Arts University. Above the gates, the words Genius Training Camp were cast in bold, dynamic strokes of metal. Student Sumu, from now on, the road ahead will be up to you to walk alone. Good luck. He escorted Sumu to the front gate. The man in the suit also turned and left. Sumu walked alone with his backpack on, arriving at the main gate. At the gate stood 2 rows of armored martial artists, their imposing auras making Sumu feel slightly breathless as he passed by. Though they couldn't compare to that highest-ranked secret guard he'd seen before, they were far stronger than 3rd-level martial artist Xiaoru. Moving a bit closer, one could see specialized personnel inspecting documents and such. They also conducted a series of extremely complex detection procedures to prevent those with ulterior motives from infiltrating the Genius Training Camp. This screening process typically covers all aspects, extending even to minute details like hair strands and DNA samples. The process was so exacting that even using the innate ability of disguise, altering one's appearance and vitality levels, couldn't guarantee smooth passage. After confirming Sumu's identity without a doubt, The inspector at the entrance finally gestured for Sumu to enter the genius training camp. And it was at this moment that Sumu finally felt the oppressive aura from the 2 rows of martial artists at the entrance completely vanish from his body. Turns out, from the moment Sumu appeared, these 2 rows of martial artists had focused their entire attention on him. Had there been anything suspicious about Sumu, he would likely have been apprehended by them instantly. Just entered the genius training camp. Sumu saw an enormous square. The square was already filled with quite a few people standing about. Some seemed to have already formed small groups of 2 or 3. Seeing Sumu appear, a young man in a sapphire blue short-sleeved shirt walked up to Sumu with keen interest, his face full of goodwill. "Hello, classmate. Where are you from? What's your name? Would you like to join us? I heard there's going to be an assessment right after entering the training camp. Those who fail will be immediately expelled. If we team up together, our chances of passing would be much higher." "Hello, I'm from White Orchid High School in the 3rd safety zone. My name is Sumu." A grin disarms even the fiercest foe, so Sumu politely responded in kind. However, after he mentioned Bailan High School, the young man's expression turned somewhat peculiar. Before he could speak again, a tall, lanky youth standing behind him scoffed loudly while tilting his head to one side. "Bailan High School? Never heard of it. Seems like any high school these days can get slots for the genius training camp." Chapter 41, Gathering of Geniuses. Looks like the quality of our batch at the genius training camp isn't up to par? Or did Dragon Capital Martial Arts University lower their standards this year? Beside the towering young man, a blonde-haired woman with a slightly upturned chin scrutinized Sumu from head to toe. At the genius training camp of Longjing Martial Arts University, the participants were basically prodigies from top high schools across various safety zones, with some even coming from the same high school. Given this, those from elite high schools naturally developed a sense of superiority over students from ordinary institutions. As for someone like Sumu, who came from an unheard-of ordinary high school, they carried an air of condescension toward him. Maybe he awakened some blood chi talent by chance, barely reaching the 7th level martial apprentice stage and lucked his way in. But when the camp's entrance assessment comes, there won't be any room for fraud. The young man with his head tilted sneered as he glanced at Sumu before turning away without another word. No wonder he had such an attitude. The gap between elite high schools and ordinary ones is truly immense. Because the difference between them is staggering, whether in terms of faculty quality, daily training routines, or even meal provisions. Sometimes, the top student from an ordinary high school wouldn't even rank within the top 20 if placed in an elite institution. It was precisely for this reason that numerous top students ranked around the 10th place in elite high schools would deliberately transfer to ordinary schools 1 month after awakening their talents. Leveraging their near-overwhelming academic dominance in ordinary schools, they managed to slip into the genius training camps that would have otherwise been beyond their reach, essentially exploiting a loophole in the genius training camp selection system. However, later such practices were banned by the Great Xia Martial Alliance, which issued a decree prohibiting students from top-tier high schools from transferring to regular high schools after awakening their talents. Of course, transfers from regular high schools to top-tier high schools still existed after awakening, though they held little significance. The young man's mocking words and the scrutinizing gazes from those around him didn't bother Sumu much. It's like if you were exceptionally good-looking, and someone called you ugly or unattractive, you wouldn't care, because you know it's simply their lack of understanding, not a reflection of your own appearance. But if you genuinely look unattractive, when someone points it out, you'd actually feel prickly and defensive, because what they're saying is true. Sumu, as someone who has died countless times and witnessed humanity's impending doom a decade from now, long ago elevated himself to an entirely different plane of existence. To him, such mockery feels utterly tedious. Passing judgment on someone you barely know is immature in itself, but adding disdainful underestimation of their capabilities? That just makes you look downright foolish. After the young man finished speaking, the youth who had originally come to greet Sumu silently returned to his own team. Though he hadn't mocked Sumu like the previous young man, it was clear he too probably thought little of Sumu's abilities and had no intention of recruiting him anymore. This suited Sumu just fine. After acquiring the ability to rewind from death, Sumu had deliberately remained solitary, unwilling to drag too many people into his orbit. On one hand, his death rewind ability destined him to engage in reckless behaviors more often than not. Having too many companions around would only hinder such actions. What if you rush headlong into danger while your unknowing companions insist on saving you? They might end up making pointless sacrifices, or worse, improbably succeeding in rescuing you. How absurd would that be? On the other hand, the more people Sumu came to know, the more he inevitably found himself trying to save them whenever possible. But in truth, some individuals simply weren't worth wasting a single rewind opportunity on. This was something his future self had warned him about in the diary. Using the death rewind wasn't meant for Sumu to play the altruistic saint saving everyone indiscriminately. In the war against the myriad races, death was inevitable, some sacrifices were absolutely necessary. Sumu had been gradually adjusting to this reality. What Sumu aimed to save was the entire human race, his family, friends, and those he cared about, not insignificant, worthless individuals. If he tried saving people one by one, Sumu would probably exhaust himself to death first. Sumu wasn't a heartless person. If he could casually lend a hand, he naturally wouldn't stand by and watch people perish. But he wasn't some saint determined to save everyone at all costs. If events unfolded roughly as Sumu anticipated, with only a few insignificant casualties, he wouldn't bother rewinding time just for those few lives. While the others were observing Sumu, Sumu's gaze also fell upon the figures in the square. As his eyes swept across them, their individual information appeared before his eyes one by one. Name, unknown. Chi blood value, 90.57, 9th level martial disciple. Body tempering technique, celestial wind body tempering art. Breathing technique, wind whisper mantra. Talent, grade B, wind manipulation. Name, unknown. Vitality value, 78.57, warrior level 7. Body training technique, raging bear body refinement. Breathing method, earth breathing technique. Talent, A grade, earth's might. Name, unknown. Vitality, 88.57, martial apprentice 8th level. Body refining technique, pure yang body refinement. Breathing technique, sun breathing method. Talent, pending analysis. I must say, they truly live up to being selected for the genius training camp. Sumu gave them a quick glance. Among this group, even the weakest had a chi blood value matching the 7th level of martial apprentice. At the highest level, there even existed martial artists of the first realm. Each cultivation technique and breathing method they practiced was quite impressive. As for talent levels, the lowest was still B grade, though as for the highest, Sumu's true sight couldn't perceive them, at least in S-class for sure. Though these people are somewhat arrogant, but they truly possess the strength to back up that arrogance. This talent would place him at the top of any high school in the safe zone without question. Sumu placed his backpack with the others on one side of the square, then found a quiet corner to practice his visualization and breathing techniques. Meanwhile, the crowd in the square began whispering among themselves. Hey, listen up, my uncle was involved in the selection process this time. Word is, our batch of the Genius Training Camp has the strongest lineup ever. Not only are there over a dozen rank 9 martial apprentices, but get this, 3 full-fledged first-realm martial artists. 3. You kidding me? It's only been about 2 months, and someone's already reached first-realm martial artist level? That's insane. Of course. I don't know about the other 2, but I heard one of them is the little princess of the G family. The G family's little princess. No wonder. If it's someone from the G family, that explains everything. Comparing yourself to others can really make you bitter sometimes. Back home I was practically unmatched, but coming here has crushed my confidence. At least there's still that guy from Bailan High School at the bottom to make me feel better. That's true. Now that you mention it, that kid from Bailan High seems pretty decent. While everyone was chatting, several figures had appeared in the square at some unnoticed moment. Is everyone here now? A white-haired elder gazed at the middle-aged man beside him. Chapter 42, Camp Entry Assessment. Everyone is present except for the G family's little princess. The middle-aged man slightly bowed and said, the G family's young princess will be personally escorted to the examination site by her own family, according to the G household statement. That's how it is. The old man showed no surprise upon hearing this. Indeed, every member of the G family is a treasured jewel, and this little princess of the G family has inherited the glory of her ancestors. It's only right to be cautious with her. Now that everyone's gathered, let's begin. There are still too many people in this training camp, we need to reduce the numbers. The old man finished speaking. He took a slight step forward. In the next instant, his entire figure suddenly vanished from the plaza. The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment after hearing the old man's words, then proceeded without hesitation. He also vanished in a flash, but he reappeared right in the center of the plaza. His gaze swept across the gathered crowd. Then came a cold, thunderous shout. Everyone, fall in. His voice wasn't loud, yet it clearly reached the ears of everyone present. Sumu, who had been immersed in cultivation through visualization, was also interrupted by this voice. His gaze turned toward the middle-aged man. The man's information immediately appeared before his eyes. Name, unknown. Chi blood value, 43,920,000. Mid-stage 6th realm martial artist. Body forging technique, 9 orifices body tempering method. Breathing technique, circulation mantra of whole body. Talent, to be analyzed. Mid-stage 6th realm martial artist. Such strength seemed to be the highest level one could achieve, second only to the elite secret guard Sumu had witnessed when he became a 9th level researcher. As for that human traitor, since Sumu couldn't even see his status panel, he didn't count him in his calculations. One can only say truly worthy of being a teacher from Dragon Capital Martial Arts University. At ordinary martial arts universities, someone with such strength could probably become the dean. Sumu stood with the crowd, forming several rows. Only after the middle-aged man saw that everyone had properly lined up, did he slowly announce, "I believe many of you already know, before officially joining the camp, everyone must undergo an entrance assessment. Only by passing this assessment will you be formally recognized as members of the Genius Training Camp. Are you all ready?" "Ready." Hearing the middle-aged man directly address the matter of the assessment, everyone felt a surge of joy in their hearts. "Good. You have 10 minutes. The middle-aged man crossed his arms. "You can leave your luggage at the entrance of the training camp. Assemble here in 10 minutes, and I'll distribute the evaluation wristbands and weapons to you. Now, let's begin." The middle-aged man had barely finished speaking. The next moment, the campers in front of him sprang into rapid action. 10 minutes later, everyone returned to their original positions once again. Several men in suits appeared beside the middle-aged man and began registering everyone and distributing wristband weapons. While making the distributions, the middle-aged man began explaining the content of this enrollment assessment. "Next, I'll take you to a designated examination area specially prepared by our Genius Training Camp. Inside, we've recently captured alien races from the battlefield of 10,000 clans. The wristbands we're distributing to you serve only one purpose: automatically recording your points when you slay these aliens. The more aliens you kill, and the stronger they are, the more points you'll earn. The top 10 scorers will be displayed on the aerial projection screen. Let me remind you all, these wristbands won't protect you. The only things protecting you will be the weapons in your hands. If you can't handle the alien before you, your best option is to run. If you can't accurately assess the disparity between yourself and your enemy, then death will be meaningless. Don't expect anyone to come rescue you." The middle-aged man's words sent a slight chill through the assembled crowd. No one will come to save them. And what they were facing were the alien races from the battlefield of 10,000 clans. Although everyone had long known that the Genius Training Camp carried a certain mortality rate, no one expected death to arrive so swiftly. For a moment, the originally somewhat excited crowd quickly calmed down one after another. "Alright, those whose names are called, come collect your wristbands and choose your weapons." Sumu also quickly selected his longsword. The weapons issued by Longjing Martial Arts University aren't bad. They meet at least the standard for D-grade weapons. They're significantly better than the longsword he previously used at the Blazing Fire Martial Arts School. Running his fingers along the longsword in his hand, Sumu let out a long sigh. Although endowed with the talent of sword heart enlightenment, he still hadn't found a longsword that truly suited him. Finding a longsword that perfectly matches one's needs is anything but a simple task. However, even an ordinary longsword would do in a pinch. Every time Sumu gripped the longsword in his hands, he could feel a restless power stirring faintly in his heart. Soon, everyone had collected their wristbands and weapons. Without further ado, the middle-aged man moved on. "Wave a hand." A bus drove into the training camp. A group of Genius Training Camp members were blindfolded and led onto the bus. The rumbling sound of the bus echoed in Sumu's ears. Sumu, with his extraordinary 5 senses, could clearly perceive every route the bus took. In his perception, about 2 hours after the bus departed from school, the bus finally came to a stop. Sumu stepped off the bus along with the other camp attendees. When he opened his eyes again, what greeted him was an enormous forest. Truly worthy of Longjing Martial Arts University, they'd actually carved out such a vast forest within the 9th safety zone as their exclusive examination grounds. Sumu could sense that this place was still within the boundaries of the 9th safety zone. During the journey, the bus stopped several times, each time letting off batches of passengers. Since Sumu was sitting toward the back, he and a few others were finally dropped off last. After dropping off Sumu and the others, the middle-aged man boarded the bus and departed. At that very moment, Sumu noticed a massive screen suddenly projected across the sky. Score rankings. First place, none. Second place, none. 10th place, none. Everyone, the assessment has begun. Grip your weapons tight and protect yourselves. An aged voice echoed in everyone's ears. At that very moment, through his heightened senses, Sumu distinctly heard it just a short distance away from them. A deafening roar pierced the air. Sumu frowned slightly and temporarily shut down his heightened 5 senses. Just as Sumu and the others were being lowered down, somewhere deep in the forest, a girl with a frosty countenance, her demeanor as cold and imposing as an iceberg, slowly walked into the forest. "Qinghan, from now on, you'll have to rely on yourself. I only ask one thing, protect yourself." Chapter 43, First Place, Sumu. It's clear that the alien races from the battlefield of 10,000 races are vastly different from those in the alien hunting grounds. And to think they said no one would come to save you, yet here they are rescuing you when you're actually about to die. Unbelievable. At this moment, Sumu was walking through the forest. His clothes were already stained with specks of blood. Just now, within that brief moment, Sumu attempted 2 things. One was to experience the difference between the alien races on the battlefield of myriad races and those in the alien hunting grounds. The other was to test whether he could be slain by those aliens during the assessment to trigger a wave of talent boosts. The results left Sumu feeling somewhat speechless. First and foremost, it was clear that the alien races on the battlefield of 10,000 clans were vastly more powerful than those Sumu had encountered in the alien hunting grounds. A mere 9th-level martial apprentice among the aliens could actually utilize terrain, evade Sumu's attacks, conceal itself, and attempt to deliver a fatal blow. Were it not for Sumu's extraordinary 5 senses, he might have truly fallen for that alien's trick. From Sumu's observations, the biggest difference between the alien races on the Myriad Clan battlefield and those in the alien hunting grounds is, the alien races descending from the Myriad Clan battlefield possess higher intelligence, have a deeper understanding of humans, and can adapt their strategies based on human behavior. This outcome didn't differ much from Sumu's initial conjecture. What truly left Sumu speechless was this. Just moments ago in the training camp square, he had genuinely believed what the middle-aged man said, that no one would intervene if you encountered danger within these assessment grounds. But when he deliberately tried to let himself be killed by an alien creature, someone immediately stepped in to save his life. When he finally regained consciousness, he not only found himself in a hospital but also discovered he'd been outright disqualified from the genius training program. If not for his death rewind ability, that middle-aged man would have royally screwed him over this time. But after careful consideration, Sumu found it quite understandable. If the assessment site for the genius training camp was actually located on the battlefield of 10,000 races, then perhaps rescue would indeed be impossible. However, since the genius training camp had specifically established an assessment site within the 9th safety zone, and even placed some aliens captured from the battlefield of 10,000 races inside, the purpose was clearly to evaluate the trainees while ensuring their safety. For Sumu and the other campers at present, they had not yet officially joined the genius training camp. Naturally, the time hadn't come for them to truly face mortal danger either. The middle-aged man likely said this solely to put everyone on high alert. After trying out this solution, Sumu directly reloaded to this very moment. For most people, having someone come to your rescue when you're in danger is a good thing. At least even if you're eliminated, your life is still saved. But for Sumu, this wasn't good news. As the number of death rewinds increased, Sumu gradually became accustomed to death, even actively seeking it out to gain more talents and information. Facing an assessment where death wasn't permanent, all Sumu could do was try to eliminate as many aliens as possible and perform better. His intuition told him that this enrollment test wasn't just about qualifying for the genius training camp. It will also have a certain impact on whether one can become an outstanding camper later on. Sumu was determined to earn this title of outstanding camper. If he can become an outstanding camper, Sumu will be able to enter the Dragon Capital Martial Arts University ahead of schedule and also gain earlier access to the contents written later in the diary. Since that's the case, looks like I'll just have to do it properly. Sumu narrowed his eyes slightly. The next moment, a detailed map of everything within a 100-meter radius flashed rapidly across his mind. Information about various exotic races unfolded before him. Race, Silverback Wolf Clan. Chi blood value, 135, early stage first realm warrior. Talent, A-grade, Moonlight Silver Thorns. Habits, inhabits the battlefield of 10,000 clans. Weakness, waste. Race, Cyan Green Serpent Ox Clan. Blood Chi value, 235, early stage first realm warrior. Ability, rank A, Gigantic Entanglement. Behavior, inhabits the battlefield of 10,000 races. Weakness, 7 inches. Race, Crimson Flame Berserk Lion Tribe. HP, 286, first realm martial artist early stage. Talent, pending analysis. Behavior, inhabits the battlefield of 10,000 races. Weakness, eyes. A silverback wolf, at 12 o'clock direction, about 25 meters ahead. An azure serpent bull, at 7 o'clock direction, about 78 meters ahead. A crimson flame lion, at 3 o'clock direction, about 85 meters ahead. The locations of these exotic creatures were all marked on the mental map forming in Sumu's mind. Sumu's enhanced 5 senses, with Shinlan's assistance, functioned exactly like a bat's ultrasonic radar. They roughly reconstructed the entire scene within a 100-meter radius. So now, let the slaughter begin. Sumu's figure rapidly vanished into the forest. At the same time, the rankings in the sky were also rapidly changing. Rank 1, Ji Qinghan, 20 points. Rank 2, Feng Qiuqiu, 18 points. 3rd place, none. 10th place, none. Note, the minimum entry score is 10 points. Good heavens, are these two both monsters? They wiped out those aliens so quickly. I couldn't even defeat one that was several minor realms weaker than me. Exactly. My god, it's only been what, less than half an hour? And killing a warrior apprentice 7th level alien only gives 0.1 points. How on earth did the top 2 accumulate so many points? Holy crap. A group of people resting occasionally glanced at the screen in the sky and felt overwhelming despair. They'd fought desperately to kill a martial apprentice 7th layer creature for just 0.1 points, yet when they looked up, others already had 18 or 20 points. This was utterly crushing. Must be two of those three martial warriors, right? Probably only by killing 9th layer alien creatures could they earn that many points. To eliminate 9th layer aliens so quickly, it's got to be those three first realm martial warriors, hasn't it? So that's it? Aside from the young princess of the G family, the other individual who reached martial artist level is actually named Fang Qiuqiu. That name, well, let's just say, appearances can indeed be deceiving. The name might be unremarkable, but the strength is far from ordinary. Wait, that can't be right. I remember there was supposed to be one more martial artist. I wonder who it could be. It's out. Third place? No, wait. Not third place anymore. Fang Qiuqiu has dropped to third. Not just Fang Qiuqiu, even the young princess of the G family has fallen to second. Then who is this third martial artist to have surpassed even the young princess of the G family? The crowd turned their gaze toward the top-ranked contender. The leaderboard's top position clearly displayed several bold characters. First place, Sumu, 325 points. Chapter 44. The shocked crowd. 325 points, my god, and in such a short time. Is this the strength of that third warrior? I originally thought Princess G was formidable enough, but now it seems while Princess G crushes us all, that third martial artist named Sumu absolutely dominates even Princess G. Who is this Sumu anyway? Has anyone heard of him before? Which high school does he come from? How come I've never heard this name before? It's terrifying. I suspect that guy Sumu might have cheated. As Sumu's name appeared at the top of the rankings, it immediately sparked heated discussions among the genius trainees in the camp. Simply put, Sumu's results were far too astonishing. In just over half an hour, even the renowned princess of the G family had only managed 20 points, yet he had already surpassed 300 points. The disparity was simply too vast. More than just this small group was surprised. Somewhere in the forest, a young man in a cyan shortsleeve had just teamed up with his companion to slay a level 9 warrior alien creature. The already meager points, after being divided among them, left each person with just a few to claim. And just like that, it exhausted most of their strength. The group gasped heavily for breath. The aliens on this battlefield of 10,000 races are truly different from those in the hunting grounds. They're so cunning, they actually set an ambush for us. Exactly. It was just a mere warrior level alien, barely at the 9th rank, yet it took all of us working together just to barely kill it. I can't imagine what we'd do if we encountered an alien at the first rank martial warrior level. What should we do? We'll just have to stick together for warmth. Too bad there aren't any big shots in our group. I just checked, the top ranked is the G family's young mistress, who never showed up at all. Second place is someone called Fang Qiuqiu, probably one of those three warriors. We won't be able to get the G family's young mistress, but if only I could pinpoint which one Fang Qiuqiu is and bring him into our team. Exactly. But wait, weren't there supposed to be 3 first-level warriors in our cohort? The G family's young mistress and that Fang Qiuqiu are already on the leaderboard. Where's the third one? Could they be all show and no substance, only the stats of a first-level warrior but none of the actual skill? Don't overthink it. Even the weakest first-level warrior is leagues above us 9th-level apprentices. They can already learn martial techniques, after all. Wait, the leaderboard just updated. Fang Qiuqiu dropped to third, and the G family's young mistress is now second. And in first place, Sumu. Who the hell is Sumu? Is he that third-rank martial artist? Damn, over 300 points, this guy must be cheating or something. He's completely crushing all of us. The young man in a blue short-sleeved shirt, who had been leaning against a nearby tree to rest, suddenly perked up when his companion called out the name. He froze for an instant. He seemed unable to believe his own ears. Wait, what was the name of that top-ranked student you mentioned? Sumu. Why does that name sound so familiar somehow? The young man in the blue short-sleeved shirt flashed an unnatural expression as he lifted his gaze toward the projected ranking list in the sky. He then revealed a bitter smile. Do you remember? I went to recruit him just now, but when I found out he was from some unheard of high school, I gave up on that guy. His name is Sumu. The youth in the blue short-sleeves' words left the others standing frozen in place. Sumu? The young man frowned slightly upon seeing that name. What's wrong, little ball? The golden-haired woman beside him followed his gaze. When she saw the 300-plus points trailing behind the name ranked first on the leaderboard, the woman's expression changed instantly. Damn monster, but why does this name feel somewhat familiar? Ah, I remember now, isn't this from that trashy high school? The blonde woman covered her mouth, seemingly unable to believe that a participant from such a lowly high school. Not only was he one of the 3 first-class warriors, but he had also crushed the young princess of the G family with absolute dominance, claiming the top spot on the leaderboard in less than half an hour. The young man nearby snorted coldly. I told you, don't call me by that name. That guy just got lucky, probably stumbled upon some trick to farm points. Clearly, this young man nicknamed Qiuqiu wasn't convinced that Sumu possessed skills superior to his own. Let's go. There's a steel-tusked boar ahead, first realm warrior level. Meanwhile, in some hidden corner of the forest, A tall girl tightly coiled her long whip around a silver-backed wolf not far away. She wore a pale blue light robe that appeared far less delicate and fragile than it looked. Instead, under the sunlight, it occasionally shimmered with golden light. Upon closer inspection, one could see faint golden threads densely embroidered across the robe, interwoven together to provide the seemingly ordinary garment with remarkable defensive capabilities. Yet despite this special material, the girl still appeared somewhat disheveled. The girl brushed the stray hairs from her forehead behind her ear. A cold gaze fell upon the silverback wolf nearby, its struggles gradually ceasing. As expected, much stronger than the usual mutts we encounter and far more intelligent too. With a swift motion, she retracted her whip. The girl looked at the wristband in her hand. 108 points? So it seems the alien creatures at the first stage martial artist level have more detailed point allocations based on their combat strength. She raised her head to glance at the projected leaderboard in the sky. With over 100 points, that should be enough to securely claim the top position on the leaderboard, right? With her status, getting into Longjing Martial Arts University would be completely effortless. Just the fact that her surname was Ji alone would have been enough for the university to admit her in advance. But she disliked this kind of privilege, just as she disliked the way certain aunts and older sisters around her would prioritize protecting her even if it meant getting hurt themselves simply because her surname was Ji. She wanted to rely on herself. She wanted to see whether she truly had nothing to offer if it weren't for her surname. This time, coming to the genius training camp, she had come for first place. But when her gaze fell upon the leaderboard, she felt as if she'd been slapped across the face. First place, Sumu, 325 points. Sumu. Ji Qinghan's pupils slightly contracted. Chapter 45, the assessment concludes. Ji Qinghan's talent. This Sumu, is he that genius from Bailon High School? Not bad at all. To think he could crushingly rank above that little princess of the Ji family. At this moment, inside a certain room, a crowd of people stood before a wall covered with screens. At the forefront was a white-haired elder, and beside him stood the middle-aged man who had just announced the rules to Sumu and the others. Pull up his video footage. The old man nodded with evident satisfaction. At his command, the screen on the wall immediately began playing footage of Sumu's battle. The middle-aged man standing nearby now spoke up. Initially, before he entered the camp, we thought he had awakened a talent related to rapidly boosting chi in blood, but now it seems our judgment was mistaken. His talent in swordsmanship is exceptionally strong. The old man glanced at Sumu's image on the screen. He said faintly, he reminds me of the junior from the Song family back in the day, who was quite similar at his age. The old man narrowed his eyes, paused for a moment, then uttered two words, sword intent. Sword intent. The middle-aged man beside him was startled upon hearing the two words from the old man. You mean he's already comprehended the sword intent? More than just sword intent, the old man said. His sword techniques and movement arts, even with my eyesight, I can't discern their origin. There's a strong possibility he created them himself. Created them himself? How long has it been since his talent awakened? How old is he even? The middle-aged man wore an expression of disbelief. The elder gazed at Sumu in the image, pondered for a moment, then declared, move his ranking above Ji Qinghan's. Hearing the old man's words, the middle-aged man was also stunned. Originally, the top position in their genius training camp had been Ji Qinghan, something almost beyond dispute. Moreover, the innate talents Ji Qinghan possessed virtually guaranteed that her top ranking would remain unshakable, no matter who came along. But now, the elder actually said Sumu would be ranked above Ji Qinghan. This immediately filled the middle-aged man with endless doubts. At the same time, his curiosity about Sumu grew immensely. Do you really have such high hopes for the Sumu youngster? The middle-aged man couldn't help but speak up and ask. Yes, I hope. I haven't misjudged this. Gulp, gulp. Sumu drank the water from the cup in one go. The prolonged battle left him feeling weary. He leaned against a large tree. His hand drooped slightly to the side. The bracelet on his wrist clearly displayed a long string of numbers. 8,259. Over 8,000 points. This kind of score is absolutely terrifying. Ji Qinghan, currently in second place, has just barely surpassed 1,000 points. The gap between her and Sumu is nearly tenfold. This test, who knows when it'll finally end. Sumu gazed at his name placed first on the leaderboard in the sky inside. Just as he was sighing, a clamor of noise suddenly erupted around him. The assessment is over. Everyone must gather at the light beam's projection point within 5 minutes. The voice of a middle-aged man echoed throughout the forest. At the same time, in a part of the forest, a beam of light suddenly poured down. The massive beam of light resembled an enormous radiant pillar. From any angle within the forest, the luminous pillar remained clearly visible. Is it finally over? Sumu exhaled deeply in relief. The next moment, his figure swiftly darted toward the direction of the light pillar. When Sumu arrived at the location of the light pillar, quite a few people were already gathered around the light pillar. They were all discussing their respective points, rankings, and so on. wondering if they might get eliminated or something. But when Sumu appeared in everyone's line of sight, all discussion abruptly stopped. Every gaze turned towards Sumu. This scene, Sumu had faintly experienced something similar when he first entered the genius training camp. But this time, noticeably more people were looking at him compared to before. That's Sumu. Don't let the fact that he's from some no-name high school fool you. His abilities are nothing to scoff at. Who would have thought? I assumed everyone was just competing for second place, with Princess Ji a shoo-in for first. But never in my wildest dreams did I expect such a dark horse to emerge, not only surpassing Princess Ji, but also leaving so many others in the dust. It's terrifying. He looks so harmless, yet he slaughtered so many of those creatures. Just look at how drenched he is in red. That must all be their blood, right? The chatter of the crowd reached Sumu's ears, causing him to feel both amused and exasperated. He glanced down at himself. Indeed, his once pristine clothes were now completely stained crimson with blood. From head to toe, he looked as though he'd just emerged from a soaking in a pool of blood. And those gossiping people, just like last time, also kept their distance from Sumu. Last time, it was probably because they thought Sumu, a student from a trashy high school, wasn't worthy of their company. But this time, it was likely because they felt unworthy to associate with a killer star like Sumu. Sumu didn't mind either. He stood to the side, lost in his own thoughts. Yet as he moved, he noticed two piercing gazes seemingly fixed upon him the entire time. He shifted his own gaze toward them. To his surprise, their owners turned out to be an exquisitely beautiful yet icy young woman. The girl was dressed in a light blue gown, with delicate features, yet she carried an icy demeanor that seemed to keep others at a distance. Sumu merely felt the temperature around him drop several degrees just by meeting her gaze. He frowned. The girl's information panel appeared before Sumu's eyes. Name, Ji Qinghan. Chi blood value, 253.58. First realm martial artist early stage. Body refining technique, Xianyuan body refinement art. Breathing technique, Xianyuan internal breathing method. Talent, unable to view. It seemed the characteristics were too distinctive, causing Shenlong to immediately deduce the girl's identity. Clearly, this girl was none other than the young princess of the Ji family, Ji Qinghan. The outcome of Deep Blue's speculation aligned with Sumu's own conjecture. To Sumu's surprise, Ji Qinghan's talent column stood out. Most individuals initially marked as pending analysis would gradually have their talents deciphered by Deep Blue after being observed for a certain period. But now, this Ji Qinghan was actually unviewable. This undoubtedly conveyed two pieces of information to Sumu. First, it was highly likely that Deep Blue knew what kind of talent Ji Qinghan possessed. Second, Ji Qinghan's talent might be so important that the future version of himself had placed certain restrictions on Deep Blue, preventing Sumu from knowing Ji Qinghan's innate talents. Indeed, the only one capable of making Deep Blue display unviewable information was his future self, the very person who had transformed the Book of Wisdom into Deep Blue in the first place. Though he remained somewhat curious about what Ji Qinghan's talents might be. But when it came to the cryptic actions of his future self, Sumu had long since developed his own set of countermeasures. He suppressed his curiosity. Under the light pillar, the people seemed to have gradually gathered. Right at this moment, Sumu suddenly heard a loud shout. Sumu, I challenge you. Chapter 46, The Heretical Cult Reappears. The loud voice instantly drew everyone's attention in the room. All eyes turned toward the speaker. It was the same young man who had previously mocked Sumu's school as being trash. The youth's eyes were bloodshot, his expression weary. His clothes were already soaked and stained crimson with blood, and the weapon in his hand appeared slightly dented from relentless slashing. Who is he? Why did he challenge Sumu the moment he showed up? You don't know? Well, hey, come closer, I'll whisper, don't let him hear. He's Fong Qiuqiu. Fong Qiuqiu? I always imagined Fong Qiuqiu would be a big, chubby guy. Never expected, this name fits him so oddly, doesn't it? Ha ha ha, keep your voice down. He hates being called that name more than anything. The only reason I know it is because I heard stories from his high school days. Anyone who dared call him that ended up getting beaten up. Rumor has it the worst case spent over 3 months bedridden. Oh God, really? We'd better whisper then. At that moment, Fong Qiuqiu's information surfaced before Sumu's eyes. Name, Fong Qiuqiu. Chi and blood value, 189.56. First realm martial artist early stage. Body refinement technique, breeze refinement technique. Breathing technique, Zephyr exhalation method. Talent, to be analyzed. Clearly, among the 3 first realm martial artists, Fong Qiuqiu was undoubtedly the weakest. However, his courage was remarkably great, and he appeared rather reckless. Sumu, I don't believe you could have slain so many alien races in such a short time. If you're a real man, fight me fair and square, otherwise I'll never acknowledge your achievements. Fong Qiuqiu blared fixedly at Sumu. He could accept the Ji family's little princess ranking above him. After all, he had the Ji family backing him. Yet for someone who had always crushed his peers, a top student from the elite 8th Security District High School, it was utterly unacceptable to be overshadowed by a student from some trash school he looked down upon. Deep down, he knew Sumu probably did have some real ability, but he just couldn't swallow this humiliation, just refusing to accept Sumu. This led to publicly provoking Sumu. "Chocho, what are you doing?" The blonde woman nearby frowned slightly upon seeing Fang Chocho openly provoking Sumu. Although she had initially looked down on Sumu, a student from some trash-tier ordinary high school, his performance during the recent assessment had proven his formidable strength beyond doubt. Unlike the reckless and brainless Fang Chocho standing beside her, while she certainly had her own pride, she wasn't so petty as to deny reality when outmatched even by someone of lesser background. "Stay out of it." Fang Chocho shot the blonde woman a cold glance, then turned his gaze back to Sumu. Watching Fang Chocho, who now seemed thoroughly agitated, Sumu could only respond with a helpless smile. Compared to his own maturity and steadiness, these brats were still far too young. He was just about to speak, but a voice abruptly cut him off. "I witnessed his performance firsthand and have personally verified it. I vouch for its authenticity. Whether you acknowledge it or not, he remains the first-place winner." The speaker was none other than the middle-aged man who had brought them here earlier. The man swept a cold gaze across Fang Chocho before finally settling it on the others. "If you want private duels, you'll have ample opportunity once you enter Longjing Martial Arts University. But for now, stand in line properly, every last one of you." The middle-aged man's voice made the remaining Genius Training Camp members tremble slightly, and they quickly stood at attention as instructed. Once everyone had properly assembled, only then could one clearly see that while there had originally been about 100 participants in the Genius Training Camp, now, only 50 or 60 remained. It looked like about half were missing. Many cast uneasy glances at the empty spots in their ranks, silently wondering if those absent had fallen to the enemy's blades. Only Sumu knew the truth. Most likely 80% of these people have already been rescued and then expelled from the training camp. Based on his experience, there's an 80% chance this enrollment assessment won't result in fatalities. Alright, everyone performed exceptionally well. Congratulations, you've successfully joined the Genius Training Camp of our Dragon Capital Martial Arts University. The middle-aged man's tone unexpectedly softened slightly. "Let me introduce myself here. My surname is Ding, and for the next 2 months, I'll be your instructor. You can call me Instructor Ding. Though, to be honest, I prefer the nickname some of your predecessors from earlier batches gave me, Ding the Death King." Instructor Ding's gaze swept across the assembled group. Those caught in his stare couldn't help but shudder involuntarily. "I won't waste words. What you should know is that the alien races you're currently facing are just appetizers. Even if they come from the battlefield of all races, these are merely captured specimens, still different from the real threats on that battlefield. But don't be too curious. Once you enter the training camp, you'll have plenty, and I mean plenty, of opportunities to encounter these creatures from the battlefield of all races. Then you'll truly understand their terror." Instructor Ding spoke as he waved his hand at them. A bus was slowly approaching them from the side. "Alright, you can go back and rest for today. The actual training program at the Genius Camp will officially begin tomorrow." As he spoke, Instructor Ding was already walking toward that bus. The coach bus came to a stop in front of Instructor Ding. The door had just opened. At that very moment, suddenly, a beam of light struck the bus. Boom! The bus suddenly exploded. Instructor Ding, who was closest, was instantly blasted away by the powerful explosion. Bang! Captain Ding! The explosion's glare was blinding, yet many still witnessed Captain Ding being blasted away. Several people immediately screamed in shock. They ran toward the direction where Captain Ding had fallen, but he had only taken a few steps when he noticed several figures appearing around them. These figures were all dressed in pitch-black clothing. Their faces were hidden behind various masks that seemed rather menacing. Just as everyone was still trying to figure out what had happened, suddenly, in the distance, Instructor Ding, who had been blasted away, had just managed to get back on his feet. His chest was abruptly pierced through by a battle blade. "Coach Ding! Schlick!" Instructor Ding suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Already battered by the explosion, he now suffered this sneak attack. Instantly, his face turned deathly pale. His blood-smeared face was covered in black soot and dust. "By the dark cult! You, how could you? Run! All of you, run now! Hurry, go get help!" It seemed he had exhausted his last ounce of strength. Instructor Ding roared. Put! The blade withdrew from his body. Instructor Ding's body collapsed with a heavy thud, and the one who killed Instructor Ding leisurely wiped the blood from his blade. He immediately looked towards Sumu and the others who were surrounded. TSK, so many talented seedlings. If they all die, Great Xia would probably be heartbroken, right? Chapter 47, Kneel and Beg Me. Everyone turned their gaze towards the person who had spoken. The man was dressed just like those surrounding them. All wore pitch-black attire, though his figure was noticeably taller. His face was similarly concealed behind a ferocious Oni mask. Has the heretical sect infiltrated us to this extent? His gaze swept across the sea of black-clad figures. Sumu's brows furrowed slightly. After all, this was the 9th security zone. By all reasoning, it should be the safest place in all of Great Xia. But now, right at the location where their elite training camp was conducting assessment drills, a group of heresy worshippers had actually appeared. They even killed the instructors of their elite training camp right before their eyes. This was terrible news not only for Great Xia, but for the entire human race. Sumu had considered that the human race might already be severely infiltrated, but I never imagined it had been infiltrated to such an extent. That figure he encountered when becoming a 9th-level researcher, and now these heretic worshippers appearing before him. Sumu frowned slightly. Suddenly, he somewhat understood why humanity would face annihilation 10 years later. As Sumu pondered, the surrounding cultists had already encircled Sumu and his companions. Although these cultists appeared to number only a dozen or so, yet each one emanated an overwhelming aura, especially the one leading them. Sumu's gaze fell upon the tall, burly man at the forefront. Name, unknown. Chi and blood level, 236,430,000, early stage 7th realm martial artist. Body refinement technique, profound heaven body refinement art. Breathing technique, mystic heart profound art. Talent, to be analyzed. 7th level martial artist. The strength of the big man. Sumu felt a throbbing headache. Without a doubt, this wave of death rewinds was inevitable. However, Sumu needed to figure out how to prevent this outcome from happening. Should he report it to the instructor in advance? Not very realistic. If he had some status or identity, that would be another matter. But as things stood, he was just a slightly more talented camp participant. Even if he told someone about this matter, there was a high probability they wouldn't believe him. Moreover, judging by their tactics, it was clear they had already thoroughly studied their routines. Even more likely, they had moles inside Longjing Martial Arts University. In this case, even if Sumu had alerted the instructors and higher-ups at Longjing Martial Arts University beforehand, and convinced them to change the examination location, there was a strong chance these perpetrators would simply appear at the new site instead. Just as Sumu was contemplating how to maximize the utility of his death-looping ability, the leader of the heretic worshippers spoke. Never expected to find a little princess of the G family here. TSK, if you were to die in this place, I imagine the entire G clan would go mad, no? Hearing the words of that heretic worshipper, Ji Qinghan's expression turned frosty. Her hand had somehow grasped a deep blue whip without anyone noticing. Her gaze was fixed unwaveringly on the leading heretic worshipper. The remaining members of the genius training camp huddled together in a tight group. They watched the surrounding heretic worshippers with tense apprehension. Some people were even on the verge of tears from fear. I don't want to die yet. Mom, help! Is anyone going to save us? What should we do? What should we do? I just wanted to coast through this genius training camp to get some extra credits for the Dragon Capital Martial Arts University entrance exam. I never wanted to die here. Many people with weaker psychological resilience couldn't hold back their sobs any longer. Shut up! Fang Qiuqiu let out a cold snort. His bloodshot eyes glared coldly at the sobbing figures beside him. He immediately turned his gaze toward the leading heretic. What kind of skill is ganging up on someone outnumbered? Have the guts to fight me one-on-one. Fang Qiuqiu's broadsword pointed directly at the leader of the heterodox cultists. Beside him, Sumu could only sigh helplessly and rub his forehead. Truth be told, this Fang Qiuqiu really dared to challenge anyone he came across. Challenging him earlier was one thing, since we were all still first-rank martial artists. But now he actually went and challenged some leader of the heretic worshippers who killed Instructor Ding? Isn't this just being all brawn and no fucking brain? At first, Sumu had found this guy pretty annoying, trash-talking him about coming from a trash high school, then challenging him and questioning his results. But looking at it now, alright, no point arguing with a reckless fool who's got a screw loose, right? Ha 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 ha, seems we've got one with some backbone here. Just not the brightest bulb in the box, is he? The leader roared with laughter before shifting his gaze squarely onto Fang Qiuqiu. The next moment, an overwhelming aura seemed to surge through his gaze, pressing down toward Fang Qiuqiu's direction. Even the surrounding trainees in the camp felt as if they were being crushed by some invisible force. Sumu wasn't far from Fang Qiuqiu. Naturally, he too felt that terrifying pressure weighing upon him. Is this the power of a 7th realm martial artist? Sumu felt his breathing become somewhat strained. Back when he was still a 9th level researcher, perhaps because the gap between that human traitor and the Supreme Secret Guardian was too vast, or maybe because Sumu's own strength was truly insignificant, he hadn't even been able to properly gauge the true power of that human traitor. But now, the power of this leader of the heretics truly made him feel the gap between himself and some real powerhouses. Put! The veins on Fang Qiuqiu's temples bulged violently. He struggled to resist, but the overwhelming pressure still forced a mouthful of blood from his lips. Then with a thud, he collapsed to his knees. Bastard! Fang Qiuqiu growled through gritted teeth. But in the end, he couldn't withstand it and was crushed flat against the ground. Qiuqiu! The golden-haired woman nearby was shocked to see Fang Qiuqiu actually being pressed to the ground. Instantly frantic, she tried to rush to Fang Qiuqiu's side. Let go of my little brother. But before he could reach Fang Qiuqiu, that overwhelming force slammed him to the ground. Put! The blonde woman also spat out a mouthful of blood. Bastard! What kind of man picks on a woman? Fang Qiuqiu, roared the boy pinned to the ground. Then he turned to the woman beside him. Get away! I don't need you meddling. What a touching sibling bond indeed. TSK TSK TSK, how moving. The leader wore an expression as if genuinely moved. Then, he shifted his gaze to the remaining people. Come to think of it, seeing them makes me suddenly feel that simply killing you all might be a bit too boring. His gaze swept over the remaining people. Alright then, get on your knees and beg me to spare you. Maybe if I'm in a good mood, I'll be merciful and let you join our cult of the other. Of course, you could also choose to challenge me, just like him. With that, he raised his hand and the next instant, Fang Qiuqiu was effortlessly snatched up, swiftly hurtling toward him. Finally, his neck was grabbed, rendering him immobile. Let go! Let me go! Fang Qiuqiu's face flushed crimson. Fine. The leader violently threw Fang Qiuqiu aside. Thud! The tremendous impact sent Fang Qiuqiu sliding across the ground, plowing a long trench until he finally came to a stop after smashing through several thick trees. Life or death unknown. Alright, time to make your choice? Chapter 48, another reset? Get on your knees and beg me. These 5 words reverberated in everyone's ears. But for the time being, no one had yet made a decision. He also seemed to notice everyone's hesitation. The leader at the forefront reached out and grabbed one of the campers. Seems you need some motivation to make your choice, the leader remarked with deliberate meaning. The next moment, that camper was seized in the leader's grasp, just as Fang Qiuqiu had been before. Would you like to see some fireworks? The chieftain's gaze swept across the surrounding heretic worshippers. I do. The surrounding heretical worshippers shouted loudly. Bang! The next moment, the head of the captured camp member suddenly exploded. Blood blossomed like fireworks. The leader's ferocious mask was instantly splattered with a streak of blood. The gruesome scene sent a buzzing shock through the remaining campers' skulls. It wasn't that they'd never witnessed bloodshed before. After all, they were geniuses from the top high schools in various safe zones. In their daily lives, they must have entered the alien hunting grounds more or less to hunt extraterrestrial creatures. They had just finished hunting aliens moments ago. Yet, witnessing a companion who had been standing beside them 1 second suddenly meet a gruesome death right before their eyes, such a bloody spectacle was somewhat hard for these 18-year-old youths to stomach. However, it was evident that the leader's method had indeed produced immediate results. Out of the remaining 50 or 60 people, several immediately dropped to their knees with a thud. Please, spare me. Please, I can join the heterodox cult. Just spare me. I really don't want to die. Let me go. I don't want to die either. Looking at those kneeling figures, the leader smiled with satisfaction. Then he turned to the heretic worshippers nearby. Tie those few up and toss them aside. Later we'll take them to headquarters for proper training. In time, they'll surely become outstanding warriors. Soon enough, those kneeling figures were bound and thrown aside. The leader continued to let his gaze wander over the remaining individuals. Does anyone else wish to beg for my mercy? Our heretic sect still values talent greatly. My patience is extremely limited. Upon hearing the leader's words, several more people immediately dropped to their knees. In just a short while, out of the original 50 or 60 people, only 30 or 40 remained. After confirming that no one else would kneel and beg for mercy, the leader turned his gaze toward those who were left. With deep meaning, he said, it seems the ones remaining here all have death wishes. Very well, then come forward one by one to meet your demise. Let everyone see just how brave and fearless you are. The leader laughed heartily. Are there any death seekers willing to step forward and challenge me? As these words were spoken, the remaining people exchanged glances uncertainly. Each of them harbored some degree of unyielding pride within their hearts. Their innate dignity wouldn't permit them to beg for mercy from these treasonous humans who worshipped foreign gods. Yet when truly confronted with death, not everyone possessed the courage to face it directly. Since no one else is stepping up, I guess I'll have to choose myself. Just as the leader was speaking, they saw from within the crowd the young princess of the G family take several steps forward. She bit her pearly teeth. Her body trembled slightly. Her fair yet cold face was full of determination. But just as she was about to step out, a figure stepped out of the crowd before she could. I'll do it. Hearing this voice, Ji Qinghan abruptly raised her head. Sumu had somehow appeared before her without her noticing. He gripped a bloodstained longsword tightly in his hand. His clothes had turned crimson, likely soaked through from slaughtering too many of those alien creatures. He blocked the sunlight from Ji Qinghan's face, yet it made his entire being seen bathed in sunlight. Sumu stared intently at the leader of the heretic cult before him. Truth be told, Sumu couldn't immediately think of an effective way to stop these heretic cult followers. And the most crucial problem was that Sumu knew far too little about these heretic cult members to survive unscathed from these heretic worshippers. The best approach was letting these zealots kill him once. This way, Sumu wouldn't just discern the cultists' unique talents, he'd also rewind 12 hours with crucial foreknowledge to thwart their plans. As his gaze locked onto their leader looming before him, Sumu let out a long sigh of relief. Facing death, he had grown somewhat numb to it. Yet he couldn't tell if it was just his imagination. In that fleeting moment of distraction, he seemed to catch a glimpse of approval and quiet satisfaction flashing through the leader's eyes. Good, another fool seeking death, just like the last one, still just a first-realm martial artist. I suppose you must be among the top talents of this batch? Nothing delights me more than torturing elite geniuses like you. Oomph, save your breath. Bring it on. Sumu let out a cold snort. With a single sword step covering mere inches, he appeared instantly before the leader. The next moment, his Tempest sword art surged forth like a violent storm crashing toward the leader. Within each of Sumu's sword strokes lay the comprehension of the Gale sword intent. Sumu focused all his attacks on the chieftain's vulnerabilities. Yet what filled Sumu with despair was this. The chieftain merely clenched his fist. The next moment, roar! A tiger's roar seemed to reverberate through the air. The leader's punch shot forth, its formidable force completely obliterating Sumu's offensive. Immediately, it carried with it the form of a solidified tiger pouncing towards Sumu. Sumu only felt a tremendous force crashing against his chest. Put! A mouthful of blood spurted from his lips. Sumu was sent flying backward directly. Like a kite with its string cut, he fell to the ground, neither dead nor alive. Next, the leader cast a triumphant gaze toward the remaining people. Damn it! Ji Qinghan saw Sumu being sent flying backwards. She clenched her lower lip slightly, then immediately charged toward the leader with her whip raised. The whip lashed out like a spirit serpent toward the leader, yet it was caught firmly in the leader's grasp. With just a slight exertion of force from the leader, Ji Qinghan was flung aside by the leader using his long whip. A girl from the Ji family. I've never had the chance to kill one of those precious Ji family brats before. He raised his battle blade high. An intense glow gathered around the weapon's edge. Try this move. A scorching blade aura condensed on the combat blade, materializing as it sliced toward Ji Qinghan. Sensing the formidable power behind this attack, Ji Qinghan struggled to rise and evade, but the blade's energy came too swiftly, and compounded by her recent fall, Ji Qinghan found herself momentarily unable to rise. Just as Ji Qinghan resigned herself and closed her eyes in acceptance of fate, she unexpectedly realized the attack hadn't landed upon her. Somewhat bewildered, she slowly opened her eyes. Yet again, it was that familiar figure. Sumu. Sumu was feeling rather speechless at the moment. Damn it, I'm not even dead yet. What's with you beating up someone else? Making me suffer all that pain for no reason at all. Fortunately, taking this hit should surely mean death. Boom! Sumu collapsed backward. In his ears, he could only hear Ji Qinghan screaming behind him. No. Fatally, he seemed to see the leader frantically running toward his direction. About to reset again. Sumu thought to himself. His consciousness slowly faded away. What he didn't know was, at the very moment he lost consciousness, an enraged roar suddenly echoed through the sky. Stop! Immediately halt the trial. Chapter 49, Sumu, wake up quickly. Dragon Capital Martial Arts University Second Hospital. Outside the Supreme VIP ward, an elderly man gazed at the young man lying inside the hospital room. He heaved a long sigh. How's Ding doing? Physically, he's recovering remarkably well, thanks to that person's healing gift. The only issue is we don't know when he'll regain consciousness. His injuries were simply too severe. If not for his extraordinarily strong mental resilience and our timely request for that person's assistance, he would have been beyond saving. Hey! The old man sighed again. Had I known this would happen, I would have intervened personally. That Wang Hu. His blows know no restraint. If anything serious happens to this boy, I swear I'll make him pay. Losing such a promising seedling would be an immeasurable loss to our entire human race. Elder Zhang, we can't blame Lao Wang entirely. He never anticipated his strike failing to instantly knock the boy unconscious. That slash was aimed at the Ji family's young princess, who was wearing golden-threaded cloud armor. She would have been fine even if the attack landed. Who could have guessed this boy would suddenly rush in to take the blow for her? The middle-aged man explained. Poof! Old Zhang snorted coldly, then looked with gratification at the young man still lying on the hospital bed nearby. This is precisely what makes this boy so remarkable. You must understand, he didn't even know what kind of talent that Ji family girl possessed. They'd known each other for less than a day. When he stepped forward to take that blow for her, it was likely driven solely by his instinct to protect his fellow humans, to stand up for his companions. Indeed, this boy's fervor is something I've never seen in all my years as an instructor, the middle-aged man remarked, gazing at Sumu lying in the hospital room with admiration. Not just that, even before this incident, he had done similar things. According to his records, when a heretic stormed his school and took one of his classmates hostage, while others cowered in fear, it was this boy who bravely revealed his own talent and swapped places with the hostage. He then worked with the local Nightwalker captain to eliminate that heretic. The middle-aged man's face lit up with praise. At just 18, to possess such courage, to willingly sacrifice for those around him, while also bearing extraordinary talent. Honestly, when I reviewed his deeds, I felt that what shone brighter than his gifts was the radiant nobility of his character. If this boy matures unimpeded, he will undoubtedly become a pillar of humanity, a true cornerstone for our kind. Old Zhang also nodded in agreement. That's exactly why we must spare no expense to revive him. Moreover, it can't be a revival with lingering aftereffects. His condition must be restored to its former peak. Otherwise, it would be an immense loss, both for him and for the entire human race. Mr. Zhang, you can rest assured on this matter. We've spared no expense in arranging the best care for him. Even that specialist was summoned. Physically, he has no issues at all. In fact, with our treatment, his vital energy has nearly broken through the 400-point threshold. He's just a hair's breadth away from reaching mid-stage first-realm warrior. Once he wakes up, he'll need at most 3 more days of recuperation before he can immediately return to the elite training camp. The middle-aged man paused before continuing. However, the only question now is when he'll wake up. According to the hospital's response, it could be as soon as today or tomorrow, or as long as a month, 2 months, even a year or two. Anything's possible. Doesn't Great Xia have a department specializing in psychic research? Try to get someone over here to lend a hand. Old Zhang contemplated for a moment before saying. Old Zhang, currently Daxia's research on spiritual power remains classified. It's meant to be our trump card against the alien races. Trying to get them to release an individual to us simply isn't realistic, the middle-aged man said helplessly. I'll go invite them myself. I refuse to believe they'd refuse me this face. Old Zhang's expression darkened instantly. Right at that moment, a voice came from beside them. Greetings, Elder Zhang. Greetings, Drillmaster Ding. Elder Zhang and Drillmaster Ding turned to look. There stood a figure with an aloof demeanor, who had somehow appeared beside them without notice. Xing Han. Instructor Ding smiled. Yet all he received was Ji Qinghan's icy expression. Please step aside, Elder Zhang and Instructor Ding. I need to go in and keep Sumu company. Faced with this, Elder Zhang and Instructor Ding could only force awkward smiles and move aside. They watched as Ji Qinghan entered the ward and sat beside Sumu, effortlessly engaging him in conversation with practiced ease. Instructor Ding said, Elder Zhang, you might not know this, but perhaps out of guilt, ever since Sumu fell into a coma, the young princess of the Ji family has come to talk to him every single day. It seems the young lady of the Ji family has carried a weight in her heart since that incident years ago. If Sumu could help her resolve this burden along the way, it would indeed be good for her. Elder Zhang remarked thoughtfully, as if recalling something. It's just a shame about this boy Sumu. Who knows when he'll wake up? When he does, we must ensure his compensation is sufficient, better too much than too little. Instructor Ding looked somewhat surprised. Old Zhang, it seems you've really taken a liking to this kid. Old Zhang glanced at Sumu and sighed upon hearing this. Who wouldn't like such a child? If I were just a bit younger, I'd insist on taking him as my disciple by all means. But now I'm old, can't teach anymore, would just be holding the boy back. Instructor Ding chimed in, Master Zhang, what are you talking about? Even now when those foreign tribes hear your name, they tremble in fear and flee at the mere mention. Don't force flattery if you're bad at it. Your repertoire's limited to those same tired phrases. Old Zhang shot him a look before walking ahead. Instructor Ding quickly chased after him. Professor Zhang. By the way, has Sumu's family been informed about this matter? Professor Zhang, as you know, this incident is rather shameful. Sumu wasn't injured by the alien races but ended up wounded by our own people. That's why we haven't notified his family yet. We've just told them that communications aren't convenient during training camp. But if Sumu still hasn't woken up when the training camp ends in over a month, we won't be able to keep it from them. Alas, we'll have to proceed this way for now. Their voices gradually faded into the distance. Meanwhile, inside the hospital room, gazing at the slumbering Sumu, Ji Qinghan remained silent, yet her mind was awash with countless thoughts. Sumu, why did you save me back then? Truth be told, since childhood, due to her family's innate talents, she had always lived under the protection of uncles, aunts, and elders around her. Not just her, every member of the Ji family grew up this way. To protect their kin, every uncle and aunt would give their lives without hesitation. Ji Qinghan had long understood this duty of the Ji family, but she hated it. When she was little, during an outing with her father, they were ambushed by the cult of the bazaar. To save them, the uncles self-detonated one after another, blasting open a path through sheer sacrifice, ensuring she and her father survived. She didn't understand why these uncles would so willingly lay down their lives for them until one uncle told her, because you are of the Ji family. The The G family? What's special about the G family? Are their lives inherently more valuable than others? She didn't understand, and she hated it so much when others sacrificed their lives to protect her. Yet what puzzled her was this: the uncles and aunts who protected her did so because she belonged to the G family, because the G bloodline's unique talents had awakened within her. But why, then, did Sumu stand by her? Clear as day, Sumu knew nothing of these things. Ji Qinghan let out a sigh, as if talking to himself. Sumu, please wake up soon. Then he stood up and walked toward the hospital room door. But just as he reached the doorway, when I heard a voice from behind. Ji Qinghan jerked his head around. Sumu's eyes were slowly opening. Where am I? Chapter 50, Sumu awakens. Ji Qinghan's question. He's awake. Even the normally aloof Ji Qinghan couldn't suppress her excitement at this moment. She quickly walked to Sumu's side. Sumu, you're awake. Stay still, I'll go get the doctor. She gazed excitedly at Sumu, who had opened his eyes, her face tear-streaked yet smiling. For the past month, hoping for Sumu's awakening had virtually become an obsession in her heart. Otherwise she wouldn't have come every day just to talk to Sumu. Now, seeing Sumu awake, the emotion she had suppressed for an entire month erupted in this moment. Just as she ran to fetch the doctor, Sumu also began inquiring about Shenlan. What's going on, Deep Blue? Where am I? Master, you've been unconscious for 30 days, 7 hours, and 28 minutes. You are currently in the Supreme VIP Ward of Longjing Martial Arts University's second hospital. What? A Supreme VIP Ward? Sumu surveyed his surroundings. This is an exceptionally large suite. The surroundings are bathed in warm yellowish tones. A huge television was placed right in the center. On the table nearby, there were some potted plants. Beside the hospital bed, there seemed to be something like a call button. Couldn't she just call the doctor directly with this? Why did she run out? While Sumu was observing his surroundings, Deep Blue quickly recounted to Sumu what had happened a month ago. What the hell? This was some test arranged by Dragon Capital Martial Arts University? That leader of the heretic worship sect was one of the instructors? Then what about those people who died? How did they fake it? It looked so damn real. Sumu recalled that fellow whose head had exploded in the leader's hand. That was an SSS tier talent, Mirage Dream, capable of creating extremely realistic illusions. Without a special talent or formidable strength, one simply couldn't see through the illusions of Mirage Dream. An SSS tier talent. Sumu rolled his eyes. No wonder it's Longjing Martial Arts University, they really went all out to stage this test. Master, according to my analysis, that leader intentionally held back during his attack to briefly knock you unconscious. But your mental strength was simply too formidable, so you remained awake. Later, when the leader attacked Ji Qinghan, he precisely calculated the force she could withstand. With her wearing special protective gear, his strikes couldn't seriously harm her, the worst would be concussive force knocking her unconscious. But those same attacks, landing on your already injured body, caused severe damage. Ordinarily, injuries of this severity should have been fatal, but Longjing Martial Arts University summoned a special physician. Their treatment, combined with your extraordinary mental resilience, allowed you to narrowly survive, though your body has fallen into deep dormancy. You mean, my mental power was too strong, and combined with that person's treatment, it accidentally kept me from dying, and instead I survived but fell into a coma? After roughly understanding how things had unfolded, Sumu rubbed his temples with a slight headache. Sure enough, the very situation he had feared had come to pass. He had worried about this situation before. It was like he wanted to go to his death, but those around him unknowingly saved him instead. Yet he couldn't possibly tell others about his innate abilities. Damn it, in the end, he really had to suffer in silence, unable to voice his grievances. That's also why he always kept to himself. He was afraid this exact situation would happen. But who would have thought it still ended up happening? How's my physical condition now, Deep Blue? Though he had a headache, Sumu didn't dwell on this feeling for long. Instead, he turned his attention to understanding his current situation. Soon, his status panel appeared before his eyes, accompanied by Shenlan's explanation. Sumu gained a general understanding of his own condition. Amidst misfortune, there was still fortune. Although he had been in a deep coma for a month, Sumu's physical recovery was quite remarkable. Not only were there no lingering effects, but his vitality had actually improved somewhat. This couldn't help but make Sumu curious about who his rescuer had been. After all, he'd been practically at death's door with his injuries then. Yet now here he was, alive and kicking. According to Deep Blue's analysis, he only needed 2 or 3 more days of recovery before he could return to training camp at full capacity. However, when Sumu asked who that person really was, Deep Blue didn't provide him with an answer, merely stating that his current clearance level was insufficient to know. It seemed this was yet another key figure involved in humanity's destruction 10 years hence. Just as Sumu was deep in thought, Ji Qinghan finally entered with the doctor and nurses. Following behind the medical staff were an elderly man and a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man turned out to be Instructor Ding, who had died before Sumu and the others. A group of doctors and nurses hurried forward to examine Sumu from head to toe upon seeing him regain consciousness. The elderly man, Instructor Ding, and Ji Qinghan stood to one side. After a moment, the doctors and nurses finally stopped their examinations. Congratulations, Mr. Su is already in stable condition. After 2 more days of observation, he can be discharged from the hospital. Hearing the doctor's words, the 3 people standing nearby, Ji Qinghan and the others, also breathed a sigh of relief. Captain Ding, what's going on? Though he already knew everything, he still had to pretend otherwise. Seeing this, Captain Ding hurriedly began explaining to Sumu with some embarrassment. Sumu also took the opportunity to put on an expression of sudden enlightenment. Luckily, you're unharmed, Sumu. Otherwise, we'd have been in serious trouble, Instructor Ding said with an apologetic expression. Then he pointed to the elderly man beside him and said, Sumu, this is Elder Zhang Hao, the current president of our Dragon Capital Academy of Martial Arts. Principal, good day. I greeted old Zhang before me. Sumu eagerly had Deep Blue check his information. At first glance, Sumu's eyelids twitched involuntarily. Name, Zhang Hao. Qi and blood value, 27,843,643,000, early stage 9th realm martial artist. Body refining technique, 9 revolutions profound art. Breathing technique, Xianyuan internal breathing method. Talent, to be analyzed. 9th realm martial artist. Though only at the early stage of the 9th realm, that still makes him a 9th realm expert. This was undoubtedly the most powerful being Sumu had ever laid eyes upon in his entire life. No need for such formality. Just call me Elder Zhang. Elder Zhang smiled at Sumu. I'll call you Little Mu too, more friendly that way. It was evident that old Zhang made no attempt to conceal his fondness for Sumu. Sumu responded with some pleasant surprise, Old Zhang. Good, good, good. Old Zhang laughed heartily. He then inquired briefly about Sumu's physical condition. Sumu seized the opportunity to ask, Elder Zhang, Instructor Ding, when would I be able to return to the training camp to continue my sessions? He was still worried about whether he could secure a guaranteed admission to Longjing Martial Arts University. This hinges on whether he could open the diary in advance. Sumu, you should rest properly for now. As for returning to the training camp, we'll consider it once you've fully recovered. It wouldn't be appropriate to send you back to the Myriad Races battlefield so soon after your recovery. All right, Sumu nodded. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with Sumu and advising him to get some proper rest, the 2 elders surnamed Zhang took their leave. In an instant, only Ji Qinghan and Sumu remained in the hospital room. Looking at the icy beauty beside him, Sumu felt a headache coming on. How could he explain why he'd taken that hit for her? Before Sumu could speak, Ji Qinghan took the initiative to speak first. Sumu, I want to ask you a question. Go ahead. Why did you save me? Ji Qinghan looked at Sumu seriously and spoke slowly. Chapter 51, The Enigmatic Ji Qinghan. Was it because I'm a member of the Ji family? After saying this, Ji Qinghan lowered her head with a complicated expression. For the past month, because of her status, she didn't have to go to the battlefield of 10,000 races. That's why she had time every day to visit Sumu and talk with him. The most important reason she came to talk to Sumu every single day was to get an answer from him. She wondered why Sumu had saved her. Was it because he had somehow learned about her identity, or was there some other reason? Whatever the reason might be, she wanted to know. Because Sumu was the only one, apart from her uncles, who had just met her yet was willing to sacrifice his own life to save her. What the hell is the Ji family? Upon hearing Ji Qinghan's words, Sumu frowned slightly. What does being from the Ji family matter? Sumu said, don't get me wrong. I didn't save you because you're part of the Ji family. It's just that we're companions from the same training camp. Even if it were someone else, I would have stepped in when faced with such danger. After saying this, Sumu gave Ji Qinghan a peculiar look. He secretly wondered, could this girl think I have feelings for her just because I saved her? Luckily I'm quick-witted, saying it like that. You can't possibly misunderstand now, right? Sumu had no other choice. He couldn't very well say he'd deliberately taken that hit because he wanted to die, could he? And at this moment, Ji Qinghan froze in place upon hearing Sumu's words. I didn't save you because you're from the Ji family, but simply because we're comrades from the same training camp. Sumu's simple statement kept echoing through her mind. Just because we were companions from the same training camp. Not because I'm a Ji family member, but because we're companions? Hearing these words, Ji Qinghan even felt as if his understanding of the world had been completely overturned in an instant. Because of what she had experienced since childhood, everyone around her would risk their lives without hesitation to save her and her family when they were in danger. All of this, simply because she was a Ji. So, since childhood, whenever she encountered someone risking their life to save her, she instinctively assumed it was because she was from the Ji family that they were willing to sacrifice themselves for her. To be honest, she hated this feeling. She hated how just because of her status, everyone would sacrifice their lives without hesitation to save her whenever she was in danger. But it was precisely at this moment, Sumu appeared. At the moment when she almost thought she was truly facing death, Sumu threw himself in front of her without regard for his own safety, taking that fatal blow in her stead. Though he was equally self-sacrificing, even willing to lay down his life to save her, Ji Qinghan's intuition told her that Sumu didn't know her true identity. After all, she and Sumu had clearly only just met for the first time. Sumu shouldn't have known her true identity. Yet if that were the case, why would Sumu risk his own life to save her? This question lingered in Ji Qinghan's mind persistently for an entire month. Now, at last, the answer had arrived. For the first time, someone had told her, "I saved you not because you're from the Ji family, but because you're my companion." Countless thoughts flashed through Ji Qinghan's mind. She raised her eyes to Sumu, and a flicker of confusion passed across her icy expression. Does companion mean friend? Friend. Sumu raised an eyebrow before casually replying, well, you could say that. Who knows, we might even become classmates or comrades in arms someday. So when stuff like this happens, I can't just stand by. Between friends, would you give your life to save them? Not for any other reason but simply because they're your friend? Ji Qinghan pressed on. Sumu nodded firmly, of course. Some friends make you willing to bare your back to them without hesitation. Hearing Sumu's words, Ji Qinghan's eyes sparkled as she looked at him. Then, Sumu, are we friends? Sumu was momentarily stunned by this question, then answered somewhat uncertainly, for now, I suppose? Ji Qinghan nodded vigorously. Alright, I understand. Then I won't disturb your rest, I'm going back to cultivate now. Sumu nodded somewhat blankly, watching the slightly peculiar female classmate leave the ward. You actually don't have to come tomorrow either. Sumu called out toward Ji Qinghan's retreating figure. Then he pinched the bridge of his nose with a slight headache. What's with this girl acting like she's desperate for friends? With my status, it's really not suitable to have too many friends. It's not that Sumu was particularly heartless or ungrateful. Had times been peaceful, he might have imagined a life with a few close friends, beautiful scenery, and lovely companionship. But now, with humanity on the brink of destruction, personal attachments were simply too extravagant for someone in Sumu's position. Mankind is going to perish in 10 years, and you're still thinking about frivolous things? Have you lost your mind? Free from worldly desires, the blade shines divine. Sumu, you're supposed to be humanity's savior. Sumu struggled to sit up from the bed, testing out my body's movements again. Even though I've been bedridden for a whole month. Yet surprisingly, my body doesn't seem too stiff. Having wasted this entire month, I need to make up for lost time through rigorous training. I still need to figure out a way to return to the training camp as soon as possible. Only then can I make an early trip to the Myriad Race's battlefield and try to farm some talents. Everything seemed to pile up all at once because of that month-long slumber. What's more, losing an entire month of cultivation time for no apparent reason filled Sumu with an inexplicable sense of guilt. He even considered committing suicide outright to trigger a respawn. But then it struck him, damn it, even if he respawned, he'd still be stuck in unconsciousness. This highlighted one fatal flaw of death respawn mechanics. If instead of dying he fell into a coma, or got trapped somewhere where he couldn't live or die, then Sumu's death respawn ability would effectively become useless. To overcome this flaw, he must find a way to obtain an ability that could ensure his immediate death when necessary, allowing him to restart from a saved point. So many things to deal with. Sumu sighed as he climbed out of bed. His backpack and clothes were placed beside him. He walked over to his backpack. Sumu took out a small box. It was the tiger blood pill that Gao Shan had given him back then. Then, I should start training without delay, he said. Chapter 52, The Marvelous Use of Tiger Blood Elixir. Off to the Myriad Race's battlefield. Previously, since the self-prepared bone-strengthening muscle-nourishing powder hadn't been completely used up, this tiger blood elixir had remained untouched in Sumu's backpack all this time. Initially, he'd considered waiting until they reached the Myriad Race's battlefield to acquire some corpses of other races, then use them to prepare new blood and energy medicines. Who would have thought that just one enrollment test would leave me bedridden for a whole month? Honestly, wasting a full month of my cultivation time like this. At the very least, Longjing Martial Arts University should give me some compensation, right? Sumu wasn't asking for much, just a few thousand blood-enhancing pills like the tiger blood pills, and that ought to be sufficient. When the opportunity arises, Sumu will have to give Instructor Ding a thorough report. He shook his head. Now is not the time to think about those things. Sumu took out the tiger blood pill. A strange fragrance carrying a faint metallic scent wafted into Sumu's nostrils. The tiger blood pill gleamed a vivid crimson throughout. It doesn't look very appetizing. However, Sumu himself didn't really care about such things. Without much hesitation, he placed the tiger blood pill into his mouth. The next moment, he immediately began practicing the exercises from the Myriad Race's body refining technique right there on the ground. As the tiger blood pill entered his stomach, a surge of pure energy instantly flooded through his limbs. Perhaps due to prolonged inactivity and cultivation, Sumu initially struggled to adapt when this power first surged within him. After roughly half an hour of training, Sumu had already collapsed onto the ground, drenched in sweat. Why does it feel like the potency of this tiger blood pill surpasses replenishment powder by at least tenfold? Sumu was somewhat puzzled. At first, he thought it was because he hadn't cultivated in too long, but this sensation became especially pronounced when he practiced the Cloud-Striped Tiger chapter. He could clearly feel that while performing the Cloud-Striped Tiger chapter movements, the medicinal power of the tiger blood pill in his body seemed to instantly activate. Previously, some of the medicinal potency that would inevitably dissipate during circulation was now almost entirely absorbed by Sumu into every cell of his body. Master, after reaching First Realm Warrior status, consuming vitality medicines made from races corresponding to the myriad races body tempering art chapters you practice will significantly enhance your absorption of those medicines. It seemed to have heard Sumu's inquiry. The Deep Blue in his mind provided Sumu with an answer. Upon hearing Deep Blue's explanation, Sumu raised an eyebrow. Holy shit, why didn't you say so earlier? Master, you didn't ask. A few dark lines appeared on Sumu's forehead. As expected, Deep Blue is ultimately just a modified book of wisdom with quite limited intelligence, capable only of responding according to Sumu's commands and inquiries. If Sumu doesn't actively ask questions or issue commands, it cannot respond autonomously. He shook his head. Not knowing this earlier was one thing, but now that this is known, in the future, when Sumu selects and prepares blood and energy medicines, he will need to be more cautious. Deep Blue, help me find the most suitable blood and energy medicines for my current cultivation chapter. Note that they must be within my current budget and feasible to prepare. Yes, Master. Searching medicine formula database. Ding, search successful. Master, I have found 2 formulas for you. One is an enhanced version of the currently available tiger blood pill, the Tiger Origin pill. The other is a medicine formula that won't appear until 9 years later, the Profound Origin Bear Blood Powder. The next moment, the contents of 2 potion formulas manifested in Sumu's mind. Glancing at the 2 potion recipes, Sumu's eyebrows lifted slightly. He had never doubted the search capabilities of Deep Blue. These 2 potion formulas were indeed the most suitable for him at this stage. Moreover, the required herbs weren't particularly rare. The only ingredients needing special procurement were tiger bones for the Tiger Essence pill and bear blood for the Mystic Bear Blood Powder. Sumu could purchase all other medicinal ingredients in advance. As for these 2 medicinal herbs, Sumu could directly search for them in the myriad races battlefield with purpose. Once found, he could prepare them right away. Alternatively, he could directly ask Instructor Ding for some, treating it as compensation from Dragon Capital Martial Arts University. Let's continue time to start cultivating the visualization method. Sumu sat cross-legged on the hospital bed. 3 days slipped quietly by. Sumu, think carefully. Even if you don't participate in the next phase of training, the school already recognizes your talent. Elder Zhang was even prepared to make an exception and directly designate you as an outstanding trainee. Instructor Ding looked at him with a strange expression. But once you enter the myriad races battlefield, there's no turning back. You'll remain there until the training camp concludes, and if danger arises, no one will come to your rescue. I mean truly no one. The battlefield zones operate under strict combat divisions, fraught with countless perils. No one can watch over you there. A single misstep, and you might truly perish on the myriad races battlefield. The Genius Training Camp has a certain mortality rate that's not just talk. To my knowledge, just a few sessions before yours, there was an unfortunate casualty among the 10,000 races on the battlefield. My advice here would be for you to stay back peacefully and focus on your training. If you want to fight on the battlefield of the 10,000 races, there will be plenty of opportunities once you enroll in Longjing Martial Arts University later. You've barely just woken up, and if something were to happen to you on that battlefield, Elder Zhang's heart would surely break. Clearly, Instructor Ding had no intention of letting Sumu return to the Genius Training Camp to continue the remaining sessions. In his eyes, it was already a foregone conclusion that Sumu would become an outstanding trainee. For others, further observation and training might still be necessary. But for Sumu, this top-tier prospect, there was no longer any need for further observation. In that case, there was naturally no need to continue risking their lives on the battlefield of 10,000 clans. Instructor Ding, I've already made up my mind. Besides, I haven't formally competed with the other camp participants. To be honest, I wouldn't feel right about directly receiving an outstanding camper slot like this. As for safety concerns, Instructor Ding, you don't need to worry, I'll definitely take care of myself. Even if something were to happen to me on the myriad races battlefield, it would still be an immense honor. For a martial artist, dying in combat against the alien races would be the highest glory one could achieve. Sumu spun a web of eloquent words, launching into a pompous speech with practiced ease. He absolutely had to go to the battlefield of 10,000 races. What a joke! If he didn't go to the battlefield of 10,000 races, how could he recklessly level up his talents? Without the risk of death, What would be the point of going? Watching Sumu's resolute and impassioned expression, even Instructor Ding seemed moved by his fervor. He nodded vigorously. Good. Men like us should be like you, Sumu. Damn it, thinking about those guys in our training camp who quit after just a few days, I really want to kick their asses. Sumu, I'll arrange everything for you right away. Tomorrow, get ready, special personnel will be assigned to escort you to the Myriad Races battlefield. Also, regarding the compensation you requested, I'll push for the maximum the school can offer. Tiger bone and bear blood, right. I'll personally go procure them, damn it. A genius like you is the hope of humanity. I won't let you suffer any losses. Instructor Ding, that's really too kind of you. Sumu chuckled. Talk about an unexpected windfall. Then thank you, Instructor Ding. None of that. Just remember one thing, come back safely, you hear me? Alright. Chapter 53, he's back. Early in the morning, a middle-aged man in military uniform with a lame leg escorted Sumu onto an armored vehicle. There are still over 20 days left before the training camp ends. For Sumu, this duration is neither too long nor too short. During the car ride, since the journey would be quite lengthy, the limping middle-aged man beside him suggested Sumu could take a nap first. Sumu took advantage of this opportunity to practice the divine demon visualization technique and the Inatol fetal breathing method, unaware of how long he had been cultivating. At one point, Sumu even dozed off briefly. By the time he opened his eyes again, he had already arrived at the eastern theater of the battlefield of 10,000 races. You're awake. The middle-aged man with a limp nearby spoke up as he saw Sumu wake. Sumu nodded while focusing his gaze on the surrounding scenery. So this is the eastern warzone of the Myriad Races battlefield. Sumu surveyed the area. At intervals of roughly 100 meters stood watchtowers approximately 20 meters tall. Every 300 meters or so, there stood towering structures that reached into the clouds, resembling watchtowers in appearance. It seemed Sumu's gaze had been noticed. The middle-aged man with a limp nearby explained, those are skywatch towers. Watchtowers are used to observe the entire eastern warzone and relay information swiftly. The skywatch towers, however, primarily target airborne alien races. Without external aids, only elite human warriors can traverse the skies freely. Thus, when combating airborne alien threats, we often require various supporting measures. The limping middle-aged man began introducing some areas of the eastern warzone to Sumu. This area is the armory. The eastern warzone has now basically achieved self-sufficiency in weaponry and equipment. Many casting students and masters from your university work here. That area is the medicinal zone. Many chi blood medicines, besides being supplied to frontline soldiers, are also sold to the rear of the human race, though the prices are quite high. That area is the slaughter zone, responsible for handling near-death alien races or dissecting their corpses. That must be the cafeteria. The entire Eastern Theater was essentially a fully functional miniature city with its own complete operational systems. Along the way, Sumu could see soldiers clad in battle armor patrolling everywhere. The warzone isn't like the human rear areas. Sometimes, extremely powerful alien races can break through the defenses and attack deep within the zone. The middle-aged soldier pointed at a section of crumbling walls and ruins. This used to be a residential area until a few months ago, when the Blackwing Dark Eagle breached the western city gate and wreaked havoc here. But Lieutenant Colonel Chio Sun swiftly beheaded it with a single strike. You could say that although the eastern front zone appears stable now, over 50 years ago, the entire region was basically caught in an endless cycle of destruction and reconstruction. However, ever since the 7 sages of humanity annihilated nearly all the divine kings of the 10 great divine clans 50 years ago, such incidents have become much rarer. As he spoke these words, the lame middle-aged man seemed to carry a hint of pride. Sumu gazed with mixed emotions at the battle-scarred ground and buildings scattered throughout the Eastern Theater. It was hard to imagine what the Eastern Theater must have looked like over 50 years ago when the 7 sages of humanity had yet to slay the divine kings of the 10 great god clans, and before mankind had gained the upper hand. Back then, soldiers on the front lines lived every moment in fear and dread, never knowing when the alien races might breach their defenses. Yet despite their terror and apprehension, these warriors still stood firm, forging with their own flesh and blood an iron wall to shield the human rear. The Eastern Warzone does indeed appear much more peaceful now than it was over 50 years ago. Alien invasions are extremely rare occurrences, and even when they do breach our defenses, human experts swiftly eliminate them. But if others remain unaware, would Sumu be ignorant of the truth? This current calm is nothing but the lull before the storm. Who could have imagined that those who resisted countless races for millennia would meet their demise after merely 60 years of peace? 50 years ago, humanity gained the upper hand, yet a decade later, they faced annihilation. At this thought, Sumu clenched his fists. He let out a long sigh. After driving for a while longer, the car finally arrived at Sumu's destination for this trip. The car came to a stop at a campsite. After stepping out of the vehicle, Sumu, just about to enter the campsite, the middle-aged man with a lame leg in the car suddenly called out to Sumu. "Young man, Sumu froze for a moment, stopping to look at the lame middle-aged man. Since you were able to enter the genius training camp, at the very least it proves your talents must be quite remarkable. Train hard, stay safe, the future of humanity still depends on you young ones. He smiled at Sumu. I will. Sumu nodded at him. The middle-aged man with a limp also nodded. Then he drove off in the direction of the human rear lines. For someone like him, with physical disabilities, returning to the battlefield was nearly impossible. He could have chosen to return to the human rear lines and do something else, living the remainder of his life in comfort. Yet in the end, he chose this job. Perhaps it was because he couldn't bear to leave the battlefield, wanting to contribute one last effort to this war. His gaze followed the armored vehicle as it slowly disappeared into the distance. Sumu slowly walked into the camp. After registering his identity, a soldier instructed Sumu to wait outside the camp. Just as Sumu was waiting there, the nearby soldiers seemed to be sizing up Sumu, the newcomer who had suddenly appeared in the camp. Though no one said anything, the gazes fixed upon Sumu left him feeling somewhat uneasy. He had a rough idea what they were thinking. The training camp had already been going on for over a month. It was rather odd for someone to suddenly join at this point. Sumu waited for a long time. A young man in military uniform finally sauntered up to Sumu. So you're the new camp recruit? The young man gave Sumu a glance. Sumu followed behind the young man. As they walked, the young man began explaining some matters to Sumu. Since you've come here, I'll briefly explain the rules. This is a temporary camp set up by Dragon Capital Martial Arts University's talent training program. I'm Shaolin, the military supervisor of this temporary camp, responsible for assisting with your training and assessment tasks. During the remaining time, if you don't want to leave in disgrace, you'd better go to the battlefield more often, at least earning 100 merit points. These points will be the primary evaluation criterion during the final assessment. He continued leading Sumu forward. Sumu had already spotted some members of the genius training camp, and those campers clearly noticed Sumu as well. Instantly, their faces filled with astonishment, several of them unable to suppress cries of surprise. Sumu! It's Sumu! He's back! Chapter 54, Sumu, you finally returned. You seem quite famous? Looking at the reactions from the nearby campers, the young man frowned slightly. He didn't know much about Sumu. All he knew was that Sumu had been comatose for a month after being injured during the camp entrance examination, which explained his tardy arrival. However, in his view, someone who got injured during such an examination clearly couldn't be particularly outstanding talent, but judging by appearances, it seemed his initial assessment might have been mistaken. At this thought, the young man couldn't help but take another look at Sumu. This will be your living quarters. There are still empty spots inside, just pick a bunk and put your things there. Though the young man didn't particularly like people like Sumu who got in through backdoor connections, he hadn't forgotten his duties. He led Sumu to the front of a dormitory building. Next, I'll briefly introduce the main training programs at your genius training camp. You were told earlier that the evaluation criteria mainly hinge on your merit points. There are 3 ways to earn merit points: individual, squad, and legion. Let me start by talking about the core. It means you'll be assigned to various military units, participating in large-scale battles, though these are relatively rare. Even for us, large-scale conflicts occur only a few times a year. However, the merit points earned in such major battles can be 2 to 10 times higher than usual. During ordinary times, to ensure combat readiness for large-scale engagements, the Eastern Theater Command conducts a major military exercise every month. You already missed one last month. The next one should be in about 2 weeks. Secondly, there are squads and individuals. This is the primary method by which the Eastern War Zone engages in combat against the other races on a daily basis. Launching large-scale campaigns requires the coordination of various factors. On the battlefield of the 10,000 races, the fights between humanity and the other races mostly consist of small to medium-sized engagements. These battles are carried out by different squads and individuals from the Eastern War Zone. The young man paused and said, "You should have learned in your high school curriculum that on the battlefield of 10,000 races, when there are no large-scale battles, soldiers operate in small squads. Of course, some independent-minded individuals who are confident in their abilities may choose to hunt alien races and carry out missions alone. However, we do not encourage this approach, as individual strength is limited, and the risk of death increases significantly in dangerous situations. By joining a squad, with the guidance of veteran members, you can grow much faster, and teamwork makes it easier to accomplish more challenging missions. Unless you truly possess exceptional individual combat abilities, joining a squad is undoubtedly your best choice. However, it's unfortunate for you, you arrived too late. The recruitment periods for most squads have already passed. If you still want to join one, you can try your luck in the mission hall. Some squads lose many members during missions and may recruit solo individuals or members from other squads on the spot." After listening to the young man's explanation, Sumu's eyes lit up. "What if I want to choose an individual?" The young man glanced at him, an expression of "I knew it" flashing across his face. You geniuses from the genius training camp always consider yourselves heaven's favored ones. Almost everyone thinks this way, though most end up choosing to join squads after truly completing a few solo missions. Some even die directly during mission execution. If you genuinely want to complete missions under individual status to earn merit points, that's your choice. Individuals don't need additional registration, but you must participate in the monthly large-scale battle exercises. For missions, just go directly to the mission hall to claim them. One thing I must remind you, although you're trainees of the Genius Training Camp, on the Myriad Races battlefield, you're all ordinary soldiers. Humanity has never lacked geniuses, but lacks true geniuses. Only those who survive to the end are the real geniuses. The young man's words made Sumu nod in agreement. Indeed, over countless years, humanity has produced no shortage of geniuses, but by the same token, countless have fallen along the way. If you can't even survive, no amount of talent is of any use. Battling the myriad races is an unavoidable trial for every human warrior. And for the geniuses of the training camp, what awaits them are even more terrifying alien foes. Therefore, it is inevitable that one must confront the terror of alien races earlier and engage in battle against them on the myriad battlefields. Death is unavoidable. If one refuses to fight out of fear of death or dread of dying, then no matter how exceptional their talent may be, they remain nothing but mediocrity. I've said about all there is to say. This is the exclusive badge for your genius training camp. When returning to the war zone from the battlefield of 10,000 races, not having this badge will cause you great trouble. You must wear it on your chest at all times. If patrols find you without it, you'll be investigated. Additionally, the badge contains automatic positioning, a distress signal, and poison functionality. I won't elaborate on the first two, but the last one is for emergencies. If you're truly captured by the 10,000 races and wish to avoid prolonged torture, simply recite the command phrase on the back of the badge. It will immediately inject a potent poison into your body. That's why badges are typically worn over the left side of the chest. This feature isn't unique to your badges, every soldier's badge contains it. As for why it's designed this way, I believe your high school curriculum should have covered that. Aside from that, wearing this badge is meant to distinguish you from ordinary soldiers. Special privileges are granted to talents like you. The young man took out a green badge and pinned it directly onto Sumu's chest. Sumu also took a closer look at this emblem. What concerned him the most was the emblem's poison function. If necessary, this feature would be incredibly useful to Sumu. Before finding a self-destructive innate ability, this emblem could serve as a temporary substitute. This also gave Sumu an idea. Before he found a self-destructive innate ability, he could also prepare some lethal poisons to carry on him. If he were about to be captured, he could immediately take his own life and reset. Sumu wasn't afraid of death. What terrified him was being captured and unable to die. But he figured this problem would solve itself once he found a talent that would allow him to commit suicide. As for the suicide talent, Sumu had already gathered plenty of information about it in the Deep Blue system. Once he entered the 10,000 races battlefield, securing this ability would be his top priority. Mistakes like falling into a month-long coma couldn't happen again this time. I've said about all there is to say. The rest is up to you. The young man shot a glance at Sumu. Then he immediately turned and left. Right after the young man departed, Sumu hurriedly placed the automated luggage on an empty bunk. He immediately walked briskly out of the dormitory building. But the moment he stepped outside, he noticed countless eyes falling upon him. Many were clad in blood-stained battle armor, clearly having just returned from the myriad races battlefield. Upon seeing Sumu, many people crossed their arms and watched, whispering among themselves. Sumu paid no attention to them. He simply looked toward the massive screen at the center of the temporary camp. On the screen appeared to be the current merit point rankings of all the training camp's prodigies. First place, Feng Qiuqiu, merit points, 1652. Second place, Wang Jia, merit points, 1025. Third place. As I was reading, a familiar voice suddenly sounded. Sumu, you're finally back. Chapter 55, Feng Qiuqiu's Challenge. At these words, not only Sumu, but many people around also turned their gaze toward the speaker. The newcomer was none other than Feng Qiuqiu, carrying the severed head of a foreign creature, his face smeared with blood, and a combat blade tucked at his waist. He appeared to have rushed here from the battle of all races the moment he heard Sumu had arrived. Feng Qiuqiu? Sumu raised an eyebrow slightly. Though this fool was thick-headed and reckless, at least he had a spine. During the assessment earlier, he was also the first to stand up against that so-called instructor Wang. Unfortunately, his skills weren't up to par, and he got thoroughly beaten. Feng Qiuqiu heard Sumu call out his name. His eyelids twitched slightly before he fixed Sumu with a cold stare. Sumu, our duel still hasn't concluded, but I won't take advantage. You arrived at the training camp over a month later than I did, so I'll give you a month to recover. With your talent, that should be enough. 1 month from now, we'll settle this one-on-one. With that, he turned and walked toward the camp exit without waiting to see if Sumu agreed. Beside him, the blonde woman following him rubbed her temples in exasperation. then nodded at Sumu before hurrying to catch up with Fang Qiuqiu. Sumu could only smile wryly as he watched the two figures recede into the distance. That Fang Qiuqiu, what a stubborn blockhead. Once he sets his mind on sparring one-on-one, he won't take no for an answer. Judging by his stance, it seems Sumu won't have much choice but to agree. But to be fair, though his actions are reckless and impulsive, his talent is quite impressive. Just a moment ago, Sumu also took a quick glance at his stats panel. Name, Fang Qiuqiu. Vitality level, 823.65, late-stage first realm martial artist. Body refining technique, breeze refinement technique. Breathing method, breeze exhalation art. Talent, S rank, wind god. In just over a month, he progressed from an early-stage first-rank martial artist to a late-stage first-rank martial artist, a speed that's considered exceptionally fast compared to ordinary people. Of course, this might also be because he had just entered the training camp and initially benefited from abundant resources, leading to rapid early-stage improvement. Sumu was somewhat surprised to find that Deep Blue had already analyzed his talent. He guessed it was probably because he had revealed a hint of it when facing instructor Wang earlier. Then it was recorded by Deep Blue. Regarding the Wind God talent, Sumu also got an explanation from Deep Blue. To put it simply, it's the supreme VIP enhanced version of his B-grade talent, Wind Manipulation. If someone with just the Wind Manipulation talent were to encounter Fang Qiuqiu, even if they were a whole major realm higher, they'd probably still be crushed by him. This is the Wind God's talent, absolute control over ordinary wind manipulation. If the opportunity arises, we might find a way to take this talent from him. Shook his head. No longer dwelling on it, Sumu strode directly out of the temporary camp. He needed to hurry to the mission hall, accept assignments, and then head to the battlefield of 10,000 races. He hadn't forgotten his primary purpose for coming here, to find some talents that could assist him in accomplishing his own suicide. Just as Sumu left, the crowd at the training camp couldn't hold back their discussions any longer. Hey, Fang Qiuqiu is challenging Sumu. I wonder who's stronger now, Sumu or Fang Qiuqiu. Sumu used to completely outclass everyone, but over a month has passed since then. Everyone's abilities have improved. Fang Qiuqiu and Guan Jia have both reached late-stage first-level warrior status. I'm not sure if Sumu can catch up anymore. Who says it isn't so? If Sumu had entered with the same batch as us, I'd have stood firmly on his side without hesitation. His performance during the assessment was truly astounding. A first-stage martial artist who managed to outscore Ji Qinghan and Fang Qiuqiu by such a wide margin speaks volumes about his formidable strength. But after lying in the hospital for over a month, missing all that time, it's probably downright impossible for him to catch up to Fang Qiuqiu and close the gap between them now. Indeed, in just over a month, many among us have shown significant improvement. It's truly a pity Sumu missed out on this. Clearly, among the trainees in the camp, few held high expectations for Sumu. Just as Sumu was heading to the mission hall, intending to accept a task before directly setting off for the Myriad Races battlefield, deep within a dense forest somewhere on the Myriad Races battlefield, several armored figures sat around a campfire, tearing ravenously into roasted meat. Xiaoguan, come eat some. This is golden spine razorback meat, incredibly tender and rare. Once you return to the human rear lines, you might not get another chance to taste it. The red-haired young man leaning against the large tree nearby nodded in acknowledgement. Got it, be right there. He turned to the youth beside him and asked, is the news reliable? Has Sumu returned? Of course, since Old Third was injured and went back to rest earlier, the news came from him. Looks like Sumu has been discharged from the hospital. That Fang Qiuqiu, upon hearing the news of Sumu's return, immediately rushed back from the Myriad Races battlefield and even challenged Sumu to a duel a month later. The red-haired youth chuckled at this. That does sound like him, but his perspective is too narrow. Sumu may be slightly more talented than us, but only marginally. After missing a month, whether it's his personal strength or merit points, catching up to us will likely be very difficult. During the entrance assessment, Sumu did shine brightly, but let's be honest, the entrance assessment carries too much padding. Just slaying a mid-stage first-realm alien could net you 1,000 points. Sumu's strength probably hovered around that level. Now, on the Myriad Races battlefield, earning merit points isn't so easy. Remember, we've secured over 1,000 merit points in just a month. For Sumu, catching up on merit points alone in the remaining month or so would take considerable effort. As far as he was concerned, Sumu's strength didn't matter to him. What he cared about was the final quota for outstanding trainees. It was said there were only 3 spots this term. The Ji family's young princess was guaranteed one. Fang Qiuqiu was practically a lock for another, leaving only one last spot for him to fight over. Sumu's appearance undoubtedly posed some threat to him. If it were just an ordinary person, it wouldn't matter, but Sumu had completely dominated everyone during the camp entrance assessment. So upon hearing of Sumu's return, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of worry. However, he soon comforted himself again. No matter how capable Sumu is, could he really earn enough merit points to surpass him in just about a month? Xiaoguan, if you don't come quick, it'll all be gone. Coming. Meanwhile, Sumu also arrived at the entrance of the mission hall. According to the data obtained from Deep Blue, among all the suicidal talents currently available to him, 3 were most suitable, and the missions he intended to undertake would be targeted at the 3 races possessing these 3 talents. Chapter 56, The Golden Viper of 10,000 Poisons. The mission hall bustled with soldiers coming and going. Some bore the weariness of defeat on their faces, while others strode with arrogant pride. When Sumu appeared, the green badge on his chest immediately drew numerous gazes toward him. Whispers of discussion even began spreading among the crowd. Wait, why haven't we seen this genius from the training camp before? Indeed, those geniuses from the training camps, we should have all seen them when teams were being chosen. This newcomer seems to be someone we're seeing for the first time. I'm not sure, but it seems his strength is fairly average. His chi and blood level appears to be just slightly above the mid-stage of a first-realm martial artist. I know about this. Was drinking with my buddy last time and heard there'd be a new arrival from the human rear, a trainee from the elite training camp. Must be him. What the hell? Didn't their training camp start over a month ago? Why send someone now? The timing's really off. Besides, even if he shows up now, how can he possibly compare to those elites who've already been battling on the myriad races battlefield for more than a month? I heard some inside information. Apparently, he was injured and fell unconscious during the camp's entrance assessment. He's been recovering in the human rear base until now before finally coming up. Damn, that's just his luck, isn't it? But now that he's coming late, can he still catch up with the others? I heard the elimination rate in the genius training camp is insanely high. He's fallen behind by over a month. Sounds pretty rough trying to close that gap, right? The whispers of the people around him clearly reached Sumu's ears. Sumu could only shake his head helplessly and ignore it. Approaching the counter in the mission hall, the receptionist was a man who looked somewhat fatigued. The man glanced up at Sumu, his gaze lingering on the green badge pinned to Sumu's chest. Then he gestured toward the screen in front of him. Tell me your name, then you can choose the mission you want. Those from the Genius Training Camp can select missions up to 2 levels higher, with a maximum of 3 missions at once. The middle-aged man finished speaking. Sumu's screen began displaying missions categorized by level. The difficulty grading of missions was similar to the classification of talents. The highest rank is SSS grade missions, while the lowest is F grade. Moreover, each mission has a minimum recommended strength requirement. Generally speaking, newcomers like Sumu, who have just entered the myriad races battlefield, are the greenest recruits, classified at the lowest F grade in the battlefield's merit ranking system. They can only accept F grade missions, but because Sumu was a member of the Genius Training Camp, so at most, he could only accept D grade missions. For F-grade missions, completing one would earn between 0.01 to 0.1 merit points. According to the rules of the Eastern Theater, for Sumu to advance from F-grade to E-grade, he needed to accumulate merit points equivalent to 1,000 times the highest merit points obtainable from an F-grade mission, meaning a total of 100 merit points. If taking on a D-grade mission, the merit points for completing one range from 1 to 10. This means Sumu needs to complete at least 10 D-grade missions to elevate his merit rank to E-grade, thereby qualifying for higher-level assignments. Sumu quickly skimmed through the missions displayed on the screen. To his pleasant surprise, he actually found one that matched his objectives perfectly. As for the remaining 2 tasks, just pick any 2 D-level missions with high merit points. All 3 are D-level tasks? Generally, D-level tasks are recommended for fighters around the 2nd realm. If your strength isn't sufficient, it's best not to push your luck. If you die, no one will be there to collect your body. Seeing that Sumu had chosen 3 D-level tasks, the man couldn't help but frown, clearly thinking Sumu was overestimating himself. Sumu, however, merely replied, "I'll take these 3. Seeing Sumu's insistence, the man didn't try to persuade him further, simply nodding as he said, "Alright." Soon, all 3 missions had been accepted by Sumu. Sumu strode briskly out of the mission hall. Go collect your combat armor and weapons. As trainees of this elite training camp, they could claim armor and weapons that surpassed their current cultivation level by 2 major realms. Sumu was naturally eligible to receive D-grade combat armor and weapons for now. After selecting a long sword that suited him best, Sumu walked straight toward the door. Across the entire Eastern Front, there are dedicated vehicles that can transport you directly to certain regions of the 10,000 races battlefield. Right after Sumu left the mission hall, several soldiers gathered at the counter where he had just been standing, smirking as one asked, boldly, "What rank mission did that kid pick? After all, he's a member of the Genius Training Camp. Surely at least 1 out of the 3 missions should be E rank, right?" The man called oldly glanced at the group and shrugged. "You guessed wrong. He chose 3 missions, and all 3 are D rank. All 3 missions are D rank." Several soldiers furrowed their brows. That kid really is a newborn calf unafraid of a tiger. Isn't he pushing himself too hard just to catch up with the others? D-level missions are recommended for 2nd realm martial artists. Even they wouldn't dare choose one lightly. A single misstep could mean death when one's strength falls short. Yet Sumu had just gone ahead and selected 3 D-rank missions right off the bat. This truly caught them all by surprise. Of course, Sumu remained unaware of the commotion he'd caused in the mission hall. At this moment, he was sitting in a special vehicle heading to the battlefield of all races. The vehicle carried many other soldiers clad in battle armor like him, though most were operating in small squad formations. Sumu's gaze drifted to the scenery outside the window. His mind was occupied with contemplating the 3 missions he had chosen. Among the 3 missions, Sumu wasn't particularly concerned about the other 2 D-rank tasks. They merely involved killing some alien races with combat prowess equivalent to second-realm martial artists. Given his current strength, coupled with the Gale Sword technique imbued with Gale Sword intent, he could hold his own even against second-realm level extraterrestrials. What Sumu cared about most was the D-rank mission related to the suicidal talent he'd been searching for. The location for this mission was a place called Snake Valley on the battlefield of 10,000 races. Inside, there were dozens of snake-like alien species. One of the suicide-type talents Sumu sought originated from a species known as the golden-ringed venomous snake. Rank A talent, Toxic Corpse. Chapter 57 Snakeberries. SSSSSSS. At this moment, Sumu had already searched for more than 10 hours within the Serpent Valley. The Serpent Valley was located approximately 100 miles east of the Eastern Theater Command. Areas at such close distances typically don't harbor particularly powerful alien races, making them ideal for green recruits to adapt and gain experience. Due to the abundance of serpentine alien species within, humans have named it Serpent Valley. Throughout Serpent Valley, a pungent, fishy stench assaults the senses at every turn. The ground is littered with the remnants of partially devoured alien corpses. The greatest difference between the alien race and humans lies in the fact that no matter how starving they become, humans generally refrain from consuming their own kind. But for foreign races, not only are they different species from each other, but even within the same race, there are times when cannibalism occurs. Except for some large-scale battles, most lower and middle-tier foreign races usually fight against humans or other races as separate racial units during ordinary times. Only the high-tier foreign races, having gained sufficient intelligence, will explicitly regard humans as adversaries, and the lower and middle-tier foreign races typically launch large-scale assaults against humans only under the command of these high-tier races. He frowned slightly. Sumu used his arm to partially shield his nose as he slowly advanced deeper into Serpent Valley. HSSS. HSSS. He had barely taken 2 steps when he encountered a long snake covered in black markings. Race, Black Ringed Serpent Clan. Chi blood value, 435. Mid-stage First Realm Warrior. Talent, D-grade, Venomous Fangs. Habits, inhabits the Serpent Valley of the myriad races battlefield. Weakness, the Achilles heel. Swish. Sumu raised his hand and thrust with his sword. The long sword sliced through the air with a cold glint. The next moment, the black-striped viper was cleanly sliced in half by Sumu. Sumu picked up the severed corpse of the viper, examined it briefly, then casually tossed it aside before cautiously advancing forward. He'd undoubtedly need to rewind time at least once. Although these serpent corpses held considerable value and could be used to concoct various medicines, to Sumu they were nothing more than transient illusions destined to vanish soon. So he simply discarded them without hesitation. Generally speaking, the thousand-venom golden serpent is an exceptionally unique existence among serpentine subspecies. Its venom is so potent that even the serpent itself can succumb to its own poison. In its territory, there shouldn't be any other serpentine subspecies present. Swish! With another swift motion, he dispatched yet another serpent. Sumu began recalling information about the golden-ringed viper stored in his mind. After pondering for a while, his hand lifted slightly. As his hand rose, a faint blue-green energy quietly dispersed into the surrounding air. As the azure energy dissipated, gentle breezes began to swirl around Sumu from all directions. With the arrival of these soft winds, Sumu closed his eyes as well. The myriad scents in the air wormed their way into his nostrils. The putrid stench of corpses, the faintly fishy odor of damp earth, and that peculiar smell radiating from all the serpent folk. There are fewer serpent tribes in these directions. Sumu opened his eyes and gazed towards one of those directions. In the next instant, his figure flickered as he swiftly darted towards that direction. He didn't know how long he had been traveling. Sumu arrived at an open space. Traces of blood still stained the ground. Clearly, an otherworlder had feasted here recently. Sumu's longsword swung in an arc. With just a thought from him, flames abruptly ignited on his sword. Still hiding, Sumu swung his longsword sharply. A tree fell with a crash. The next moment, a massive jet-black serpent with eerie glowing scales measuring 3 to 4 meters in length appeared in Sumu's field of vision, its head crowned with a sharp single horn. Race, Blackhorn Scale Serpent. Vitality value, 835, late first round martial artist. Talent, A rank, Toxic Miasma. Habitats, inhabits the Serpent Valley of the battlefield of 10,000 races. Weakness, Horn. After clearly seeing the appearance of this snake, Sumu felt somewhat disappointed. The blackhorn scale serpent is considered one of the king-class species among the serpent tribes in this snake valley. No wonder, like the golden-ringed poison serpent, there are no other serpent tribes in its vicinity. Though slightly disappointed, since I'm already here and it's an A-grade talent, I can't just leave empty-handed, can I? Come on, little blackhorn scale serpent, contribute your talent to me. A-tier talent, Poison Miasma. Poison Miasma generates a circle of lethal poison around the user capable of afflicting enemies one major realm above the user's cultivation level. The potency and range of the miasma increase with the user's strength. Sumu duplicated this talent primarily considering future battles on the battlefield. Having such a wide area offensive ability would undoubtedly make things significantly more convenient and efficient for him. Moreover, Sumu possessed another ability, Wind Manipulation. When combined, these powers could maximize the destructive potential of the poisonous miasma to its absolute limit. After replicating the poisonous miasma ability, Sumu began ruthlessly slaughtering the alien creatures within Snake Valley, where poisonous miasma passed. Even these inherently venomous snake tribes fell one after another. I wandered through Snake Valley for what felt like an eternity. Sumu successfully replicated another B-grade talent, Toxin Enhancement. This talent was primarily meant to complement the use of poisonous miasma. With this talent's enhancement, the originally lethal miasma, capable of killing enemies one major realm higher, could now eliminate foes one major realm above plus one or two minor realms beyond that. In other words, the current Sumu now possessed the capability to engage in combat even against enemies at the early or mid-stage of the second realm. Just as Sumu, feeling somewhat exhausted, leaned against a large tree to rest, a gentle breeze blew by. A strange fragrance, carried within the breeze, drifted into Sumu's nostrils. Sumu, with his extraordinary five senses, immediately detected the extraordinary nature of this strange fragrance. With just a whiff of the scent, Sumu felt a faint stirring in his vital energy. This discovery instantly filled him with excitement. After all, the battlefield of 10,000 races was known to harbor numerous rare treasures and exceptional medicinal herbs. Sumu sprang to his feet in an instant. He took several deep breaths toward the direction of the faint breeze. Having pinpointed the source of the fragrance, Sumu gripped his long sword and advanced toward the scent's origin. I don't know how long I walked. As Sumu drew closer, that peculiar fragrance grew stronger. Yet mingled with this strange perfume was another scent, a gradually intensifying stench of putrid decay. Continuing in this direction for about another dozen meters, Sumu finally faintly spotted a horizontally growing shrub hanging on the mountain wall beside him. On the shrub hung several clusters of translucent, crimson fruits glistening like fresh blood. There really are some. Upon seeing the fruit, Sumu's vision instantly displayed details about the fruit. Rare treasure, snakeberry fruit. Effect, enhances chi and blood. Location, often found in areas where serpent clans roam. Just as the snakeberries were discovered, a sound interrupted Sumu's joy. HSSSSSS. Sumu looked in that direction. Immediately, his smile widened even more. What made the sound was a 5-meter-long brown snake with golden rings along its body. The snake flicked its tongue, slowly slithering past the snakeberries before arching slightly, its gaze fixed intently on Sumu. Golden Ring Serpent of Myriad Poisons. Chapter 58, A-Rank Talent. Poisonous Corpse. Race, Golden Ring Serpent Clan of Myriad Poisons. Vitality Value, 2586, Early Stage Second Realm Martial Artist. Talent, Grade B, Death Coil. Habits, inhabits the Serpent Valley of the battlefield of 10,000 clans. Weakness, Eyes. Though it wasn't the talent Sumu needed. But where golden-ringed venomous snakes appear, it surely means more of their kind lurk nearby. Once we locate their nesting grounds, everything else will fall into place. Sumu threw back his head in laughter. Sword raised, flames erupted along its blade in an instant. The next moment, he swung his blade directly at the golden-banded venomous snake. Gale Sword Art. Rippling Sword Resonance. Grade A Talent, Psychic Allure. A-Grade Talent, Toxic Miasma. Though the golden venom serpent's strength had reached the early stage of the second realm martial artist, for Sumu, it made little difference from other serpent kind. Within moments, this golden venom serpent had already perished beneath Sumu's blade, and just as the golden banded viper met its demise, another 10,000 poison golden ring snake appeared in Sumu's line of sight. This area was known territory for the 10,000 poison golden ring snake tribe. There must certainly be more than just this single serpent. A look of delight flashed across Sumu's face. Once again, the pale blue interface appeared before his eyes. Race, encircled golden poison serpent tribe. Talent, D-grade, venomous fangs. No. Die. Race, 10,000 poison golden ring serpent tribe. Talent, C-rank, poison blood. No. Die. After successively slaying over a dozen of the golden ring serpents clan, Sumu still hadn't found that perfect suicide-type talent for himself. Just when Sumu was beginning to feel troubled, a screen suddenly flashed before his eyes. Race, Banded Golden Serpent Clan. Vitality, 886, Late Stage First Realm Warrior. Talent, A class, Poison Corpse. Habitat, lies in the Snake Valley of the Myriad Races battlefield. Weakness, eyes. No, wait, that's it. Sumu turned his gaze toward that golden ringed serpent of infinite toxins. This golden banded kite isn't particularly powerful. This is clearly reflected in its physical size as well. The golden banded kite appears to be only about 2 meters long. Its thickness is roughly 3 fingers wide. But what does it matter whether one is strong or not? I choose you. Contribute your talents to me. The 10,000 poison golden serpent clearly didn't notice the excitement flickering in Sumu's eyes. It merely glared at Sumu with fury, then arched its body and lunged toward him. In its eyes, this human who resembled a god of slaughter suddenly threw away the longsword in his hand, before collapsing to the ground. The golden-ringed venomous snake cared little for such actions. Seeing Sumu wasn't attacking, it went straight for his neck and bit down. Sumu was gradually being eroded by its venom, his breathing slowly fading away. Huff! He casually raised his hand and severed the head of a serpentine creature. Sumu opened his attribute panel and began examining it. Name, Sumu. Chi blood value, 451.75. Mid-stage first realm martial artist. As usual, repeated parts omitted, showing the necessary details. Talents, EX level, posthumous replication, SSS level, death rewind by 12 hours, book of wisdom, sword heart clear mirror, A level, face changing, mental bewitchment, true sight, healing light, enhanced 5 senses, crimson flame bloodline, toxic miasma, toxic corpse, B level, mental enhancement, wood manipulation, wind manipulation, toxin enhancement. Class A talent, poison corpse. Poison corpse can be actively triggered. Upon activation, life force rapidly drains, and within an extremely short time, the entire body becomes covered in terrifying toxins. Simultaneously, the user will die completely, transforming into a toxin-filled poison corpse. This process is irreversible. Once triggered, death is inevitable. The toxins produced can kill enemies up to 2 major cultivation realms above the user's own level. Here it comes. It's coming behind the golden ringed viper. At last, I've obtained the desired talent. Sumu was in high spirits. With this talent, Sumu basically wouldn't have to worry about being caught or restricted in his movements anymore. With just a thought from Sumu, it would be certain death for him. With this innate talent, Sumu could afford to act more boldly from then on. There were many things he hadn't dared to do before. One consideration was the possibility of provoking someone who, instead of killing him outright, might choose to imprison and torture him, leaving him neither able to live nor die. On the other hand, he was also worried that it might implicate his family. Sumu didn't mind suffering himself, but if it caused trouble for his family, he wouldn't be able to live with himself. But now, with this great talent, poison corpse, everything was completely different. Sumu wasn't afraid of being caught at all, he wasn't even afraid of death. He let out a long exhale. This kamikaze-like talent was only the first one Sumu had prepared. Moreover, this talent wasn't entirely flawless either. If Sumu ended up severely wounded and unconscious like before, this talent would become utterly useless. So Sumu would have to acquire another suicidal talent. But at least today's mission was completed. Just take the snakeberry fruit directly, complete the other 2 D-rank missions, then go back and concoct some medicine to boost my strength, quickly elevate my merit rank as soon as possible. Sumu quickly arranged the upcoming events in his mind. The reason for swiftly increasing his merit ranking was also to prepare for the second suicidal talent. Sumu's figure darted rapidly through the Snake Valley. Toxic fumes swirled around his body. Countless otherworldly creatures had their lives reaped by Sumu without him even noticing. Within moments, Sumu arrived at the location of the snakeberry fruit. After slaying some golden-ringed venomous snakes, Sumu successfully obtained the snakeberry fruit, but due to limited backpack space, he only stored the most precious parts inside his pack. Even so, his backpack had already piled up like a small mountain. Time to head back. 2 hours later. Mission Hall. Oldly, do you think that kid might die on the battlefield of 10,000 races? It's hard to say. The man shook his head. Class D missions aren't easy to complete. Didn't your team lose a member just trying to kill a golden venom python last time? That kid's alone, and one of his Class D targets is still a golden venom python. If he encounters something stronger, he's probably in real danger. Hopefully he's smart enough to call for help when needed. After all, he's a genius. Absolutely right. Golden venom pythons are terrifying bastards. Back when our 10-man squad fought a second realm early stage golden venom python, and we even had a second realm early stage martial artist with us, we still lost a member in that fight. That venom is absolutely lethal. As they were chatting, both men suddenly realized all light before them had been blocked by something. Hello, I'm here to submit the task. Chapter 59, the time is almost here, time to start grinding for talents. The two of them looked in the direction where the light source was being blocked. they saw a young man standing before them, carrying a backpack 4 or 5 times larger than his own body, like a small mountain. The young man tossed out a massive backpack and jerked his chin toward the man. The proof for 3 missions is all in there. Please register them for me, then I'll take on 3 more. Okay. Seeing the cloth bag Sumu had tossed him, the man didn't waste words and immediately began examining Sumu. The gallbladder of the 10,000 poison golden ringed snake, ironback flower tiger's teeth, red-eyed black bull's horns. No problem, all 3 tasks are no problem. Sumu, right? I'll register them for you right away. The man wasted no words and quickly finished registering the completed tasks for Sumu. 3 D-level missions earned Sumu a total of 28 merit points. At this rate, he could probably advance from F rank to E rank within a day or 2. He quickly accepted 3 more D-level missions. Sumu was about to leave the mission hall, but after taking just a few steps, he turned back. Excuse me, could I ask where I should go to sell these alien corpses? There must be a designated processing area in the war zone, right? After leaving the mission hall, head north for about 300 meters. The man replied. Okay, thanks. Sumu nodded, then strode out of the mission hall. Right after Sumu left, instantly, a dozen or so people crowded around the man's window. Holy crap, Oldly, what's the deal with that kid? The corpses of those foreign beasts in his backpack, damn, just the golden-ringed vipers alone, there must be at least a dozen. No kidding, that backpack was practically bursting at the seams. So many beast corpses were strapped right to the outside. You know what I saw? 3 silver-tailed leopard carcasses, and their strength was at least early second realm. That kid barely looks like mid-first realm. Stop. I'm feeling a little dizzy just thinking about it. Oldly, damn if I didn't misjudge this kid, he's legit terrifying. Just look, he's using the corpses of golden-ringed krites as makeshift ropes to tie up other alien carcasses on his pack, and there's a dozen of them at least. Those snakes gave me hell to kill, but this bastard just slaughters them like it's nothing. Oldly, sitting by the window, also nodded with some astonishment. Everyone, quiet down. He glared at the dozen or so people crowded around his window. Instead of wasting time chatting, you'd better spend more time training and taking on more missions. As for that kid you're talking about, he's a true genius. Oldly glanced at the screen in front of him and continued. Do you know how long it took that kid from accepting 3D level missions to completing them? Oldly's words immediately caught everyone's attention. When all eyes turned to him, Oldly finally said slowly, less than 3 hours. And he completed them all solo. Less than 3 hours. A personally accepted mission. Every soldier present had undertaken D-grade missions and naturally understood their difficulty level. The recommended strength requirement for D-grade missions started at the level of a second-realm martial artist. However, when it actually comes to completion, everyone usually chooses to finish it together as a team. Even so, from surveying the terrain to locating the mission target, and finally completing the task before withdrawing smoothly, each of these steps combined means it would take at least several days to wrap up. Sometimes, just locating the mission target alone could take 1 or 2 days. But that kid, 3 D-rank missions completed in just 3 hours. That's averaging 1 D-rank mission per hour. What the hell? Every soldier present felt like they'd been slapped hard across the face. This is way too fucking ridiculous. For a moment, all the soldiers present were speechless. After a while, one of them finally spoke up. Oldly, what's the name of this trainee in the genius camp? Damn it, I swear this guy's gonna become one of humanity's top powerhouses in the future. All eyes turned toward Oldly once again. Oldly said, too many mouths flapping? Don't ask questions you shouldn't. I'm just too excited. Everyone watched Sumu's departing figure, knowing that someday they would surely hear this young man's name resounding from somewhere. At the same time, after Sumu had sold all the remains of the extraterrestrial creatures, he purchased some medicinal herbs and rented a training room in the war zone. The tiger bones and bear blood he had requested from Longjing Martial Arts University had yet to arrive. Before this, Sumu had to figure out how to prepare some vital energy elixirs by himself. Fortunately, Sumu had gathered plenty of snakeberries in the Serpent Valley. They should be sufficient for his needs for quite some time after being concocted into blood-enhancing medicine. He arrived at the training room. Sumu quickly combined the snakeberries he had obtained with some medicinal herbs and the corpse of an alien creature, finally concocting a blood and vitality-enhancing medicine. There were about 10 doses of the vitality-enhancing medicine made from snakeberries. It would be enough for Sumu to use for 3 to 5 days. In 3 to 5 days, the compensation from the school should come through. This time, Sumu was bedridden for a whole month. The compensation the school offered for this was extraordinarily generous. Sumu even found himself looking forward to it. He shook his head, thinking no more of it. Sumu directly ingested a vitality medicine concocted from snakeberries, then immediately began practicing the myriad race's body tempering technique. Inside the training room, soon, Sumu's heavy panting could be heard. Time seemed to stretch endlessly. Sumu lay weakly on the ground, utterly spent. These snakeberries truly live up to their reputation as rare treasures for boosting vitality. Lying on the ground, Sumu couldn't help but sigh in admiration. In just that short moment, Sumu's chi and blood value had increased by nearly 20 points. At this rate, by the time Sumu finishes consuming all the chi blood medicines made from snakeberries, he estimated he wouldn't be far from reaching the late stage of a first-realm martial artist. After practicing the myriad races body tempering technique for a while, Sumu began practicing the divine demon visualization method once more. The improvements in his mental energy continued to pleasantly surprise Sumu. It seemed that every time after a reset, Sumu's practice of the divine demon visualization method would yield extraordinary results. Just a few hours of cultivation would produce remarkable effects. Sumu's enhancement in spiritual power far exceeded even the increase in vitality gained from consuming the blood-boosting elixir made from snakeberries. After completing his cultivation of the divine demon visualization technique, Sumu then began to hole up in the training room, studying all kinds of knowledge about the myriad races. Only after stepping onto the battlefield of the myriad races did he truly understand what it means that knowledge from books is shallow, mastery requires practice. Although he had deliberately studied some racial habits of the golden-ringed viper before, it still took him considerable effort when he actually went to search for it. The knowledge learned from Deep Blue is undoubtedly comprehensive, but only through practical application can one truly master its use. 12 hours slipped quietly by as Sumu immersed himself in study. He checked the time. Sumu stood up and stretched lazily. He immediately grabbed the long sword placed nearby. It's about time to start grinding for talents. Chapter 60, I am not a traitor. The moment Sumu grasped the long sword, his appearance began changing at a visibly rapid pace. In just a brief moment, he had transformed into a towering brute over 2 meters tall. After all, it was his first time doing something like this, so Sumu couldn't help feeling somewhat restrained. Yet restrained or not, it had to be done. After altering his face completely to assume a new appearance, Sumu strode out of the training room. The long sword in his hands swiftly became cloaked in crimson flames. Are you blind or something? A soldier bumped directly into Sumu's path, but he had barely spoken a single word, when suddenly a palm came swiftly slapping toward him. Slap! The soldier was caught completely off guard and sent flying backward. Bang! He landed heavily on the ground. At the same time, Sumu raised his sword and thrust it toward the shoulder of someone nearby. Sorry about this. Sumu silently apologized in his heart. Without pause, his hands continued their motion without hesitation. Tempest sword technique, cresting wave sword chant, mind bewitchment, blazing bloodline, enemy attack, enemy attack. Wave after wave of assaults rained down frantically upon the surrounding crowd. Though the attacks appeared devastating, Sumu deliberately avoided vital areas, directing most of their force toward the ground or against nearby building walls. The soldiers quickly regained their composure after the initial panic and began to respond. One by one, they launched attacks at Sumu. Though Sumu was formidable, among the nearby soldiers were warriors of the second realm as well. Soon, Sumu began to suffer wounds. This can't go on, the talents of these surrounding soldiers are too weak. Continuing like this would make this reset almost meaningless. He watched helplessly as the ordinary soldiers around him gradually wore him down. Tendrils of viridian mist began rapidly swirling around Sumu's body. A rank talent, toxic miasma. This isn't over yet. A dark glow flashed rapidly across Sumu's body. As the dark radiance surged in, those clusters of emerald green mist immediately deepened in hue. B-grade talent, toxin enhancement. At the same time, a series of gentle breezes inexplicably began swirling behind Sumu. Carrying emerald green mist, they swiftly surged toward the surrounding soldiers. This poison was another carefully calculated measure by Sumu, designed to swiftly incapacitate people, even mimicking the appearance of death. Yet as long as treatment was administered within 24 hours, there would be no lasting harm. It's poison. Some soldiers immediately sensed something wrong when they saw those emerald green fumes. But under Sumu's wind manipulation, the mist spread with terrifying speed. By the time they spotted the haze, the jade-colored vapors had already surged toward them. Watching the soldiers collapse one by one from his poison, a flicker of remorse flashed through Sumu's eyes, but it vanished almost instantly. My apologies, everyone. After all, it was his first time doing something like this. Sumu couldn't help feeling a bit guilty in his heart. However, to level up his talent quickly, this was probably the fastest method available. Under the toxic fog of Sumu, one by one, the soldiers fell in succession. With Sumu's current toxin-enhanced miasma, even martial artists at the late stage of the second realm couldn't withstand its effects upon inhalation. Even third-realm martial artists found it extremely difficult to move freely within this poisonous haze. Under Sumu's bold actions, he quickly drew the encirclement of many human soldiers. In rounds of battles, Sumu ultimately fell at the hands of a third-level warrior wielding a B-grade talent, hydrokinesis. The water arrow he condensed pierced through Sumu's heart in an instant while he was off guard. At the moment the water arrow pierced him, Sumu only felt his vision gradually darkening. The pain of death had already become somewhat numb to him. His last conscious thought was, damn, wasted on a B-rank talent. Phew! Sumu abruptly raised his head, gasping for breath. To be honest, when Sumu first started knocking out those human soldiers outside, his moves felt a bit clumsy. But by the end, he'd already mastered controlling his strength with precision. Even so, Sumu still slumped against the wall with lingering unease. The guilt of standing against all his fellow humans made it difficult for him to accept immediately. He had thought he could easily embrace being on the opposite side of everyone. But when they truly stood before him, charging at him wave after wave, Sumu's heart was always filled with an inexplicable emotion. I'm sorry. Sumu rubbed his temples. He rose to his feet once more. To rapidly enhance his abilities, Sumu needed to replicate more talents. To quickly draw attention in the combat zone and attract powerful individuals to kill him, he needed to make a big scene. Sumu walked out of the training room again, this time without even bothering to disguise his appearance. Are you blind or what? Bang! Sumu, why have you betrayed humanity? Fang Qiuqiu, haven't you always wanted to fight me? I'll give you this chance. I'll kill you, you bastard. You murderous demon. Thud. Fang Qiuqiu, though you're not the brightest, humanity is fortunate to have a talented fool like you. Watch where you're going, asshole. Bang! Sumu, surrender immediately. What vile heresy has the cult of the apostate planted in your mind? Capture him alive. Such a dazzling genius, slaughtering wildly in the war zone, there must be some secret behind this. Take him and find out who's really pulling his strings. He's dead. He poisoned himself. Watch where you're walking, you blind idiot. Bang! A genius from the elite training camp? What a pity, betraying humanity at such a young age. The likes of you should kneel and perish among the martyrs' graves. Remember, the one who kills you is named Xiao Sun. Watch where you're going, dumbass. Bang! Sumu, traitor of the human race. Lu Yuan, sophomore at Longjing Martial Arts University. After you. After you. To think that among humans, there still exists a genius like you. Dying by your hand, I can't say it's a loss. You're strong, stronger than I was a year ago. It's a shame if you weren't a traitor to humanity, we might have become good rivals, good friends. Ha ha ha, you are truly the strongest opponent I have encountered in this realm up till now. Clearly only at the mid-second realm, yet your strength far surpasses that. Next time, let us become friends instead. Next time, don't be a traitor. If I had a choice, who would want to be a traitor? But whether you believe it or not, their blood isn't on my hands. Farewell. I don't know how much time has passed. Sumu leaned blankly against the wall, looking dazed. His face was slightly pale. Scenes flashed through his mind like a rapidly playing movie. I am not a traitor. He stood up somewhat dazed. I am not a traitor. Chapter 61, Talent Surge. Deep Blue, tell me, if things keep going like this, won't I break down? Master, your mental fortitude is strong enough, you could endure pain 10 times greater than this. Though I'd recommend finding a talent for memory erasure that should effectively ease your suffering. Listening to Morpheus Deep Blue's response echo in his mind, Sumu shook his head. Let's talk about it when the time comes. He let out a long breath. These memories, do they not serve as a constant reminder to hasten my own growth and strength? He stood up. Those simple words seemed to smooth away the emotions he had just been feeling. He sat down on the bed nearby, and began taking stock of his gains. With his current mental strength, he could probably rewind time about 60 more times, and he had already rewound time nearly 50 times before this. At first, he couldn't adapt, sometimes even retching uncontrollably in a corner after rewinding. But now, he had gradually gotten used to it, and these 50 deaths with restart, the benefits they brought were also quite substantial. Sumu had managed to copy over 20 talents. More than 10 of these were B-grade or lower-tier talents, with 4 or 5 among them being rather useless duplicate abilities. This was mainly because it was Sumu's first time being a human trader, and he wasn't quite accustomed to it. At first, he basically went out and killed people immediately, wanting to draw attention. Then the soldiers who came later would all swarm him at once. Apart from that, some soldiers, despite not having great talent, had damn well trained for 10 or 20 years, barely reaching the 3rd or even 4th realm. If he wasn't careful, they could outright kill Sumu. And after dying more than 10 times, Sumu had some purpose behind his death-seeking antics. His first stop was the Genius Training Camp. While not dying at everyone's hands, he essentially copied every S-rank and A-rank talent he encountered. Among them, he duplicated 2 S-rank talents, numerous A-rank ones, and far too many B-rank talents to count. Sumu could probably write a book about this experience titled How I Died in Others' Hands in Every Possible Way. However, after leaving the Genius Training Camp, Sumu's reckless path hit a slight snag. He got caught several times, forcing him to transform into a toxic corpse. Of course, there were some unexpected gains too. First, he encountered a major named Xiao Sun, the formidable expert that the middle-aged limping man, whom Sumu had previously sent him to, had mentioned. Major Chiosun's strength had already reached the 5th realm. Had Sumu not been holding a hostage earlier, he probably wouldn't have made it to this Major Chiosun's presence. Fortunately, the outcome was favorable. Sumu successfully convinced Major Chiosun to contribute his innate talent. As a prodigy who achieved the rank of 5 realms expert at a young age and was promoted to major in the war zone, Major Chiosun's talents certainly didn't disappoint Sumu. His talent was the highest level ability Sumu had replicated in the war zone so far. SS tier talent. Apart from Major Chiosun, Sumu encountered someone during these resets that genuinely surprised and delighted him. Lu Yuan, the top-ranked sophomore at Longjing Martial Arts University and unparalleled genius student. Although Lu Yuan's talent was only S rank and his strength merely at the intermediate stage of the 2nd realm, falling short of Chiosun's level, his innate combat instincts were truly extraordinary. Before encountering Lu Yuan, Sumu had always believed that, at the very least, no martial artist below the 3rd realm should be able to defeat him if he fought with all his might. But Lu Yuan completely shattered that notion. Despite being only at the intermediate stage of the 2nd realm in strength. But Sumu was practically crushed when fighting Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan's body refinement techniques, breathing methods, and even combat skills might not be top tier. Even his innate talent wasn't anything extraordinary. But during the confrontation between Sumu and Lu Yuan, one could clearly perceive. Lu Yuan always managed to exploit every single advantage to its utmost potential. This stemmed not only from his natural talent but also from his deliberate and disciplined training. As for Sumu, despite possessing numerous talents, it's precisely because of this that he needs more time to practice and familiarize himself with each talent. Fortunately, Sumu has the gift of rewinding time 12 hours upon death. Each 12-hour wait can be used not only for acquiring knowledge but also for practicing and mastering the use of these talents. Lu Yuan might have fought hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of times to reach his current level. Then Sumu can also fight hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands, no, hundreds of thousands, millions of times. Defeating Chiosun might be a bit difficult after all. The gap in our strength is too great, but Lu Yuan, before leaving this training camp, I swear I'll defeat you fair and square at least once. Sumu let out a long breath. To prevent himself from continuously reliving the nearly 50 loops he had experienced, Sumu could only set a goal for himself. By focusing on pursuing that goal, he could gradually soothe those 50 looping memories. Sumu took out a notebook and began writing rapidly on its pages. After all, he planned to restart the loop shortly anyway, so there was no need to worry about leaving any traces in the notebook. The new ability gained this time. D-level talents, strength enhancement, speed enhancement, scent enhancement. C-level talents, fireball spell, water serpent spell, vine entanglement. B-level talents, water manipulation, metal manipulation, earth manipulation. A-level talents, talent mist, earth smite, mobile space, thunder's power, absorption acceleration. S-class talents, wind god, solar markings, limitless body. SS-class talent, annihilation incarnation. Countless talents. Filling an entire notebook page wouldn't suffice. Among these talents, B-level talents were of little use to Sumu at his current stage. Sumu didn't intend to spend too much time on them. His primary focus remained on A-level and higher-tier talents. This time, there were mainly 5 A-grade talents obtained. Talent mist, this talent originated from a soldier. At first, Sumu had thought it might be a talent grade higher than A, but only after acquiring it did he realize the soldier's talent was actually called talent mist. The mist of talent might seem somewhat useless to most people, but for Sumu himself, it's actually quite nice. As the name suggests, this talent prevents others from seeing through your innate abilities. If the mist of talent encounters something like the eye of true sight, it can prevent being seen through by the latter. However, the fog of talent does have its own limitations. Grade A or S talents cannot see through the fog of talent, but if it's an SS level ability like the true sight eye, that's another story. The fog of talent plays a role that's neither too significant nor too trivial for Sumu. Strictly speaking, Sumu's copying ability doesn't really count as stepping on a landmine. However, Sumu was more concerned about the other 4 A-rank talents listed among them. Chapter 62, A Sudden Surge in Power. Among the remaining 4 talents, first comes the power of the earth. This was obtained from one of the trainees at the Genius Training Camp. It's essentially an enhanced version of earth manipulation, but compared to regular earth control, Earth's might possesses a far more formidable ability. That is, when your feet are planted on the ground, you can continuously recover stamina. Of course, this stamina recovery has its limitations. Roughly speaking, if you expend 10 units of stamina, Earth's might can restore about 2 to 3 units. Don't underestimate those 2 to 3 units. During combat, it's equivalent to increasing your stamina by 20 to 30%. Second is the mobile space. This talent proved exceptionally practical for Sumu. He could carry with him a space that expanded with his power growth approximately 100 cubic meters in volume, though incapable of storing living creatures. Before, Sumu might still have needed to carry a backpack. Then, he used the corpses of snake tribesmen as ropes, binding the slain aliens in loops. After all that hard work, he had to carry them back. Now, with this portable space, Sumu could always store the corpses of the aliens he killed in his spatial storage and carry them over. The only regret was, when Sumu first obtained this ability, he wondered if he could exploit a loophole, keeping items in the mobile space and having them remain even after rewinding time. But after testing it, he found it didn't work. When rewinding time, apart from Sumu's talents and memories, he couldn't bring anything else back with him. If his talent could be personified, Sumu would have pointed at the 12-hour rewind and cursed it out loud. No wonder it couldn't reach EX rank. It couldn't even rewind physical items. Next was the power of thunder. This ability was actually similar in type to the power of earth, both granted control over their respective elements, thunder/lightning, and the ability to draw strength from them. Though admittedly, it wasn't as practical as the power of earth. However, compared to the power of earth, the power of thunder was clearly much more formidable in terms of pure destructive capability. After the power of thunder, the last Class A talent is absorption acceleration. At first glance, this talent seems utterly ordinary, but when Sumu truly grasped its nature, I've just realized how powerful this talent is. Absorption enhancement, as the name suggests, allows him to fully and swiftly absorb the ingested blood chi medicines and exotic meats from other species. Under normal circumstances, your body would reach its absorption limit after taking 3 doses of blood chi medicine per day at most. But with this talent, you can consume up to 10 doses daily, significantly increasing your rate of blood chi improvement. Originally, at most you could consume dozens of kilograms of alien meat per day, but with this talent, you can eat hundreds of kilograms in a single day. Possessing this talent would undoubtedly provide immense assistance to Sumu's strength enhancement. After compiling all the A-rank talents, Sumu roughly outlined the training directions for each in his notebook. Then, he shifted his focus to the S-rank talents. In nearly 50 save file reloads, Sumu only managed to find 3 S-class talents. 2 of these came from the Genius Training Camp, while the third came from his rival, the very person he wanted to defeat, Lu Yuan. Among the S-class talents, the first, unsurprisingly, was Wind God, a talent originating from Feng Chocho. Sumu had already made up his mind to acquire it long before. As for this talent, Sumu had naturally understood it well in advance. Next was the Solar Crest. To be honest, this talent was not only useful for Sumu himself, but also effective for those around him. Sumu could imprint the Solar Crest on others, with a maximum of 3 imprints at a time. These imprints would vanish once activated, unless it was Sumu's own, only his could remain permanently. When the Solar Crest is activated, strength is significantly enhanced, entering a special state where reactions, power, and speed are all boosted. Sumu had tested it even at the mid-first realm. He could utterly overwhelm opponents at the late second realm. It was also thanks to this Solar Crest that Sumu managed to barely endure a dozen extra moves under Lu Yuan's onslaught. Don't even mention it, just bringing up Lu Yuan brought tears of sorrow to Sumu's eyes. That guy was a monster who had fought who knows how many battles. Lastly, there was Lu Yuan's limit body, the pinnacle of endurance. The greatest function of the extreme physique talent is that during every breakthrough, it pushes your strength, speed, constitution, and defense to the absolute limit your body can withstand. However, the corresponding downside is that progressing becomes significantly more difficult. This limitation is presumably also the reason why Lu Yuan currently remains at only mid-second realm strength. But this restriction meant nothing to Sumu. His rate of improvement was already remarkably fast to begin with, and with the added absorption acceleration, even if the progress of Limitless Body became slightly more challenging, such trivial obstacles were mere trifles for someone like Sumu. Lu Yuan precisely possessed this innate gift, enabling him to rival ordinary third-realm early-stage practitioners in strength despite only having mid-level second-realm chi blood capacity. Moreover, having undergone countless rounds of combat training himself, he had nearly perfected the utilization of this talent to its utmost potential. This ability, if possessed by others, might only be rated as an S-class talent, but when it comes to Lu Yuan, it can even rival an SS-class talent. Back when Sumu first saw this ability, he actually had no intention of replicating Lu Yuan's talent, because he noticed that limit body mentioned enhancing one's defense to the body's absolute limit during improvements. What Sumu needed least was defense, and throughout his cultivation journey, he had deliberately avoided replicating talents that greatly boosted defensive capabilities. On one hand, he wanted to abandon all defenses and attack with full force. On the other hand, it was also to make it easier for himself to die. Fortunately, Deep Blue provided him with a solution. This solution happened to involve the SS grade talent he obtained from Cho Sun, the Body of Annihilation. The Body of Annihilation grants the user the destructive power to annihilate everything. Once activated, this power can be infused into anything the user touches, including weapons. However, the user's own body will also deteriorate under the influence of the annihilation power. When the user's strength reaches a certain level, the annihilation power can even annihilate time and space. According to Azure, during normal times Sumu could use his limit body to maximize his potential strength. However, during battle, once the annihilation body is activated and the annihilation power is used, Sumu's body would enter a state of continuous deterioration. Sumu estimated that if not for this limitation, the annihilation body could easily be considered an SSS tier innate ability. Unfortunately, while using the annihilation body, the annihilation power would continuously erode his body. If the deterioration reached a critical point, his body might even become irreparably damaged. This point didn't matter much to Sumu, as long as it didn't reach the critical threshold, he could repair it. And even if it did reach that point, wouldn't just dying solve everything? After Sumu had organized all his innate abilities in the notebook, Sumu let out a long exhale. He began familiarizing himself with and practicing these abilities. About another 12 hours had passed. Sumu stepped out of the training room once more. This time, his target was directly headed towards Lu Yuan. Within this eastern war zone, the most suitable person to help him practice his innate abilities and hone his combat skills was none other than Lu Yuan. When there were only about 3 to 5 replay opportunities left, Sumu finally decided to stop rewinding time. Instead, he began consuming the remaining qi and blood supplements made from snakeberry fruits. With the absorption acceleration now mastered, Sumu estimated that at most 2 more days would see him breaking through to the late stage of the first realm. Chapter 63, Life-Burning Frenzy and the Life-Death Bonds. When Sumu once again stepped out of the training chamber, his cultivation had already reached the late stage of the first realm. His qi blood value skyrocketed directly to 786.58. During this period, aside from practicing body tempering techniques, he dedicated himself to visualization meditation and breathing exercises. Beyond the improvement in qi blood values, it seemed his repeated resets, nearly 50 times previously, had left their mark. His mental power improved just as rapidly. It reached a whopping 865.58, stepping into the late stage of the first realm. At this rate, his mental power might even reach the second realm martial artist level before his physical strength does. However, what puzzled Sumu was that currently, his mental power couldn't actively launch attacks. Apart from relying on his innate talents, it seemed he had no other means of attack. Regarding this point, Sumu truly had no good reference to draw from. At least, whether among humans or the myriad races, those capable of wielding spiritual force for attacks aside from innate talents were generally only able to do so after reaching the third martial realm. As for the myriad races, many of them, especially those born with spiritual attack abilities, were already 3rd-, 4th-, or even 5th realm powerhouses from birth. For the human race, the situation was likely even more difficult. In fact, there had been no improvement even a decade later. Currently, regarding psychic abilities, Sumu had no choice but to explore and experiment on his own. After his strength had improved, the first thing Sumu did was rush to complete the D-rank mission. It took Sumu less than a day to complete 9 more D-rank missions. His merit points smoothly reached 112. Sumu's merit rank directly rose to E-class. Reaching E-rank in merit meant the highest level missions Sumu could now accept were C-rank, precisely what he had aimed for. Sumu's self-destructive talents weren't yet fully gathered. In his plans, the self-destructive talents still needed at least 2 more abilities. The first comes from a race called the Blood-Mad Cats. This race possesses an A-grade talent known as Life-Burn Frenzy. Unlike the A-grade talent Corpse Toxin, which involves suicide, Life-Burn Frenzy entails rapidly surging one's vital energy for an extremely brief period. However, once this surge period ends, the user immediately dies upon expiration. The principle behind that Supreme Secret Guard's Fated Needle technique bears some similarity to this Life-Burn Frenzy. The Toxic Corpse talent Sumu previously obtained was a suicidal ability designed for use when captured, when suicide becomes the only form of resistance. This Life-Burn Frenzy, on the other hand, was prepared as a last-ditch suicidal talent to fight enemies when escape becomes impossible. The advantage of Toxic Corpse is that Sumu needn't fear capture even when facing opponents far stronger who restrain his movements, he can still commit suicide. The benefit of Life-Burn Frenzy lies in giving Sumu one final surge of fighting power. Against opponents who don't overwhelmingly overpower him but seek to capture him alive, Sumu can stake everything on this desperate attack. Succeeding would serve as combat experience, while failure resulting in his death would be even better. With both Toxic Corpse and Life-Burn Frenzy at his disposal, Sumu could essentially be described as capable of both offense and defense. There was absolutely no need to worry about being unable to die. However, the only flaw was that if someone were to knock Sumu unconscious directly, like last time, he might find himself utterly helpless. This was when Sumu needed to rely on the third suicide-type talent he had chosen. The third suicidal talent exists within a species called Death-Life Bugs. This species possesses only one innate ability. It's the S-rank talent, Life-Death Parent-Child Covenant. This Life-Death contract talent allows one to imprint either a child contract or a parent contract onto themselves or other living beings. When the mother bond dies, the child bond shall perish with them. No healing talent can reverse this fate. The sole drawback lies in this: when bestowing child seals and mother seals, there must not be even a shred of resistance from the recipient, and one's own strength must necessarily surpass theirs. For Sumu, however, this wasn't much of a problem. He possessed the innate gift of mental bewitchment and wasn't afraid his adversary would resist. With this ability secured, Sumu still needed to capture a strange creature known as the dawn dusk worm. The dawn dusk insect, as the name suggests, lives only from dawn to dusk, born at dawn, laying eggs by dusk before death, or born at dusk, laying eggs by dawn before death. Each stage spans no more than 12 hours. Sumu's task was to imprint the mother covenant onto the dawn dusk insect and then imprint the child covenant onto himself. Each time the dawn dusk insect neared death, he had to retract the previous imprint and place a new one on a fresh dawn dusk insect. If he skipped re-imprinting, the insect would die within at most 12 hours, possibly even less than an hour. Once dead, even if Sumu faced an accident and fell unconscious, the covenant would fail. He could also immediately die and revert to a state before the coma, though having to brand twice a day might be a bit troublesome. On one hand, Sumu's submark could sense the status of the main mark, eliminating worries about missing a session. On the other hand, this method could completely ensure Sumu wouldn't fall into another month-long coma like before. When choosing this talent, Sumu had already considered all possible scenarios, and they were essentially all arranged based on his 12-hour death rewind ability. Just to be on the safe side, once these three suicidal abilities were set in place, Sumu could practically act without any restraint, engaging in all sorts of reckless behavior. Enemies restricting your movements? Just unleash corpse poison. Enemies trying to capture you alive? Go berserk at the cost of your lifespan. Knocked unconscious by enemies? Wait a few hours or even 12 hours, then die together with the dawn dusk worm. And finally, the life-death twin pact. It can be used on Sumu himself, or on others as well. Through the life-death master-servant pact, Sumu can even subjugate certain alien races or turn members of the heretic worship cult. But given Sumu's current strength, the soul bond can imprint at most 10 pairs at its maximum. Aside from imprinting on oneself, one can additionally imprint up to 9 external pairs. Naturally, this capacity will gradually increase as Sumu grows stronger. Just like how Sumu's death rewind ability initially only allowed a few rewinds. But now, as his mental strength has grown, the number of rewinds has increased from mere handfuls to dozens, even hundreds. The two race-related tasks Sumu had selected were essentially all C-rank missions. This was precisely why Sumu had considered waiting until advancing to E-rank before accepting such missions. After collecting 3 C-rank missions from the mission hall, Sumu immediately set off for the myriad races battlefield without delay. Among them, the life-burning frenzy was quickly obtained by Sumu from a bloodlust cat. After acquiring the life-burning frenzy talent, Sumu swiftly headed to the location of the third talent he sought, as well as the dawn dusk worm, the Valley of 10,000 Insects. Chapter 64, Obtaining another SSS rank talent. Assimilation of kinship. The Valley of 10,000 Insects was densely packed with ancient trees so tall they pierced the clouds. Sumu's gaze rested upon tree after ancient tree. These insectoid aliens made their nests among these very branches. What Sumu needed to do was examine the gnaw marks left by these insect races on the trees to determine their exact classifications. This was something Sumu had specifically studied and researched during his previous time loops. With Deep Blue's assistance, it took roughly 10 hours before Sumu finally found what he'd come for. Life-Death Worm. The Life-Death Worm's entire body exhibited alternating black and white patterns. It carries deadly poison, making it untouchable by ordinary people. If contact occurs and immediate treatment isn't received, death will gradually follow within 1 hour. However, for Sumu, this couldn't have been better news. Another timeline reset occurred. Sumu's S-rank talent now included an additional ability called the Life-Death Parent-Child Covenant. Next, it's time to find the Dusk Dawn Worm. Sumu had already researched this beforehand. The Dusk Dawn Worm resided deep within the Valley of 10,000 Insects. However, before catching the Dawn Dusk Worm, Sumu planned to first observe whether any of the insect tribes in the Valley of 10,000 Insects possessed talents suitable for him. Sumu advanced slowly toward the depths of the Valley of 10,000 Insects. He had no idea how long he had been walking. Suddenly, he found himself in a hidden valley. This valley was hidden deep within the 10,000 insect forest. While cutting down a swarm of insectoids with his crimson flame-imbued longsword, Sumu made his way toward the valley's heart. Yet he'd barely taken a few steps forward when, through his enhanced 5 senses, he heard a bizarre rustling sound. General Tsong, with your assistance, this operation is bound to proceed smoothly. There, in the deepest recesses of the hidden valley, stood an enormous, grotesquely swollen tree firmly rooted in the earth. Perched on the great tree was a dark green insect. The creature's body was enormous, resembling an oversized flea. Before the insect, stood a figure draped in a black hooded cloak. What felt truly horrifying was, the source of that sound wasn't from the insect, or rather, it wasn't entirely from the insect. Rather, it was from a human face gradually emerging on the insect's skin. The figure draped in black cloth seemed to have noticed this human face manifesting on the insect's body, but he seemed to have long grown accustomed to it. He merely remarked flatly, "Well, if that's the case, then so be it." Yet at this very moment, the figure cloaked in black suddenly furrowed their brow. "It seems a little mouse has snuck in." Hearing these words, the dark green insect's skin in front of him suddenly began to squirm unnaturally. Suddenly, a human face struggled desperately to break free from the dark green insect's body, letting out a grotesque sound. "TSK TSK TSK, General Tsong, look at these little rats from your human race." And in the distance, Sumu, who was listening to everything with his enhanced senses, immediately felt a sense of foreboding in his heart. The next instant, a sharp pain suddenly shot through his neck. Then, he collapsed uncontrollably. Sumu suddenly felt paralyzed. Though he could still clearly see the scenery before him and hear the sounds around him, his body refused to move at all. Seeing this situation, Sumu swiftly activated his corpse poison talent. At the same moment, just as Sumu collapsed to the ground, the figure cloaked in black fabric appeared instantly before Sumu. It seized Sumu's body in one swift motion. Then, just as suddenly, it reappeared before that dark green insect. "You've gone to such trouble, General Kong. I do so enjoy devouring human youths of 18 or 19 years old. The meat is tender, yet retains its springy texture." The human face emerging from the dark green insect's skin said excitedly. "Then enjoy your meal at leisure." The figure in the black cloth had cast a cold glance at Sumu, who was gradually losing consciousness. The figure vanished instantly into the hidden valley. And just after the person draped in black disappeared, that dark green insect slowly crawled down from the great tree. When it arrived before Sumu, the insect's mouth suddenly gaped wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. Under Sumu's utterly disgusted gaze, it swallowed Sumu whole in one gulp. Sumu completely lost consciousness. "Ding! You have been killed by the human-faced insect. Copy successful. Congratulations on obtaining the SSS grade talent, Kindred Fusion." SSS grade talent, Kindred Fusion. Kindred Fusion, the ability to fuse similar talents and similar beings. When fusing similar talents, it promotes talent evolution and enhancement. When fusing similar beings, one must consume the counterpart, thereby gaining their body and parts to replace one's own body segments. The more body parts fused from similar beings, the greater the enhancement those parts will receive. Phew! Sumu gasped heavily for breath. Damn it, died so many times. Being eaten alive was a first for Sumu. However, this time the harvest far exceeded Sumu's expectations. SSS level talent. Still the same type of fusion. You see, this had always been Sumu's greatest frustration. He possessed far too many replicated talents. He was a jack of all trades but master of none. Some of these abilities were actually quite useless to him, because it might duplicate some higher tier talents, but nobody could have anticipated. He unexpectedly obtained an SSS tier talent, Kindred Fusion. The potential ceiling of this Kindred Fusion talent is extraordinarily high. It can help Sumu address his current issue of having multiple talents that are scattered and not mastered deeply. At the same time, it can also assist Sumu in leveling up some of his talents. Take Sumu's true sight for example. Before, when Sumu was duplicating talents, he might have had to consider whether they overlapped with his existing ones. Is the level too low to be worth copying? But now, as long as it's an eye-related talent, Sumu can completely copy it, and then fuse it into the eye of true sight. As long as Sumu accumulates enough ocular-related talents through fusion, then his original A-grade talent Eye of True Sight has a high probability of advancing further, evolving into an S-grade talent. Sumu had previously used Deep Blue to specifically search for this type of fusion talent, but talents of this kind are too rare even among the myriad races. There's no guarantee which race might awaken such a talent. So Sumu ultimately had no choice but to give up. Who would have thought today's unintentional actions would bear fruit? However, for Sumu, the most useful aspect of this innate ability was naturally its fusion function. As for that deep green giant insect, what might be most useful to it would probably be assimilating its own kind. No wonder what should have been nothing larger than a puppy-sized human-faced insect had grown to this monstrous size, dwarfing even an elephant. Besides obtaining an SSS grade talent, what concerned Sumu even more was the man with the black cloth bag. Earlier, he had heard the human-faced insect call out to that man, General Tsong. Chapter 65, S-Class Talent, Spatial Teleportation. General Tsong? Sumu frowned as he began to contemplate. His knowledge of the Eastern Theater Command was limited. Deep Blue, do you know of a general with the surname Tsong in the Eastern Theater Command? Master, my database contains no information on this subject. Well, Deep Blue isn't particularly helpful when it comes to investigating people. His database is full of information about myriad races, talents, and martial techniques or body tempering arts. When it comes to information about the human race, it's woefully inadequate. Clearly it was a modification intentionally made to this wisdom worm by his future self. He could inquire about it when he went back. Since he was a general, he probably wouldn't be unknown. Sumu quickly set the matter aside for now. He possessed the ability to rewind through death. Yet General Tsong didn't seem to have taken many measures to conceal his identity. For Sumu, uncovering his true identity was merely a matter of time, compared to exposing General Tsong's real identity. What Sumu wanted to figure out even more was what kind of deal General Tsong and that human-faced insect were making. However, what gave Sumu a headache was that with his current abilities, eavesdropping on the conversation between General Tsong and that human-faced insect seemed rather difficult. Whether it was General Tsong or that human-faced insect, both possessed formidable strength. Sumu wanting to eavesdrop on their conversation right under their noses was nothing short of a pipe dream. His enhanced five senses might allow him to pick up their words from a distance, but they would undoubtedly notice him at that range. What should he do? It's okay, keep trying through trial and error, we'll figure something out. Sumu's figure quickly disappeared into the woods. Looks like a little mouse has sneaked in here. Tisk, TSK, General Song. It appears we have a little rodent from your human race. Thank you for the trouble, General Kong. What I love most are you humans between 18 and 19 years old. The meat is tender yet firm. Once again, I found myself inside the belly of the human-faced insect. It seems a little mouse has sneaked in. Again. Ding! You have been killed by the human traitor General Kong. Copy successful. Congratulations on obtaining the S-rank talent, Spatial Teleportation. S-rank talent, Spatial Teleportation. Spatial teleportation allows instantaneous movement within a 10-meter range. Each teleportation requires a 10-second cooldown before the next use. The range of movement and cooldown duration will gradually improve as your strength increases. Once again, I don't know how many times I've been swallowed by that human-faced insect, or perhaps directly killed by General Tsong. Things are finally starting to change. Looks like a little rat has sneaked in. That little rat is quite sharp, actually dodged my anesthetic worm. Since I'm not very mobile, General Tsong, I'll leave it to you. If he manages to get word back, General, you'll be in a rather unpleasant spot. At this moment, Sumu was swiftly darting through the jungle. Behind him, General Tsong furrowed his brows as he chased after Sumu. He had never expected this. The little rat fleeing ahead actually shared the same innate talent for spatial teleportation as him. Not only that, but he always managed to dodge the spot he would move to next at the critical moment, then instantly teleport in another direction, as if they had already anticipated his movement to that exact position to capture him. After chasing Sumu for about half an hour, General Tsong finally seemed to have lost his patience. Initially, he thought subduing a late-stage first-realm martial artist should have been effortless given his own strength, but this first-realm practitioner before him was simply too bizarre, forcing him to employ extraordinary measures even if it meant sustaining some physical toll. But just at this moment, the little mouse that had been fleeing abruptly came to a stop, finally giving up the chase? General Tsong snorted coldly, but then, a scene that filled him with dread unfolded before his eyes. The small mouse in front of me slowly turned around. That face, it was identical to his own. Almost done. The face, identical to General Tsong's, began to speak. Who in the world are you? General Tsong frowned slightly. To his horror, he realized the person standing before him, a perfect mirror of himself, differed only in clothing. Every other aspect was identical to his own. Not only that, but the aura he exuded was exactly the same as well. It was mid-fifth realm. Moreover, he possessed precisely the same talent, spatial teleportation. Impossible. General Tsong let out a cold scoff. A glint of cold steel flashed at his waist. A great blade had already appeared in his grasp. Without hesitation, he swung his blade at the identical-looking General Tsong standing before him. Yet the General Tsong before him neither dodged nor evaded. Thunk! The broadsword cleaved directly through the imposter General Tsong's body. The fake General Tsong collapsed, a strange smile creeping across his face. His features slowly morphed back into those of a young man. Just as I thought, all flash and no substance. His talent is the same as mine, but how did he alter his appearance and aura? Could he have awakened dual talents? Impossible. General Tsong studied the gradually cooling corpse, muttering his perplexed thoughts aloud. Phew! Sumu gasped heavily for breath. He had rewound through death nearly 80 times over. If it weren't for the recent boost in his mental energy, Sumu might not have been able to rewind time so many times. Sumu felt he had pretty much completed all necessary preparations. His purpose was to fully understand what exactly General Tsong and that human-faced insect were planning. But no matter how he probed, he found that both seemed deliberately avoiding discussing their plans. Left with no choice, Sumu decided to try an alternative approach. This led to the scene that had just transpired. For Sumu, this very scene had already played out over 40 times. This was precisely why he had repeatedly managed to escape from General Tsong's spatial teleportation maneuvers. Through numerous resets, Sumu had long since deciphered the exact coordinates of General Tsung's teleportation patterns, because he always fled along the identical escape route each time, and General Tsung's teleportation destinations remained virtually unchanged with every attempt. Combined with the ability of spatial teleportation he had duplicated from General Tsung, this was exactly what had allowed him to escape from General Tsung's grasp time and time again, and this escape was not without direction. Throughout all these resets, Sumu had been closely observing General Tsung's words and actions, while also pinpointing the exact timing of General Tsung's meetings with that human-faced insect. Next, now is his time to shine. He would use his transformative ability to assume General Tsung's form and negotiate the plan with that human-faced insect. Then, extract the complete plan from the mouth of the human-faced insect. Chapter 66, The Full Plan. Target, the Hidden Dragon Core. Rustle. A gentle breeze brushed through the leaves, producing faint sounds. A man clad in a black hooded robe vanished from one spot, only to reappear in another moments later. After walking a few steps, he disappeared once more. Soon, the man entered a hidden valley. He stood before an ancient, towering tree. Not long after the man appeared, the leaves on that enormous ancient tree suddenly began shaking violently. Then a dark green insect appeared before the man. The man stared at this giant dark green insect before him. Eyes narrowed slightly. No one knew that a pale blue interface had already appeared within the man's field of vision. Race, human-faced insectoid, mutant. Chi blood value, 8,725,423, late-stage 5th realm martial artist. Talent, SSS class, pure assimilation. Habitat, inhabits the myriad insect forest valley of the battlefield of 10,000 races. Weakness, tongue. General Tsung, you've arrived somewhat earlier than our agreed-upon time. The dark green human-faced insect, its skin bearing the blurred features of a face, had a mouth that kept opening and closing to produce sounds. My emergence is nothing as simple as you imagine. Moreover, you should be well aware that now is the critical moment when the plan is about to commence. Utmost caution is required. General Tsung speaks wisely. The human-faced insect appeared to agree with Sumu's statement. Before the official implementation of the plan, I think there are still some issues with the timing. The previous schedule isn't suitable. I've just received new intelligence indicating there will be an 8th realm expert accompanying them at that time. General Tsung, are you joking with me? The human face on the insectoid creature's skin seemed about to burst through its flesh and charge at Sumu. You're only telling me such crucial information now. The plan is scheduled to launch in less than 2 weeks, and you're saying an 8th realm expert will be accompanying them. Sumu barely suppressed his urge to vomit. He said coldly, I don't want to either, but accidents always come so suddenly. We need to redeploy our plans. General Tsung, I suddenly thought of a question. The human face on the skin of the human-faced insect suddenly spoke. Tell me, which day is our plan supposed to be implemented? 20 days later. You're not General Tsung. Who are you? 21 days later. You're not General Tsung. Who are you? 33 days later. Ah, it seems General Tsung's memory is still quite sharp. Watching the human-faced insect finally change its attitude, Sumu let out a long sigh of relief. Damn it, you bugs sure are vigilant. He said coldly, if you don't trust me, then there's no need for us to continue this conversation any further. General Tsung, no need for anger. The human face on the human-faced insect twisted into a grotesque smile. You should also know that this mission was assigned by the higher-ups for the complete eradication of the Hidden Dragon Core in the Eastern Theater. Currently, most of the top-tier forces in the Eastern Theater have already been pinned down by the higher-ups in the endless battlefield. If we fail to eliminate the Hidden Dragon Core within the allotted time, neither of us will be able to withstand our superior's wrath. Poof. Sumu said nothing more, merely letting out a cold snort. Don't worry, that 8th level expert accompanying them won't stay for long. We just need to make slight adjustments to our original plan. That's good. After Sumu had been conversing with the human-faced insect for nearly half an hour, a voice suddenly sounded behind Sumu. Who are you? Why are you here? Sumu turned around. Surprisingly, General Tsung, clad entirely in black robes, had somehow appeared right behind him without notice. Upon seeing Sumu's appearance, the genuine General Tsung, his pupils instantly contracted. The human-faced insect behind him instantly realized something. That human-like face suddenly contorted with intense fury. You dare deceive me? Sumu realized his deception had been exposed. Helplessly, he drew his longsword and slit his own throat. See you next time. Sumu raised an eyebrow at General Tsung. Huff. Sumu pressed his temples, plus the several deaths later to extract the plan. In just one short day, Sumu had already relived nearly 100 times. But the outcome was ultimately gratifying. Sumu had largely pieced together the scheme between the human-faced bugs and General Tsung. Their target was none other than the Underground Dragon Corps, one of the ace legions of the Eastern Theater. Within every military theater, beyond the individual squads of soldiers, there existed elite corps specifically assembled for mid to large scale battles, true ace legions in every sense. The achievements of the elite corps primarily come from medium and large scale battles, as they don't undertake missions privately. Their daily task is training. Compared to soldiers in smaller squads or individual soldiers, the soldiers in the corps mainly receive training focused on medium and large scale battles. Their rank progression is relatively slow, but if one wishes to advance their military rank, they must join such a corps. Generally speaking, individual soldiers and small squads can only improve their own merit ranks. The higher their merit rank, the better treatment they receive, and the ability to undertake higher-level missions. However, to obtain a military rank, that is, to secure higher positions and authority within a war zone, one must, on one hand, accumulate a sufficient level of merit and achievements. On the other hand, it requires training and tempering within an elite combat unit. Merit ranks sometimes only represent your individual strength or coordination abilities within a squad, whereas military rank assignments typically indicate how many soldiers you'll command. The higher your rank, the more troops you can lead within the army, naturally granting greater authority. This is the function of military rank. Sometimes, despite your personal strength being formidable and your merit level sufficiently high, if your contributions within the elite corps are insufficient, your rank won't rise very far either. After all, the merit level doesn't fully represent your ability to lead soldiers in combat. Thus, sometimes those with great strength don't necessarily hold high ranks, but those with high ranks generally won't lack capability. Take for example Major Chiao Sun, whom Su Mu once encountered, or this General Song. Although both were fifth realm cultivators, one held the rank of major while the other was a general, a distinction primarily determined by their time served in the Legion and their accumulated merits. The Hidden Dragon Legion, which General Song and the human face insect targeted, served as a reserve force for other elite legions in the Eastern Theater. Many outstanding senior officers would be transferred to other elite units after honing their skills in the Hidden Dragon Legion. If the Hidden Dragon Legion were truly annihilated according to General Song and the human face insects plan, it would deal an absolutely devastating blow to the Eastern Theater. Fortunately, Su Mu now fully understands their plan. Next, he needed to figure out how to use this knowledge of their scheme to thwart their goals while turning the tables on them. Su Mu frowned, but his brow soon smoothed again. He thought of someone. Old Zhang. Chapter 67, Contact Old Zhang. The fusion begins. At present, Su Mu was merely a somewhat talented genius. However, geniuses are not exactly scarce in Daxia. After all, as the young soldier Shaolin said earlier, only those geniuses who survive are the true geniuses, and what Daxia lacks is precisely these genuine geniuses. When Su Mu truly becomes a dazzling genius across all of Daxia and possesses sufficient strength, only then will he gain real authority to speak. But as for the current Su Mu, even if he wanted to discuss this plan with someone from the Eastern War Zone, he probably wouldn't be able to find anyone who would listen. Even in the nearly 80-plus timeline resets he'd experienced within the war zone before, the highest ranking officer he'd encountered was only at Major Chiao Sun's level. If we're being honest, Su Mu wouldn't even get the chance to meet someone of General Song's caliber. Moreover, Su Mu absolutely couldn't choose the option of reporting up through official channels. Not with that human traitor General Song in power. Even if Su Mu reported it, who would believe a rookie member of the elite training camp who just stepped onto the myriad race's battlefield? Over a general who has fought for years on the human front lines? Therefore, Su Mu had to find someone who could directly communicate with the Eastern Theater's high command. And preferably, the higher their rank, the better. Thinking about it, among the people Su Mu knew, Old Zhang was probably the only one who could accomplish this. Given Old Zhang's abilities and status, it likely wouldn't even be impossible for him to meet the highest-ranking official of the Eastern Theater Command. If Su Mu could earn Old Zhang's trust, then using Old Zhang's words to expose General Song as the human traitor and reveal their plans would naturally carry much more credibility. The only question Su Mu needed to answer was whether he could successfully contact Old Zhang and earn his trust. He shook his head. Su Mu was preparing to start executing the plan as soon as he got back. Now, let's go catch some twilight bugs first. By the time Su Mu returned to the Eastern Military District, it was already night. Su Mu managed to obtain Elder Shang's private contact information from Instructor Ding. Fortunately, Instructor Ding held Su Mu in high regard, and Su Mu had also garnered considerable attention from Elder Shang's side. After consulting Instructor Ding about Elder Shang's thoughts, they provided Elder Shang's private contact information to Su Mu. Having obtained Elder Shang's private contact details, Su Mu immediately called Elder Zhang. The sound of a phone ringing. Hello? Hi. Master Zhang. Su Mu. Ha ha ha, what's going on? I heard from Xiao Ding that you were looking for me about something urgent. Did you run into trouble in the Eastern Theater Command? There is indeed something very important I'd like to discuss with you, Master Zhang. I was wondering if you're available lately. If possible, I'd like to invite you to come to the Eastern Theater Command discreetly, preferably without anyone noticing. What's happened? Something extremely important, Professor Zhang. Please, you've got to believe me this once. I swear on my life and my future prospects, please. The call ended. Sumu let out a sigh of relief. It must be said that Elder Zhang truly values him highly. After Sumu made his request, Elder Zhang immediately agreed. Moreover, he promised that 3 nights later, he would find a way to secretly come to the Eastern War Zone to meet him. For a powerhouse at the 9th realm like him, every move likely draws considerable attention. Without knowing whether there were still other human traitors, having Elder Zhang secretly infiltrate to meet him was the safest approach. As for why it had to be 3 days later, Sumu wasn't particularly concerned about this point. 3 days or 1 day made little difference to him. As long as old Zhang could come see him before the operation commenced, then he would have full confidence in thwarting General Tsong's scheme. Let's take this time to integrate those talents and boost my strength. Sumu exhaled deeply. Ever since returning from the battlefields of myriad races, his nerves had been stretched taut. But now that Zhang Lao has been contacted, General Tsong's matter can be temporarily put to rest. So, once Zhang Lao arrives, will there still be a need to betray him just a little? Sumu suddenly had a wicked thought, maybe he could gather talents from Zhang Lao later? Since Zhang Lao could reach the 9th realm, his talents must at least be S-class, right? Or maybe, if I dare to think bigger, this could be another SSS rank? If he could truly obtain old Zhang's innate talent, it would undoubtedly be of significant help to Sumu. Not only old Zhang, but also future encounters like Instructor Ding, Instructor Wang. Sumu could also scheme to snatch a batch of talents from them. To be honest, among the people Sumu currently wishes to replicate talents from, there are those whose abilities he hasn't been able to duplicate. Old Zhang was absolutely the first in line, and aside from him, there was only the little princess of the Ji family left. However, when they were still in the human rear, Sumu didn't have full confidence in copying the talent from the little princess of the Ji family. Moreover, back then, there weren't suicidal talents like poison corpses. One wrong move, and damn, he might trap himself and lose the ability to commit suicide, game over. Now, there's no such worry at all. But damn it, he's not in the human rear area now. Though coveting Ji Qinghan's talents intensely, they could only wait for his return to the human rear before making any plans. Ever since that incident in the Eastern War Zone where he wildly replicated talents, Sumu seemed to have gradually grown accustomed to occasionally playing the human traitor role to harvest a wave of talents. With 2 gifts, death rewinding and talent replication, at his disposal, the fastest way to rapidly grow stronger was to endlessly replicate talents and die repeatedly. For Sumu, death was merely a means to gain power. Not being strong enough simply meant he hadn't died enough times. Leave the area where the phone call was made. Sumu was the first to arrive at the mailroom. When he spoke with Instructor Ding on the phone earlier, he told Sumu that after his vigorous efforts, combined with Elder Zhang's quiet support in the background, the senior leadership of Longjing Martial Arts University had deliberated and decided to offer Sumu substantial compensation, far more generous than he had originally anticipated, at least twice as much. However, such a substantial compensation wouldn't be handed over to Sumu all at once, but would be delivered in batches within a month to the battlefield of myriad races. After receiving the compensation issued by the school, Sumu found an isolated spot to store all the compensation in his mobile space. Then he immediately went to rent a training room, before officially beginning cultivation. What Sumu needed to do was start merging his talents. Chapter 68. Talent Fusion, the Mighty Power of Annihilation. Deep Blue, help me check which talents can be analyzed and fused. Yes, Master. Analyzing compatible talents for fusion now. Analysis successful. Now providing fusion solution. Option 1, SS-grade talent, Annihilation Body plus S-grade talent, Ultimate Physique plus A-grade talent, Hypersenses plus D-grade talents, Strength Enhancement, Speed Enhancement, equals SSS-grade talent, Extreme Annihilation Form. Option 2, S-tier talent, Wind God plus A-tier talents, Crimson Flame Bloodline, Earth Smite, Thunder's Wrath plus B-tier talents, Wind Manipulation, Water Manipulation, Wood Manipulation, plus C-tier talents, Wind Dragon Art, Fireball Art, Water Serpent Art, Vine Entanglement, plus D-tier talents, Windblade, equals SS-tier talent, Elemental Monarch. Option 3, S-tier talent, Spatial Teleportation plus A-tier talent, Mobile Space equals S-tier talent, Spatial Mastery. Option 4, A-tier talent, Mind Manipulation plus B-tier talent, Mental Fortification equals A-tier talent. Mind Manipulation requires 1 additional A-tier talent of the same type or 10 B-tier talents of the same type or, for upgrade. Option 5, A-tier, Toxic Miasma, Poison Corpse plus B-tier talent, Toxin Enhancement, plus C-tier talent, Viper's Fang, plus D-tier talent, Venomous Spike, equals S-tier talent, Venom God. One by one, the integration plans organized by Deep Blue unfolded before Sumu's eyes. The fusion schemes compiled by Deep Blue aim to incorporate all of Sumu's low-level talents in the higher-level ones as much as possible. After merging, the talents not only retained their original abilities with enhancements, but some even acquired new capabilities simultaneously. It was as if quantitative changes had triggered qualitative transformation. Merge. At Sumu's mental command, a seismic transformation occurred across all his innate abilities. Within moments, every single one of Sumu's B grade, C grade, and D grade talents had been completely assimilated into his other abilities. Meanwhile, Sumu began examining several of his talents that had undergone qualitative transformations. S-rank talent, God of Toxin. God of Toxin possesses the ability to control all toxins. Every poison under heaven falls under your dominion, allowing you to regulate their potency at will. As your power grows, so too does the toxicity you can unleash. Released toxins may manifest as poisonous gases, venomous spikes, or toxic miasma to assail enemies. You can also consciously generate toxins that infiltrate directly into the heart, causing certain death within 3 seconds. S-rank talent, Spatial Manipulation. Spatial manipulation possesses the ability to manipulate space, capable of creating a mobile space of 10,000 cubic meters and initially controlling space, enabling spatial teleportation and manipulation. The size of the mobile space, as well as the capabilities of spatial teleportation and manipulation, will enhance as one's own strength improves. SS tier talent, Elemental Monarch. Elemental Monarch controls metal, wood, water, fire, earth, thunder, and wind elements. All elemental talents will be severely suppressed in the presence of an elemental monarch. If the power gap between the monarch and their opponent is not significant, the monarch can directly impose elemental restraint, prohibiting the opponent from using their elemental talents. Once elemental restraint is applied, unless lifted by the elemental monarch, the opponent's talents will remain permanently sealed. SSS grade talent, Extreme Annihilation Body. Extreme Annihilation Body combines the advantages of Annihilation Body and Limit Breaker. With each improvement, all aspects reach their utmost limits, including but not limited to strength, speed, and the 5 senses, with controllable sensitivity. The limits achieved surpass the maximum potential of humanity. The Annihilation ability is enhanced to its extreme, capable of annihilating everything, including space. At greater power levels, it may even annihilate time. Looking at these formidable talents one by one, Sumu took a deep breath. He had considered the peer talent as an SSS level ability. During the fusion, it should have given him a certain degree of surprise, but he never expected it would bring him such an overwhelmingly pleasant shock. He couldn't wait to start experimenting with his newly acquired talents. With a single wave of his hand, a drop of emerald green liquid began to form in his palm. With Sumu's thought in motion, the emerald green liquid gradually turned black, even beginning to emit waves of poisonous black mist. With a wave of his hand, the black liquid instantly vanished from Sumu's grasp. Flames, water droplets, sand, molten metal, lightning, and a small swirling green tornado began to appear and shift continuously in his hands. Try again, Spatial Manipulation. Sumu's figure swiftly vanished from one corner of the training room, only to reappear just as quickly in another. Without even a moment's pause required, Sumu found himself back in the same place again. After enhancement through fusion with my kind, it seems short-range spatial teleportation doesn't require cooldown time within a certain number of uses. But for long-distance teleportation, Sumu furrowed his brows. The next instant, his figure vanished from the spot. When he returned to the training room once more, if it's within a 100-meter range, it requires about 10 seconds of stationary time. The current maximum distance appears to be around 230 meters, likely related to my combat capabilities. If I recall correctly, when General Tsong reached his level of power, his spatial teleportation seemed to have neither cooldown nor range limitations. Presumably, because my escape distance wasn't particularly far. In any case, this spatial manipulation ability still holds tremendous potential. No wonder that even among manipulation abilities, ones like fire manipulation and water manipulation are only considered B-grade talents. The gap between them couldn't be described as just slightly different. After experimenting with spatial teleportation within spatial manipulation, Sumu then went on to test other spatial manipulation abilities like spatial cutting and so on. After several hours of experimentation, Sumu began examining the upgraded dimensional pocket. All the items he'd originally stored within the dimensional pocket remained safely preserved, though the pocket's expanded size now far exceeded his expectations. Having completed his tests of the dimensional portal, Sumu now wielded a long sword in his hand. With a flick of the blade, an inky black substance, fluid-like in appearance, began rapidly coating its surface. The power of annihilation. He had long wanted to test the power of the annihilation force. Before, due to insufficient strength, the annihilation force seemed incapable of affecting space. But now, after undergoing fusion and enhancement, the annihilation force had clearly risen to a higher level. He could now affect space itself. Naturally, Sumu wanted to try it out. He raised his longsword and slashed forcefully within his moving space. With that slash, an inky black power swiftly clung to the moving space like stubborn bone-devouring maggots. The space that was being adhered to began visibly cracking and shattering like a mirror at a speed discernible to the naked eye. Crack! Sumu could almost hear the sound of space fracturing. Boom! A moment later, Sumu's consciousness was abruptly forced out of the dimensional space by an invisible force. Gee gone! A look of disbelief surfaced on Sumu's face. He quickly opened another portal through space. But the newly opened portal no longer led to the original space. The power of annihilation actually destroyed that entire space. Sumu came to this realization. What terrifying destructive power. Sumu looked at his arm. After swinging his sword just once, his arm had taken on the appearance of shattered porcelain. It looked as though the slightest exertion might cause it to crumble at any moment. I wonder what kind of effect it would have if applied to time. Sumu couldn't help but feel excited about how powerful this power of annihilation might become once his strength improved and it could be applied to time. He had a premonition that this power of annihilation might prove to be of immense help to him in the future. Lost in admiration for the might of this annihilation power, he mused. Sumu suddenly remembered something. Damn it, all my stuff was in the mobile dimension. Put. Sumu immediately slashed his own throat with his sword. Chapter 69, Rewind. Old Zhang's talent. After gaining a decent grasp of his newfound abilities, and confirming he wouldn't need to rewind time again for now, Sumu finally began his training session. Taking out the supplies issued by the school, Sumu began preparing the blood and energy medicine using the tools he had prepared beforehand. After roughly concocting over 50 tiger essence pills and 50 sets of profound bear blood powder, Sumu finally stopped. He then began consuming the tiger essence pills and profound bear blood powder to cultivate his strength. 3 days passed swiftly in the midst of Sumu's cultivation. Drop by drop, sweat pattered onto the floor. Sumu, unaware of how long he had been cultivating, collapsed weakly onto the ground. The progress made during these 3 days of cultivation was terrifyingly formidable. Thanks to the talent of absorption acceleration, Sumu completely absorbed over 50 tiger yuan pills and more than 50 sets of profound bear blood powder. His chi and blood value successfully climbed to 886.35, pushing him into the late stage of First Realm Warrior, just one step away from reaching the pinnacle of the realm. After resting for a while, Sumu sat cross-legged on the ground. He began cultivating the divine demon visualization method. As his vitality value increased, the growth rate of his mental power accelerated exponentially. During these 3 days of cultivation, Sumu's mental power had already reached 999.99. Only one final membrane remained. Once broken through, his mental power would officially reach the second realm warrior stage. Yet ironically, this very membrane proved extraordinarily difficult to penetrate. He let out a long sigh. Sumu began attempting his breakthrough once more. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. His breathing, initially somewhat rapid and labored. Gradually, it became steady and slow. He didn't know how much time had passed. In the air, there seemed to be a faint bang. Sumu opened his eyes in pleasant surprise. After nearly 2 full days of effort, his spiritual energy had finally increased again. With a breakthrough, he reached the level of a second realm martial artist. Enhanced spiritual energy doesn't just mean he can better defend against mental attacks. For Sumu, the greatest significance lies in being able to rewind time even more frequently. With his current spiritual energy, he could already support hundreds of resets. In fact, if he started committing suicide now, disregarding the possibility of being unable to do so, he could easily keep dying all the way back to the day his talent awakened without any issue. A thought flickered in Sumu's mind. The next moment, a pale blue interface appeared before his eyes. Name, Sumu. Vitality value, 886.38, late stage first realm martial artist. Spiritual power, 1001.25, early stage second realm martial artist. Talents, EX grade, posthumous replication, SSS grade, death rewind 12 hours, extreme annihilation body, SS grade, elemental monarch, S grade, spatial manipulation, poison god. A grade, face changing. After arriving on the battlefield of myriad races, it only took a few days for Sumu's strength to reach this level. Even Sumu himself found it hard to believe. But thinking about it, he couldn't help feeling some regret. Had he wasted that whole month he'd spent unconscious? If given the chance, he'd love to acquire some innate ability that either allowed him to wake up instantly from unconsciousness or even commit suicide while unconscious. That way, he could slaughter his way back to the day he fell into a coma and make up for lost time. Yet this fleeting thought vanished from Sumu's mind almost as soon as it had appeared. After all, unless something truly required his intervention and reversal had occurred during this period of his unconsciousness. Otherwise, continuously committing suicide to reset back to that point would exact far too heavy a price. Not only would it mean all the chi and blood vitality he'd cultivated up to this point would need to be rebuilt from scratch. More importantly, it's to avoid significantly affecting the events he has already experienced. Therefore, before rewinding time, He even had to prepare a doppelganger or illusion of some kind to take his place lying there. Every single step needs meticulous planning, so unless it's an absolute last resort, Sumu wouldn't even consider rewinding time that far back. However, if there was truly some compelling reason to go back, he would definitely find a way to scheme something out, and make up for that lost month while he's at it. He shook his head. He didn't dwell on it any further. Sumu stood up. His cultivation session was more or less complete. There are still about 12 hours left before the time he agreed upon with Elder Zhang. As if struck by a sudden thought, Sumu apologized to the empty air. Elder Zhang, I'm sorry. 12 hours passed swiftly. On the sunset peak, east of the Eastern Theater Command, a figure suddenly appeared. Moonlight spilled across the earth like a blanket of white frost. The old man stood atop Sunset Peak, gazing wistfully into the distance. Before him stretched boundless lands as far as the eye could see. Over there lies the most brutal battleground in the war of all races. Gazing at the horizon, the old man seemed to have thought of something. His expression was complex and fraught with worry. At this very moment, a faint sound suddenly came from behind the old man. The old man furrowed his brow slightly. Who are you? Where's Sumu? The old man suddenly turned his head. Under the moonlight, a burly man of towering stature had somehow appeared behind the old man without anyone noticing. Sumu, if you want to know his whereabouts, first kill. The burly man hadn't finished speaking. I suddenly felt as if I saw a headless corpse appearing right before my eyes. Wait, a headless corpse? My corpse? Damn it, Professor Zhang. I wasn't done talking. You old bastard moved way too fast. Sumu gradually sank into complete darkness. Ding! You have been killed by human powerhouse Shang Hao. Replication successful. Congratulations on obtaining SSS tier talent, Oath of Life. SSS tier talent, Oath of Life? Oath of Life, I swear by my life, transforming it into power for my martial path. Those who possess the Oath of Life talent can make one life oath per cultivation realm. By fulfilling the oath's conditions, one's abilities, including but not limited to cultivation speed, martial technique potency, strength, agility, etc., will receive enhancements ranging from at least 1x to a maximum of 10x based on the number of vows. Violating the terms of the oath 3 times will result in immediate death. The Oath of Life is also the devourer of life. Sumu gasped heavily inside the training room. Damn, is this how terrifying a 9th realm master's power is? Sumu got knocked out before he could even finish speaking. Probably because when I changed my appearance, I also altered my aura to that of an 8th realm martial artist. That must be why Elder Zhang didn't waste words and struck immediately. But no matter what, Elder Zhang's strikes are seriously fast as hell. He shook his head. Sumu stared blankly at the introduction of Elder Zhang's talent displayed before him by the Deep Blue system. What the hell kind of talent is this? Chapter 70, Oath of Life. Sumu was seeing this kind of talent for the first time. Oath of Life. It sounded absolutely legendary just from the name. By fulfilling the contents of the Life Oath, one would gain a minimum 1-fold to maximum 10-fold enhancement in all aspects, including but not limited to cultivation speed, martial skill potency, strength, agility, etc., multiplied by the smallest number of oaths sworn. Note, modified from earlier version, this is now authoritative. That is to say, as long as he fulfills the vows of his life, his cultivation speed, martial prowess, and all other aspects would improve 10-fold. If this enhancement applies to every aspect, then it's truly somewhat terrifying. This talent is somewhat similar to the Sword Heart Clear Understanding Sumu previously obtained, the difference being that the latter enhanced only his aptitude in sword techniques. Yet this talent seemingly enhances not just one aspect, but all-around improvement. At most a 10-fold increase, which may seem somewhat inferior compared to the 100-fold enhancement of Sword Heart Enlightenment. But don't forget, this 10-fold boost doesn't merely enhance strength, but also speed. It doesn't just amplify the power of sword cultivation techniques, but all martial techniques. It accelerates not only sword-related cultivation speed, but all aspects of cultivation, including Sumu's vital energy cultivation and mental power advancement. More importantly, this multiplicative factor is not immutable. According to the previous explanation, as Sumu establishes more life vows, the multiplier that can be increased will also grow. The only uncertainty is that Sumu doesn't understand how it's determined whether to multiply by 10-fold or just double. Deep Blue, do you know how these life vows are determined? Master, according to my analysis, this multiplier should be related to the grandeur of the sworn oath and the difficulty of its fulfillment. So it's connected to how grand the oath is? Sumu furrowed his brow slightly. Precisely, the more grandiose and challenging the oath you swear, the higher the multiplier will naturally be judged. Sumu nodded in understanding. That explanation is rather interesting. So, what kind of vow should be made exactly? Sumu furrowed his brows. Should we go ask old Zhang for his opinion later? A daring idea gradually took shape in Sumu's mind. On Luoxia Peak east of the Eastern Theater Command, a figure suddenly appeared. It was old Zhang, repeating what he had done during the last reload. Likewise, the sound came again from behind Elder Zhang. But this time, a faint smile surfaced on Elder Zhang's face. Sumu, you've come. Elder Zhang slowly turned his head. With a smile playing on his lips, you never fail to surprise me. How long has it been since you entered the myriad races battlefield? And yet you've already reached the peak of first realm. I suspect you're just one step away from becoming a second realm martial artist, aren't you? Sumu nodded with a smile. Truly nothing escapes old Zhang's notice. Old Zhang waved his hand dismissively. Out with it then. What matter could be so important that you'd stake your life and future on it? As he spoke, old Zhang kept studying Sumu intently. His eyes brimmed with satisfaction. With such skill at such a young age, combined with your talent in swordsmanship, I reckon within just a few years you'll give this old man an even bigger surprise. Master Zhang, you flatter me too much. Sumu said. Actually, I've invited you here this time for two matters. One concerns myself, the other concerns the Eastern Theater Command. Master Zhang, which would you prefer to hear first? Master Zhang raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. You brat, keeping me in suspense. Very well, let's hear about the Eastern Theater Command first. A look of realization crossed Sumu's face. Without hesitation, he then revealed everything he'd heard about General Tsong's plan involving the human-faced insects. Old Zhang initially maintained an amused expression, but as Sumu elaborated on the plan, his face grew increasingly grave. But after listening to Sumu finish speaking, a faint smile once again appeared on his face. Why did you choose to tell this old man about this matter? Sumu looked at Elder Zhang seriously and said, Elder Zhang, with my strength, there's no way I can change anything about this situation. I can't even report it upwards. If General Tsong finds out, he definitely won't let me off, and the message certainly wouldn't get through. Even if by some stroke of luck it does get reported, my words hold no weight. No one would likely believe someone insignificant like me. The only person I can think of who can help me is you, Elder Zhang. With your status and abilities, if you were to bring this matter up, it would surely gain the attention of those in power. In fact, it wouldn't even need to be that complicated. If you were willing to take action personally, this crisis could be resolved instantly. Young man, you really are something, Elder Zhang said, looking at Sumu with satisfaction. Aren't you afraid I might be a traitor to humanity too? Sumu chuckled awkwardly. I believe in you. If you were a traitor, I'd have to reload my damn save file again. Old Zhang burst into laughter. What splendid faith! Sumu, since you trust me so completely, this old man shall place his trust in you as well. Rest assured, I shall handle this matter. After laughing for a while, he finally composed himself and sighed. Who would have thought those scoundrels have sunk to such depths, even infiltrating the Eastern War Zone? Even. Sumu frowned. Old Zhang, from what you're saying, it seems more than just the Eastern War Zone has been compromised. Old Zhang glanced at Sumu and said, You're not yet ready to know too much. The only thing I can tell you is this. Once you set foot on the myriad races battlefield, trust no one completely. He paused, staring at Sumu, including me. Then, he shook his head slightly. To be honest, I don't know much about this matter yet, just vague suspicions. But remember what I'm telling you now. Sumu nodded thoughtfully. Old Zhang, can I trust you now? Old Zhang burst into laughter upon hearing this. Silly child, putting it to use so soon? What do you think? Sumu raised an eyebrow. Old Zhang, I believe that even if every last human becomes untrustworthy, you would still remain trustworthy. Old Zhang looked at Sumu with evident surprise upon hearing his words. Then, narrowing his eyes slightly, he asked, Why would you say that? What comes next is the other matter I need to tell you about, something concerning myself. At this point, old Zhang seemed genuinely intrigued. Go on, young man. You've genuinely piqued this old man's interest now. I'm quite curious to hear what this matter about you could be. The reason I'm saying this, Elder Zhang, is because I know your innate ability is the oath of life. I don't just know it. Sumu took a deep breath. I swear by my life, let this become the driving force of my martial path. The next moment, specks of luminescence began to emerge on Sumu's body. Witnessing this scene, old Zhang's pupils contracted violently. Chapter 71 That person. How could this be? Even old Zhang couldn't maintain his composure now. Sumu also promptly ceased his movements. After all, if things continue like this, he'll really have to make the life oath. But to be honest, from Sumu's own perspective, he truly wasn't afraid of the life oath's cost. Death was just death. A true man stands firm between heaven and earth. Why fear death? At worst, he could just reload a saved game. His only concern was that the life oath he made wouldn't be grand enough, resulting in insufficient multiplier gains. He wasn't sure if this life oath had come along with his innate talent. If that were the case, then he truly couldn't make such pledges carelessly. Otherwise, rewinding time would be useless, and Sumu would have nowhere to cry. Your talent is the oath of life. Old Zhang seemed to have guessed something but still didn't dare to be certain. Or rather, one of my talents is the oath of life. Sumu said. A flame appeared in his hand, which instantly transformed into vines, then the vines turned into water droplets. Finally, it disappeared. He watched as each element's power manifested in Su Mu's palm. Old Zhang seemed to understand something. His expression grew even graver than when he had heard Su Mu speak of General Tsong and the plan involving the human-faced insects. Impossible, how could this be? Though old Zhang kept muttering impossible, the look he gave Su Mu had grown increasingly complicated. At this moment, Su Mu finally spoke. My talent is an EX-level ability, post-mortem replication. After I die, I can copy the talent of whoever killed me and resurrect 1 hour earlier. Su Mu slightly modified the description of his talent before revealing it to Elder Zhang. Just as Elder Zhang had said, no one could ever be truly trusted. Although old Zhang was indeed the most trustworthy person he could rely on. But who could guarantee that others wouldn't use special methods to extract Su Mu's secret talents from old Zhang? After listening to Su Mu's account, old Zhang looked at Su Mu with astonishment. You mean to say that just 1 hour ago, I killed you? Su Mu smiled awkwardly at the remark. Elder Zhang, I used a little trick. Elder Zhang nodded in response. He didn't say much more. His expression grew extremely grave. Lost in thought. After a long silence, he finally spoke. Yet his words weren't addressed to Su Mu. I swear upon my life, transform into the fuel for my martial path. As these words fell, faint glimmers of light began to shimmer across old Zhang's body. Just like what happened with Su Mu moments ago. If I disclose any information about Su Mu's talent in any form, or even contemplate doing so, may I drop dead on the spot. With the fall of his words, tiny specks of fluorescent light gathered at the center of his brow. It ultimately coalesced into a pure white shackle, disappearing into the center of his brow. Witnessing this scene, Su Mu was also somewhat surprised. Elder Zhang, what are you doing? Hearing this, Elder Zhang smiled. Su Mu, originally, I only thought that with your talent, you would surely shine brilliantly on the myriad race's battlefield in the future, accomplishing great deeds for our human race. You would become one of humanity's top powerhouses and a pillar of our people. But now, I believe that if anyone can truly save humanity, then that person must be you. An EX-level talent. That should be beyond SSS rank, right? Old Zhang had clearly pieced many things together. Posthumous replication. Such an aptitude guarantees your potential will be limitless. Not only do you possess countless opportunities for trial and error, but you can also acquire the most extraordinary talents this world has to offer. Old Zhang gazed into the distance with visible emotion. Su Mu, do you know why I chose to leave the battlefield of 10,000 races and come to the human rear to become the principal of Longjing Martial University? After contemplating for a moment, Su Mu replied, killing enemies on the battlefield of 10,000 races can only achieve so much. But if we can nurture more geniuses, more powerful warriors for humanity, our race will gradually gain the upper hand in battle. Old Zhang chuckled, that's only one of the reasons. There's another reason. I suddenly felt like I could no longer see any hope for humanity's victory. The myriad races are simply too powerful, and among them, from what I know, there exists one terrifyingly formidable being. As if recalling that entity, Elder Zhang's face briefly flickered with a trace of dread. He rarely appears on the battlefield of 10,000 races. No one knows his purpose, nor what he truly desires. But from the moment he appeared, it was destined there could only be one invincible being, and that was him. Upon hearing old Zhang's description, Su Mu instantly recalled the person mentioned in the diary, the one who drove Chenbin, someone capable of death rewinding, to such despair that he turned traitor. Is that person truly so terrifying? Old Zhang nodded. Horrifying. If it weren't for some inherent limitation forcing him to periodically fall into prolonged slumber, with each awakening lasting only the briefest of moments, the 10 divine sovereigns from ancient times might never have fallen to our human race's 7 saints. Elder Zhang said, truth be told, humanity's ability to gain the upper hand these past 50 years owes entirely to his continued dormancy. But he won't sleep forever. Su Mu gritted his teeth. He naturally understood old Zhang's implication. Moreover, he knew far more than old Zhang did. Within 10 years at most, that creature would definitely awaken from its slumber. It could potentially be even earlier, since the diary once mentioned that Chenbin encountered him once on the battlefield of myriad races. Which means, the time of his awakening might come sooner, though it's unclear whether he would fall back into slumber afterward. Nevertheless, as long as he exists, humanity truly seems to have no hope of overcoming the myriad races. Old Zhang now turned his gaze to Su Mu. Su Mu, if there is anyone among the human race who can defeat him, then I believe it must be you, because he's just like you. Old Zhang paused for a moment before slowly revealing, both of you possess more than one innate gift. More than one gift. Su Mu suddenly understood. Why did my future self and old Zhang both say the exact same words? If there exists someone among humanity capable of defeating that person, it must be him. So that's it, that's the truth. Could it be that person's talent is also replication? If so, then how did that person replicate them? If not, then how did that person acquire multiple talents? Countless questions swirled in Su Mu's mind. Chapter 72, Entering the Sect. I've only encountered that person once, but in that single meeting, my life vow was broken twice. Old Zhang turned his gaze toward the distant horizon. Had he not awakened for such a brief time, and moreover, seemed to harbor no killing intent toward us, I would likely have died that very day. Hearing old Zhang's words, Sumu could almost feel the overwhelming despair in his heart when he encountered that person. Keep in mind, Elder Zhang was a Night Realm powerhouse. Yet even he felt utter despair before this individual, one who possessed the gift of the life vow. Old Zhang had probably lived his entire life by his own set of principles. This was also why Sumu, upon learning that old Zhang's gift was the oath of life, chose to confide in him about his own innate ability. Sumu was betting that Elder Zhang's life oath contained vows about protecting the human race. As long as there was such a vow, it meant Elder Zhang absolutely could not betray humanity. And Elder Zhang's actions undoubtedly proved that Sumu's gamble was correct. After learning about Sumu's innate talent, the first thing old Zhang did was actually to swear a life oath, vowing never to disclose Sumu's talent in any form, or even entertain such thoughts. A life oath isn't something you can break without consequence simply by having no intention to do so. Even an accidental breach of the oath could very likely lead to fatal consequences. By taking this life oath, old Zhang undoubtedly sealed off every possible way he might have revealed Sumu's talent. Even if someone had the talent to search memories or control minds, Teacher Zhang would die instantly the moment he leaked the information in any form. This was not only to protect Sumu, but also to show him that from now on, he would spare no effort in helping Sumu. I'm telling you all this simply because you need to understand just how terrifying he is. Old Zhang looked at Sumu. If you encounter him before you reach the 10th realm, don't hesitate, just end your life immediately. Old Zhang continued, given your talents, it shouldn't be too difficult for you to escape from his grasp. Sumu nodded in understanding. Indeed, given his current strength, encountering that person would mean certain death, dead as dead can be. But if he were to die by that person's hand, what then? Sumu's thoughts seemed to be transparent. I advise you to stop thinking about dying by his hands for now. Your talent is EX grade, and his talent is undoubtedly EX grade as well. When talents are of the same level, the likelihood of you successfully replicating his ability is actually very slim. More importantly, that person is too terrifying, far beyond what common sense can fathom. Therefore, until you have absolute certainty and the strength to oppose him, I don't recommend entertaining such thoughts. Sumu nodded. I understand, Elder Zhang. Elder Zhang nodded in satisfaction. Sumu, do you currently have a master? Elder Zhang, what do you mean by that? Sumu was somewhat puzzled. I mean, before entering Longjing Martial Arts University, did any teachers contact you, expressing hopes that you'd join their mentorship or something similar? No, Elder Zhang. Sumu shook his head. To be honest, he's quite gifted now, but he's far from being a universally recognized genius yet. Old Zhang nodded upon hearing this. If anyone asks, just say you're my student. Old Zhang suddenly said. Sumu was taken aback. Old Zhang, what do you mean? Are you asking me to join your school? Hearing this, Old Zhang smiled with a hint of emotion. Yes, and no. I cannot teach you. So strictly speaking, I'm not your master, but I'm willing to spare no effort to help you. By joining my school, you'll gain access to Beijing Dragon Martial Arts University's richest resources. It can only benefit you. Moreover, I'll publicly declare you as my last disciple. This way, you should find yourself with considerably fewer troubles. If you don't mind, you can call me teacher from now on. It's just a form of address after all. But I won't constrain you with master-disciple formalities. The path you must walk is difficult, extremely difficult. So difficult that you'll have to walk it entirely alone. No one can accompany you all the way. This also means you can't have anyone by your side, not family, not those you love, not those who love you, not teachers, classmates, or friends. Old Zhang's words plunged Sumu into deep contemplation. Indeed, the farther he traveled down this path, the more acutely Sumu became aware of this truth. He forced a bitter smile before resolutely meeting old Zhang's gaze. Teacher, I understand. Having chosen this path, I won't look back with regret. Though I may walk alone, countless souls stand behind me. Hearing Sumu's words, old Zhang heaved a sigh. You've endured too much, child. Old Zhang. In that case, let's put it this way first. Under our sex banner, you still have several senior brothers and sisters. In the future, I'll introduce you to them. Their talents are quite decent as well, and if opportunity arises, I'll find a way to replicate them for you. As old Zhang spoke, he began pondering something. Not just them, some of those old fellows possess rather interesting talents too. If the chance presents itself, I'll consider finding ways to replicate those for you as well. Teacher, why does it seem like you all know each other's talents? Sumu asked, somewhat puzzled. Before entering Longjing Martial Arts University, the education he'd received had always emphasized that one's innate talents should never be disclosed casually. Old Zhang chuckled at his question. Does it feel different from what you were taught before? He said, actually, the requirements for you vary in different periods. Many years ago, there was no such rule about concealing one's awakened talents. Back then, college admissions might even depend on the grade of talent you awakened. But later, as you know, with more and more heretic worshippers emerging behind human lines, geniuses who awakened rare talents were often killed by these cultists before they could even begin martial cultivation. To reduce such incidents, that's why we require you not to reveal your talents within human territories. However, this restriction will be somewhat relaxed once you enter university. Especially when joining a master's school, you'll inevitably need to disclose some information about your talents to your teacher. This allows your mentor to better guide your development, which is also one of the reasons I want you to join my school. And on the battlefield of 10,000 races, sometimes revealing certain information about your talents to your teammates becomes unavoidable for better combat coordination. So, in the future, you may inevitably need to demonstrate some of your talents. What you need to be careful about is simply not showing different abilities to the same group of people. Alright, enough talk, let's get down to business. Old Zhang waved his hand dismissively. Since you also possess the life oath talent, you must be preparing to make your vow soon? Chapter 73 The First Oath of Life. Yes, teacher. It's just that I'm not sure what kind of oath would be most appropriate. Hearing Su Mu's words, Old Zhang burst into hearty laughter. If it were any other talent, I truly wouldn't know how to help you, but when it comes to the life oath, your teacher here has at least spent most of his lifetime mastering it, so I can offer you some guidance. Speaking of which, when combined with your particular talent, the life oath is essentially an oath without any side effects for you. As he said this, Old Zhang couldn't help but glance at Su Mu with a trace of envy. But then he quickly added, so the only thing you really need to focus on is how to maximize the power boost that the life oath grants you. Starting from a first realm martial artist, with each realm ascended, you can swear a life oath. The multiplier of your enhancement depends on the content of your oath. If you fulfill the oath's conditions or are in the process of fulfilling them, your enhancement will persist. If you fail to keep the oath, what I previously referred to as oath breaking, the first time you break an oath, your enhancement will be halved. The second time, the enhancement from that specific life oath will vanish entirely. The third time, death follows. Moreover, when swearing an oath, your first life oath is especially crucial. Elder Zhang said, this is something I've deduced over many years of research. If you choose your first life oath wisely, it will greatly benefit your subsequent oaths. It may even form a perfect oath system. Then every amplification from your life oath could effortlessly reach tenfold. Once your cultivation reaches the 9th realm, or even the 10th realm, your amplification factor would be 90 times, 100 times. A perfect oath system? Su Mu was stunned. Good thing he came to consult Elder Zhang. Had he carelessly established any random life oath, wouldn't that have meant missing out on the perfect oath system entirely? This is precisely why having a mentor on the cultivation path helps avoid countless detours. Deep Blue, as a database, isn't intelligent after all. Some things are just information, and it isn't omniscient. Some hidden knowledge is often passed down orally, and in such cases, having a teacher becomes especially crucial. Su Mu couldn't help but feel fortunate about his decision to bring Old Zhang into his faction. With Old Zhang's help, he wouldn't just grow stronger faster, he'd avoid countless detours along the way. The first oath of life must be grand enough and challenging enough, as this will enable an amplification effect of 8 to 10 times right from the first oath. Each subsequent oath of life must then be sworn upon the foundation of the first oath. This way, every subsequent oath can more easily achieve the 8 to 10-fold amplification effect, building upon the first oath of life. Through my experiments, I've found that the more difficult the initial life oath is, the easier it becomes to achieve an amplification effect of 8 to 10 times later, as long as subsequent oaths form strong connections with that first one. In other words, once you've established a truly challenging and grand first life oath, each subsequent oath only needs to build upon that foundation with slight additional constraints. This approach has a high probability of forming a perfect life oath system. Old Zhang stroked his beard thoughtfully. However, this perfect life oath system is merely something I deduced by combining the wisdom of predecessors recorded in ancient texts with my personal insights. Even I haven't actually tested it myself. So that first life oath is really this crucial? Su Mu stroked his chin, lost in thought. In his mind, he had already formed some initial ideas about the first oath of life. Teacher, do you think if I make a wrong oath and then commit suicide, could I swear a new oath? Old Zhang was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. You're already thinking about re-oathing before you've even started the first one. He chuckled. Su Mu gave an embarrassed smile. I'm just thinking about fulfilling your vision of a perfect life oath system. Old Zhang nodded. Based on my experience with each oath taken, it should indeed be feasible. Old Zhang narrowed his eyes slightly. Based on my analysis, since your innate ability is posthumous replication, what you can take with you should only be your spiritual consciousness and the talents you've copied. The establishment of the life vow actually relies on an external force we cannot explain. Through years of exploration, I've come to call it the heavenly Tao. Therefore, barring unforeseen circumstances, the solution you just proposed should indeed be viable. Hearing Old Zhang's explanation, Su Mu finally nodded in understanding. Understood, teacher. He said. Su Mu let out a long exhale. I swear by my life, may it become the driving force of my martial path. Flickering specks of light began coalescing around Sumu's body. To prevent the fall of humanity is my sacred duty, no cost is too great. To uphold the principles of heaven and earth, to bring peace to mankind, even 10,000 deaths could not make me regret this path. Dazzling radiance erupted from Sumu's entire being. The entire Sunset Peak seemed bathed in daylight. Witnessing this scene, even the widely experienced Elder Zhang couldn't help but freeze for a moment. But he quickly came to his senses as well. He raised his hand, just as he was about to make a move. But then he thought of something. He gently lowered his hand, allowing this white radiance to blaze atop Sunset Peak. A moment later, a streak of white light transformed into shackles that settled upon Sumu's brow. Sumu slowly opened his eyes. A faint smile crept across his face. Moments ago, information about the Oath of Life had surfaced before his eyes once more. The first blood oath is established. Judgment amplification multiplier, tenfold. Teacher, it's 10 times. The result was about what Sumu had expected. However, this also meant that the path Sumu had to take would be extremely difficult. But so what if it's difficult? Sumu's eyes gradually grew resolute. Since he had chosen to walk this path, he would never regret it. As he had said before, this path was so difficult that there might not be a single person left by his side. But it didn't matter. As long as someone stood behind him, that was enough. Alas, such matters should never have fallen upon your shoulders. Old Zhang sighed deeply. To be honest, as he looked at Sumu before him, his heart ached with nothing but compassion. Not only had Sumu unhesitatingly sworn the grand vow of preventing mankind's extinction, but also because of how calmly he'd spoken those words about committing suicide earlier. He had no idea how many times Sumu had died, but when one grows numb to death, the number must have reached a staggering point, dying only to revive again. Sometimes, this might not be such a good thing. For some people, death is instead an opportunity for rest. Possessing this ability, for Sumu, is actually a curse. Only he alone must carry the memories of all, enduring the curse of life and death. Old Zhang let out a sigh. Yet Sumu seemed to have thought of something. Teacher, do you know someone named Ning Yi? Chapter 74, The Identity of That Figure. Ning Yi? Old Zhang shook his head in confusion. I do know a few people with the surname Ning, but the name Ning Yi doesn't ring a bell. Is something wrong? Old Zhang asked, puzzled. Sumu shook his head. It's nothing, teacher. Just be careful of this person. Also, teacher, do you know anyone with strength around the 8th realm martial artist level who has exceptional talent in swordsmanship? Sumu's question caught Old Zhang off guard once more. However, after pondering for a moment, he responded, now that you mention it, there is indeed one. The Song family has a young man named Song Tianlong, whose swordsmanship talent is truly remarkable. He graduated from our Longjing Martial Arts University years ago and, come to think of it, could be considered your senior. Song Tianlong. Hearing this name, Sumu felt a stir in his heart. Then, teacher, do you know where he is now? Old Zhang pondered for a moment before saying, I haven't been in contact with him for a long time, but I heard from his former instructor that after spending some time on the battlefield of 10,000 races, he voluntarily requested transfer back to the human rear lines to serve as the Nightwalker commander of one of the safe zones. After hearing Old Zhang's words, Sumu grew somewhat excited. Yes, exactly. The human race's rear defenses. An 8th realm martial artist, skilled in kendo. All the conditions match up. It's fortunate that Sumu asked Elder Zhang. As the principal of humanity's top martial arts university, Elder Zhang's connections were beyond anything Sumu could imagine. What's wrong, Xiaomu? Is there something concerning about this Song Tianlong? This time, Sumu didn't hide anything from old man Zhang. Previously with Ning Yi, it was mainly because Sumu himself couldn't quite figure out his own situation. After all, the future version of himself in the diary had provided very little information on this point. But this Song Tianlong was different. That was something Sumu experienced firsthand. Teacher, this Song Tianlong is very likely a human traitor. Hearing Sumu's words, Old Zhang furrowed his brows. Xiaomu, you can't make such claims lightly. Without concrete evidence, even if I wanted to casually suspect an 8th realm martial artist, it would invite widespread criticism. Moreover, Song Tianlong is a member of the Song family. The Song family was a behemoth at the heart of Dragon City in the 9th safety zone, one of the 7 great clans. Standing behind them was one of the 7 most formidable powerhouses of the human race. 50 years ago, it was Sword Saint Song Ju, one of the 7 human saints, who had slain the divine kings of the 10 great god clans. Sumu also furrowed his brow. He had thought that Guy's background might be quite impressive, but he never expected it to be this impressive. A scion of the Song family, one of the 7 great clans, who not only awakened an SSS tier talent but also attained the 8th martial realm. Whether it's familial status or innate talent and strength, such individuals are considered top tier among humankind. Even if Sumu had concrete evidence of his betrayal of humanity, dealing with him would still be no easy task. What's more, Sumu currently has no evidence at all. Teacher, although I have no evidence at the moment. Sumu said. But do you know where my SSS tier talent, Sword Heart Clarity, comes from? Could it be that song boy? Old Zhang had visibly guessed the gist of it. The reasons are complicated, and I'm afraid I can't explain them all to you, teacher. Sumu definitely couldn't tell old Zhang everything that had happened that day. After all, it not only involved Deep Blue, but also Sumu's biggest secret, the diary left for him by his future self. Though he now trusted old Zhang completely, some secrets couldn't be shared through trust alone. Being wise with age, old Zhang never pried into what Sumu chose not to disclose. He simply fell into thoughtful silence for a long while. He then said slowly, "Alright, I understand the situation. However, since that Song family boy has already betrayed the human race, given his status, it's unlikely he'll expose himself easily. Moreover, his schemes are probably significant. For now, we can only keep an eye on him and find a way to eliminate him later." Sumu nodded in agreement with this. At present, rashly showing hostility toward him was indeed not a wise choice. It would be better to play along and pretend we're still unaware of his betrayal, then gradually plot our next move. Xiaomu, apart from improving your own chi blood value, your main method of advancement right now is acquiring top-tier talents through replication. I can't stay on the battlefield of 10,000 races for too long, half a day at most. Now, let me tell you a few important things. Sumu nodded, listening intently. Old Zheng continued, "There's someone who will arrive soon. I'll help you copy a talent from them first. Then, I'll take you to 3 different places. Each location has numerous talents you can replicate. However, I might not remember taking you to those places afterward, so I'll need you to remind me. Now, tell me, did you copy the talent of the person who's coming later?" Sumu shook his head. Old Zhang nodded understandingly. "How did you trick me into killing you before?" Old Master Zhang asked. Sumu understood. His form began gradually transforming into a stranger. Seeing Sumu suddenly transform his appearance, aura, and even his vital energy values, even old Zhang was slightly shocked. "That talent of yours is quite interesting, even I find it somewhat troublesome to discern. Speaking of which, I find it strange, teacher. This talent is clearly just an A-rank ability." Sumu was actually somewhat surprised. Initially, he had even thought that old Zhang might see through it, but unexpectedly, old Zhang hadn't noticed at all. Hearing this, old Zhang smiled and said, "The level of your talent is indeed not low. Unless encountering S-rank or higher talents capable of seeing through it, even 9th grade martial artists generally can't penetrate your disguise. This is why innate talent is considered the most decisive factor in determining a martial artist's strength. Some talents are so powerful that no matter how much stronger you are than your opponent, if your talent doesn't counter theirs or isn't of a higher grade, you still won't be able to break through their abilities. Take your replication talent as an example, doesn't it work the same way? Even though my strength far surpasses yours, you can still effortlessly replicate it simply because your talent grade is high enough. As for your current ability, if it merely altered your appearance and physique, some might still see through it. But since your talent can even modify your aura and chi blood levels, identifying you becomes exponentially more difficult. Then, teacher, if someone used this talent to infiltrate certain places, wouldn't it be impossible to detect them?" Old Zhang smiled, then shook his head. "Of course not. Judgment involves far more than just that." Chapter 75 SSS Class Talent, Polar Night Curtain. This talent isn't inherently undetectable. The crucial reason even I couldn't discern it immediately is because it was you who wielded this power. Old Zhang carefully scrutinized Sumu. "Your psychic energy is surprisingly strong to me. For ordinary humans, possessing your natural talent without cultivating psychic energy would make it quite obvious. But you possess psychic power vastly disproportionate to your cultivation level. I suppose you must have deliberately trained your psychic abilities? The last time I saw you, your psychic energy was far from reaching its current level." After old Zhang's explanation, Sumu finally understood why Elder Zhang had attacked without hesitation upon seeing him that day. Elder Zhang must have previously known exactly what level his mental energy was at, but he hadn't anticipated that Sumu's mental energy would improve so rapidly. Not to mention Sumu's physique, appearance, and even his aura and vital energy values had all changed. That's why he thought Sumu was someone else. "Alright, for now you'll maintain this appearance. The teacher will put on a performance with you to fool this old fellow." As he spoke, old Zhang's face instantly turned deathly pale. Then he collapsed directly onto the ground. "Teacher, what are you?" Sumu was just about to say something, but old Zhang cut him off immediately. "Damn human traitor, hiding near the Eastern War Zone and ambushing an old man like me. Even if I die, I won't let you take a single step into the Eastern War Zone." Sumu immediately understood Elder Shang's meaning. His expression abruptly turned peculiar. He then followed Elder Shang's lead and continued speaking. "Humph, old man, today will be your doom. You dare?" The instant Sumu's voice fell, a voice came from the distance. Suddenly, the entire sky seemed to transform into dark curtains, swiftly enveloping the entire sunset peak in its grasp. "Old ghost Lin Ye, quick, kill him now." Elder Zhang howled towards the sky. Rest assured, I'll deal with him. To have beaten you this badly, this fellow must be at least a 9th realm martial artist, no? Let this commander test his mettle. Hurry up and finish him off. What kind of bullshit are you spouting? Old Zhang couldn't help but roar. Got it. I'll just unleash my ultimate move. The next moment, Sumu felt as if his body was being torn apart by an overwhelming force. His vision gradually faded into complete darkness. Ding! You have been slain by the human elite Lin Yi. Replication successful. Congratulations on acquiring the SSS tier talent, Midnight Eclipse. Ha! Sumu opened his eyes. His expression showed a hint of helplessness. At first, he wondered what method old Zhang would use to help him replicate that talent. Now that he thought about it, ahem. Apparently, the simplest solution was often the most practical. Life depends entirely on acting skills. This was all thanks to old Zhang personally stepping in. If it had been anyone else, they might not have acted this way. Sumu quickly checked the abilities he had copied. SSS level talent, Polar Night Canopy. Polar Night Canopy creates a delimited spatial domain. Within this domain, the possessor can instantly appear anywhere inside the Polar Night Canopy, can obscure all enemies within the domain and all external perceptions of it. Inside the Polar Night Canopy, the possessor's martial techniques will increase in power by 100-fold. The domain's scope expands as the possessor's strength grows. A domain-level talent. A flicker of delight crossed Sumu's face. Old Zhang is seriously awesome. This round of copying just gave him an AoE attack skill outright. Paired with his poison god-produced toxic miasma, wouldn't he be absolutely unstoppable inside the Eternal Night Sky Veil? Bear in mind, Sumu is currently just a peak first-realm martial artist, but with this Polar Night Canopy and numerous other talents, second-realm martial artists could be instantly defeated by Sumu. As for third-realm martial artists, while he couldn't sweep them all aside effortlessly, dealing with early-stage third-realm opponents shouldn't pose much difficulty, though mid-stage third-realm adversaries remain uncertain for current Sumu. However, if he were to gauge combat strength comprehensively, the best approach was to use Lu Yuan, the one he'd fought so many times yet never defeated, as his benchmark. Action followed thought. Sumu left the training room without hesitation. Another 12 hours elapsed. Sumu reappeared in the training room. A bit of bully tactics, but I like it. During the last reset, he had directly gone to challenge Lu Yuan. Previously, he had hardly managed to gain any advantage when facing Lu Yuan. Now it's practically a one-sided domination against Lu Yuan. Under the enhancement of the Polar Night Sky, Lu Yuan couldn't even touch the hem of Sumu's clothing. Combined with Sumu's freshly upgraded talents and abilities, it was already bordering on complete annihilation of Lu Yuan. This kind of overwhelming advantage was purely due to the vast gap in strength between Lu Yuan and his opponent. Sumu estimated that with some effort, he should be capable of handling enemies at the mid-third realm level. Late third realm would probably be his limit. For a peak first realm martial artist to claim that late third realm practitioners were his limit was significant. This isn't just crossing one major realm, it's practically crossing two major realms. The Eternal Night Sky Curtain was absolutely the perfect innate ability for Sumu in the early stages to utterly overwhelm his opponents. He practiced the Eternal Night Sky Curtain a bit more. Sumu began repeating his previous actions during the rewind, bringing the timeline once again to when Elder Zhang questioned him. Now, tell me, have you replicated that person's innate ability who's about to arrive? Old Zhang looked at Sumu. Sumu responded with a nod to Old Zhang. As he spoke, with a wave of his hand, Old Zhang was instantly engulfed in a shroud of dark space in the next moment. Seeing this curtain of dark space, Old Zhang nodded in satisfaction. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I truly wouldn't have believed that such a talent exists in this world. This is indeed Ling Yi Old Ghost's Polar Night Veil. The growth potential of this veil is extremely high. Its range expands as your power increases. Within the Polar Night Veil, you can accomplish many things. That old ghost Ling Yi once used this very talent to ambush and kill 3 9th realm warriors. Old Zhang continued, however, at your current strength, if an enemy is more powerful than you, they can forcibly tear through your Polar Night Veil. When you reach Ling Yi Old Ghost's level, the moment your Polar Night Veil manifests, billions of alien races will perish. Even a 10th realm warrior would need considerable time to tear through it. For now, retract it. You must already know Ling Yi Old Ghost is about to arrive. Sumu put away the Polar Night Canopy. He glanced at Elder Zhang with some puzzlement. Teacher, who exactly is this Lin Yi? Old Ghost Lin Yi? Elder Zhang chuckled. He is one of the 3 great commanders of the Eastern Theater. Mid-Autumn Festival, had some drinks, you all know how it is. The remaining 2 chapters will be postponed until tomorrow. Wishing everyone a happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Chapter 76, Teacher Takes Me to Farm Talents. One of the 3 great commanders of the Eastern Theater. Sumu's eyelids twitched. No wonder during the last reload, he didn't even get to see anyone before being killed outright. And as if to confirm Old Zhang's words, A man clad in black battle armor with a stern expression had appeared before them unnoticed. Old Ghost Lingya, you finally come? Old Zhang looked at the man with a beaming smile. The man appeared to be merely in his 20s or 30s, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, his expression cold and stern, looking far younger than old Zhang. With such a commotion, it's hard for this commander not to notice, Lingya replied with a faint smile. Cut the crap, old Zhang cursed under his breath. Still putting on airs in front of me, huh? This is my closed-door disciple Sumu, who's technically your junior too. Upon hearing this, Lingya began sizing up Sumu carefully. Not bad, he slowly uttered the two words. He indeed carried himself with the demeanor of a true master. Old Zhang, however, couldn't stand it any longer. He raised his foot to kick at Lingya. Lingya swiftly dodged and protested. Damn it, old Ghost Zhang. What the hell are you doing? Do you know how hard I worked to build this image? Cut the crap. Seeing your eternally young face pisses me off. Damn it, I should have been the one to eat that fruit back then. Old Zhang seemed particularly infuriated by Lingya's handsome youthful face as he cursed. I didn't know any better at the time either. Rinya finally seemed unable to keep up the facade, offering an awkward laugh. Sumu couldn't help but eye the two of them with a peculiar expression. From old Zhang's words, one could discern. It seems this Commander Rinya was from the same era as him, and they might have fought side by side as sworn brothers in the past. The reason Commander Rinya still maintains his youthful appearance is that he secretly ate one of old Zhang's magical fruits back then. Cut the crap. I'll remember this for the rest of my life. Old Zhang shot Ling Yi a resentful look. Ling Yi could only offer an awkward smile before turning his gaze to Sumu, trying to shift the subject. Who would have thought you'd take on a final disciple at this stage, you old ghost? Come now, he's still your junior. Aren't you going to show some courtesy? Old Zhang's brows twitched as he said, listen here, you old ghost Lingya, if the gift you bring pleases my personal disciple this time, then in the future, when we're in company, I won't expose your little schemes. Lingya's face lit up with joy. Are you serious? Of course, you don't know me well enough yet. Have I ever lied to you after saying something? Old Zhang nodded. Lingya immediately felt much better and turned to Sumu with a bright smile. Old Zhang, what kind of talk is that? Since he's your personal disciple, doesn't that make him half mine too? Sumu, right? Mind if I call you Little Mu? Later I'll take you to my private treasure trove. Pick whatever catches your eye. Well, at least you're acting somewhat like an elder should. Old Zhang looked at Sumu. Xiaomu, did you ever visit those 3 places I mentioned taking you to? No, Sumu replied. Old Zhang nodded upon hearing this. Since that's the case, old Ghost Lingya, I can't stay on the battlefield of myriad races for too long, so I won't chat with you further. You must already know the reason behind that light earlier. My disciple and I will take our leave first. With that, old man Zhang vanished from Lingya's sight, taking Sumu with him. Watching old man Zhang and Sumu suddenly disappear, Lingya remained standing where he was, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Could have sworn I sensed something familiar just now. Was it just my imagination? He shook his head. Reiny's expression turned icy once more. Old man Zhang actually offered such terms this time. He must truly value this final disciple. In that case, I shouldn't be stingy either. The next moment, his figure vanished from the peak of Sunset Mountain. Teacher, it seems you and Senior Rinya have a very good relationship. At this moment, Sumu felt the surrounding scenes rapidly receding before his eyes. Yet neither he nor Elder Zhang were affected in the slightest. Even Sumu's hair remained perfectly still. This is the capability of a Ninth Realm martial artist. He's been my sworn brother since our student days. We've each taken at least 10 fatal blows for the other. The guy's decent in every other aspect, except for his unbearable habit of showing off, always calling himself this handsome one all the time. I can't stand his act. He insists on maintaining this mysterious senior image in front of juniors. Old Zhang seemed to reminisce about his past with Lingye as he sighed nostalgically. It's truly wonderful to have such a friend. Sumu felt a twinge of envy, yet he quickly shook his head. Someone like him was destined to never and could never have such friends. As if sensing Sumu's melancholy, old Zhang remained silent, only his pace quickened slightly. The first place I'm taking you to is called Devouring Sky Valley. The second location will be the Giant Tribe Settlement. The third location is Tianyan Mountain. Generally speaking, on the battlefield of the myriad races, the further you are from the human territory, the closer you are to the core regions of the myriad races. The tribes you encounter there will have higher rankings among the myriad races. You must have learned in school that ranked alien races usually have a higher probability of possessing powerful innate talents. Sumu nodded, but among the myriad races, only the top 1,000 receive rankings. If only I could visit the territories of the eternal 10 races someday. The 10 immortal clans are the top 10 races among all peoples. Apart from the divine clan, which undoubtedly holds the indisputable first position among the 10 immortal clans, the rankings of the remaining 9 clans are not in any particular order. Sumu had always suspected that the person might very well be one of the members of the immortal clan. Most likely, they came from the mysterious Divine Clan. The Divine Clan, truly deserving of its undisputed top ranking among the 10 immortal clans. Beneath the Divine Clan exist numerous branches, with most born as 7th-tier warriors, possessing terrifying strength. Among these branches, the most renowned 10 are known as the 10 Great Divine Clans. Back then, it was precisely because the 7 saints of humanity slew the divine kings of the 10 great god clans that mankind began to gradually gain the upper hand in the War of 10,000 Races. You should shelve this idea for now. With your current strength, even if you rushed headlong to your death, you couldn't reach the territories of the 10 immortal clans. However, in the future, when you've grown strong enough, it might not be impossible. Old Zhang's words poured cold water on Su Mu's enthusiasm. Su Mu could only shrug helplessly. Old Zhang was right. With his current strength, let alone entering the territories of the top 10 undying clans among the myriad races, even the 3 places old Zhang was about to take him now, he wouldn't stand a chance of breaking into them even if he charged recklessly all the way. Thinking about it, old Zhang's pace suddenly slowed down. We're here, Devourer Valley. From a distance, Su Mu saw an enormous valley whose yawning abyss appeared ready to swallow both heaven and earth. Chapter 77, Talent Surging. Teacher, let me down, I can take on 10 at once. Devouring Sky Valley? Su Mu frowned slightly as he gazed at the valley before him, its yawning maw resembling an abyss. Elder Zhang nodded. Here resides the Devouring Sky Ant Clan. The Devouring Sky Ant Clan, ranked 723rd among the 10,000 clans? Old Zhang chuckled, seems you've studied your 10,000 clans well. Indeed, the Devouring Sky Ant Clan, their numbers are vast. A single one might not pose much threat, but in sufficiently large numbers, even I would find them somewhat troublesome to handle. However, the clan's true power lies chiefly in their 2 SSS grade talents, one being Devour Heaven and Earth, the other being the talent of Optimization. The former can help you increase your blood chi level faster. As for the latter, it's usually found in queen ants, but it's not suitable for you. Optimization talent? Just hearing the name, Su Mu felt it was quite fitting for him. His thoughts stirred. The next moment, Deep Blue displayed the description of the Optimization talent ability before him. SSS level talent, Optimization talent. Optimization talent can consume the talents of both kin and non-kin to optimize one's own genes, subsequently producing offspring with superior talents. The accumulated energy can optimize a descendant's talent up to SSS level at maximum. After each expenditure of accumulated energy, it must be replenished anew. Indeed, judging purely by the talent itself, this optimization talent truly doesn't suit Su Mu. He's no chicken that can lay eggs. Well, maybe that's not the best way to put it. Su Mu shook his head. But judging from the description of this talent, it's clear old man Zhang had Su Mu's best interests in mind. With this gift in hand, among the devouring ant tribe, the number of ants capable of awakening an SSS level talent shouldn't be few. Teacher, this place, it's perfect for me. Su Mu gazed excitedly at that abyssal maw. As long as you like it. Do you want to go in yourself first, or should I help you fight your way to a suitable spot before dropping you in? Old Zhang chuckled. Su Mu replied, Teacher, let me try it myself first. Hearing this, Old Zhang nodded. The next moment, he appeared below. After putting Su Mu down, Old Zhang disappeared as well. Before leaving, he left one last remark, Xiao Mu, it's all up to you now. After falling into this devouring sky valley, Su Mu held a long sword. His gaze swiftly swept across the surroundings, and the very moment he appeared, the area suddenly began to stir with unrest. A wolf-sized giant ant burst out from the grass. The ant's pitch-black eyes froze the moment they spotted Su Mu, seeming to hesitate for a split second. The next instant, before Su Mu could even react, it had already pounced onto him. Seeing this, Su Mu quickly used spatial manipulation to dodge aside. Only then did he clearly see the information about the devouring sky ant before him. Race, Devouring Sky Ant Clan. Vitality value, 273,223, early stage 4th realm martial artist. Talent, Grade D, Frenzied Bite. Habitats, dwells in the devouring valley of the myriad races battlefield. Weakness, Jaw. Reading the information about this devourer ant, Su Mu felt his scalp tingle with dread. He hadn't even ventured inside yet, and right at the entrance he encounters a 4th realm martial artist? But considering the devourer ant clan ranked within the top 800 species, Su Mu quickly composed himself. Let's test just how much difference remains between me and a 4th realm non-human warrior. Copying talents was certainly something to be copied. However, Su Mu would never let slip any opportunity to gain combat experience. Su Mu's expression turned grave. Eternal Night Veil. Unleash. A swirling flame, mingled with an inky black force, enveloped Su Mu's longsword. Su Mu's figure flickered. In the next instant, he appeared atop the devouring heaven ant. Fwhip. Boom. Clink. Clatter. Ding. You have been killed by the devouring ant tribe. Replication successful. Congratulations on obtaining D-tier talent, Frenzied Biting. Again. Ding. you have been killed by the devouring sky ant tribe. Replication successful. Congratulations on obtaining C-grade talent, tenfold strength. Again. Ding. You have been killed by the devouring sky ant tribe. Replication successful. Congratulations on obtaining C-grade talent, tenfold speed. After dying who knows how many times. When old Master Zhang once again asked Sumu whether he wanted to choose on his own or have some help, Sumu decisively changed his tune. Teacher, you guide me. Down there are all Realm 4 and Realm 5 experts, there's no way to go further. Seeing Sumu's utterly defeated expression, old Zhang couldn't help but burst into laughter. Good, let this master help you. Old Zhang brought Sumu directly down into the devouring sky valley. The moment they landed, a devouring ant appeared within their sight. Sumu glanced at it. Heh, it's that D-grade talent sky devouring ant. Teacher, kill it. Whether it heard Sumu's thoughts or not, that sky devouring ant began to move. The devouring sky ant was just about to lunge toward the two of them. Yet when it was less than 10 meters away from them, the creature's body suddenly exploded. Old Zhang, meanwhile, stood there looking utterly nonchalant, as if he'd done nothing at all. Looking at old Zhang nearby, Sumu couldn't help but marvel. Truly worthy of a 9th realm expert, dealing with these devouring heaven ants was like child's play for him. With old Zhang's assistance, Sumu advanced smoothly along the way. Ding! You have been killed by the devouring sky ant tribe. Replication successful. Congratulations on obtaining B-grade talent, mind penetration. Ding! You have been killed by the devouring sky ant tribe. Replication successful. Congratulations on obtaining A-grade talent, mental barrier. Ding! You have been killed by the devouring sky ant tribe. Replication successful. Congratulations on obtaining S-grade talent, psionic source force. With Elder Zhang clearing the way ahead, Sumu's accumulation of talents surged at an astonishingly rapid pace. Seeing the mental type talent, Sumu immediately turned to Elder Zhang and said, Teacher, throw me over there. And his death was certainly not meaningless. After dying multiple times, he had now gathered all the mental type talents. Scheme, S-class talent, mental source power plus A-class talents, mind barrier, mind deception, plus B-class talent, mind penetration, equals SS-class talent, divine domination, SS rank talent, divine control. Mind control, significantly enhances mental power, allowing attacks on opponents through psychic force. If the wielder's mental power surpasses the target by one major realm, they can directly dominate the opponent. The greater the power gap, the shorter the duration of control. If the wielder's mental power is one major realm below the target, they can briefly disrupt the target's actions. The wider the gap, the weaker the effect. A single talent instantly boosted Sumu's spiritual power by nearly 7,000 points, propelling him straight into the late stages of a second realm martial artist. Although the sky devouring ant has high HP, its mental cultivation level shouldn't be that impressive, right? Teacher, let me down, I can take on 10 of them. Chapter 78, The Mighty Devourer of Heaven and Earth. Sumu's gains within Devourer Valley were immense. Most importantly, through his repeated deaths at the hands of Devourer ants wielding psychic abilities, he directly fused together an SS-grade talent, Divine Control, name modified from previous version which didn't match this rank setting. This Divine Control instantly elevated his mental power to late-stage second boundary martial artist level, while also containing numerous techniques for employing psychic energy. For ordinary people, enhancing mental energy might at most serve as a means to attack others or defend against mental assaults. But for Sumu, it signifies an astronomically large number of rewinds. With his current level of mental energy, the number of rewinds he can perform has skyrocketed to several thousand. And besides this exponential increase in rewinds, Sumu's mastery over spiritual power had clearly reached a new level. Over 8,000 units of spiritual energy. Against alien races like the devouring ant tribe whose spiritual power rarely exceeded late-stage third realm, Sumu could practically crush them in overwhelming dominance and slaughter his way through. Indeed, continuously acquiring new talents remains the fastest path to power enhancement. However, even with this surge of spiritual energy and the offensive capabilities of divine control techniques, Sumu still only managed to fight his way to the middle region of Devouring Heaven Valley. The deeper one ventures into Devouring Heaven Valley's depths, the more numerous the devouring ants became. Even with Sumu amplifying his mind control technique through the cascading sword chant to target the massive swarm of devouring ants, it was nearly impossible to exterminate so many devouring ants in a short time. While he killed one or two ants, dozens or even hundreds more would already be swarming toward him. After dying over a dozen times and confirming he truly couldn't advance any further by his own strength, Sumu once again clung desperately to Elder Zhang's leg. After losing count of how many times he'd perished, Sumu finally discovered his true objective. Race, Devouring Sky Ant Clan. Vitality value, 17,275,223, early stage 6th realm warrior. Talent, SSS grade, Heaven Devouring Earth Consumption. Habits, inhabits the Devouring Sky Valley within the Myriad Races battlefield. Weakness, jaw. Perhaps it was because Sumu had died too many times, and during this process, Deep Blue had already analyzed some of the talents of the devouring sky ants. When he saw that devouring sky ant, its talent was not the commonly seen pending analysis. Instead, it was an SSS rank talent, Devour Heaven and Earth. Devour Heaven and Earth, the most renowned talent of the devouring sky ants. It was also Sumu's greatest purpose for this trip. Teacher, look there. Hearing what Sumu said, old Zhang immediately raised his hand and projected Sumu like a cannonball, sending him hurtling toward the direction of the devouring sky ant. That sky-devouring ant was clearly no ordinary specimen. Pitch-black beady eyes. When it saw Sumu flying straight toward him, it promptly opened the two massive pincers on its head and clamped squarely around Sumu's neck. Sumu, deceased. At the very moment of Sumu's death, Sumu also successfully obtained what he desired. Ding! You have been killed by the devouring sky ant tribe. Replication successful. Congratulations on obtaining the SSS grade talent, Devour Heaven and Earth. SSS level talent, Devour Heaven and Earth. Devour Heaven and Earth. Nothing between heaven and earth is beyond devouring and consuming. Comes with the special ability Devour Heaven, which can be used periodically. Upon activation, attacks up to 3 major realms above one's own cultivation level can be fully devoured and converted into vitality points. The next use of Devour Heaven is only permitted after complete conversion, with conversion speed varying according to cultivation level. Additionally, the talent includes the special ability Devour Earth, enhancing the absorption and digestion rate of ingested food and medicine by 100-fold. After reading the description of Devour Heaven and Earth, Sumu couldn't help but gasp in shock. This Devour Heaven and Earth truly lives up to being one of the most renowned SSS grade innate talents of the Heaven Devouring Ant Clan. Just this Devouring Heaven ability was already ridiculously powerful. It's practically equivalent to being able to block an attack from an early 9th stage enemy while you're still at early 6th stage cultivation. Not only that, but it could also convert that attack into vital chi to enhance your own power. This wasn't merely an ultimate defensive technique, it represented a perfect opportunity to exploit your opponent's strength for your own gain. Defensive measures weren't exactly Sumu's primary concern, but that didn't stop Sumu from using this ability to reap benefits from opponents nearly 3 major realms above him. Let them strike him with full force, activate Devouring Heaven to absorb their attacks, then slowly digest and convert them into his own chi blood value. Damn, think how much chi blood value that'd save. And besides this Devouring Heaven, that consuming earth talent is also incredibly useful for Sumu. It's practically a supercharged version of the absorption acceleration ability Sumu previously obtained. With just absorption acceleration alone, Sumu's strength had already been improving at a remarkable pace. Now with this Devouring Heaven and consuming earth ability, it's equivalent to rapidly digesting, absorbing, and converting everything he eats into chi and blood energy within his body at blinding speed. Originally, with nothing special, Sumu could take about 3 or 4 doses of chi and blood medicine in a day at most. With the absorption acceleration, he could reach around 10 doses per day. But now, possessing the Devour Heaven and Earth technique, Sumu could probably ingest hundreds of doses of chi and blood medicine daily without any issue. Got it. That means having to practice while constantly shoving stuff into his mouth. He feared that if he was even slightly late with the next bite, it would all be completely digested already. And this terrifying speed of digestion and absorption likewise meant that in Sumu's early stages, the phase centered purely on boosting his vitality stats, his growth rate would be monstrously rapid. With an ample supply of vitality-enhancing drugs and blood nutrients, he was even confident he could reach the peak of the 3rd realm before the training camp concluded. You must understand, right now, he's merely at the peak of a first-rank martial artist. Even for the geniuses in the training camp, progressing from the peak of the 1st rank to the peak of the 2nd rank would take several minor years. But for Sumu now, it might not even take 10 days. It must be said, this Devour the Heavens and Earth talent, even among SSS rank talents, is undoubtedly among the first-tier existences. He let out a long breath. Once again, the course of events advanced to the stage of Devouring Sky Valley. After acquiring the talent Devour Heaven and Earth, Sumu then focused his search for talents primarily on devouring ants that could fuse with his existing abilities. With Elder Zhang's assistance, Sumu also managed to follow along and reach the depths of Devouring Sky Valley. At the heart of Devouring Sky Valley, an exceptionally massive queen ant was completely surrounded by a swarm of devouring sky ants. Most of these guardian devouring sky ants protecting their queen possess strength equivalent to 6th-level martial artists. Protected within their midst, the devouring sky ant queen possessed strength matching the early stage of a 7th realm martial artist. Beyond sheer power, what caught Sumu's attention were the 2 interface screens floating above the ant queen's head. Race, Devouring Sky Ant Clan, Queen, currently pregnant. Vital energy value, 122,375,375, early stage 7th realm martial artist. Talent, SSS grade, optimization talent. Habits, inhabits the devouring valley in the battlefield of 10,000 races. Weakness, mandibles. Species, devouring ant clan, ant king, awaiting birth. Chi and blood value, 1538.56, early stage second realm warrior. Talent, to be analyzed. Habitat, lies in the devouring valley of the battlefield of 10,000 races. Weakness, jaw region. Ant king. Sumu clearly remembered learning some knowledge about the devouring sky ant clan during class. For the devouring sky ant queen who possesses the talent for optimization, the ant king she births is bound to possess a supreme SSS grade talent. According to the information from Deep Blue, if the ant queen has accumulated enough energy, there's actually a small chance that the newly born ant king could awaken an EX level talent. Chapter 79, The Barbarian Giant Tribe. An EX ranked talent. Even among all races, it's exceptionally rare. As for the human race, only one such talent had appeared, and that too just before humanity's extinction. If there were a way to obtain an EX tier talent from here, it would undoubtedly be an immense asset for Sumu. Deep Blue, can you analyze approximately when this ant king will emerge? Master, according to current data, the ant king's emergence will take at least 1 to 3 more years. This speed is related to the amount of energy the queen continues to consume. The more energy she absorbs, the shorter the time required. Sumu frowned. According to Deep Blue's calculations, the birth of the ant king would take at least a year or so. At least for now, it seems unlikely that hunting this ant king for talent boosts would be feasible anytime soon. He glanced at the swarm of devouring ant queens surrounding the devouring ant queen. He found there was no particular talent that truly suited him. Sumu directly had old Zhang toss him down to hone his combat skills. After slaying about a dozen heaven-swallowing ants, Sumu ultimately met a tragic end in the jaws of a mid-stage 5th realm heaven-swallowing ant. He reset once again, retracing his previous actions until he reached the moment old Zhang questioned him. Xiaomu, have you visited those 3 places I mentioned taking you to? I've already been to the first one, teacher. Hearing this, old Zhang nodded. He turned to look at Rinya. In that case, old ghost Rinya, I can't stay long on the battlefield of 10,000 races. I won't keep you any longer. You probably already understand the reason for that light earlier, so my disciple and I will take our leave now. With that, he grabbed Sumu again and flew deeper into the battlefield of 10,000 races. Now that I've taken you to the Devouring Valley, next I should bring you to the giant tribe settlement. Sumu looked puzzled. Teacher, is this barbarian tribe the place where the savage giants live? I remember their ranking among the myriad races is slightly higher than the devouring ant clan, but their innate talents are mostly below S tier. SS tier is rare, let alone SSS tier. Old Zhang nodded. Correct. Though the savage giant clan generally awakens lower tier talents, there's a reason they rank higher than the devouring ant clan, even reaching the 651st position in the myriad races. Your teacher must have explained this in class, right? Sumu nodded in understanding. I believe it's because the savage giant's unique physique allows them to rapidly enhance their vitality. They're one of the few races that rely purely on their martial prowess and brute strength to carve out their place. The saying absolute strength crushes all techniques largely refers to races like them, those who revere raw power over innate talents. Old Zhang said with satisfaction, well spoken. Your grasp of theoretical knowledge is very solid. I doubt even your senior classmates could answer those questions straight away. Sumu smiled slightly. You flatter me, teacher. Just kidding, it wasn't for nothing that I studied all that knowledge with Deep Blue's help when rewinding time to pass the hours casually. Old Zhang continued, although the savage giants generally awaken abilities of relatively low grades, with most being enhancements to strength, speed, or physique, but that doesn't stop them from being powerful. With their massive builds and the ability to cultivate various types of body tempering techniques, breathing methods, and martial skills just like our human race at the same cultivation level, even some higher-ranked alien races might not be their match. Their eating habits are quite similar to us humans, and they are one of the few neutral races among the myriad tribes. As long as we humans don't provoke them first, they won't attack us. Old Zhang took the opportunity to educate Sumu about some information regarding the savage giant tribe. The reason I brought you here is precisely related to these factors. Listening to old Zhang's words, Sumu also began to ponder. If their eating habits are the same as ours, then they surely wouldn't consume their own kind like typical alien races do. Since they remain neutral, it's likely that we humans aren't on their menu either. So what do they eat? Sumu suddenly thought of something and tentatively asked, Teacher, are you suggesting that our target is actually the food source of these wild giant tribes? Brilliant! Elder Zhang laughed. The wild giants' innate talents aren't worth replicating, but these powerful beings capture strong alien species to breed as food for their entire tribe. Moreover, given the wild giants' vast population, they maintain an enormous reserve of captive alien species, constantly replenishing their stocks daily from the battlegrounds of the 10,000 races. Our target is those alien races captured and bred by the savage giants. The savage giant clan has always believed that the more powerful their prey, the greater strength it can bestow upon them. So the aliens they capture are either inherently formidable or possess exceptional innate talents. Sumu frowned slightly. Teacher, can the savage giants discern the talents of other alien races? Old Zhang laughed heartily. Among the savage giants, there exists a group called shamans. Their awakened talents help them identify which alien races possess powerful gifts. However, not every alien race dares to provoke them. At the very least, the savage giants wouldn't rashly mess with any race ranked above 600. It's not just the shamans among the savage giants. Whether it's our human race or the myriad alien clans, talents that can see through others' gifts may not be abundant, but they're certainly not rare either. Old Zhang looked at Sumu. But your talent itself belongs to the EX rank. Those who can see through your talent must possess at least an SSS rank ability. This already eliminates the vast majority of talents that could potentially penetrate yours. As for the remaining few, since we're on this topic, and given that we'll need to take precautions when visiting the third location later, I might as well share a method with you in advance. Sumu's eyes lit up. He had been contemplating whether there were other methods besides the mist of talent to prevent others from detecting his abilities. After all, if someone were to discover his numerous talents, although it wouldn't be an irreversible situation for him, it would still be somewhat troublesome. Please enlighten me, teacher. Sumu asked. Old Zhang chuckled. This brings us to the topic of old Lingya's polar night veil. If you use this ability to envelop yourself, essentially wrapping yourself in a layer of polar night veil, then not even an SSS rank talent can see through your true abilities. You can use this skill normally at any time. The only thing to note is, never use it in front of old Lingya himself. That's why I didn't mention it earlier. After all, he's been using this ability for decades and is especially sensitive to its aura. Old Zhang added, but even if he does find out, it's not a big deal. I can always smooth things over with him later. Worst case scenario, you can just rewind time, no major issue either way. Just as he was speaking, a vast plain had emerged ahead. Along the newly revealed horizon appeared dense clusters of sparkling dots, which upon closer inspection revealed themselves to be flickering flames. Over there lies the barbarian giant tribe.